wanted to paint this picture that we, like Caesar's wife, are beyond reproach. We are the countries that are supposed to tell the world what to do. We are the ones that are the home of this, or the homes of these institutions, whether it's Transparency International, all these non-governmental organizations whose claim to fame is that they look for faults everywhere and to characterize administrations which they call regimes as being corrupt. And this is the kind of narrative that they wanted to push. They wanted to push a narrative that to ensure that Russia is besmirched. They characterize every administration that is seen to be pro-Moscow as corrupt. And they did that very effectively. And riding on the crest of that propaganda, Zelensky then rose to power, as I've already indicated, rising to power on the basis that we are going to fight corruption. But we all know that corruption is alive and well in all societies. That is the reality. It's just the degree that varies from one society to the other. And in certain societies, it is the exception rather than the rule. In certain societies, it is the rule rather than the exception. So when Zelensky came out as this messiah who was going to liberate Ukraine from the chains of Russia, and the only way to do is to cut the umbilical cord and to join the European Union and ultimately to join NATO. He was then projected in the manner that normally Europe does. When Europe wants to hoist people to a certain level, they do a number of things. They propagandize, they characterize you as holy. Sometimes they give you awards, and the Nobel Peace Prize is now being used quite frequently in this regard. They give you accolades across, and you get interviews at BBC, at CNN, and all those media outlets. And once you do that, you then begin to get good press. And once that happens, the population is also in many ways shepherded into one direction. And Zelensky was a beneficiary of that kind of propagandization, and ultimately, of course, started changing his rhetoric. And the rhetoric is, we are moving away from the Russian bear, we are going to Europe, and we are going to be part of Europe. We are going to look to the Brussels administration, we are going to look to NATO for our defense, and all these in breach of an understanding that the former countries which belong to the Soviet Union in that sphere would not be sucked into the NATO arrangement. So understood in that context, Zelensky had to be depicted as white as wool in order to ensure that his opponents were as red as crimson in terms of corruption. And that, in my view, is what was made known to the world. That is what the world believed, and I'm using the word world very loosely. And ultimately, we are now discovering that what was sold is not what was bought. And that is why we see the resignations now, and the accusations are corruption of the mega kind. You know, somebody once told me not too long ago that lies take the lift, the truth takes the stairs. And that is exactly what has happened. They had this loud voice that we had brought to Ukraine, this white as wool individual. They are fighting a country that is expansionist. Russia wants to extend and is going to use its military might to decimate the entire Europe, and that the Russian administration is corrupt. We saw their hand in an American election. We see their hand in Belarus. We see their hands in the neighborhood. But now, confronted as they are with smoking gun, they are tongue-tied. It's only the German chancellor who has said something, saying we should not have corruption in Ukraine. Macron, silent for the moment. Kashtama, silent for the moment. Ursula von der Leyen, silent for the moment. But I'm quite certain that they will issue some pro forma statement, if only to tell the world we are concerned. But they are now beginning to realize, if they did not know already, that indeed they were running and supporting a scheme that was from day one characterized by corruption and underhand deals, and that the war actually facilitates it. Remember, you are buying weaponry. Remember, you are buying provisions. You remember that war in itself is an industry, and they only look the other way when the accusations or when the fingers are pointing in the direction that they want them to point. But now, the chicken, in a manner of speaking, have come home to roost. You know, whenever I hear that the West is speaking about values, I always wonder which values. These people who ran slavery, these people who ran in Latin America, in Eastern Europe, is kept in the West. So when they talk about values, we must look at them and say, who are you to pontificate? Who are you to tell the world what the world should do? Who are you who are so culturally arrogant to tell the world what the world should do and must not do? So they can talk about their values all they want, but we know that mega corruption is alive and well. And when we remove that veneer of hypocrisy, we'll then be able to confront the West in the manner that we should. And once we are liberated of those illusions, then we will be able to confront the situation. They are now finding it very difficult to support their project, because there is a sense in which the war in Ukraine is a proxy war. And that is why every attempt at midwifing a peace process is being torpedoed by the European powers. You never know, and you can never say never. You know, the European powers are very interesting. If you look at history, they can lift you. And if your sell-by date in their view has passed, they begin to undermine you. They begin to reveal information that they knew existed all along. So it's a question of timing. Remember that the legitimacy of the Zelensky administration has been called into question because an election was not held during the due date. Perhaps they are now beginning to hold the view that Zelensky has run his course, and it is the time for Zelensky to leave. And you can see the timing is very significant, that the Americans appear to be moving very close towards resolution of this conflict in some way. And Zelensky on his part appears to be responding to the entreaties of the Trump administration. But the appetite for the continuation of the war in Europe is high. For that reason, perhaps they are looking for somebody who will not do tango with the Trump administration and therefore by extension the Putin administration in Moscow. You never know. But remember, in saying this, I'm swimming in the sea of speculation. I'm sure that even within Ukraine, they are wondering who is Putin.
9:41 ixesha lam bangabusanda ungena enkqubeni ku-KKM lona akekho Black History dadethu sawuphumla nje kancinci okokoko kuDisemba risheka nakule veki abantwana babuyela bhek esikolweni so dadethu udinga ixesha nje khe ayokuphefumla right mna ndibulina ndizode nawe de kubetha ku-12 entloko Snake Angel ithi Snake Angel kumandi kakhulu ukumbukela xa nephefoma nawe akasishaye sasiginci wam ndidla ngokuthi kuye wena usihloniphe isiginci sakudlala usishaya ngayo hayi mntakamama yo lakadala bayinokubalisa nje ngaphambi kwale ingoma Khelani nojene Ico Change Your Life ungalibali ubuksi udadethu nayo uzawufika ngendaba ngentsimbi ye10 apha enkqubeni ndiyathemba ke into yokubana uyithathile ingcebiso yami because ndithe kuwe mna khawuphakamisele ifowuni yakho okanye uthathe nje inspection uthi nje khatha oophaqa bakho apha endlini uwokhe uyotsho evenkileni uyothenga elaa tikiti le-Powerball because eyanamhlanje iqikelelwe ku-156 million yinto endifuna namhlanje ngoLwesibini njena uyakwazi and andingethanda into yokubana mawushiye kungafumani because nam ndineenjongo zinto yokubana uzawuyeamansanasi uyakwazi ngoLwesibini nge-13 kaJanuwari kuthiwa le Powerball iqikelelwa ku-156 million rand thina uzawufuna uphoso ayithandwa hayi mimi awunawukwazi naba no-back to school bajongene nathi abanye babantwana bakho bayoqala eyunivesithi mimi khayodlala ukhangele uba namanyange akho nothixo bakubekele ntoni na uzawuhamba kuye evenkileni uyothenga itikiti lakho ungangena naphana kwi-nationallottery.co.za ungangena nakwi-mobile app uthenge ungangena nakwi-cellphone banking app yakho uthenge udlala ilotho yakho pha ungadlala itikiti eli-1 nonke itshipos ilotho ungathengi itikiti eli-1 ndiyakucela laa 10 rand udla ngoyothenga i-apple munch pha suthenge i-apple munch namhlanje thenga itikiti lakho le-Powerball sithando sam khona nento yoba ungacofa *120*7529# *120*7529# kaphanda man kaphushe man kapleye maybe ungalibali ke xa ngaba ufuna ukudlala kufuneka iminyaka yakho bekanele kakhumiti okanye bhatana nabakho ntontoni anonymous but khandani manje nge-10 rand manje khangele bakakwenzeka ntoni 156 million hayi mna nobunondikala sethu seqale Dragon Fall le ngoma hint wink wink ngalaa nto bendiyithethe kwapha ngo-2020 into yobana khawuthathe mani ithuba nawe udla zuza ntoni phaa ulinde inzuzo yakho ke thuba Nhlanhla Dube, Herhart, Anthony Hamilton, indaba ngo-10. Iclientele inifukama ngemfesane kwakufika iziganeko zobomi sele kwiminyaka engaphezu kweyi-30 ii-funeral dignity plans zinceda abomzantsi bangcwabe ngesidima masikuncede unike imbeko kubomi bakho nakwabo basenyongweni kuwe zihlawula zingekapheli iiyure eziyi-24 ukanti uza kufumana ne-accident cover ephindwe kabini nge-clientele funeral plan. Iiplan zethu ziyafikeleleka, khetha ehambelana nezidingo zakho. Ukufaka isicelo kulula, akwenziwa vavanyo lonyango kwaye akujoliswa maxwebhu. Zibandakanye namhlanje. SMS umhlobo ku-49708 ku.
That's why fast food chains taste different in different regions sometimes.
I wonder when you think like this, right? And then I think back to your dad. It's interesting that you say, I didn't know him. And yet, from my reading of you, so much of you seems like a deep knowing of him.
Because I'm him. And that's also a mind fuck. Is looking at yourself and going, oh, I see, I care about people. Check. Okay. I figured out a way to use my gift to enrich and educate people. Okay. Check. Healthy distrust of close relationships. Check. Damn, I'm just doing what he do. I'm just a little funnier than him. You know, I still have, I was looking at my phone earlier because I was trying to find this, but it's like I will have like a random premise and then it's something that gets to a deeper theme, but I don't know how to make it like funny to me. And like there was a movie called The Assignment with Michelle Rodriguez where a male hitman is turned into, to get revenge on a hitman, a male hitman is turned into a woman.
Sounds familiar. When was this
And so
movie
now
made?
the woman hitman is looking for the surgeon that turned her into a woman to get revenge. Correct. And so, this movie was 2019.
Okay.
So a bigger conversation about transphobia, like that movie in its core, is to me. How I get to the joke, I don't know. But the challenge of that, like that's the stuff, that's the material that excites me.
But that's
like
that's what I mean. But this is what I mean about being your father's son, right? And what your book goes through in so many ways is your dad was living this life. Like I love that you do the checking of the boxes. And the natural question that it brings me to is, how do you then choose? You talk a little bit about auditing. One of the most beautiful lines in the book, and I'll paraphrase it in case I get it wrong, but you basically say, nothing makes you audit your relationship with your parents like having a child of your own.
Yeah.
Because when you have a child of your own, you then have to ask yourself what you want them to take of you.
Yeah.
But then you then have to ask yourself who you really are. And in asking yourself who you really are, you have to ask yourself who made you. That way.
And what are the worst parts of you?
Exactly.
And how do you not accidentally infuse those things into the child unknowingly? Which means you have to be conscious of the fact that something as simple as saying I love you. Pops didn't do that. From the old school, so he just buy you some food. Like it's like one of them old school black jokes when your mama come in, you hungry after she done gave you a whooping or some shit. Like that's what my dad was. My dad was
educator and provider.
I tell you something that scares me to that point where I don't know if I'm doing what he did. So my parents were separated until third grade.
Yeah.
That's when my parents got back together. So my mother and I lived in Memphis before we moved in with him in Birmingham. My pops would come to Memphis once a month. And he'd stay for a day and a half, maybe 2 days, but he would sleep half of that. And knowing what I know now,
Love you.
you're older dude, you want a nap. I'm 46, I want a nap. This motherfucker was knocking 70. So yeah, you want a nap. And you drove 3.5 hours, and you worked mornings. And he did morning radio for 5 hours, and then he did an evening jazz. And he'd do a talk show in the afternoon, and that would roll into a jazz show. So yeah, just tired. But he would always bring me a truck. He'd bring me like a little toy truck from some truck stop or some shit or whatever. And I play with the truck, but they were all forgettable toys, nothing that stood out. And then fast forward, I'd say maybe 2 years ago, let's just say second grade, when my son was in second grade, he's in fourth grade now. Let's just say second grade. First grade, he became sentient about me being gone.
Yeah.
You know, because I move out of the house. So it's kind of a, you know, Dad, where are you type thing. And we're explaining to him the dynamics of what co-parenting would be. And then I think that second grade, I felt my relationship with him becoming a little bit more sentient and him missing me. Like, man, where you been, man? I want to throw out. You know, he wants to do the things. He just wants to be with his pops. And that would have held true even if I were under the same roof.
Yeah.
But that shit hurt. Ooh. They never been missed by nobody. You know?
Or no one's told you they missed you.
Okay. And so this idea of, all right, well, when I'm gone, he needs to know why I'm gone. So the relationship becomes a little bit more communicative when I'm when I'm gone.
Yeah.
Here's a video or the thing. I'll send that to his tablet. We'll FaceTime here and there, but I more so enjoy sending him. Perfect example. He loves trains, transportation, planes, all that. So if it's a city he's never been to, I'm first person POV camera from the time I get off the plane, show him the whole airport, shoot that nice 7-minute video, break that bitch down in a 2-minute chunk so he can sim quicker, and then I'll get on the train that morning. We did 20 cities in 30 days through Canada last year, and every day I rode mass transit in the morning to go get a paper, and we just ride the train all day. Here's the transit. So I look like a tourist, which really used to scare me because now I look robbable. You know what I'm saying? Like my spidey senses, it's just...
Yeah, your paranoia's off the charts, right?
I'm from at the time, the most murderous zip code in Birmingham. Like facts. So my paranoia is justified. That PTSD, that comes with you in a nice little knapsack. So I'll send videos, and sometimes I'll bring a little toy, a little souvenir, and now I rack my brain on when he's older. Does he equate that to me trying to be connected, or does he look at it the way I look at the trucks? It's just a fickle, lazy,
It's an interesting one.
But you don't know for another 30 years. You don't know till he has his kid, probably.
You know, the thing yesterday was when we were discussing this episode, if you'd allow me, was I knew I was not going to read the book, and I didn't want to because I wanted to experience the book through you, but I experienced a bit of you from him. Then I remember saying, I don't think from this conversation Roy has ever been a child.
Yeah, you did say that.
I said he's never been a child, but what we find is, what you've explained about kids and parenting, is that kids, if there's more than one sibling in a household, they'll experience parents differently because children allow you a chance to reinvent yourself. Right. So you become whoever you want them to be, and you want them to see as it goes. Having one child is the ultimate gift and curse because they experience you transforming in front of them. Mm-hmm. So you can never have that one idea that you think they will have of you. But what happened was, I think your dad, his practicality showed up in real life when you were growing up and in your life right now as a grown up. Because when he was older, obviously, and you were younger, he understood that he didn't have time. He wasn't going to see you as a 25-year-old man if you take the age gap. So he knew that he had to be practical. So what he had to do was, he had to make you a father. And your child made you a son. Because you're out here now, you're playing, you're taking videos, you're taking pictures of things, you're looking like a tourist, you want to be a child, you want to hug him, you want to show him that you love him. So those are your gifts. Those are the things that he left you with. He made you a father, your son made you a child. And that's what you must take with you. But often it happens that we want to live vicariously sometimes, and we get fixated on the mistakes of others. And in life there comes a time where you equalize. Now you understand why your dad had to take that nap.
Yeah.
At first you might have thought, he's avoiding me, he doesn't want to be it. Now you understand exactly why he had to take that nap. So after working at Quick Street, you understand. and that's what I find whenever Trevor and I have conversation, we get to that point where we like, how do we reconcile our pasts and make peace with it? And I think with this conversation right here, from the little that I know of you, and I'm sure there's a lot to find out, is you are reconciling, balancing the books. You took the good, you discarded the bad, and you're infusing it now in your life. And your dad lives through you, and your son lives through you. So I think that gap and that distance between what your dad could have been in your life and what you want to be in your son's life is visible in how you show up in your son's life.
That's beautiful. Thank you for that.
Yeah.
I try now with him to just be very verbal about feelings, sharing feelings. To me, the main thing is love, and how does that manifest? How do you receive it? Yeah. Teach him how to receive it, teach him how to show it. I can do that. I'm good.
Does he know how funny you are?
Funny? No. But he is aware of what I do.
No. Does he know how funny you are?
I make him laugh. That's what I mean. Does he laugh at the jokes that I do on CNN?
No, forget that. I'm saying, does he know how funny you are?
How funny? No, but I can make him laugh from time to time.
Okay.
Yeah. He's got a sense of humor too.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. That's one of the things that I think we take for granted is... This is what I felt when I was reading the book, right? And I was thinking of your dad, and I was going, I think one of the greatest acts of love that you've committed in this book is you've processed your father through the most generous lens possible, which is love. You've got a man who had another family in the same town as you, and it wasn't a secret, but it still holds a bit of shame, and you and your mom are fighting against this thing. You've got this world where you're trying to cement yourself and have the things that you could have but you don't have, and your dad's withholding them from you. He's not paying the gas bill because he's fighting with your mom, or he feels like you and your mom are up against him, so he's going to make you both pay and not pay the gas bill or not pay the electric bill. He's going to teach you both a lesson. And you're like, no, but I'm on your side. He's like, no, you're not, boy. You're not on my team. You know what I mean? Despite all of that, I read the book and I went, damn, I felt for your dad. I saw him as a human being. I didn't see him as a villain. I didn't see him as... You spend so much time trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, in a beautiful way, by the way. And I was like, damn, what an act of love. And I think what it got me thinking about, because I think so many people go through this, is when your parents, or when you are forced to focus on survival, we take for granted how many elements of living we put aside. Love, intimacy, fun, joy, fiction, imagination, vision, just random things. We focus so much. Think about how many people have grown up and are growing up in worlds where the only thing they're allowed to think about is surviving. So your dad goes, Roy, I need you to be educated, and I need you to know how to navigate the world.
And watch out for these white people.
Exactly. But I can't teach you joy.
And don't pay your taxes because they're taking a black man's right to vote away in 2040. Just Mustangs. It's the type of shit we
No,
talk
but
about.
yeah, but
We talk about the car. I'm like,
Yeah, but
10 years old.
but if you think about it though, if you think about it though, he has to tell you that because he can't tell you how to have fun because he didn't come from fun. He didn't have fun. He didn't. Do you get what I'm saying? So he's like, I need to teach you how to survive. And I was thinking, man, it's so crazy how that becomes the thing that sort of we lose out on. The way I was thinking of it was I was going, we always have to be careful, especially if we're the next generation. If you have the luxury of being the next generation that can move forward,
Yeah.
I think it's very crucial to remember in life that you are trying to survive. But on the other side of survival, you need to remember all the luxuries you couldn't include in survival because those are the things that make surviving worthwhile. Do you know what I'm saying? You want to win the war, but you want to win it so that you come back to your friends and family and laugh. If you can't come back and laugh, that's exactly it. Because otherwise, what was it for? Like, what were you actually fighting for as an idea, or as a? Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's like the whole point of it was for my son to be able to be relaxed and not have to think about
Exactly.
a million different things. But how do you prepare someone for the world while also giving them agency to still be a child and making sure that there's a balance in that? Which is why I try to let him laugh with me. Crack a joke. You have the one thing, and this is more from my mom. He always has freedom of opinion. You can share it respectfully, but like all of that, be quiet and stand shut up. You think this up? Tell me why. Break it down. Get like,
Yeah.
give me the logic of it. And I still might not agree with you, but we can have. Don't ever be afraid to bring something to me or to share something and talk to me about stuff. And I think that those were the things where I think as parents, we are either the parent we wish we had or we're a carbon copy.
The parent, yeah.
of the parent
We wish we didn't have. Yeah.
And the right balance is somewhere in the middle. But I mean, man, we laugh but you know, me and my son laugh at it. It's a lot of inside joke stuff.
Yeah, no, that's
It's
all
not,
comedy. That's all comedy, if we're honest.
We watched Interstellar a couple times, and Matthew McConaughey's character's got that robot Tars that he's always telling to do stuff. So if we're telling another one to do something, Tars, I need you to go in there and get the Tars, I need you to take a shower and get ready for bed. Does not compute. He'll say, does not compute. Like, no, I just told you to. So it can be something as silly as that.
Yeah,
I talk to you as if you're an AI robot.
Yeah, but that's what I mean.
So funny.
Said, met with the ANC, they said no. EFF met with the ANC, they said no. PA met, DA met, we said yay. Now she comes here. We have been telling people this thing is pure racism. Embarrassing the African National Congress. You know, I must today say something. During the negotiations, I've never seen the ANC being so generous in listening to views. And now Helen Zille rocks up and say, nothing happens without me here. It is the Mises mentality which took us to exile. She needs to stay away from this thing because in the spirit, now she talks about clause 24, clause 54, clause 24. The best example I can make you. If a girl, if you decide to marry a girl, the two of you say we're going to get engaged. That's what happened here. The intent is to get married. If that marriage doesn't happen, what recourse does that girl have? She can go to court. She can go to court. The court can fine me for not marrying the lady. But the court can't instruct me to marry her. That's the same thing happening here. She talks about the clause. This is a statement of intent. How are we going to form the GNU? When the GNU gets formed, it will then give life to the document. It will then. Now they want to make Fikile Mbalwe like he doesn't know what he's talking about. She didn't read this document properly. My brother, that thing means nothing.
And another thing that she said that she seems to think the ANC doesn't also understand, and I'm interested to hear what your interpretation is as the Patriotic Alliance. It's clause 19, which is about sufficient consensus, because it talks to the parties representing 60% of seats in the National Assembly. And Helen Zille says it's not seat in the government of national unity, it sits in the National Assembly. And according to her, that means the ANC doesn't have that 60%. Even if they bring in you as the PA, the IFP, the people that have already signed, they don't get 60%, which means when there's a deadlock, the ANC would have to consult with the DA. The DA would have to rubber stamp whenever there's a deadlock. How do you understand clause 19 of this?
Clause 19, number one, the ANC doesn't have the power to decide what happens in the National Assembly. Let's start there. So how can the ANC bring out the document that says all the parties in National Assembly? Since when does the ANC decide for the Freedom Front Plus or for the EFF and for the PA for that matter? Sufficient consensus is for the parties that are signatories to the document. She's now realized what she's done. that Fikile Mbalula and his negotiators has got the upper hand. They outplayed Helen Zille. What does she do? She's trying to ridicule them on your show. I watched the show. She's trying to make them look stupid. She's trying to make that esteemed team that didn't know what they were signing about. The ANC, the PA, the PAC, we can form 60% of sufficient consensus in the GNU. In the GNU. Where does she get these things? Here's the issue. Helen Zille knows that, you know, for me, this was, somebody said something so profound. Helen Zille said nothing different than what former President Jacob Zuma said. He said this is a coalition. By her saying that nothing can happen without her, it makes it a coalition. She wants. We are the stage where we either die or we rise.
You voted for them in Johannesburg.
That was in 2020.
After 2016.
And what happened? No, they voted for us too. And what happened when they were trying to control us? We left. Because you see, my brother, my father, and my grandfather, they said Yabas, Yabas. You see me? I can never say Yabas.
Never say that. So,
and the people that I lead, they can't say Khimane.
It appears to me that Helen Zille doesn't trust the PA because she feels you guys can always pick up and leave when you don't get what you want. Because
like whatever you want.
In the city of Johannesburg, for instance, there was a time you wanted a particular portfolio for your members, one of your members or one of your leaders to be an MMC of one of the portfolios. When they didn't give you that, you packed up and you joined the ANC.
Yes. Because I'm not here to be liked by Helen Zille. My Dexter, my partner loves me. Why would I want her to love me? I'm not here to be loved by her. I'm not those greats that need white love. Let's be clear on that one. I will never ask her permission. I'm not there for her satisfaction. I am being invited by the Secretary General of the African National Congress, Fikile Mbalula, invited us. I am there. He's the principle of this agreement by virtue of the number of votes that they got. Now she wants to be. Imagine you come to a man's house, you say, no, before his wife was make food for him, you must first be consulted. That's what she's saying in general.
What would you like if, because you're saying you're not going to go around and criticize President Cyril Ramaphosa if he doesn't, give you any ministry, as long as you get power somewhere. Somewhere is the legislature. So if you don't get a ministry, what would satisfy you as a Patriotic Alliance as being consulted and being taken seriously by this government of national unity? Would you like a committee chair in Parliament?
No, I'm not there for committee chairs. My issue is that if they don't feel they need me, where I can add value,
which is in the ministry.
I believe, people have this, particularly we black South Africans have this problem of ridiculing people when they put up their hand. Making fun of people, but their hands are down. You mustn't laugh at a person. I am saying here, I grew up in the gangs. I went to jail at a young age. I spent my whole youth in jail. I led the prison gangs, I led the gangs on the outside. They came out, I transformed my life. I understand how criminals think. I became a very successful businessman in my life. So I'm saying that I think I'm best equipped to fight crime. I understand the mafias. I understand the gangs. I'm not going to go read. If I get appointed, let's say the president appoints me Monday morning, I already know where the first place I'm going to go to,
which is
the airport. Because it's a crime scene. Tambo is a crime scene. You need to rearrange the whole airport. Because it's a crime scene. You have one little dog sniffing. There are 20,000 people passing a day. That dog can only sufficiently sniff 20 people. There's so many ideas that I have that I know I can fight crime. And I want to offer that to my country. If the president feels I'm not the right person for that job or he is a better person, I must not be angry. But I have the right to say, no, we're going to set this one out. Because we also don't want what Helen Zille is doing with the ANC now to happen to us. Voters are looking at us. And she has just detailed paying the ANC big time. They must report to. Imagine people go past the DA and vote ANC to hear a week thereafter that the very ANC they voted for can't move. Who was I speaking to? It is racism. It is this white supremacist attitude that she has. She has no business. She's not only embarrassing Cyril Ramaphosa, President Cyril Ramaphosa, she's also embarrassing her own president. In the PA, imagine if one of the negotiators go and talk this nonsense. In the PA, the negotiator will be gone. So she might be gone.
If the president asked you, motivate why I must appoint you the Home Affairs Minister, what would you explain to us now what you would do if you are police ministry and where you would focus on? What fundamental changes would you bring about if you are appointed Home Affairs Minister?
Brother, you know, the issue that we don't want to accept in this country is that when we say Abahambe, we're not just talking about deportation. We're talking about job creation. When you have, let's say, people say there's 12 million illegal settlers, and let's just be more reasonable for the sake of this argument. Let's say there's 6 million. Of that 6 million, 2 million are criminals, that I can tell you. 2 million are still looking for a job. 2 million have they got a job at the moment as a lecturer for the houses and some of the planning departments. So once you miss deport them, you immediately solve 3 problems. Problem number 1, there's 2 million jobs. That's in the market. That's on the market. Secondly, you immediately make sure that 2 million criminals are out. Thirdly, these people, load shedding, using the load on the grid. Now the grid does not even provide many people. But they go further. Hospital lines will get shorter. These people apply for RDP houses. They apply for RAF, the road accident fund.
Because the Constitution allows for it.
No, but the Constitution doesn't allow for it, my brother.
That's what the RAF is trying to change right
The
now.
Constitution doesn't allow for a criminal to claim from them that he's living here. The Constitution does not recognize you unless you claim with asylum.
Yeah.
And the asylum, you can't jump from Nigeria. As the law of seeking asylum is very clear. You go to your neighboring country. How is the neighboring country of Nigeria?
Yeah. I mean, you make a good point. I'm just saying that the RAF president, in fact, is trying to fight it in the Constitutional Court now because what the legislation says actually allows that any foreigner here who is in an accident in South Africa can actually apply for RAF. And the CU is trying to fight that because he feels that there are people that may be legal that may benefit.
To the extent that it pertains to the culture of ANC politicians, we know that it has been difficult to win an election without money in the ANC. Whether they are talking about CR17 or CR22 and before.
Yeah.
One of the things we can assume is that some of the internal ANC campaigns have been run through blood money. So, in my thinking, I am not excluding the possibility, for instance, that some of the money that was used to run the CR17 campaign was blood money. I am not excluding the possibility that the CR17 campaign was not the first internal ANC campaign that was run through blood money. I'm also not assuming that the CR17 campaign was the last internal ANC campaign that was run through blood money. So, if I'm correct, there are aspects of what we know as the ANC that exist because of blood money. The link between organized crime and internal ANC campaigns.
I'm just thinking about this structure question that you brought up about how all of this could work, and when you're talking about the cartel or a cartel controlling syndicates that could be disassociated from each other, I'm thinking now that there is an organized crime faction inside the ANC that it's at least plausible at the moment that this faction doesn't obviously account to the ANC, let alone the people.
Yes.
It accounts to
Yes.
the cartel
Yes.
via syndicates, and this faction controls corruption within the government at local, provincial, and national level. But that then flows back to the cartel potentially. In fact, there may be many organized crime syndicates in the ANC that serve different cartels. And this would be fanciful if we didn't know that many of the members who have already been implicated
Yes.
have come out with their ANC colors nailed to the mast. We know that they are members of the ANC, and we know that there is huge crime in the state linked to how the ANC governs. So there must be some kind of link, line, dotted or otherwise, between the cartel, this particular cartel, and people in the ANC who have infiltrated for the very aim of protecting this organized crime
Yes.
endeavor.
organized crime is not new to the ANC. Organized crime, in different ways, is introduced to the ANC environment before 1994. I will give 2 examples. The story is told by members of the older generations in the ANC. Let's call them the 1942 generation.
Sure.
The story is told by some of them that in places like Alexandra, they had a problem. It was difficult for the ANC to organize, especially when it came to holding meetings in the evenings, because people were afraid of the gangsters. A leader of the ANC, according to the story, recommends that they recruit the gangsters to the ANC. Now, I will not mention the names of the gangsters, except to say some of them become senior leaders in the ANC. And the question you must ask is whether, upon becoming members of the ANC, or upon becoming senior members of the ANC, do they stop their criminal activities? I will leave that to the audience to decide. But we do know that some of them in exile engage in activities that can only be called criminal. We do know, for instance, that in places like Zambia, some of the comrades engage in organized crime. We also do know, and when I say we do know, I mean we've been told stories.
And just a reminder that you...
Because if I keep on saying we do know, Madanga will call me.
Maybe you should. We'll get the real truth. But just also for the audience, you're not speculating here. You're actually a member of the underground and MK. So it's not as if you're just...
Well, if you put it that way, then let me say this. We do know that in some cases, for transport, those members who relied on organized crime use the vehicles of the United Nations sometimes. We do know this. So organized crime, in different ways, is not new to the ANC. All you see after 1994 is an upgrade in the nature of the activities that are linked to organized crime. We have changes in scale, for instance. So the amounts of money involved are much larger. These comrades have access to state power, and through state power and the access to state power, tap into organized crime. And some of the organized crime is an extension of what started during the liberation struggle. I spoke to you about Brasox.
Yes,
Now, remember what has happened. Brasox and his contemporaries are now in their 70s and 80s. They are no longer the key figures in organized crime. New figures have risen to the top. In other words, there's been a generational shift from the time of Brasox and his contemporaries to the present. But the phenomenon of a Brasox has remained, to the extent that some of the figures in criminal organizations are young enough to emerge in this conjuncture as the key figures, but old enough to have had links with people in the ANC during the liberation struggle. So the Brasox phenomenon continues to this day. I have no doubt that when you are watching Madanga and you hear some of the names that were dropped during testimony, I have no doubt that one of them or some of them is or are the Brasox of today. But also, the generational shift means something else. Tensions at an intergenerational level have evolved. I'll give an example. In South America, there comes a time when there are serious tensions between the older generation in the drug cartels and the younger generation. And there's an irony here, by the way. J. Edgar Hoover, the former head of the FBI, remember one of his strategies is to flood, let's say, African American areas with drugs. And lessons that I learned from that is that you can undermine other countries in the same way. So you flood Mexico, you flood several countries in South and Latin America with drugs. And of course, this is one of the ways in which drug cartels get a foothold in South America. During this period, you have the older generation who say drugs are destroying our communities, we are not going to be involved in drug trafficking. That does happen. You have the younger generation who realize that drug trafficking is more lucrative than all of their other operations. And what they want is to upscale their drug trafficking operations. And that brings generational tensions between the two generations. And that brings about a battle, a succession battle. So the leaders who come from the older generation must be removed and replaced by the younger generation who understand that drugs are more lucrative than the other activities they may have been engaged in. What I'm trying to say is that to the extent that I keep on hearing people talking about Colombia and so on, one of the things we must learn about those drug cartels is that they have been evolving. Even the structures have been changing. So I look at Khumalo again in this organogram.
Yeah.
There is a time when, let's say, when you're analyzing drug cartels in Colombia, you could assume that would be the structure in all cases. That's no longer the case. That has been changing. They now rely on a hybrid of structures. And that is why I was talking about concentric circles, using cells and so on.
Yeah.
There's been that structural evolution when it comes to how the drug cartels in South America are structured. And the lesson for me is that we must not assume that our own drug cartels have been static. So when I look at the Big Five is a product of an evolutionary process. It represents where drug cartels are today. So the drug cartel of the 70s looked different from today's drug cartel. So even here, if you want to stay a step ahead of the drug cartels, you must start thinking of the possibility that they are beginning themselves, as we saw in Colombia, to experiment with a hybrid model of structuring themselves.
Can we turn to the political significance of all of this, Gogo? Because as all of these revelations unfold and as these commissions deliver these shocking truths to South Africa, slowly but surely it's going to have a political impact. We may not know exactly what the shape of that political impact is yet, but it is going to have a political impact. Up to now, South Africa over the last 10 years has been led by the Ramaphosa ANC. Cyril Ramaphosa has been ensconced at the top of South Africa's political structure. What do you think is the impact on him as we sit, and his leadership of the ANC, in the context that we have also heard murmurings that he was considering resigning, but he has sent people out now to challenge that, to suggest that there's no chance that he's resigning after the G20. And so it looks as if we've gone through another process of him, or of speculation over his resignation, and then a decision being taken that no, he's going to stay on, at least for now. Yes, so what do you make of his position in the ANC and where things are headed with these revelations?
So your grandchildren and great-grandchildren will be regaled by stories of how a senior police officer, Shamas Mkhwanazi, brought down the government. My own view is this. What Mkhwanazi set in train on the 6th of July means what we are witnessing is the beginning of the end for the ANC. It also means we must not preclude a scenario in which 6th of July ends with the collapse of our government. So the ANC has been having its last supper.
Yeah.
So people, many of whom are religious, keep on talking about the end days. For me, Mkhwanazi is but one sign amongst many signs of the time. And what we're witnessing are the end days for the ANC. Now, when it comes to the president, you're right. If rumors are anything to go by, twice he tried to tender his resignation after Phala Phala. And twice a member of the top 6, now top 7, prevailed on him, persuaded on him not to resign. Now, my assumption is that this member who prevails on the president not to resign thinks he knows what the president is afraid of. In my view, he's wrong. He prevails on him because he doesn't know what the president is afraid of. In other words, there's a possibility that Phala Phala is the tip of the iceberg. And it is on this basis, if the rumor is close to the truth, it is on this basis that twice he tenders his resignation, and this member of the top 6, top 7 stops him. But of course, there is another reason why this member may have stopped him. He may have been acting in his own interests. Because remember, the ascendance of a member of the ANC to high office is not the ascendance of an individual.
Yeah.
It is the ascendance of a particular set of interests. So when you look at battles within the ANC, leadership battles, these are not battles between individuals. These are battles between particular sets of interests. So to some extent, therefore, to the extent that over the past few weeks there have been these rumors that after the G20, the president will resign, we must not look at that in terms of the political fate of an individual called Cyril Ramaphosa. Because there is an extent to which it is not his decision. It's not his choice whether he can step down or not. If I'm correct when I say leadership battles are between particular sets of interests, not between individuals. So the individuals who engage in leadership battle are simply representatives of particular sets of interests.
What's your current thinking on how long the president does survive?
Well, if by 2029 he is still the president, we should be ready for the ascendance of a woman as the Pope of the Catholic Church.
Wow. And of course, this Phala Phala judgment is still coming. It's still coming, and the length of time, we're coming up to a year now. The EFF is even marching to the Concord on the 28th, and it's really sad in my view that the Concord has taken this long. I firmly believe if wait, let me take a step back. I don't think the Concord is going to be brave enough to do what in my view it legally and politically should do, which is, and I mean political in a broad sense, which is say that what Parliament did was contrary to the principle of accountability, and they must go back and redo that vote, or start from scratch, or remedy the situation in some way. I just don't think they have the bravery to do it with this president. But if they do, I think that could mark a very quick end to this presidency.
Well, if they do, it means a female pope is in the offing.
Indeed.
I've already said on this platform that Cyril Ramaphosa is the most powerful ANC president since '94. In fact, in my view, since 1991, the ANC has not had a more powerful president than Cyril Ramaphosa. Well, there's something that he seems to understand that was not understood by some of his predecessors. There is no point in being in charge of the state if you are not in charge of the party. Ramaphosa seems to have understood that he must be in charge of both the ANC and the state. When it comes to his control over the ANC, it is my view that Ramaphosa has been the most powerful since 1991. Now, if we go back to the cartels, one of the reasons why here, with the cartels facing this scrutiny and therefore going through their own crisis because of the scrutiny they're facing. Remember, the ANC was going to be in power until Jesus Christ comes back, which meant that the link between organized crime and politicians in the ANC was going to be with us until the second coming. Last year, that changed. Which means, to the extent that these criminal organizations must capture politicians, it is no longer enough to capture ANC politicians who have lost power because of last year's elections. I can tell you now, they are busy thinking about how are we going to capture politicians outside the ANC. Because in the end, whatever form future coalition governments take, the
must still be able to capture the political class.
To response, we're going to discuss that, and let me just tell you, Turning Point is so good after this. You just cannot survive being disingenuous. We also are going to get back into the Egyptian planes today. They are also working very hard to try to convince us that that was nothing. That's just what Egyptian military planes do. Fly around the skies in the middle of Provo when Charlie Kirk is being assassinated. Well, it turns out maybe these planes might be the key to everything, not nothing. Welcome back to Candace. I feel like I have to ask this question on behalf of the entire world. What the hell is going on at Turning Point USA? What's going on? I want to know what is happening over there in Arizona. Who is in charge exactly? Who is making the decisions? Who is calling the shots on all of these terrible and extremely obvious PR moves? Just, I think we all deserve to at least know what's going on. It feels like this company is going to turn into Enron, right? Amazing, and then just plummet overnight. I have just, the lack of transparency, and also, ironically, the transparency of the things that they are doing, you can't make this up. They are just so obvious, so obviously trying to hide something. Before we get into their frankly bizarre late night tweets and ultimatum, I wanted to update you guys and let you know that Cam Higbee, remember that weird propagandist reporter who goes to the Pentagon press secretary and is like, don't laugh, okay, right, don't laugh, and then proceeds to ask if they heard about France's assassination attempt on my life, which I also said that France was on the ground on the day that Charlie was assassinated. Yeah, this Cam Higbee, take a listen. As well.
Yeah. So, this is my first question, and don't laugh. Does the DOW have any evidence at all of a French military plot to assassinate Candace Owens?
That is an interesting question. Not that I'm aware of, but, you know, interesting question. I can try to find out and maybe let you know. I think that might be more of a law enforcement matter, though.
So, I brought that up because it was just so, propagandist, so in our faces. I obviously did not think that this was going to lead back to Turning Point USA, but little did I know that we can add Cam Higbee onto our list of brand new. You know, everyone was just so brand new on that day. Everyone was so brand new leading up to Charlie's assassination. Well, Cam Higbee is on the payroll of Turning Point USA beginning in August of this year. So in theory, Cam Higbee, who was laughing off the idea of an assassination attempt, is being paid by the very organization that just had its leader assassinated in broad daylight in front of the entire world. I find that to be interesting. Who directed him to ask that question? I'm just asking questions. But first, after my episode yesterday, I expected, call me crazy, I expected that Turning Point would reach out to me via text, via email, that they would instantly follow up with their long diatribe and to be sincere and say, okay, here are some dates and some times. When would you like to make this happen? We're going to set up this great debate. Rather, instead of hearing anything from Turning Point, I heard from Skylar, my executive producer, this morning via text, which I'm going to show you, that I was somehow already 9 hours into...
Baby daddy equals simp. Interesting. A young woman is saying that. Very interesting. Shout out to Cassian. Says, seeing beyond the arguments, misunderstanding, and mistakes is realizing perfection does not exist in relationships. Their beauty is in the efforts to stay united as a couple. Shout out to marriage politics. Again, 77% of black women have children out of wedlock by 24 years old. Black men have been left with very slim pickings for black men. Black women, I'm assuming saying, what about the disrespect black women give to the stepdaddy? Interesting. Shout out to High Quality Women, one of our very own initiates. She's had at least over a year with that purple badge. Shout out to you.
There you go.
Anton has a cute, privileged perspective. Anton has a cute, privileged perspective, I think she's saying. He speaks from an ideal utopian world that doesn't exist. Single moms need to pursue God, self-actualize, and get educated on how to peacefully coexist with men. Man, y'all are really supporting the channel right now, the platform. So shout out to NDBA going crazy. And that's no Dusty Bums Allowed, just in case you didn't know, okay, which I support. And shout out to big Bag Chasers, which I also support because I'm a bag chaser myself. Shout out to Silent Sniper says, well, since Yada believes that childless men should date women with kids, how about he addresses the lack of respect those women have for stepfathers? That damn accountability. Shout out to Chantel Jones, one of our lovely initiates, says, I really wish Harley Initiated would stop giving Anton a platform. His views are biased and based on his own experiences, non-compassionate, not considering human error and redemption, and erroneous as you know what. Shout out to Practitioner Her, another one of the initiates. Ain't no debate if he gonna deflect like a man with concepts of a plan. Are you not entertained? Y'all are going nuts.
Make sure we go over 10 because it's going crazy.
It's all over 10.
Wow.
Shout out to Zeta. We have to increase it.
We're gonna have to.
Shout out to Zeta's Nintendo. These women choose those men when they see red flags. They say that's her fault. All of us men get blamed for actions of those few guys. They open their legs, no protection. She chose to be pregnant, free will. Shout out to AR Smith. That boy Yada throwing the Hail Mary. I'm gonna do two more. Shout out to Word Customs. Always using extreme to move goalposts. How many of us know women who purposely got pregnant by a bad guy who ain't want a baby and think she can change him, then want to be victim? Nope. Accountability. Last one, guys, from Initiate. Shout out to this thing glitching. Shout out to Erica Denise. Ryan, your face is so intense when you're listening to the responses. You be so into it. I am into it. This is riveting.
And I'm gonna tell you something. One thing about Harley Initiative, we're not gonna lean away from no tough conversations. In fact, I want to make sure our platform is the platform to galvanize and bring together the brothers so we can have the toughest platforms. I actually want to thank both of you brothers for coming from different sides of the world, different places, and sitting here together as men and having these conversations, bringing all of our followers, our listeners into one environment and having hard conversations. Because I believe, honestly, if we did this at home in our families, had the hard conversations in our own kitchens and dining rooms, we'll probably be in a better situation as it is. So if we ain't doing it in the dining rooms of your house, we're gonna do it in the dining room of the damn Harley Initiative Studios. So this is where we at right now. We're moving into round 4 of the conversation, and we're about to get it. We got Yada in the building. Absolutely. And we also got my brother Anton in here. And let's go ahead and get into round 4. This one here is a this one here also trigger. This whole conversation is a trigger one, to be honest with you. Because we had a situation a few episodes ago. I had my brother Anthony O'Neill on. I had my brother Wall Street Trapper on. There was a sister who claimed that brothers over 40 and single were actually red flags. The interesting thing is, a lot of the culture actually says the same about the ladies. We didn't talk about the ladies, but I want to bring that here to this conversation. Because who we started with last? Did we start my man Yada last round?
We started with Anton and ended with Yada last round.
So we're going back to Anton. Because here we go, Anton. Would you say it is a red flag if a woman is, let's say, 35 plus and single? Is that a red flag?
I don't think that that's a red flag. I don't think that a lot of things that society and the culture says is red flags is a red flag. I don't think that a woman that don't have children by 40 is a red flag. Right? I just think that, again, I don't think that we're a monolith. I think that everybody is different. Their circumstances determine what their decisions are going to be and then ultimately what their outcomes are. A woman that's over 35 and single, that's it? No, I don't think that that's a red flag at all. I mean, if she's single with children, then I think that that's a red flag, because then you have to start adding context. Well, why do you break up with the person that you was with? And how many children do you have? And how many different baby fathers do you have? And all of that. But a woman that's 35 and single, she could have just been intentional, right? She could have just been focused on, you know, her career, or, you know, taking care of somebody that was at home, or, you know, a lot of times it's a lot of men and women that are playing son husband or son, you know, wife to parents that then had children to take care of them, which was selfish on the parents' part. But that woman could be responsible for that parent in that way, and she could have taken on that burden, which is not her fault, and she shouldn't have to take on that burden. But I think that it's nuance and it's context. So I don't personally look at a woman over 35 that's single, and that's just the criteria alone as a red flag. And let me also say this before you go. I think that we all have red flags.
Right.
Some of them bigger than others, right? Some of us have some things that we have to work on. It's a lifetime of work that we're doing, and we're evolving as we go. You're not going to be the same person at 20 as you were at 30. You're going to be a different person at 40 than you were, you know, at 30, and so on and so forth. And so I think that everybody has red flags, green flags, and so on. The conversation I think that we miss is, what are you willing to live with and work with? Because we're looking for this ideal person. We'll say, okay, well, they have to make this amount of money, or they have to be this far in their career, or they have to be a Greek, or they have to be in a fraternity or a sorority, and all of these different criteria. But we're not looking at the thing that you're willing to work through, because the thing that determines whether or not you're going to stay together is the problems, not the things that you like about the person. The things that you're willing to endure through when they're growing and evolving past that point. Even when it comes to financially, again, I spoke a lot on younger people, 20, 21, 22 years old. You may be looking at a guy that has all of the things that you want in life financially, and he may be 30, 40, right? He may be 40, 50. then you don't want to endure with this guy that ultimately is going to get there. He has your best interest at heart. He has better character. He actually believes in God, right? And we see a lot of women walk away from that for the glitz and the glam and for the highlights. You see what I'm saying? So I don't think that that's a red flag on him. I just think that that's a growth opportunity, but she don't want to be with that guy. Because the culture that we live in is saying to go with the guy that got all the money instead of going with the guy that actually has the better interest in you that ultimately is going to translate to the best situation for the both of you. So I don't look at a woman over 35 alone as just a red flag. I don't do that.
Yada, what's your thoughts on that question, brother?
I agree completely with the brother. The only thing that I disagree with is him saying if the woman is over the age of 35 with children. You know, some women have given men their youth and been married 20 plus years, and the relationship just didn't work, and they parted ways, some peacefully, some toxic. But I believe that woman is in a place of healing. So I think all women, regardless of their age, if they're single and working on themselves, I don't see that's a red flag. And like my brother said, I believe that we all have red flags, and we should really get with people that can deal with that red flag.
There you have it. Honestly, man, you know, again, I think a lot of overlay and overlap. And it's interesting because I know you brothers very well as far as your content and what you speak about. And although you guys have a lot of differences, there is a lot of overlap in your perspective, which is very interesting. But that's why I'm happy that we was able to get some nuance here in this conversation. What I actually want to do here, because we always like to get
before you end, I want to say this to Antoine, brother. Thank you.
No, thank you
for coming here, man, and being respectful. You're a funny guy. you're a funny guy, but man, you came here, man. Your brother's very intelligent. You articulated yourself very well, man. I'm blessed to have you as my brother, even though I might not agree with everything. I am blessed to have you as my brother, and this is my little brother, man.
No, but let me also say that I do appreciate him, right? I do appreciate you, and that I actually see value. Of course, we don't, acknowledge the stuff that we do, right? But I see value in engaging in conversations, respectful dialogue with people that may have a difference of opinion. And I think that a lot of times people want to see people in an echo chamber, but I don't think that there's any growth in that, because there are some things that he said that I'm going to take into consideration and evaluate and say, you know what? Did he have something there that I kind of overlooked? And so I see value in you. I see value in your conversation. I think that you are a blessing to the culture, especially as an example of how it is that you guide over your family. And so I have a lot of respect for you, even though we may disagree and we're gonna have some dialogue. We entertaining for the people and stuff, but I do respect you and I do have a lot.
Hey, I have to add this too. I watched a few videos last night of this brother. I have to say, this is the first time I've seen this brother so respectful, and I believe. hold on. But I believe that it is because he was also given respect.
Absolutely, and that's a fact. And I also believe it has something to do with it's just some kind of Holy Spirit. It's the Holy Spirit. It's only in this studio. So it's something about the studio that does that. But I appreciate y'all coming. In fact, we're not done. Y'all listen. I understand we get the closing statements going. If you're familiar with Hardly Initiated, you know we always get the family involved in the conversation. But I understand that this was a passionate conversation, and you're gonna come up here and try to give me your narrative and life story. So I'm gonna challenge you, because I'm gonna want the family to be brief and brilliant. Please, Lionel, go ahead and drop the link in the chat for people to come backstage.
Link in the chat and link in the description right now.
What we're gonna do, I'm gonna only give you 30 seconds, all right? So we're gonna make this fun. 30 seconds. I wanna hear who you think won tonight and why. Okay, and what I'm gonna do, just so we can spread it out, we're gonna bring a few ladies up, we're gonna bring a few guys up. So I want you to come backstage and let us know what your thoughts on this.
And wait to see if I go viral. Charlie Kirk, I'm history for now. Yeah. King Von, I'm history now. Yeah.
That's why a lot of people beef and everything with certain people to try to attach their name. Like, you got like the underground artist, you going up in the city. He really don't got beef with bro, but he gonna say fuck him.
So what happened? I get that light. I get the same light. I get to stand in that big bright light with Kentrell. Most people, when Kentrell go off and don't say nothing, they can't keep the light. I got ways to keep the light. I go viral again a week for the next one.
So you're not worried about being disliked by NBA YoungBoy?
No. I showed up. I showed up with a plan.
Right.
To play a villain, not to be liked.
I can respect that.
Because I sat back and saw everybody who once was loved by black people end up not being liked. So I came to play reverse psychology. I'm a likable guy in real life.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm gonna come make you not like me, because I'm a likable guy in real life. Most people are not likable in real life, but they're on the internet.
That's
I come to do the opposite.
Yeah.
So I come to play a villain, because everybody else trying to play hero.
Facts.
I come to play a villain. I'm not a villain in real life. So I come on earth not to be liked. I come to get monetized playing a villain.
Right.
Character. So I don't have a script. I don't have a standard operating procedure for the character. I'm learning on the job.
Same with me. I feel you.
So I'm creating a new job on the internet, a villain character, because everybody else want to be liked.
I understand you a lot, and then when people tell me, well, he said this, he said that,
I don't mean it.
That too, and I say, listen, man, y'all not from the South, so y'all don't understand that it's 1,000 goddamn Charleston whites. They just ain't on camera. It's men who will literally say the same shit, drinking beer on the porch or outside, sitting in chairs with their older friends, saying the same shit he's saying. But y'all saying he wrong, and I'm like, shit, if my dad wrong, my goddamn drunk uncle over there wrong too, then. Because they saying the same shit he's saying.
Homie, they saying it. They just not saying it on camera.
Yeah, exactly.
They saying it, they're not saying it on camera.
For sure. Everybody's afraid of backlash. And one thing I can say about you is, don't get me wrong, backlash can hurt your pockets. It can hurt family. You went through things that you probably never seen.
It hurt my pockets. It hurt my family.
Yeah.
It hurt me a lot, nigga. But it only hurt me to elevate me.
So you're never going to stop.
I'm never going to stop. Why would I fix something that's not broken?
And it doesn't seem like you're afraid of death either.
I'm not. Because why would I be afraid of death when what the death that y'all want to come to me is going to be an evil death? Y'all want somebody to kill me from what I done said.
Right.
What have you said to your wife? What have you said to your neighbor? Have hurt them? Should you be killed for what you done said? So y'all want me to be hurt for what I done said? So I learned to prayer as a kid. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil. The things that I'm disrespecting and speaking against, I think and believe in evil. So why should I fear death from evil? I speak against gangbangers, street niggas. Y'all dance and celebrate to evil. I speak against evil. No matter what you're saying, I speak against evil.
So a lot of people think that, I see it the way you see it, because I see it the same way. You're a brilliant man. Like, they'll be like, okay, Charleston, you really are a fan of NBA YoungBoy.
Big fan.
But you will speak out against him at the same time.
So let me say that. I met one of the NBA juvenile workers on the internet and developed a bond with him on the phone. He was like 15, 16. He became a fan of me early on when I became on the internet.
NBA YoungBoy
himself. I got wind of that. He put my name in that song. My bond for him was already established before he done that. That's why I target him. Like in school, in elementary. The girl that's mean to you like you.
Yeah.
She don't know how to say she like you.
Right.
I've been working with these kind of kids. I know exactly what I'm doing. Long before I came to the internet, I had a partner that spent 30 years in prison for a murder he committed 12 years old. He and I was in the juvenile system together. Based off what we learned in the juvenile system, we created a 16-week curriculum, a youth curriculum called a Street Life Cycle. Right. We developed a youth facilitated hand manual to teach juvenile officers, school teachers, mentors, parents, how to work with today's kids that have a value system and a belief system that derive from hip-hop culture. Right? Nigga, I would say this program was highly recommended to all 254 counties throughout the state of Texas. This program was developed with the basis and foundation of the lyrics of music. That's where we get our belief system from. Right? So I learned that from this. The fastest way to bond with a kid is find out who their favorite rapper is. If you can sing along to it, recite some lyrics, that kid will bond with you. Their parents don't know. Cut that shit out of it. So that's why you see so many kids and adults who listen to the same music. They're all connected. We're not connected to our kids. Our kids are connected to their peers and their idols when they put on the walls and on their phone. I had a target audience. I wasn't looking for a fan base. See, fans like you now, but don't like you later when you do something. You get accused of something. Right. They once loved R. Kelly, now they hate. They once loved Diddy, now they hate. So I never came for the likes because I know black people don't like nothing consistently nor long. But right. Whitney Houston, Michael Jackson, we done turned on everything we once liked and claimed we love.
Right.
So I didn't come for that. I want to be effective, my nigga. So I came understanding numbers, statistics, qualitative, quantitative data, information. I came to target an audience. So I have a target audience. I had to break that target audience down, but I didn't have the skills nor a team to know how to do the analytics. It wasn't until I came to social media that I was able to perfect this plan, because now I have analytics. See, y'all looking at likes and views, I go look at analytics. Mom was stuck on views, I was looking at 100 million impressions, 24 million watch hours. So I was saying, man, 50,000 people is watching this long. I don't need 1 million people to watch a 10-minute video. I got people watching me from the time I come on to the time I cut off. Nobody else on the internet was doing it. So once I was able to get my target audience and receive the information of analytical data, you got people from 13 to 65 plus watching you. That's a broad audience. Most people don't have such a broad audience. 13 to 60, that's what YouTube showed me. These motherfuckers are watching you at these times, during these hours. I'm not gonna win with this knowledge, this information, with a plan. So people, I mean, this on there. That's why I'm hypocritical. That's why I'm never saying. I'm not on here to deliver a message. I'm not on here to uplift. I'm on here to entertain, because I was entertained on Facebook for free until they start implementing things called professional dashboard, creator tools.
Right.
Y'all was reading comments and looking at people's videos. I'm over here in the YouTube creator studio. I'm in the dashboard. That's why I'm so good at this shit. So people think they know me. I showed up to do exactly what I'm doing, nigga. And I told people before I got here that I was gonna be the Denzel Washington of the internet.
You know what I strongly believe? I actually believe you're smarter than what you present on the internet because I am.
I play dumb so I can fit in. All my life, I couldn't play football to make the football team. I play dumb to fit in with the tough bad guy and the dumb kid who everybody's scared of.
You know what's something that I realized too? That I think we got wrong. I think we got the definition of genius wrong. Let me explain. I feel like a person who's a genius is a person who's extremely great at something. They apply their genius to that. We apply genius to how good you do in a Rockefeller white man created system. When really, LeBron is a fucking genius. The way he thinks about basketball. You are a genius the way you think about content.
I've been in every system that the white man has, and I've never lost to the white man. I've been in his jail system and have no felony convictions. No felony convictions. I've never been to his prison system. Never. I've never lost to the white man, and I've been in trouble with the law. No felony conviction.
Probably do it out of necessity, and then there are those who are corrupt just out of pure greed. And you may find, remember Jackie Sinem was a senior, paid handsomely, but because 1.5 million a year. Yeah, pure greed. That was just pure greed. However, those that do it out of necessity, not justifying it, but it's there. So I think it's a bit of both. You know, like there are those who do it out of necessity, as fucked up as it is. You know, to be corrupt, to take a bribe. But I think they're not paid enough to answer.
I don't know what you're looking at, FHX, but I'm interested in the number of cops that are either going to trial or that are arrested. You know, all of those small dynamics, what's happening there. It'll give us a sense of really how deep is this problem that we're facing of cops that are equally criminals.
No, but it's a civil servants issue, it's not just cops. You know what I'm saying? Because our country is going to the right way. I was saying this the other day. We contribute to the problem because when I give you that traffic cop 100 rand for your convenience, so that you don't have to deal with whatever it is, it's contributed to that.
So you've done it.
Yes.
So when was the last time? This morning.
You know, when you don't want to queue at the traffic whatever, and then you have to pay somebody, you know, to skip the.
Can we do that too?
I don't do that all the time.
You can just give when you go to a traffic department. There's guys who will run for you. Who've got a connection.
Exactly. All that stuff like that. So I think it's a civil servant issue. It's not just a cops issue because if you go into the medical field, you'll find that there are also some corrupt, you know, people who work there who misuse funds, who hire cousins and all of that stuff. Yeah.
Oh no, there's not good. There's a there's a funny story of a cop. He's also in trouble, so there was a cover-up. They said there was a break-in or whatever it is. Oh, turns out he brought a sex worker home, and then she cleaned him out. Gun, laptop, phones. And now the Lushaba is the surname, and there was a cover-up, and now him and the guys who helped him are arrested. And I'm like, damn, bro,
that's crazy.
Yeah, in his home.
What do you have for us?
To answer Saul's question at first, you asked how much do parliament members get? Approximately the basic salary is about 1,275,000.
It's 100K a month.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. And then you'll still find something.
And then a cabinet minister earns approximately 2.6 million. Approximately that amount.
It's a lot of cash.
And that's excluding the other, you know, streams of income like speaking fees when they speak in this, you know, whatever. So
and all the perks,
all the perks,
and the free drivers and
cars,
and house and
so sometimes money doesn't deter people from not being.
I think as South Africans we know that. We've seen that. That it's not the thievery or theft that happens has little to do with poverty. Poverty plays a role in certain sectors of our society. However, at that level, you can't say I stole because I'm poor. Because part of this case is that they asked for 1,000 rands bail when they were given bail. And the highest is most senior in this group of people, particularly Lieutenant General Dusan Kumalo. He earns 1,220, 1.2 million. Not a month. Surely he should be able to afford the 10,000 rands bail. And if you know the law, you get that money back if you are found not guilty. Salaries, policemen?
Okay, before
Cool. Yeah. How much is the loan?
200,000 a year.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
It's
You
school
see?
fees in jail.
You see?
That's not. Yeah, that's. Yeah.
But does that justify the behavior though? Because here's the thing.
No. That's how I started.
Never.
Gentlemen, have you ever watched these shows on Moja Life, right? Where you hear people saying, I went to the police station, they told me go to Moja Life, go to X report. And you wonder what are the police doing? But now when there might be an argument there, these people are fed up, they're not getting much.
But it also has to be mentioned that South African police are one of the most traumatized policemen in the world. They are one of the most overworked policemen. They're exposed to so much nonsense of us doing all sorts of stuff because they're policing a country that is arguably one of the most violent countries in the world without a war. And that's what they deal with as well. It's easy to dismiss them as do your work, but some of them, they are physically and mentally incapable of executing their job. You remember the reason why Dudu took leave?
But now if you're a brigadier or you're a constable, commissioner in a police station,
that's why
you not embarrassed because I'm assuming you are getting paid well. I'm assuming you are not in the streets, right? Aren't you ashamed when you hear that your station is on TV and somebody's saying, I went to that police station and I was told, no, go to X-ray or go to Moja
Justice. It's a reality show.
Does it show that I stumbled upon? I posted the thing. They went to a police station with this guy who raped his own.
Shouldn't there be a case, a more serious charges, similar to the doctor who didn't inform the parents that the child is going to come out disabled? Who's going to be held responsible for the deaths? Like if a doctor operates on me and then due to negligence, okay, I was not indemnity for, but sometimes due to negligence and they kill you, you can pursue criminally, all right? And so I think there's that as well. But with this, I feel like he'll never pay back the money because he's got the resources. We're gonna fight it in court. They're gonna go to court, and it's gonna be years down the line. Still the process, and so I really feel like it's a move in the right direction, but I don't think it's gonna yield that desired result.
It's investigations are always about recovering the money, and they're saying let's get the money, let's get some money back, and I say let's get profit back. From the project, he had only done 63% of the project, 292 million rands. You calculate the profit, give or take 20%, 30%, he probably made 53 million rands in profit. That is the amount of money he made. But he didn't finish the project. Therein lies the issue. Because if he didn't finish, remember, it's a tender. The tender must be done and complete, and then we regard it as a badly done tender. And that's when we start calculating the profit. But if you were given 200 million rands, you didn't spend all of it on the actual project, and now they want profit back. In my opinion, they should be getting the whole money back because the work wasn't done properly.
Why was he paid the entire money if
don't ask
before
me.
the project was even
Don't
done?
ask
Like,
me.
how does it work?
Don't ask me, Shane. Why was he paid the entire money? Or Phil, rather. Phil, why was he paid the entire money?
Well, I wouldn't know, but here's my thing though. I think the pertinent question is, why is this not a criminal case and it's a commercial case? Why are they trying to recoup the money instead of actually, charging you criminally? Because I believe that we're the only country in the world where somebody could be liable for 23 deaths. And it's okay, we're just gonna get millions from him and we move on as if like nothing. There's nothing wrong with that. I think morally, I don't know, but for me, I'm just thinking, okay, I see the numbers, the millions, but I think, I'm not talking about 23 families have lost their loved ones, and this man is not in jail or held accountable in any way.
Let me defend them slightly and say SAU is about getting the money.
Yeah. have a negative impact on that?
I think they're doing something about it. We just don't hear the entire story. The way our media reports these things, the sensation is in the looking, finding, and then it's gone. And then it's no longer front page, it's third page, fourth page, it's no longer leading story. However, you're right in saying that not all the cases end up where they're supposed to end up, and we end up not hearing exactly what could have happened.
There are so many. They took Terry Petro's house eventually. Because remember, she was implicated.
We saw how that ended.
How did it end?
Yeah, they took the house.
Oh, okay. Tula Cindy, they paid the monies.
Oh. And Arthur has been on that trip.
We don't know that other story. Where did that end?
Exactly. You see, that's the point that I was trying to make, that now to the public it looks like, oh, but they're not doing anything. Look at, they keep on telling us these people are doing this, but hey, their lives continue just as everybody else. So what's the point?
And we forget very quickly.
Yeah, the news cycle, that's the thing, you know, like there's always something happening. And like you said, sometimes the things are continuing behind the scenes. But I don't know why a lot of journalists don't go, hey, you remember this story, and bring it up, because we always forget there's always something happening.
Here's something that's happening. You guys spoke about it last week.
Yeah.
Floyd Chibok.
Legends.
There's an update. Last week it didn't have a name, this thing that he's doing.
The
consultation. Exactly.
Process, yeah.
You only finished. Well, it's called My Boogie.
Yeah.
It's clearly borrowing from the old tradition of freedom fighting and all of that. In Africa, in this room, can we say together, we'll be accused of supporting him. See, that's the problem. It's always that if you're wearing blue, you're accused of supporting the DA.
True.
If you're wearing yellow,
who's yellow?
Your Sundowns. Come on, get your things right.
And well done, by the way.
It felt, I can understand when you say like this feels like it should have been there over time in history, like it's already like this is supposed to land there, you know?
That's what it feels like. It really does.
It was cool, man. I walked into the green. It was just crazy. There's like that big snake is like there's like a snake in the table.
Yeah.
And then they had Ron White is sitting there, you know, and then Tom Segura was in there. Dave Attell was in there. Louis Katz. Crazy. Ian, I don't know Ian's last name, but it was, yeah, dude, it was awesome, man. And just to see it come to fruition, that was, I think that's the thing that was really exciting. It was like, wow, like if somebody does something and they're really focused on it, that they can make something real.
You can actually make something happen.
Yeah.
And I've never done that before. This is the first time I've ever done that.
It was, yeah, I think it was inspiring, probably in ways I don't even realize, because sometimes you get inspired and then it like just hits you later, you know, but it was awesome, man. Thank you. It was cool.
My pleasure.
Yeah, you did. I mean, you guys are making it happen.
Yeah, great. It is. Yeah, it's, but it, you know, I always kind of knew you could do something like that, but actually doing it, and actually watching it take place, and doing it like relatively low stress. It's relatively low stress. Like it's, you know, except for a few issues that you have to deal with at the club, it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
You know?
And you don't have food, right?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Oh.
Fuck food.
There's, all the condiments and all of that just stains everything and gets on everything, I feel like.
Not only that, you get roaches and all kinds of other shit.
Roaches love ketchup, I bet.
Do they? Everybody loves ketchup.
Yeah.
I like ketchup on hot dogs.
Oh, dude, I bet if you could really get it out of a roach, if you fucking tickled him hard enough, he'd tell you he liked it.
I like relish.
Relish is my favorite.
Yeah, but we got food next door on both sides of us.
Yeah, they got everything.
Shitty Mexican food and shitty pizza.
Yeah. Just what comics deserve, too.
We got some good pizza last night, though. They got some good. I'm not eating it, but Attell got something from some high-end pizza place. Hoboken something, pizza something.
He's the funniest, man. Yeah, they had a lot of ghost stuff. Like, I grew up in Louisiana, right? And so ghosts and stuff was a big part of the history, you know, especially in the South. You know, I think...
what do you think a ghost is?
A ghost? Probably just some busybody that just didn't get all their stuff done.
Ooh, they were lazy when they were alive, so they hang around after life. You know what it's like? It's like those dudes who would hang around the high school after they already graduated. Like, what are you doing, loser?
Yeah, look at this ghost over here.
Yeah, look at this ghost.
Oh, they had a dude who would bring, like, who was always dating, like, an underage chick, and he'd come and, like, hand the McDonald's over the fence at our school.
Oh, God.
But
How old was he?
Oh, everybody thought he was damn Prince Charles. Everybody thought he was, like, the luckiest guy in the world. But he was older. He just, like, was an adult and...
Like a 20-year-old adult or like a 30-year-old adult? It gets exponentially creepier, right? Like, if you just graduated and you're 18 and your girlfriend is 17, that shit is completely normal.
Yeah.
You know, but if you're 19 and she's 17, people start to look a little sideways. That extra 12 months makes a big difference. If you're 20 and she's 17,
people will get very upset with you, even in places where it's legal, where it is legal in a few places, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, and if you are 35 and she's 17, you can't be a comedian anymore. I'll tell you that.
Are you sure?
I don't know. Who knows? I mean, who knows? I don't know.
But it's weird, like what's legal versus what's okay. Like it really depends on men, right? Because with men, like if a 17-year-old boy, if some 40-year-old lady fucks a 17-year-old boy, I'm like, all right, dude, how was it?
Yeah.
Is she crazy? What's going on? If she's hot and he's not coerced and drugged, who cares? But if a 40-year-old man is banging a 17-year-old girl, I get very upset.
Yep.
Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm.
It's a very different standard for men and women.
Well, now I think a lot of women can be they can manipulate men too.
Oh, of course they can. They've always been able to do
right,
that.
but that never really kind of gets brought into context. Like a lot of older teacher women, they can manipulate a young fella.
Oh, they're getting busted all the time.
Yeah.
They're always getting busted. But they get this. They get, don't do that again. Hey, stop blowing kids.
Yeah.
That's what they get. They get a little slap on the wrist. They don't go to jail. They go to jail for blowing kids. No.
You think they don't?
No, I think they have like a little fucking trial and everything. They go, hey, get out of here. Just go. Crazy dick sucker.
Yeah, we're going to get you an Uber. You need to go home.
Unless she's trying to get the 17-year-old to impregnate her. Then you need to go to jail, you freaky bitch.
Yeah, I think
Ruin some 17-year-old's life.
With a kid, yeah.
Well, not just a kid with you. You know, he doesn't know what's going on. He's just trying to bust a nut. Then all of a sudden he has the responsibility of raising a child, and you're making him get a job, and he's got to fucking pay bills. And, what about his future?
He's going to fail science, I know that.
Why?
Just because he's not going to be able to do it all. He's not going to be able to have the job and get to school and do it all and take care of the kid. I don't think a child, you know.
Well, good news is it takes 9 months for the kid to come out. So you have 9 months of prep time when you get your shit together.
Do a lot of men, you think, use that time to really grow up, and you think that's why God made it that long of a time period?
I do not think God had men in mind when he was doing that. No. If there is a God, I think they just wanted to make sure that the baby's a complicated organ, or complicated organism. Very complicated. More complicated than any other child of any other animal that's ever been born. Human babies are the weirdest.
Really?
Yeah, that's why they come out so vulnerable. Every other animal comes out and they can move around. For the most part. Although I did see a deer just a couple of days ago on my street. I was going for a walk, and the mama's deer bounced off a little, and I saw this little tiny baby deer squatted down and laid down in the grass, because that's what they do when they're really, really young, because they can't run away from anything. So their best strategy is to kind of blend in and hide. That's why they have those white dots all over their body. The white dots, like say if they're in grass, the white dots obscure their shape. So predators might not see. And I think there's something about their smell. Google that. We finally have internet again. Google what is the smell of newborn fawns, because I think there's like some strategy that nature has with their smell. Yeah, the baby deer has no scent, so predators that may depend on their sense of smell have difficulty finding the young deer. The mother, always close at hand, tends to circle back towards where her baby lies to get the attention of the predator. Yeah, that's what they did with us. So
they're like that deer. They're like that.
Oh, it's false. It says it's false. Well, this one's. Where the fuck is the first one from? The Henderson State University. What a shit fucking university. No, go to the top. Is that where it's from? That's it. What a fucking. Hey, I got my fucking degree from Henderson. Dan Henderson. He's his principal. I asked him what baby deer smell like. He goes, what are you, a fucking douchebag? Smelling deers? This is false. Fucking pop up for a fucking outdoor tactical backpack. This is false. Their unique scent is how their mothers identify them. In fact, they urinate on their tarsal glands daily, even when just a few days old.
Oh, they're freaks, man.
Pissing on themselves. Going crazy. Elk piss on themselves when they're horny.
Really?
Yeah, their dick is hard, and their dick flops up and down when they scream. Their dick flops, and they start pissing all over themselves. They piss all over themselves.
I've never been that.
This guy.
I've never been that horny.
This guy's horny as fuck. And he's a young fella. That's not a big elk. Even though they're big, because they're all big. But that is like a smaller elk. That's like a 300-inch elk, if I had to guess. Cam Haynes might correct me. Look at this big fella. He's scratching on the ground, and he's trying to get his scent everywhere.
He's got that limb on him, huh?
But he's just flopping around. He's pissing all over himself. And then he's laying around. And they want to fuck so bad.
That's Joe's juice right there. That thing is serving, huh?
You know what's crazy about them? They're only horny like that for like a month.
Yeah, thank God, dude. They would ruin a schoolyard. I mean, that thing.
They do ruin a schoolyard.
If they ran onto a schoolyard.
If they're horny and people get stupid, take a selfie. They get fucking speared. Like a 700-pound super athlete.
I hate having that much wiener, I feel like.
Really? You don't know until you have it. You just have to find the right gals.
No, I don't think so. You think so?
I feel... No. Don't show me this. Don't show me this.
Yeah, I think this one was okay. This actually wasn't the one I was looking for.
Oh, you crazy bitch. Get the fuck away from that thing. Jesus Christ.
The device kind of attacked, but it didn't keep attacking.
Why are people so goddamn stupid for the gram? You know how many people have died taking selfies? I saw this video the other day on Instagram. This lady who died taking a selfie on the side of a cliff.
And can you imagine too because you know what's going on. There's a moment where you realize, oh, I'm taking a selfie and I'm gonna die.
No, I don't think they realize it until it's too late.
She was posing for a picture here, and the bison sort of just said, "Get the fuck away from me."
Yeah, he just gave her a little of that, like, ay. Look at her. She's still uncoordinated.
Yeah, she
with
was
her stupid backpack filled with fucking Capri Suns. It's falling down. Oh, don't. Fucking potato chips in her backpack and shit.
Oh, dude, I saw a monkey and a young black woman fight over a bag of chips. There's a bunch of those.
Monkeys will steal your shit.
Cambodia, yeah.
They will steal your shit. They will run up on your table and steal your food right off your plate. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Give me that sandwich. And they just run off with it.
They don't care, man.
They don't care. Did you hear about, was it India where the monkeys started jacking puppies? In India, a dog killed a monkey, so these monkeys went on a rampage and started chucking puppies off roofs.
Oh.
They would carry puppies to the top of roofs and fucking chuck them off the roofs.
Like a Maltese.
Yeah, monkeys blamed for hundreds of puppy deaths captured in India. So they bring them up to the top of a fucking building and throw them. Villagers claim animals were carrying out revenge killings after dogs killed an infant monkey. Speaking of which, have you seen what's going on with orcas? So a female orca, the matriarch, the head of this female orca pack. The head of the orca
When you say
pack,
orcas, what are you talking about?
Killer whales.
Oh, damn. All right.
That's orca.
Oh, God.
So they started sinking boats, and they're teaching each other how to sink boats. Apparently, this boat fucked up one of these orcas. Because sometimes what happens is something will go wrong and a propeller will hit. They've happened all the time with sharks. It's happened with whales. Propellers will fuck up a dolphin.
Oh, yeah. My friend Dave got pushed off a boat and he got hit by it. When we went over him, he got pushed off the front.
Oh, jeez.
And it fucking hit him.
Where did it hit him?
I'm not sure. He wasn't that great to start off with, but it didn't help him. I don't think it harmed him much. You know, it's like,
it helps some people. Some people get whacked and it helps them.
It helps them.
You know, Kinnison and Roseanne are my two favorite examples. They both get hit by cars. Wildest people I know. Well, I don't know Kinnison, but I know Roseanne real well. She got hit by a fucking car when she was 15. Bad. She was in a mental institution for 9 months afterwards.
That's wild.
She was a straight A student. She couldn't count afterwards. She couldn't do math. Couldn't do anything.
That's unreal.
She got the lady. There was she was driving towards the sun, and the lady couldn't see. And Roseanne walked right into the street when she was 15 and got fucking clipped by a car from back then. You know, those big old fucking sleds.
Oh, this thing's vintage.
Caprice or something like that. Some giant fucking.
Those LTDs or whatever.
Yeah. Some big ass stupid fucking car just cracked her. So so there's an orca attack in Portugal. So they started doing this. They say the boat something hit us. So this is from 2021. But what I'm talking about is very recently.
I think that this was an article that was explaining it. This is an example of it, like the context.
So it's happening quite a bit off the Iberian coast. The Iberian orcas has taught at least 9 other whales to attack and destroy rudders.
Wow. So it's like a Middle Eastern thing?
I just think it's a thing with a particular area where the orcas in a particular area have had problems with people.
I see.
And so they've decided to let them know who the fuck is the boss.
Take action.
Yeah, they're fucking up people's boats.
It's hard to tell what's happening in the video, but they explain.
Bro, I'd bring fish. I'd be like, I'm not that dude, I'm your friend.
Yeah.
Here's a mackerel.
Here's a mackerel. Here's a can of tuna. I would bring them.
Yeah, but they might be a little upset about the can.
I'd put it on a plate. I'd plate it for them.
I don't think they like plates either.
Oh, that's a good point.
Actual full mackerel's the way to go. You know, tuna's just for us.
Finance,
elections or like who's overseeing them, what the criteria is. We really should. We should demand transparency in this process. Also, they left Candace off. They left Candace off this year, and she's the #1 podcast. She's put in work. But I did want to say on the theme of public figures and politicians humiliating themselves, man. This administration, it is just so the timing of this, Rob, could not be better, right? And I do believe, if I've got this right, I think that this interview actually happened like the day before. But I don't know if you saw, there was this New York Post really damning expose on Kash Patel's FBI, which, you know, look. You know how it is, Rob, with these type of reports where you're getting, you know, insider information, often anonymous sources. You never know exactly how much credit to give it. The New York Post is not exactly a hostile paper toward the Trump administration. You know what I mean? It's not like, oh, this is MSNBC, whose goal is clearly to make Donald Trump look bad. But the picture they paint is something that does seem to be, you know, like just a really incompetent administration. And that Kash Patel, I don't know, did you see the thing about how he was waiting for an FBI jacket in Utah? Sorry, go ahead. Well, just explain it if you want to comment on it so people know.
Okay, so full transparency, I don't know that I fully absorbed the whole article, but I was cracking up over the jacket incident, which was essentially after the Charlie Kirk shooting, I believe it was. They take a plane out there, and he refuses to get off the plane until someone gives him one of those FBI Ray jackets because he wants to look cool, and it needs to be in the right size, it needs to be a medium, and they find him the jacket, and he refuses it because it doesn't also have like the side sleeves, so they make him.
And it was a ladies' jacket, evidently. They got it. Yeah. It had to be a medium, so they got it off one of their ladies.
And so they had to go get him the side sleeves, and I actually wondered if I was doing life wrong because I hear about a guy nervous about his jacket, and I'm like, how gay is this, dude? Just go do the job. Like, do you really? Is it? You know what I mean? That almost sounds like what was the pinky whatever? My references are wrong this morning. That sounds like an Inspector Clouseau type shit, where you can't do your job unless you've got the right outfit for the cameras. I just thought that it was so cartoonish that this hard-ass FBI guy refuses because he knows he's going to be in front of television cameras and has to make sure that he has his look right. And
yeah,
just speaks to the extent that this is all just television for these people.
Well, yes, it speaks to the theater of it all, and it's also just a hilarious, you know, like story that's very unflattering for Kash Patel. But there was also just like damning quotes in there about people who are like, this guy is really just like over his head, and that the whole department is just like being, you know, mismanaged.
I wish I could do a sketch of him yelling at his makeup crew. Just like Kash behind the scenes being followed around. I gotta look more like an American, bro. Gotta make it look more American.
Well, I mean, the thing is that the Trump administration, starting with Donald Trump, right? It comes all the way down from the top. And everybody knew this going into Donald Trump's first presidential campaign. But Donald Trump is the only president in the history of the United States of America, which is like, okay, not the oldest country in the world, but actually a pretty old country given, you know, if you want to consider that it's under the same current system, which it's not really. There's been several revolutions. We never admitted it. But the United States of America, in its entire history, never had a president who had no political or military experience. That's just never happened, right? Like George Washington, the first president, was a general in the army, and all the way down, everybody had at least political or military experience, right? Like I think Dwight D. Eisenhower had no political experience, but he was a 5-star general who led the Allies to victory in World War II. So like, okay, that's a pretty big deal. And Donald Trump's the first one ever who had none of that. Now this was something that they tried to knock him with in 2016, but the reason why that was completely ineffective is because Donald Trump was like, well, yeah, but I'm here to drain the whole swamp. You guys are all incompetent criminals, and so you all have the experience. And look, Hillary Clinton's had 30 years of experience, and what has she done in those 30 years? Nothing good. So what do you want? I'm a rich guy, I know how to run a company, and I don't need any of your money. So I'm outside of this system, and I'm here to drain the swamp. And so that was more than a good enough pitch to overcome. Like in the same sense, right, that someone like Douglas Murray could look at me and say, you're just a comedian who doesn't have like real experience. You don't have fancy degrees, and you haven't been on, you know, IDF embedded tours or whatever. And like there is, like, it's not that there's nothing reasonable to that. Like, yes, it is kind of ridiculous that this falls to me to be the one to, yes, it's kind of crazy that the comedian from Legion of Skanks is the one here doing it. But the fact is, Douglas Murray, you've been wrong about the last 7 major crises, and I've been right about them. And so you know what? Yeah, I'm actually here beating you now. However, the thing with Donald Trump is that what covered that up was I'm here to drain the swamp. But he's not. He's not even here to drain the swamp. And so what you just get is the incompetence without any of the good part. Like, and so this is, again, essentially, this is what we're seeing from the Justice Department, the FBI, the entire Trump administration. We liked the fact that you brought in outsiders like Kash Patel and Dan Bongino and Bobby Kennedy or any of this. Because, like, hey, if we're doing this to drain the swamp, if we're doing this to hold the COVID criminals accountable, hold the Russiagate criminals accountable, hold the Epstein criminals accountable, then fuck experience. Let's get some outsiders in there and give that a shot. But once we're not doing any of that, just get the inexperience. And so it's like a microcosm of the entire Trump administration. But dude, Rob, this video I just found so in the middle of all of this, right? As this was, again, it might have been the day before it was put out, but as this piece is being run in the Post, and as Trump's approval ratings are crashing, and as this Justice Department is just viewed as more and more of a joke, Dan Bongino takes to the air to give his defense of Kash Patel and Donald Trump's FBI, and it is to be seen to be believed. Let's watch it.
I gave up everything for this. You know, my wife is struggling and everything. I let Jim go. It's fine. I did this and I'm proud of it. But if you think we're there for tea and crumpets, well, I mean, Kash is there all day. We share it. Our offices are lit. He turns on the faucet. I hear it. He's there. He gets there like 6 o'clock in the morning. He doesn't leave till 7 at night. You know, I'm in there at 7:30 in the morning. He uses the gym. I work out my apartment. But I stare at these 4 walls all day in D.C. You know, by myself, divorced from my wife. Not divorced, but I mean separated. And it's hard. I mean, you know, we love each other. And it's hard to be apart. But you're doing some great work. You're straight out at the FBI, moving buildings. There's a lot of change. I just got one more thing. I gave up everything for this.
Okay, let's... All right, Rob, give me a second on this one. Shit. Dude, I apologize. I walk back all my criticism of this FBI. I mean, I was really mad that you guys were covering up for pedophiles. But I was just assuming you slept till noon. But now that I find out that Dan Bongino is getting to work at 7:30, Rob? Not 7:45. 7:30. And get this, he doesn't get to bring his wife with him. She does not get to go with him to his job where she's got to be at, Rob. Let me remind you one more time. 7:30 in the morning. Yeah, this guy wakes up in the morning, Rob, and he goes to a room where he's got to work all day. Kash Patel is putting in full days of work every day. Now, you might be saying to yourself, Rob, that sounds a lot like being an adult. That just sounds like you're describing what every single adult with a job does. Is that they divorce their wife. He used the word divorced and then corrected him and then used the word separated. And what he meant to say was that his wife doesn't come to work with him. I mean, I guess, I don't know. Rob, when I travel the country, I'm away from my wife quite a bit. I don't even have her in here with me right now. We're divorced from each other right now. She's up 2 floors above me right now. Separated, literally. We're separated by a floor, at least. 4.5. I mean, dude, just imagine this ever comes out of your mouth, Rob. Like, you're sitting there and you're defending your own FBI. By the way, think about it. You already know you're in trouble when you are defending the Trump Justice Department on Fox and Friends. Right? Like, you're not on Fox and Friends to take victory laps and talk about how great everything is. The best the host can do is go, you guys are moving buildings, you're doing things. Yeah, big things are happening. It's a completely friendly show. Everyone's there to just try to get you over. The audience is 75-year-old Republican. They just want to support whatever the Trump administration is doing. And yet you still have to be defending yourself because everyone's recognizing you for the joke that you are. And you start by the personal sacrifice that you've had to make. And that sacrifice includes getting to work at a reasonable hour. Well, I'm sorry, is 7:30 even that early to like be at the job? Like, I guess it's a little on the early side. Like, what are we even talking about here? And then the personal struggle. I mean, I'm not a victim here. I'm not a victim, but let me talk about all the sacrifices I've made. Dude, what are the fucking results? Like, it's just so insane. You guys ran on fucking releasing the Epstein files, then pivoted to there's no such thing, then pivoted back to releasing them, and you just did. You got caught lying 6 different times in this whole thing, and then you said that as Dan Bongino, you've been on a 4-year-long podcast tour talking about fucking Russiagate and all those criminals. Now you got a director of national intelligence who confirms it. You got the FBI director who also says it's true. Where are you on that? What are you doing when you go to work at 7:30 in the morning every day? All right, guys, let's take a moment and thank our sponsor for today's show, which is My Patriot Supply. This Christmas, I don't know, go ahead, Rob. I thought it was too crazy. I thought this was an AI video when I first saw it.
Well, if you're ever thinking about running for office again, just remember it's a lot better just talking shit online. I don't think I've ever seen a more broken man. Just, no, I'm working hard and my wife hates me and we're separated and here's other details about my life falling apart that I shouldn't say. No, actually, it's all good. We're still together, but I have to hear Kash Patel run a sink. That guy showers in it. He's Indian. I can't listen to this anymore.
I do remember, which I know I've brought this up before, but I thought this was like an interesting moment when Tucker said to me that he said to me that he had me on the show like right after the Douglas Murray debate, and he said to me, he goes, dude, Douglas Murray just ruined his career. And I corrected him, and I went, no, he didn't. I go, Douglas Murray ruined his reputation. It's a different thing. And I know you've made this point before that it's like, look, dude, like all these guys are getting government. There's something cushy waiting for them afterward if they play ball. And so what happened is that, you know, actually from our perspective, we may think like, oh, it's kind of cushy to be like a real popular podcaster. But like, actually there's much higher levels of cushiness, it turns out, than what me and you do. And so, in a sense, right, like, in the same way, Douglas Murray didn't ruin his career. Douglas Murray will have a career, and in fact, Douglas Murray will be making lots of money. I think we already know he's writing speeches for the Israeli government. I think he was getting USAID money, too. I believe that got revealed at some point. He's going to have Zionists and bankers and, you know, weapons companies. They'll find something for him. He won't be respected amongst the people the way he used to, though. And you do see in some of these guys where they're still human beings, and on some level that does irk them. It does irk Sam Harris and Douglas Murray and guys like this that like years ago their name carried some weight amongst right-wing audiences, and now they're a laughingstock. And I think what you're getting at there is like that's what we're watching with Dan Bongino. It's like you made, look, it's a calculation, and to be completely fair here, it's a calculation that we do not know all of the factors in. Like part of the calculation might be, I think people I love are going to get killed if I don't do this. You know, like we don't know. Obviously, I'm just guessing, I'm just speculating, but I'm not even guessing. I'm just saying we don't know what the actual calculation is.
I was so excited, and you must understand why people are excited about your responses there. You are a journalist.
Yes. And
journalists, in most instances, would paint the country in a way that the interviewer is taking them. Journalists are not brutally honest when it comes to patriotism and politicking. And I think even Zuma raised it at some point that
the media is painting a bad picture about the country. They are supposed to do PR for the country. So people were excited, people were happy that you came out as a patriot, as a South African. And the only party that has got that particular word, patriot, is the Patriotic Alliance. So you feature, you will fit in well in the alliance.
I know
of
you're
patriots.
campaigning. Can I just very quickly, before I want to move on from this, journalist's job is not to actually do PR for the government or for the country. Our job is to hold leadership accountable. That's how you serve a nation. By being able to look at leadership, we're having this conversation now, by being able to ask probing questions about the work being done. That is actually, in and of itself, believe it or not, an act of patriotism. My last part on all of this, my point of departure is, if you listened, I spoke that crime is actually a problem. I'm not going to lie for South Africa, because that's also not how you get South Africa right. But anyway, thank you for that. Thank you for campaigning for me to join PA. I'd rather stay on this side of the political landscape. So you've been jobbing MMC for how long now?
Since 2023 February, so which is 2 years and about 3-4 months.
How are you finding local government?
Government in general, not just local government. Yes, I'm here, but I think this is what happens in the province and at national. You need to have political leadership that understands how the system works, that understands profit, production, holding people accountable. So when I came in, and I'll make an example at JRA, one of the regions was on strike for 2 months. From January, I came in February, they were already on strike for over a month. For what? For bonuses. Because some of them were not paid bonuses, others were paid bonuses. So they were doing a sit-in. It is just after a rainy season. The roads were badly damaged at that time in 2023 when I became the MMC of Transport, Roads and Transport. And I went there after about 2 weeks of me being the MMC, because I had to go from department to department, entity to entity, just to understand what the department is about. What are the entities doing?
To get a sense of, yeah.
Yes. So once I did that, I then went to this region to go and hear the cries. The leader there was saying, as we were walking towards them, these are the guys that will patch your potholes, do resurfacing of roads. He was saying, whoever opens his mouth here must give us the time and the date when I'm being paid bonuses. Now, I am with the acting CEO, very tall white man, Louis Nell. I'm the political accounting officer. I'm with the administrative accounting officer. So the two highest people in the department are being told by the lowest ranking people that when you come here and you open your mouth, you must give us the date and the time. And I watched senior officials trying to talk to them, say, but the MMC wants to understand your issues. He was just appointed. No. Even that MMC of yours, when he opens his mouth, he must give us the date and the time. That was the first time I was blessed with understanding the attitude of officials, employees of government. They have no regard for authority. And I decided to leave because I wasn't going to do what I'm being told. So I said to the CEO, let's go. We left. But as we are leaving, I see one of the senior officials at the depot is talking to this leader wearing a t-shirt of a union. Is talking to this leader as we're leaving. Then I stopped the car and I said, Mamelamu, call me that gentleman there and call me all other senior guys here at the depot. I'm standing outside of the car. I said, now I understand where the problem is here. Those people there are not the problem. I want to see HOTs, depot managers, everyone on Monday the following week. It was a Tuesday. I said Monday the following week, 7 o'clock. And I wanted to get a sense. Then we left. But I'm boiling, man. How can you haven't spoken to me? You haven't had my response to your issue, and you just decide to instruct me like that. So I then said to the CEO, I called him, I said, can you just park behind me on the highway? Came out, I said, CEO, I want you to call the depot manager now and tell him if these people are not at work by 8 o'clock tomorrow, I want him to dismiss all of them. He must fire all of them. Once, tell him that when we drop the call, he must talk to HR to start preparing dismissal letters and an advert. I'm responsible for service delivery here. He said, no, labor processes. I said, don't tell him about the labor processes. I'm talking about service delivery that is affected here. That's my responsibility. And we left. Wednesday morning, 7:45, the CEO called me. MMC, there's no need for letters. The guys are on the back of the trucks. They are going to work. That region is the hardest working region since 2023. That region works at night when there is flooding. That region is so on Monday, the boardroom was full of depot managers, regional ops managers, HODs. And I said to them, I now understand why there's no service delivery here. There was a rumor. I saw pictures of asphalt being dumped on the parks because people want to go home early. I saw potholes not being fixed for months because people don't care. But the problem is not these people. I showed leadership and the people are back at work. From last week Wednesday, they've been working. Today they are at work, which means you are not managers. You are not leading these people. You come to work at 8, you leave at 9. That's why you can't even track when they are leaving. You tell them to go and patch people's driveways with asphalt of the city that the city pays for. So you cannot give them instructions because you instruct them to do corrupt things. So even when I'm there as the MMC and the CEO, you have no authority over them. So if the depot is not functional, I am firing the depot manager and the HOD because I need the manager. That's how I started.
Let's speak about them now, because when you speak about that kind of intervention, then in my head I think this should have reached the entire city. But Kenny, I use these roads and it's very hard to believe that there's improvement. So that suggests to me that people are still not able to do their jobs as they ought to, or there are no resources for them to do their jobs. Have you seen London Road?
Right.
Perpetually
Let's
in a
talk
state
about
of disarray. But just generally though, the question I'm asking to answer is the lack of improvement on the Joburg roads. It's a constant cry from motorists.
All right. I introduced a different work ethic at GRA.
Yeah.
It's spread all across the 7 regions, and the regions are working. You can ask councillors. They will tell you that things have improved. That's when I got the nickname Papa Action within the city. The challenge that we are sitting with is 30 years ago, over 30 years ago, and this I was told by a SAMU leader who works at GRA. He said to me, MMC, a few months after we started, after I started, he said, MMC, we appreciate the work ethic that we've introduced. Crack the whip. He said over 30 years ago, there were between 18 and 25 members in a team. Now, a depot would have about 6, 7, 8 teams, depending on how big the region is. So those 6, 7 teams would have 18 to 25 people in that team. Now today, GRA has got 6 people in one team from 25. That's why GRA has become a 10-111, an ambulance. That is the first challenge, human resource. The second challenge, the city is not collecting enough. So the city is not able to give a CAPEX budget to JRA to mitigate all these challenges. Number 3, when it rains, the road gets damaged. Water is an enemy of asphalt. Number 4, you have a road infrastructure that has outlived its lifespan. These roads were built 40, 50 years ago, some of them 60 years ago. The mining underground has also caused damage to our roads. Now, illegal mining has exacerbated the situation. That's why we have sinkholes on our roads. Because of illegal mining underground, the Department of Minerals does not care to assist with budget. I took them to Davidsonville. I showed them when it rains, how that mining sand gets into people's houses. I said to them, can you put a budget aside? Let us mitigate. They don't care. They went with me, they saw. When my team made a follow-up from my office, the region said we have written to national, there's no response. That's 2 years ago. So, but then, with all these things, those are the challenges. So when you patch a pothole is but a symptom of a damaged road. That's why the potholes keep coming, because we have...
Thank you, Minister. Advocate Johnson, I just wanted to ride on Professor Fikeni's comment. This one is a comment just to say I'm a bit concerned about your level of vigilance, because one would expect it to be much higher than an ordinary person. Not belaboring the issue of the deductions that started in 2000. They're going for 20, I don't know what years now, 26, 25 years. And that is worrying to me, because that has got an impact on who you are in the eyes of certain people inside. That's one of the many reasons. But secondly, I also, why I had to bring it back, the issue of referees. I would expect somebody who has got a friend who is maybe a scientist or something to say they were acting as a judge and write that, not you and me. Correct. We are lawyers. Correct. And it's worrying me that we had to pick it up here. You know how judges act. This person is a magistrate. Correct. You've written a senior judge. It's almost, it's bordering, if not full-blown, misleading. Because if some of the panel members or all of us did not know what an acting judge is, it gives it a different turn altogether. One of your referees is an acting judge, correct, as opposed to a magistrate. Those things worry me. They're small, but they worry me. A third one is the Estina matter was also thrown out of court as a result of unreasonable delays, and you have not mentioned it. So that's why I say maybe it's just comments, but unreasonable delays in the courts is fundamental, because it goes to the heart of justice and a fair trial and access to the courts, and therefore access to justice. So it's worrying me that there's the way you look at things or the way you couch them, it has a different certain level of a truth as you see it, but not necessarily an absolute truth. I think I'm also trying to be strategic. No, I hear me. No, I it's already 3 examples. Yes. Wherein at the end of the day you have not been entirely reported ahead. Let me just put it out there.
Absolutely, and I want to be very clear. I have not been dishonest. Should we then conclude that your ability to pay attention to detail is a bit of an issue? Let me tell you why. Let me give her the CV. Your CV is full of flaws. There's inconsistency between your CV and the form that we've sent you. For sure. And that is worrying for me. I just looked at it. Now, your CV is meant for us to be able to use as a determining process as well. So that's why I'll correspond between the CV and the form. And that's what I'm saying. If you're saying that it was not misleading, then I conclude that you do not pay attention to detail. In this instance, I didn't. I clearly didn't. Unintentionally, I didn't. I really sent my CV. And if you'll allow me, Minister, there can be no excuses. But I'd like you to hear the following. I don't apply for jobs. It's not something I do. But I take the point that I'm supposed to be more vigilant with the CV. I sent my CV and I accept that I was wrong. I should have checked it first and then sent. That is why when I had to do the questionnaire myself, I was vigilant in the questionnaire and was able to properly set out, because that was then the document I was penning myself. But I can't argue from the point. I hear you are taking it, and I think this is just beyond hearing, because we published this CV before we could get the form. We've never published the form. We took your CV and published it. I accept that. The team emailed you to say, please verify this CV because we are going to publish it. Because I asked them to get permission from all of you before we could pass the CV, so that you are not found wanting. You're not anything that you're not comfortable about. Please take it out. This is what you sent us. And that's what I'm saying. It's my issue. It's the ability to pay attention to detail. It's the membership of the union who didn't pay attention to detail. It's the CV. It has it for a prosecutor, senior prosecutor, and a head of an investigating directorate that has the work that you carry a huge weight in your shoulders, not to be able to pay attention to detail. And I know that, yes, you are correct. I really am vigilant. When it comes to my work, I really am. Here, I can't take away that I didn't pay attention to my CV. I really didn't. And I don't have excuses to make. There's none to be made.
What is ironic in all of this, and I hope you can see what I was talking about, that it was not a joyful experience for her, not a joyful celebration by any measure of the imagination. But what's an ironic twist of fate is that the thing that actually got her in trouble, she did not have to do. She did not have to go to the ad hoc committee. They were not looking for her. They wanted to hear from Shamila Matoya, the leader of the MPA. But she volunteered. She sent a missive to the chairperson of the committee and said, put me in. I want to come through. And she did not know that they were ready for her, or that they would be ready for her when she showed up. She went there possibly with two objectives in mind. Number one, to rebut the Panazi and Kumalo version, but also to the General Kumalo and General Panazi version, but also I think to prepare for her campaign to become the next National Director of Public Prosecutions. But it backfired because Parliament was ready for her. She had tough questions for her, asked her about her husband, and I think she was not aware that people knew this for the longest of time, or that this information was somewhere. But clearly it was in the public domain at that particular point, and she had to respond to it because it was brought into the public domain by those members of parliament. Those files then followed her into the interview process for the National Director of Public Prosecutions, and it led to even deeper questions. And I think fundamentally the question that still will follow her, whether or not this process is not successful for her, the NTPP process, the other question that is now going to follow her is she fit to lead the Directorate Against Corruption? That's going to follow her now, because people are going to look at that and say, is she adequately qualified to be dealing with the issues of organized crime, corruption in South Africa? Think about this. Now, the challenge for her going into all of these processes is her role in the General Kumalo matter. Now, Advocate Andrea Johnson is a prominent figure in the General Kumalo matter because of his arrest in June at the airport. And she said it wasn't a dramatic arrest, we just sent two guys to speak to him, his security details followed him, etc. They didn't even do that with Malusi Gigaba. Malusi Gigaba did not have that when he had to go to IDAC. Just imagine you're at the airport, you've got a security detail, two people come and say, you need to come with us, you have to go in their vehicle, your security guys have to follow in their own vehicle, and then they say, no, it wasn't dramatic, this is calm, it was a calm arrest, just a soft touch arrest. I don't think it would have come across that way. Not to General Kumalo, not to anybody also who was aware of what was being dealt with at the time. This followed the arrest of Uzimatala Wetamanyana just a few weeks after, right? Because he was arrested in May, this happens in June. This arrest was effected by her division, IDAC, right? And then this revelation that her husband, Junaid Johnson, works for crime intelligence himself under General Kumalo. And at some point in Parliament, she said something like, you were there long before General Kumalo, almost implying that he should be the one running stuff. But that, I think, put her into the crosshairs in a way that I don't think she'll be able to walk away from, and will lead to people asking if she's qualified to be head of IDAC and if she's involved in trying to protect the people who are at the heart of the Hosh Caribbean here, which has been revealed by General Panazi and General Kumalo and General Panazi. Some people start asking that. At some point, after they had, or as they were looking into the General Khumalo matter, she was sending subpoenas to General Fani Masemola, the National Commissioner, subpoenaing information from him, the National Commissioner. And I can imagine what he was thinking when he was reading those subpoenas from IDAC, asking him about an HR matter. This was an HR matter. Something that she says was an oversight when it came to her, but when it came to Khumalo, it was like a state capture. Think about this. What was revealed in Parliament and explored further, right, in the selection process for the NTP job, is that she played a role in getting her husband a job in the Scorpions in 2007 or 2009, there about 2009. Think about, you implicated in this thing, but then you arrest Khumalo for it later. The very same thing that you did. Now, General Khumalo at the Madanga Commission gave an explanation about why he believes things happened in the manner that they did. He gave his reasons why they were arrested, and according to him, it was all to make sure that the people who were dealing with the Big Five cartel and criminal intelligence were neutralized and immobilized, and incapable, therefore, of continuing with the crackdown that they were currently undergoing on the Hoshkari Gremlins, who have infiltrated a variety of sectors of society and have relationships with powerful people such as Minister Khumalo. That's what they've said. General Khumalo and General Mparazi. Here's what he said in the commission.
After the realization that PKTT was a mistaken identity in blocking the GCI Ops investigations, then one realized that during December, the first objective of the opposition, or say so, was to deal with the project leader. Hence, there were lots of activities that were talking to the arrest of the project leader. Evidence has been led, and I've referred to quite number of examples. Even the team, PKTT, most of the cases, if not all, they were registered in December 2024, the busiest month. So the closure of PKTT that happened on the 31st of March, of December 24, according to our analysis, was the second attempt. The first attempt was to arrest and disrupt the activities that are continuing, and then came the disbandment. So there are lots of cases that has been indicated as part of evidence. One of them is the case that the 7 of us from the Division Crime Intelligence are facing. To relate this case with retaliation is, when we deal with projects, there will be a National Executive Committee of Intelligence that is dealing with that project, and no one else is allowed or is supposed to know and do anything about the project. So the accused on this case that were arrested on the 26th of June is the whole National Executive Committee of GCI Ops. What were we looking for? We were looking for a qualified mechatronics person, not a police officer like me. My experience and qualifications were irrelevant to the post. So we first advertised the post internally, and then the process moved on until the panel by then could not find a suitable candidate, which is a policy within SARS. And then that panel recommended for the post to be advertised externally, so as then we can get people that are qualified for the work that for the person that you are looking for. That's how then once the post is externally advertised, it's not only limited to brigadiers and generals. There are posts that are advertised on newspapers of a qualified Reverend Muruti, and those people then, because we are not Barutis police officers, then a Muruti who's qualified and registered with a particular Baruti organization that will apply and qualify, come in and be given that rank that was advertised. So police is not something that does not happen. We have a lot of senior officers that came in from the level of a brigadier. Some, they came in from the level of a major general. Not, or maybe let me make one example, the living example. The current divisional commissioner at the level of a lieutenant general, who is a lieutenant general, is from the National Treasury Department. 2 years ago was appointed by SAPS as a divisional commissioner, who is a lieutenant general. It's another fresh example that we can see, because SAPS was looking for particular qualifications and experience that SAPS could not find within SAPS.
So the Lieutenant General you are referring to had no policing background whatsoever?
Not at all. He was, I think, after 2 years of being employed, he was then sent to a basic police training, which is normally not for like a full period, because you are called a lateral entry level and you are a senior officer. So you will just go there and get the basics, so as you are able to know how to salute.
So this post was advertised at the level of a brigadier.
Of a brigadier.
Between General Dumisani Kumalo and Advocate Andrea Johnson, if I think about whose version I believe or lean towards, I lean towards General Kumalo. I'll tell you why. Number one, General Kumalo has been in policing for decades and has no scandal until the one which has been drummed up in.
They say, no, you are, excommunicated and you are taken off. And they've used the law. Arabs, they still do that about Muslim. Even there, where the consequences are harsher, some of them, they still want to be slave queen, they still want to twerk. They've used many things, including imprisonment, sometimes violence against women, so that they comply. Because if women have power, you give them power, you'll see flames. I'm not. I'm giving you examples of nations that have managed to keep their women in control. Women must be here. That's why Afrikaners, they were smart. Afrikaners, they empowered men. Yes, they were men who were reckless, drinking, family money. They made sure that men are empowered. If I'm a lawyer, I marry a clerk or somebody lower than me. If I'm a doctor, I marry a nurse. If I'm an MP, maybe I'll marry someone lower than me. Not the other way around, because women, they get tired. They are not meant to lead. Women are emotional. They get tired. Even if you marry Oprah, get tired because I've been supporting you, maintaining you. They get tired if she buys you a car, buys you a house, and then she'll abuse you. You'll see flame. People will know. So women, they just get bored sometimes. For no reason. They act on feelings, temporary feelings, and they make permanent decisions. That's why today, what used to be in the past, a normal squabble, lover's quarrel, it results into breakup now. It's a lover's quarrel, it's a breakup, it's ghosting, it's like, no contact, and then that's it. The relationship has ended. Because also you've got simps. These losers in politics, they've created a culture of simps. You post one picture, 10,000 hungry men, phone and say nice, and they want her to smash. And then she takes those 10,000 thinking that, it's value, and she wants to compare them now. And then years later, she comes back to you. Recently, I bumped into these women, and I attended a memorial service this week. I saw one. This woman didn't want a child. Pushing a career, there's nothing wrong with that. But people must know what biologically, they've got a time frame. When you get to 30s, you can use, the advances in medical science, but your chances are becoming narrow and now. You're going to have a lot of money, to circumvent some of the problems. She was always saying, no, I don't want a child. We separated for whatever reason. She came back, she now has a child. She wants me to take her serious. Am I mad? As men, you don't want to push family line of another person. I have 3 of them that I know. Let's go there. And she wants me to take her serious. They want marriage. I've got 3. I want marriage. Why didn't you force a marriage to the very same guy that you gave a child? You chose to give the highest price that a woman can give to a man, a child, to a loser. And many of them, they do. Their first children, they come from losers because of the guy who drives a polo, who is funny, and all that fades with time, and then they want you. And I still believe that they never outgrow that, because women are something else. They want to fix, they want to conquer, they want challenges, they want a man who's going to give them challenges, they want stories to tell their toxic friends, which mine does this, I did that. If you don't give her something to report back to your toxic friends, it's like you're boring like Kaka, she will leave you. She must have something, hey, this guy, he sleeps with me, like Beauty and the Beast, Nandipa and Bester, King Kong, Escape, King Kong. This woman falls in love with the King Kong. Like, now it's happening. Back in the days, beautiful women didn't just fall for gorillas. Now it's easy. All women are easy. All relationships are transactional. Look, in context, relationships are transactional in a sense that I want something. I want to continue my gene, generation. offer me something. Now I offer you something. I offer you protection. I offer you support. Now I can't even, offer it because women have been elevated. When you elevate them, I don't want a child. I don't want you. I don't want a man. Some of them, they say all men must be done away with, But now, other than that transactional, we've gone into higher mode, prostitution. Prostitution is when you pay for sex. When you pay for sex. All relationships, before you could date, people, they've lost their virginity because somebody took you to one babe. Somebody took you to you lose the virginity. Because somebody, that's a minor 600 rand. A minor allowance. Like 2,000, 5,000. And that person can do more. Short. I'm on sex tapes, I'm on Instagram, showing palms, developing yourself. And we want exclusivity. There are certain things that all women want, productivity. There are certain things, no matter what feminists do. But nowadays, all women are easy. Beautiful or not beautiful. As long as a guy is money. Friend, friend, and then once a friend says yes, they'll never listen to you. Back in the days, the brother and the father had a final say with no, this one. The relationships were arranged. Arranged marriages were the best. And the people will say choice. You don't have a choice because you are choosing according to the size of the pocket. And the size of the pocket gives you access to a certain level. If I'm a multimillionaire, the type of women I'm exposed to are not these ones. But in the lower ends. So it's not a choice. It's the type of wallet that you have. Your woman is a reflection of your wallet. So marriages, they are arranged, and marriage is a partnership. It's what you bring. But now beyond transaction, it's becoming prostitution. It's what can you do for me? Who buy me this? Who a time? Who take me out? Who buy me a gift? The next thing you're banging. You're banging. The second date, even the first date you're banging. You bring flowers nyana. Women, they've betrayed. What's supposed to be valued? What cannot be repeated? Cannot be retained twice. Later say, I know my worth. So wait, you know your worth after you've been pierced by losers. You know your worth once you're done. And then you ask a person, what is it that you give me that you haven't given to other men? Men who are lesser than me, nothing. You say, okay, you're a princess. You know your worth. What is your worth? I don't want your money. Tina, guys, you don't want your money. We want to provide because once a woman provides, you're taking that road away from me and then I become useless. Tina, we like it, even when you're driving cars. But I know the direction. That's why we don't ask for directions as men. But let's pay people. Why am I boozy? Because I am the king. How can the king ask for directions to a peasant? I'll say, no, I think I know. We'll get lost, but we'll find it. And I feel great, which I found it without help. So once a woman starts doing all those things, a woman gives you a card with pattern, you might do that for a short space of time, but there's shame to it. Guys, we value certain things. Honor. Slaying the dragon. Even when you shake hands to your contract, once you move away from that contract, there's shame. There's disrespect. We don't value you. But women is like, 20 years of marriage gone because of a feeling that I'm no longer happy here. And then happiness fluctuates. Next day you're happy. We don't build the world based on happiness. Otherwise, if we did certain jobs because we're happy, there will be no progress, there will be no civilization. Alexander the Greek took men to wars, about King Arthur, Shaka Zulu, because they were not happy all the time. At some point, they'll go to terrain which are not conducive, going to Lesotho, snowy mountains, go to Mushweshwe. I heard but Mushweshwe was never defeated by whites. How can they defeat you if you're running away? Of course, you cannot be defeated if you go into Tower Sea and on top of the mountain and you roll back down the stones. You can't be defeated, but you can be starved. That's why you could be surrounded by them. So the guys saw the shagas and they say, what you say now? He says, okay, take the cows, leave us alone. But anyway, that's me digressing. But it is like that. Nowadays it's like, it's quite sad because of the Sims. And the Sims, they've created this thing of feminism. People thinking that, I'm sexually liberated. In whose benefit? Once a woman says I'm sexually liberated, you're just prey. Once a woman saying, you know what, I can choose men or I want to have multiple sex partners or whatever, it's liberty. You're not liberty. It's like a springbok going to lions and saying, why not? They want to chow you. And then you're making it easy for men. So this is where we find ourselves. So
okay, that's the problem. They are happy to be child. They are happy to be exclusive.
For now. They don't, but eventually it catches up with them. Check about Vivica Fox. Vivica Fox now is probably chasing 60. Wants a man. I mean, a man to do what? All along, we free. About Harry Bailey. They're naked on social media. When they get to their 40s, they get naked. About Nadia, all these influencers, when they get to their 40s, they start taking off their clothes and they start competing with these younger ones. And one thing that I like about women, I still attract younger children. Some I ignore them. 28, 29, 30, I attract them. Some I tell them with baby young, but I don't care. And they get jealous because they realize with the clock, the machine, the guy like dad. And they'll say, ooh, how old is this child? They'll ask, how old is this child, Ike? She's a woman. She's 27. Ooh, because they realize that they can no longer go back because the woman's value, it's her femininity and her sexuality. Because she didn't, beg so many bodies and the fertility act. Once you're no longer fertile, what is it that you bring to the table? What is it that you bring? Can't give me a child, you've been hammered by useless guy. What is your value? Because your value comes because, like God said in the Bible, Zalalani Nande, expand, spread. How can it be that you're a billionaire, you accumulate all these things, and then you don't have children? Nowadays, they don't want children. They want to post on social media. Why? Those who have children, they've had children with losers. Guys that they thought they're hot. gorillas. And then they're going to force you to accept their children. And they must deal with this guy because this guy is in her life forever. Forever. So this is where we find ourselves. You know, and as a guy, I normally tell guys, go to your clock. You get better with time because you acquire value. Women, they're born with value. It's for them to preserve it. They lose it with time. You know, we acquire it. We work towards it. You know, of course, there are those guys who are having issues, you know, infertility or whatever. But you can solve it. Only money. Once you've got money, you can solve it. There's certain things that you cannot reverse. That's why even in modeling, when I was still a model, modeling is dead. Women were available. I came, you know, because I come from a different culture. I thought it was exploitation. They said, no, female models are valued when they're 16, 17. I remember we did a was a model of the year. I was one of the finalists. We gave Iframe Model 1, you know, with 20 models. I put that C2. 1994, 95. There was another lady who won. I think it was Tanya for you or whatever. And once you've won, you become a supermodel. And a friend of mine, Richard Factory, was also there. He won. He's good looking. And I remember one photographer says, no, he's old. He's in the 20s. Guys, they got value as their hair became whiter, modeling, as they were getting more wrinkles. That's why all the models, they earned more. That's why you find about, who's this guy who advertised in this cafe? George Clooney. He's more available now than he was back in the days. Even Morgan Freeman became better now. With time, with white hair, with like, you know, there's so many actors, you know, like that. And then they get jealous, they want to compete, and they realize that they cannot compete with that. You know, so I tell guys, don't worry, make money like dust. You'll get to a point where you're okay, you're now choosing, they now come to you. I still attract me, young kids. Now, I say, don't look at me. Some big and I'm Puma game, but you know what? Yeah, you know, okay, you meet the criteria or not. I've never struggled in that department, you know, for ages. I've never struggled, even in my 20s. You know, there's never been a day where I was not hot. There's never been a day when I'm hot differently now. Yeah, so it is what it is, you know. But going back to politics, I just wish the black people will take their lives seriously. Their country is going. It's going, but for a song. It's no longer sold to the highest bidder. They're also selling to the lowest bidder. And you know, we're busy. I'm not saying people must not play. Once in a while, do a dance challenge. You know, as they say, there will always be problems. But it doesn't mean you mustn't party. But we party, you know, forever. The only thing that we know is alcohol. Have you ever seen a Nigerian drunk in the streets, smoking yaope? I've never seen an Indian. I've never seen other nationalities. I normally say that we encourage nonsense. I check on social media. All the guys who are famous. Guys are teams all the guys who are now celebrities. Look, social media is good because it broke the monopoly of the industries. People who thought that there'll be gods forever, go media, go record companies, go record companies, thinking they'll exploit girls. So social media opened up, you know, a gateway. But that's what happens. If there are no parents, the children, they misbehave. I mean, we started promoting nonsense. Check all the people who are popular, go social media, go TikTok, go take a leg. I know the original take a leg, man. Talented, take a leg. Not this nonsense. This guy is retarded. He must be confined to a mental institution until he's fine and lose weight. No, there's another guy about to take a leg. I think we'll be Pitori somewhere. You're talking about, I mean, what is common? That guy is mentally retarded. He needs to be protected. There's so many. We promote. Zotawabant is not a, you know, even at school, I know girls like that. They were failing every test, 0 out of 50. But when the teacher is not there, they talk about sex. They tell other girls, oh, we went to this party and this. I was not about. And I don't know Kanye because Kanye is very brilliant. He's a sharp mind. Kanye is sharp, intelligent. It's a whole face. Because now we're promoting this prostitution, the whole face. Kim Kardashian. Beyonce started with the nonsense. All the single ladies, all the ladies making money. You don't hear other nationalities, all the ladies making money. You know, you don't hear whites, feminists fighting their own, Indian feminists fighting their own, Jewish feminists fighting their own, calling their own goody, toxic masculinity, misogyny, white men are trash. You never hear that. Even though the white man created everything, it's a white man's world. We're also victims. We are victims of the system. We're also victims of our own doing. Sometimes because it's nobody who retarded to because we like these guys who are exploiting us. So this is where we find ourselves. You know, Takis must take themselves seriously and act accordingly, like other nationalities. Ethiopians small, they support each other. They don't even buy their food. Somebody goes to Paza shop. This guy, they'll be coke, you know, in the Paza shops. Guess where he goes? I've seen them, I buy Woolworths and buy coke because they know they're feeding us poison. You know, they don't do that. They support each other. Zimbabweans, they're supporting each other. They're here to displace us, like all foreigners, be it Greeks. You don't find the Zulu mafia. You'll find the Cyprus mafia, Jewish mafia, Colombian mafia, Mexican mafias. They're here. It's our, you know, our case, Baba. You'll find them. You don't find petty mafias, but they're there. Teenager, we are just, you know, I don't know. You see now, I normally say this. A person who's living now, post-millennia or post, you know, Y2K, is better off than someone who's living in the 1300s. If you lived in the 1300s, you could have been a slave. Nowadays, you've got a phone, you've got the access. I used to say that before the invention of social media, I said when you're in Gauteng, there were more than 7 PSL teams. There were studios, there were schools, Go Funda Center. You know, you could be whatever that you want. You could ride a bicycle. There was exposure. There was SAPC. There was Soweto Community Radio. There was Voice of Soweto. There was YFM coming. So everything, you know, Kuma cities. Now it's even better. All in one phone. But you're not exploiting this. I heard with the other nationalities, Chinese, their TikTok is different from ours. The algorithm is different from ours. They are watching things that they need to watch so that they can become better. The same argument I've made with, you know, we don't adjust. We are crying forever, talking like it's 1960. You know, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the scientific socialism. It's all good to talk like that. But now, if you're talking the working class must win over, you know, the peasants. Who are the working class now? Zimbabweans. So we're talking like that instead of saying, what is it that we can do? Look at initiation school. People say, no, you know, you're not, you know, part of that because, you know, you're Zulu. I'm no longer Zulu. Even if I was Zulu, it doesn't mean Uguti. I need to be a professor to comment about education. I need to have a political science PhD to talk about politics, even though it affects me. I need to be a doctor to talk about medicine, even though I saw Uguti. COVID was nonsense. Otherwise, no one will talk. You'll say, oh, I bought this car is not performing. I'll say, no, shut up. You're not a chief engineer at BMW, then you must not comment. So no one will speak. Hey, I bought a house, there are leakages. Listen, you're not an architect, you're not a builder, you must shut up. People want to shut you because you're raising valid point. I said, if we've got initiation schools, other nationalities, they're learning. You'll never find Jewish kids being stranded. They know where to go. Other nationalities. I studied with Indian kids. I asked them, where's your CV? He says, no, I don't need a CV. Go work for my father. There's a structure there. Tina, we've got initiation schools. I hear with some time, but most of our kings now, they're not clued up. You know, I'm an ice boy, I'm a politicians. Even politicians, they have no interest. How beautiful would it be if there are initiation schools, maybe in Eastern Cape, Govenda, in other regions? You know, as a matter of fact, with the people who went to initiation schools, they specialize in this field, which is critical in the economy. Even if it's sports, we know, you know what? These guys, Mama Pumala, they're good boxers. We've got 15 world champions, and these world champions are contributing to the economy. Or these guys, Mama Pumala, they're good at initiation schools. You know, they went on to graduate. Effort here. But, you know, a certain critical skills. And Pumalanga are the same. But no, it's a Pumalanga. You know, if you go to initiation school in Pumalanga, they will teach you how to farm. You know, how to look after livestock. As I say, but you've got gender-based violence is still high. Rape is still high. Then you say 15 million people up to, you know, this year, from that year, have been to initiation school. Where does it filter through? Where is the, you know, impact of that? Getting worse. So, you know, we're doing things that are useless. Things that's going to impact. You find people fighting, arguing about things that don't matter. I was looking in social media now. Somebody was, you know, posting something weird. Elderly person. But he was asking about who's got more money between this influencer and that influencer. I said, that is crazy. I think I was asking about who's got more money between the coffee and Trevor now. I said, how does it help you? You know, there's information is. So now we incubate useless information. That's why I have moved away from these books. I used to read books. I've read almost every book. I read other people's biographies now because I want to know what makes this person tick. You know, what made this person tick? You know, how did he overcome his years? Then I can identify. I've read the struggle of Japan. I've read about the Hans, you know, Hungarian people. I've read about the Byzantine because I was interested. The school we're not allowed to do history. I read about the Vikings. I've read about the Mayan Empire, the Egyptians, you know, the Assyrians. I've read everything, the economy, what they ate. But then as black people, we like intellectual masturbation. Don't you know that we're the first in the, you know, planet Jupiter, there are pyramids, and then what? Like about Dr. King Kong consciousness. The next thing, hit the cash app, PayPal. We are abused. And then we take that. Even our celebrities, I mean, wherever I go, there are people who know me from my modeling years, acting years. They ask, can I take a picture? They become surprised with Ike. You know, I thought you'd be hostile. Because they see this person. I mean, you know, I'm a very nice guy. I used to be a national organizer, legal desk of the musician and actors union. We'll go, you know, Kumatos. I'll force these guys, but please, can you greet people? These are your celebrities, people who love you, buy your music, they watch you on TV. Greet people. It doesn't cost you anything. We made it. Hey, there's so many guys. You, to greet them, they will not respond. I remember at some point, you know, we fought for Bombs Universities or with royalties. They got them. Bombs Universities, they got them royalties. Royalties that could buy houses. They bought cars, you know, SUVs. Sometimes people will say, no, we're not paid. They're like yesteryear soccer players. They earn more than an average person. I remember I was shocked one day. You know, I was working in Small. I greeted one actor. Unfortunately, I don't think he's still alive. You know, answer back, but that's my experience. I greeted Mkizi. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. I regretted. This is the person in the office that came. We're fighting about the breaking from SAPC. I'm a royalties, I'm a repeats. You know, he didn't greet me. I went to him, I said, listen, Mr. Man. You come back. You know, the guys are window shopping. I said, number 7. You know, he did this. I thought he was joking. I greeted Johnny Clegg. He passed me like I did not exist. That's why I don't play anything with Johnny Clegg. I used to like it. I don't play anything. I deleted everything with Johnny Clegg. So many of them, these are people who still and they powers one day. I was sitting front seat at Pretoria, invited by Nakedi Ribani. He jumped me. He greeted Umbet, was the national speaker then. Banega Mbet. He greeted everybody. Makafika him on tamba. Like Ulento, a friend of mine who pushed in Oponi. One day, Bantola Bugeno, seated C7. I'm not saying this to demonize them, but I'm just saying, as an example, celebrities versus South Africa, they're nonsensical. I understand people sometimes, they can be too much, but you lose nothing by greeting people because you don't know.
And you've seen the difference. I think South Africans, just as a culture, we don't respect road laws like that. It's not in our culture, like to be like. I mean, you've seen in London how people will stop. People will not just cross anywhere. But in South Africa, we just a culture that does not really respect road rules and all of that. So I'm not surprised. Are you surprised?
It's very boys that skip the red light, No, for real. Like my previous car when it got written off.
Yeah.
A cop skipped. I've got it on dash cam. A cop skipped a red light, boom, into me.
Wow.
And he was between those ages, that age bracket. No. He was.
Oh, he was sober.
He was sober. It was in the morning. I was going to work. I don't know, man. And I don't wanna. I think it would be lazy of me to just say, it's drinking and driving, But it is young people who are going to work, going to school. I remember when I was taking a taxi, you know what I mean, from Forslow to Benoni every day. So it's also young people. I don't know, man. I feel like that's going to be the natural number because it's probably young people. Those are the biggest road users on the road, be it public transport or be it they're driving or be it they're walking as well. It's some of the most active
population
bracket in our population.
Some of the factors that come across, and I want all of us here to think about it. When you were in your early 20s, brand new car, with friends, your respect and relationship with the car is very different. You grow older to respect it differently to when you were a young man. With a car, I know I rode with one of my nephews, and I was 5-6 years ago, and I know I'll never drive with him again. The way he was driving was so bad, and to him, this is cool. Yeah. There is a level of disrespect, and you said it, road users, and also as young drivers. Your behavior as a young kid behind the wheel is very different to when you're older. You grow to respect the car very differently as well, and that's one of the factors.
And I also wanted to emphasize that number, that it's not just about people in the cars. It's talking about, accidents where people get hit by cars. That's why I wanted to make sure it's a culture thing where people, And why to go car, see, the zebra walks, what do you call them?
Actually, they are there.
Just mean, you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. And someone's going to knock you over. They don't realize that you've got the right of way as a pedestrian.
No, but
you walk over the zebra crossing.
It's shocking how many people in this country get hit by cars. The number, if you have to find out, I don't know if it would be available in the stats, but it's a big number.
Pedestrian numbers are higher. Probably 43% of the total number of accidents are pedestrians. Every time we hear stats, whatever festive season stats we get, whether it's Easter or December, the highest number is actually pedestrian. We always think it's highway accidents. No, it's actually pedestrians. And now when you then look at the number even further, you realize that it's young pedestrians, young drivers. So it makes it even more scary. Your point is it's more of an issue of they are the biggest number of road users.
It's just pure stats, man. It's the most active, age bracket of the population. So it's people going to school. For example, how many school accidents have we heard of? Where firstly, those school cars are all overcrowded half the time. Have you seen? I don't even know sometimes they can't malum. But then it's tough, man. Being black is traumatic.
These cars, for their kids are in these cars, I always ask myself that. Do the parents know? This guy has 50 kids in the
parents know. My mom doesn't have a car, right? Toluti, there's like 2 transports that will go to Forslow, 2 Alberton, 2 Brackendowns to Glenview Primary School. What choice does she have? You see? So it's traumatic being black, man. Like, what option really does she have? Because she doesn't have a car, and she can't, even if she did, she can't drive to Brackendowns early morning
and then go to
and then go to Katlohong to Esibubo Primary Lapa and then pick me up as well. She can't. So sometimes they leave you in these cars.
Hey, did you see that video of the? It's a nice video. Initially, when you watch it, it's a nice video. This guy sees this kid walking alone in the street, and then he stops and offers him some, let me go buy you whatever. But it's a beautiful video of somebody doing something nice and getting the kid shoes. Yeah. But within that conversation is the fact of why is this kid walking alone like this, and why is just a random stranger able to stop? And yes, he's going to go do something nice for the kid, but why is a stranger able to do that? And then you think about stuff like that maybe the mother doesn't have a choice. Maybe there's no other person who can actually walk with this kid to school. There's no other person who can go and pick the child up and all of that. Hey, it's sad, bro.
That one is scary, you know, where it unsettles me. These kids at intersections with a donation little thing.
I don't give.
That thing completely unsettles me. No! I'm so sorry. I wasn't even done talking.
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't give.
No. I'm very generous, yes. But I'm always so conflicted when I give a kid a strategy who's begging for money or asking for donations, because I'm enabling them to say this is actually a hustle. I'm validating that hustle. Yeah. That's my issue.
100%. My issue is we should not let them do that. We're dealing with human trafficking at a level that's scary in our country.
Yeah.
If you take one of these kids from Fage Motweni and drive off, that's it. And they are there all the time asking for donations. It scares me every time I see it. You guys I don't know how true it is. Maybe Archie that can actually, tell us that. So what these mamas with kids, Makondeni or whatever, traffic stops around. Apparently there's syndicates that actually hire women who hire out children from other women. Go into that mama with the No, because that generosity comes in when you see that baby. I get it. So now you can also go for your kids.
Yeah, bro.
No, it's a
you can rent out your kid. You get some money. Yeah,
50 rands a day.
Yeah. Your parent.
You're the only person. So it's a holy color VJ, holy color that,
yeah, they get the kids, drop them off, not even their kids. I don't, and even those ones. And the reason is because some of us are giving them money, because we're giving them money, and what we're doing is fueling this fucked up industry.
That industry exists, it's flourishing, it's big, it makes money for those who control the system.
Should you not?
It's been a lot of fun.
It's been a lot of fun in a typical David Mashebela style. We did it, how long is it? 3 billion hours. I mean, your shows are long, but but you want to remain engaged.
Yeah.
Still, beautiful. I don't know why we've never thought of having Brad Davis as stand-in, eh? Because we've never. Yeah, man, it was really fun. I enjoyed it. Thank you, sir.
I've done this show before, differently.
It was
we did the interviews and all of that. I come in once a year, I guess. Yeah. I'm that guy.
So not wrecking a studio.
But thank you again. Thanks for the invite. Thanks, Chilas. I hope you stayed throughout the show, eh? We've enjoyed it thoroughly. And we have to say goodbye. Thank you again for the visit.
No, thank you for having me. I had fun, I laughed, and I learned something. Thank you for the Shanghai education. I mean, I'm very fascinated about it. I'm going to be telling people as if I do along.
Well, before we close, bro, I enjoy your feature on 702 with Relevant.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You talk about stuff on TV. What's there to watch right now? I want to just sit blankly looking at Netflix, Apple TV, and not knowing what to watch. Yeah, it's so annoying.
Yeah. Look, I mean, you know how sometimes you think you've watched everything. And I always say to people that even when you have guests in your house, let them control you. You discover new shows, you discover new things to do, and all of that. So
No, let me put it on a show. Your Friends and Neighbors. Have you seen that show?
Your Friends and Neighbors.
Yeah. Oh, it's a show on Apple thingy. It's amazing, especially the end. So, in a nutshell, this guy is like a hedge fund, whatever manager, big, Wall Street guy. Loses a job for shagging a junior, right? And
power dynamics.
Yeah, power dynamics. Yeah. But he needs to keep up the facade of this rich neighborhood, and no one locks their doors in this neighborhood.
you believe that some Somali people living there in Minneapolis could get away with defrauding the state for, say, $9-10 billion a year?
No. My answer would be no. I don't think they could be doing that without help from the deep state.
Of course not. Washington, D.C. is totally involved in this and not only allowed it to happen, but made it happen. So that's because Israel recently recognized Somaliland, part of Somalia, as a independent state. Why would Israel do so? Well, they need a place to deport the Palestinians to. But you don't just get a piece of land where you can deport 2 million people to. You have to pay for it. And that's what this is. The U.S. is the greatest ally of Israel. Remember, the United States citizens, middle-class people, taxpayers, are going to pay for that. This whole scam, the Somali care system scam, whatever, to me looks like an annual rental agreement where the U.S. taxpayer is now forced to pay $10 billion a year to the Somali elites, to Al-Shabaab, the terrorist organization, and so on, in exchange for a piece of land where Israel can then deport the Palestinians to. Your whole government is corrupt, okay? And this is just Somalia. Imagine what the USA is doing with India. Imagine how much money you're bleeding to India.
So that comes from this guy, Johannes M. Cohenbrett, and he wrote a Substack called "Is the FBI Investigating or Organizing the Somali Fraud?" Well, here's what he said. I find it hard to believe that Somalia could pull this off on their own where no one else could. How come Mexicans or Puerto Ricans never could do this? Are Somalis with their average IQ below 70 such law-tech geniuses that only they could pull off such a massive fraud and apparently get away with it fairly undetected ever since Obama sent Somalis to Minnesota in 2014? At the same time, as I said, Israel recently became the first country worldwide to recognize Somaliland, a breakaway region of the northwest of Somalia, as a sovereign nation. This raised my suspicion. Why would Israel care to recognize some breakaway region as a sovereign nation? Well, for starters, Somaliland is close to the Gulf of Aden, the entry point into the Red Sea, which leads up to the Suez Canal. This gulf is one of the crucial linchpins supplying the West with international trade coming out of India and China overseas. Apparently funded by the United Arab Emirates, Israel is already building military bases in Somaliland. The U.S. has bases in neighboring Djibouti. The location near the Gulf of Aden appears only extra crucial vis-a-vis the incessant attacks coming out of Yemen across the Gulf, where the Houthi rebels have been using Iranian or even Chinese-backed drone systems to attack the U.S. Navy's, Israel's, and NATO's vessels. The cheap rebel drones have been wreaking a ton of havoc and have also made the West lose some face, since its super advanced systems are no match against the primitive sticks and stones being thrown at it. But one does not simply acquire a piece of land the size of a country, not without war or without bribery. To secure Somaliland in the ever-complexifying geopolitical struggle for Western dominance, Israel and its greatest ally, the USA, if not Britain, would have to have offered the Somali elites something of value. And that's how I made the connection to the Somali fraud cases in Minnesota. Wait, did Obama really send Somalis to Minnesota in 2014? Yes, he did. The problem was neither the USA nor Israel could be seen bribing Somali elites to give up Somaliland. So I think the whole migration of people to Minnesota served as a payment scheme, perhaps a rental scheme. The people who would later commit massive fraud against U.S. authorities were being shipped in under Obama, but this doesn't let Trump off the hook. Trump, the narcissist, is more concerned about winning his Nobel Peace Prize, which Israel's Netanyahu personally promised him to get. Trump seems controlled by Israeli interests, you'd think. What I find hilarious, though, is that the U.S. ruling circles chose to do a fraud scheme to the benefit of terrorist organizations such as Al-Shabaab in Somalia. Why didn't they just give the Somali leaders some theme parks, landmarks, or skyscrapers? I I guess that too much of U.S. real estate has already been promised to Arabs, Russians, and Chinese investors. They're running out of options to bribe foreign partners unless they start taking the money directly out of the social services coffers. Yes, in short, I believe the Somalis that Obama brought in were henchmen. And I believe these henchmen were given free rein by both Washington, D.C. and the FBI to commit fraud. And no, I don't think the FBI Director Kash Patel is going to do anything about it because the FBI isn't investigating the fraud. The FBI is organizing it. So that's that guy's theory. Now, I can't vouch for the veracity of his theory or any of these theories. But it certainly is interesting. There's definitely a connection between the fraud of Somalian people in Minnesota with Israel recognizing Somaliland and wanting to get the Palestinians to Somalia. There's definitely a connection. There's definitely a connection. Okay, so I mean, everybody has seen Nick Shirley's reporting on the unbelievable fraud happening through daycare centers and Somalians in Minnesota. It's got over 100 million views on his report, and he's been boosted by everybody. And James Lee is here to tell you there's another side to this story about Nick Shirley, and let's listen.
So it turns out one of the most viral stories of 2025 about the Somali daycare fraud in Minnesota ends up being a complete psyop. Because evidently, Israeli reporters are now asserting that Mossad and Israeli intelligence, not U.S. authorities, were responsible for exposing the Somalian-ran Minnesota fraud operations.
How is Israeli Mossad related to the recent corruption that was discovered in Minnesota? You're not going to believe it, but there actually is a substantial connection, and it runs through the Israeli Prime Minister office. Now, start from the end. Israel just established relationships with Somaliland, which is not Somalia.
And what does that mean? Let's take a listen.
Does anyone know what Somaliland is, really? Said U.S. President Donald Trump after Israel became the first country in the world to recognize the self-proclaimed republic in Eastern Africa. Somaliland is a small territory in the Horn of Africa that broke off from Somalia in 1991. So why does Somaliland even matter? It sits in the Gulf of Aden, one of the world's most important ships. There's also a Gaza-related angle. Earlier this year, it was reported that the U.S. and Israel have explored Somaliland as a potential destination for displaced Palestinians from Gaza.
And bingo, that is why we've been hearing so much about Somali fraud in Minnesota. Because it had already been reported weeks before by the U.S. attorney that fraud in Minnesota exceeded $9 billion. $9 billion is a whole lot of fraud compared to, what was it? Nick Shirley talked about $110 million, $9 billion. We're talking about a small fraction, but focusing specifically on the Somali community. And then you have the amplification of this story, which isn't necessarily organic, right? You have people like Elon Musk, Vice President J.D. Vance, Attorney General Pam Bondi, all amplifying this story. I'm not discounting that the fraud exists within the Somali community, but is the focus, is the amplification making us feel a certain way, or trying to make us feel a certain way about the Somali community? That's the question. Now, according to Somali intelligence, Somaliland has accepted 3 Israeli conditions in exchange for Israeli recognition. One is the resettlement of Palestinians. 2, the establishment of an Israeli military base on the coast of the Gulf of Aden. And Somaliland joining the Abraham Accords. Well, isn't that a lovely and convenient development for the state of Israel that they get somewhere to dump the Palestinians? They also gain a critical and strategic military base, and they create an ally in the region that did not exist before. So maybe they get a resident independent journalist who maybe isn't so independent if you read what this story is all about.
Well,
to do a story that says Somalians bad.
Well, it certainly seems fishy. And James is on it, and as we reported in the other video, that the Somaliland is real. All those things are really happening. And I think if you take the Nick Shirley story at face value, you are doing exactly what they want you to do. That, by the way, again, this story was has been reported several times about this daycare scandal. It was reported as far back as 2013, but it was also reported.
Mansa Musa, give me Nelson Mandela.
Yeah, Chinese are pretty good, I guess.
Top 5 Asians of all time.
Who's the one that had all the offspring?
Genghis Khan.
I guess he's number 1.
Wasn't he like a dictator or something?
Oh yeah,
Not a nice guy.
brutal tyrant.
Not a nice
You
guy.
can't make him number 1.
Why not?
Come on.
If like 50% of Asians have a piece of his DNA in them.
Now you go. What does that mean?
That's some bad shit, bro. Some bad shit is what that means.
Jesus, Genghis Khan was wild.
All right, can we go top 5 Asians? Can we just say it?
I'm trying to think.
Bruce Lee's in the top.
That's the thing. Like we're hesitant to put Bruce Lee because he's an action star and martial artist. But why don't we talk about global impact of Bruce Lee?
It's not even close.
What did he do globally for Asians? What did he do? Did he reinforce a lot of stereotypes that exist to this day? Yeah. What do you mean?
Bruce Lee was so dope that every other race acknowledged him as like the bar for something.
You might
remember
be
the Last Dragon?
For the Bruce Lee impact, man.
Let me tell you something.
You remember the Last Dragon, bro?
To this day, if you get into a fight with an Asian dude in the street and he fucking, you're gonna be like, you got it, bro. That is the effect of Bruce Lee.
People don't know what that is, though.
What is that?
Like the stance you just made. I know it because I'm old enough to know it.
Any stance.
Any stance.
Alright, nah, that's not true. You do that Karate Kid shit, I'm beating the shit.
What if he goes like this? What if he goes like that? What if he goes like that?
See, that's different. That's Dragon Ball Z.
If he goes like that,
that's different. But I gotta see some shit glowing. If you do this shit to me, I'm fucking you up. I'm fucking you up.
It was an Italian kid.
I don't believe you know nothing.
But if he was an Italian kid, Karate Kid was an Italian kid.
That's true. That's true. That is true. That is true.
What about my man, the Dodgers right now?
Oh, yeah, the Dodgers dude.
Shatani here.
Oh, Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth.
He could have gone on the blacklist.
No, Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, Shohei Ohtani.
Shohei Ohtani. He's up there.
It's crazy we're struggling with this one. They have the majority of people.
No, it's crazy. Chris is struggling with this one, yo. I'm about to take your yellow card, Chris. I'm gonna take your yellow card. I thought you knew something about Asians. This is crazy.
Come on, bro. Can we, all right, why don't we change
the top Germans?
Can we just name 5 Asians? How about that? Name 5.
Rush Hour was that fire to people?
No, Rush Hour was crazy. Rush Hour was crazy.
Rush Hour was that fire that he gets the top 5. Trump Asians to bring it back.
Yeah, he's like mandatory. We need another Rush Hour. You know that shit affected Trump in a meaningful way.
This is for Asians. I'm not gonna lie. Like it seemed like all
Dalai Lama.
Yo, Dalai Lama up there.
Dalai Lama.
We still don't know what he did. We don't know what he did. Really.
I didn't know the Dalai Lama was Asian. What else, Chris?
Hello Kitty. Goku.
Ali Wong.
Goku.
Manny Pacquiao. To be honest with you, Asians. It's kind of a boring list.
Yo, it is. You know what it is?
Boring list, yo.
You know what it is? Asians dominate in terms of like successful. This guy right here. We might have to put, we gotta put Jensen Hong. We gotta put Jensen Hong.
Jensen Hong, yeah. Jensen Hong. Jensen Hong is up there. See, President CEO in the video. He's up there.
Put Jensen on there.
All right, I got top 5 Asians. Jensen Hong, Bruce Lee, Ali Wong.
You're putting Ali top 5 Asians of all time.
Ali Wong
of all time.
Yes, bro.
That's disrespectful to Asians. No, that's Ali.
Ali Wong.
All right, let's start over here.
It's my top 5. Alright, what else we doing, y'all? It's been an interesting week, man. I wanted to know your thoughts on this topic.
Tell me.
Jason Derulo doesn't want to work with anymore. We have the clip, Chris. This is interesting. Now remember, I'll scroll up, Chris, I want to read this right. I want to read what happened, but I think people forget. Scroll and read the headline. The headline says, Jason Derulo, I'll never work with women again. Jason Derulo delivers shocking comment after sexual harassment case against him. Which I forgot. I mean, so many people was getting me through it. I didn't even know Jason Derulo got caught up in this. But let's click on what he said.
There was a lawsuit not too long ago by an artist that was hired to label. It was dismissed. What did you learn going through that? Never work with women. Oh, come on. There's truth in every joke. But it's a sad truth. I will never be alone in a room with a woman that I work with. Ever again.
3 kilometers, use the left lane to take the M39 Allendale Road exit toward Midrand.
Crazy story. That's what we're told. So, with that being said, how can I be comfortable being in a room with a woman that I work with and not feel like she can just say whatever she wants? It's not worth it to me.
Listen, and I'm gonna tell you something else. Go scroll to the headline, Chris. The media is still doing it because they'll put a headline, "I'll never work with women again." Jason Derulo. You understand what I'm saying?
He just said never being alone in a room with them.
But listen, even if he did say I'll never work with a woman again, he said it in jest. He said there's truth in every joke. My thing is just the context of why he said that. If you don't understand the context of why he said that, I don't know what to tell you. I thought he explained that very well just now. He's like, if I was with a woman and she just made up some crazy wild shit and it became a headline everywhere and I lost millions of dollars, why would I ever put myself in that situation?
Now, let me
his PTSD is real.
Let me pose something to you.
Okay.
Let's say that there's a girl and she had a horrible encounter with a dude from a certain race. You guys pick your race. And then she said, I just never want to be alone in a room with a person of that race anymore. How would society view her? Society might, and she got an actual reason because she did have a bad situation with them, and she's now painting that.
In 800 meters, use the left lane to take the M39 Allendale Road exit toward Midrand.
And she's like, this happened to me with a person from this race, and now I don't feel comfortable. And we would deem that person racist, and that they're.
But the reality is that's what we all do. We do those broad generalizations, right?
Well, we deem them wrong, right? Societally, we go that's. Like,
well, it depends. If I have a
use the left lane to take the M39 exit, then slide left onto the ramp to Kyalami.
And we would look at you and we would say, hey man, don't paint all white people like this. You would encounter with an asshole.
Yeah.
And I guess in this circumstance, we should also tell him, hey, you had an encounter with an asshole, and it's probably not a good idea to paint all women with that.
Slide left onto the ramp to Kyalami, then merge onto Allendale Road.
Why can we not acknowledge his PTSD?
You can say you have PTSD over the situation, which I thought sounded very authentic.
Yeah.
Without saying I'll never be in a room with a woman again.
I mean, it's easy to say that to you. You ain't scooters, Chris. You want all scooters off the streets of New York because of one bad encounter. Because you stepped out on the sidewalk and somebody in the scooter came. You wanted all scooters. You never said that dumbass driver that was riding the scooter.
I said if they're going the right way, I have no problem with
You never have said
on the street.
You never have said that.
Right way, right way on the street.
Chris, you're not
on the street. Wrong way, sidewalk, they gotta go.
No, you wanted scooters off the street. You said it here on this podcast.
Scooters traveling at a safe speed in the right direction, obeying traffic laws. It's very easy.
In 300 meters, turn left.
Immigrants?
Are they?
I don't know. Do you have an issue with immigrants, Chris?
I do not. No matter.
bonke abantu base-Buffalo City nabazawusuka kwezinye awukwazi uyawufikelela khona.
Okay, iyavakala. Uthini ke umongo enizawube nigxile kuwo?
Umongo esizawugxila kuwo njengoko senditshilo ndathi urhulumente uye wajonga wabona into yobana kufuneka abale into yobana ukusukela oko yaqala i-HIV ngaloo nyaka yaqala ngayo sele ehambe umgama ongakanani. Umgama ke uhanjiwe sisokola okanye amasebe esokola onke ezama ukunyanga i-HIV kambeni ka-health kusele belisokola kakhulu lona kuba besinika lisise amayeza. Iinzame ke zenziwe kwathi kwaba kuyafumaneka into yobana amachiza akhona njengoko sizaziba ngokusithetha ngento yobana abantu abapositive batya i-ARVs ke ndayazi uba ngayo igciwane le-HIV. Therefore ke ngoku eyona nto sithethiwayo
phambi kokuba nje uqhubekeke ndiyacela uqonde uba ndikuphazamise ndifuna siye evenkileni and then ubuye ke ngoku uqhubekeke. Utyhafiswe yintoni namhlanje amahlaba neenaliti ndisholo iinyawo ngathi ziyatsha.
we are chilled. Nobody's trying to sweat or do too much. You understand what I'm saying? We take it. Okay, thanks, bro. Exit my Audio pros. Now this feels like, you know what I'm saying? Today is straight. I'm just saying.
Oh, I actually watching up there.
And maybe fire, even if we didn't step and fire, he was always stepping back into that range because we're back and Charles wanted to be back here and just use that to come straight in. And now
Charles is a very back and forth straight. He's not really hitting with angles.
And you said that the one miss could it have been that shift. Now he's just circled Charles more into his own right hand.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, you know what I mean? And then is that what it is? And then goes there and then just dip that little bit. So if he went in a straight line, he probably could have still slipped and maybe missed, but shifting off as he wanted to step into that right line, he slipped into Ilya's right hand. So if you watch him when he shifts, he even shifts.
So he's moving Charles off center while
he does
shifting.
as he shifted, knowing that he was going to follow.
So
whether he did that on purpose, I don't know, but but it seems like it was pretty strategic. Even the way he didn't just shift back, you see him shift off center. So usually it's easy to shift to your right, a little bit harder to shift to your left.
Yeah, it's like in boxing, the guys who are great body punchers. Like there's a guy named Miguel Cotto. Do you remember Miguel? He had a really strong jab, but then he would shift and put his weight over his left foot, and then just rip those body punches. And I think the concern in MMA, I would imagine, is like shifting left. There's a foot or a shin that's going to come right to the top of your head potentially. In boxing, when you shift over, there's not much that can hit you.
Yeah.
Like maybe an uppercut can be under, but like if I'm this way and you're a conventional fighter, what do you throw, like a knee or something?
So if you keep dipping that way, you're saying?
If I dip this way, and you're conventional, you're fighting orthodox, that fucking game over.
Yeah.
So it's like it's a risky move too.
Yeah. So with the shift, she sort of shifted back out of range, but out. So not really with the slip. He ended up slipping with the punch when he decided to throw the two.
Yeah.
All right, now I'm going to get real technical. All right. So when he even shifts off center. The only thing is when you shift to your left, he shift and then
you can stand if you want.
Yeah. Sure. I'm going to stand. Is that all right?
Am
still in? So
I'm Charles.
So he sort of when he went here, shifted back, and then he sort of went bang, and then he sort of shifted here. But now look at I'm side.
If I walk straight,
but
then
but I'm off center here.
Yeah.
So if you notice,
so there's nothing I can throw at you.
Yeah, but I feel like off here. But you notice he shifts back, and then as soon as he comes in, he goes boom, and he even shifts his hips straight in. So he shifts back, and then just goes boom.
So now you're walking straight into the right, and you don't have anything with power to I guess I'm like reaching over.
Yeah. So you got an angle, and then again I pulled you.
Yeah.
He's pulled that way. I'm really fixing that. Sorry.
There.
Yeah. Yeah. So he's shifted this way, but again, firing from here across your body would have been hard. So he even shifted, and as soon as he went, he's just went bang.
And then
he's even shifted his he slipped his head with that left foot.
So what's the strategy against a guy like
that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Watch it anyway, it makes sense.
tell us. So, what's the strategy against a guy like Ilya? Let's say you guys run it back again.
Wrestle the bloke, mate.
You gotta get him. Get him down, right?
Wear him down. Like, that's what you want. You want to see what's going to happen with his gas tank. So, even with Ilya, great fighter. Like a lot of the things he does. Like I'm sure a lot of it's well trained, and then he's got so many good instincts as well. Like even him just shifting that way, he's probably trained for that. But then just as soon as he wanted to square his hips up with the right hand, the power was there and put him in a safer position while he was throwing too. So just little things like that he probably trains for, or it's just great instincts. But yeah, we want to see the gas tank, see what happens with it. Because I thought Charles, when he was taking him down and forced him to sort of wrestle and the grapple, I felt like it was starting to wear on him a little bit. So even when he sort of ended up on top in the grapple, I don't know if you remember, Ilya gets up and then remember he was just staying up and there was kicking him, didn't let him up. He waited. I'm going to wait 30 seconds, kick his legs.
Interesting.
Get my breath back because that probably took a little bit out of him, which I thought was clever. And then the ref stood him up, and then he's like, right, back to work.
Now you get a little break. So you would attack the gas tank, and you do that by like grappling cardio. Because I
guess you would have to. So like again, like when you're right.
Serve luxury with Cadbury by any two participating slabs and nominate. T's and C's apply.
Have you been sitting on a smart business idea and need to get it online? GoDaddy makes it fast and easy with user.
Again, like when you're right, you want to catch him coming in because he wants to commit as well.
Yeah.
But there's that danger of him landing as well. So with Charles, he should have known that this guy's just going to try and take my head off. I've got world-class jiu-jitsu, and Charles is pretty strong. He's improved his wrestling. Yeah. I might take it there.
But I feel like
take him in the championship rounds if I have to, or I finish him early.
I feel like a lot of these guys, though, it's like you've had so much success, and maybe you felt this too. Like you have so much success throughout your career doing something, and like it's very hard to make that change because it might chip away at your confidence. Like I give a lot of credit to Ankalaev. Like when Ankalaev fought Pernetta, I think all of us were going, "There's no way he's actually going to bang with this guy," and then he outstruck him. So like, I imagine if you're Charles, you're like, I'm one of the best fighters in the world. Like, why would I change what I do for a guy who's coming up 10 pounds? Does that chip away your confidence at all when you go, I have to not do what I normally do against this guy?
Depends on the fighter, I guess. And you're right. It seemed like I'm going to press him and I'm going to show the weight. What I mean? But then I just thought that's what I thought was going to happen. That's what I thought he was going to knock him out.
Yeah.
And that's it. Because he's not so defensive. He's all offense, Charles. So. Easy.
We already know what time it is. You see the lighting. If you're new over here, get ready, buckle up. Let me tell you something, okay? Boners are not just about performance, okay? Never blue chews mid-tip. Falling back to their house. Steal it.
He's got a gas tank, dude. You know about gas tanks? All the rounds on social media and all the rounds in the pantry.
Yeah, that might be a good match. That's a money fight though. Like that's not for Bill. It's not for anything. But if you were the guy that could take out Bonnie Blue, like 1,000 have tried.
Hey, I ain't going there. That's for sure.
Now, who do you want next?
Who do I want next? All right. Look, Mobzar's probably the guy that I think deserves it, right? That's what I've always been about. I've always been about who deserves it.
I'm about you making money.
Yeah,
that's what I'm about.
That makes sense.
I see you with the girls.
Most of the times it's contract fights anyway.
So they have a say in
well, it's contract. So
you get a piece of that. You get a piece of that pay-per-view.
Pay-per-view. Yeah, you're right. But let's get into that. The pay-per-view system isn't as good as it used to be. Talk to me. I'm not going to give it too much away.
Well, give me an idea.
No, I just mean it's just the way it works is just a little bit different, and that's why you're seeing the pay-per-views now. They're starting to look like they're dropping drastically because it's just the way the system is, and there's still millions and millions of views, but you only get paid on certain pay-per-views. You know what I mean? And so it's a
to the actual pay-per-view.
How does that change
So it's not,
for you financially? Like, are you like, I can still make as much as I could before, or can you not make quite as much as you could before?
Well, I mean, you can still make money. Like again, the right fights, it's just very hard. And if you've got a Conor McGregor on the card or someone, John Jones, I'm like, all right, now you can really make some. They can tie up some of that money compared to what you're fighting for. But it's pretty hard. So even now, good cards like the pay-per-views that you're seeing, good cards at like 300, 400. That's considered really good now.
Really?
Yeah,
when you say 300, 400, you mean 300, 400, 100,000 buys?
Yes.
Whereas like the huge monumental fights might have been at $1 million.
I'll say exactly. So it's harder. I don't know. Again, I probably shouldn't be talking this because I don't know enough about it. But it's just not sort of how it used to be. The different like deals, like like TV rights deals and all that. I think it's a little bit different. And now again, you've probably got all the streamings and that as well. Right? So, I don't think everyone. The only way to watch it is to buy pay-per-view. There's other ways people are probably trying to watch it too, right? So there's a lot of things that factor into it nowadays. But
yeah, it's tricky because I don't know. I've heard some people say that. I've heard some people say like currently the UFC is like a star problem. Like they don't have like as many stars as they did. I think that what people need to understand is that like this happens in all fight sports, even the ones that are predetermined. Mm-hmm. Like it happened in wrestling. Like you go through ebbs and flows.
Dude, even non-fight sports. When Jordan retired, there was a ratings drop.
Exactly.
We didn't have a Jordan yet. Then we got Kobe. Then we got LeBron. Well, LeBron's gone, same thing.
So it's not like, oh my God, is the UFC over? It's like no. What's going to happen is we had a time where there's there's Izzy, Josh Jones, like there was like a 5-6 year period where it was like every division had multiple, the Diaz, but it's like multiple guys that you needed to watch. And now some of you guys are getting up there, some people are retiring, some people are losing some fights, and a new crop needs to come up.
Yeah.
And you refuse to let that happen in your division. Which is really there's this guy with this beautiful haircut and a great backstory, and you're like, I'm not out yet. So I'll just take the belt back to fucking Australia.
It's a great story, but my story's still going.
I know. They had this guy's story so fucking downtown. I'm watching this thing. I'm getting emotional. I see you coming out. I'm like, nah, Volk's not giving it to him today.
Look, I'm almost 40, but you ain't having it yet. You know what I mean? Nah, there is a lot of people. Like you're right, though. Exactly what you said. Like that's just how it sort of goes. But there is so many. So many good fighters coming through. Like I'm watching, like even Joshua Van, another good example. Yeah. But I mean, even my division, you got. You've got Pico that's just come in. Obviously, if he has a couple
Aaron,
of...
Is it Aaron?
Aaron Pico. Yeah, he has a couple of like really good boxing and wrestling background. So that'll be interesting to see. I haven't watched enough of him, but it will be interesting to see how he goes. But then you have... I'm having a brain fart now. This is not good. The fighting nerds.
Oh, God.
Featherweight.
Yes. You guys did a face-off recently.
Yes.
You remember his name? Kaio. Silva. He's phenomenal.
And he's a great fighter. Great fighter. You got a lot of them actually coming. So I don't think it's too long till you get a lot of names there.
Exactly.
But am I still going not letting them in?
You're not going to let them in.
loMzantsi Afrika esitshilo ke mphulaphuli nazo HSBC 7 siyaqala ke ngomso apha kweli kunjalo nje laseKapa okanye ke sakulungiselela ke mphulaphuli sakulungiselela sicecesele into kokubana noko imidlalo ihamba njani kodwa ke masibaleke siqale sijonge usithathu mona besika Jimlongo sive into kokubana ihamba njani na i-draw ye-FIFA World Cup Brajimza siyaphila sasithathu kakhulu bhuti kambi ingaba ngoku zihamba njani izinto amaqela noko sele kulungiselwe sivile uba nguRio Ferdinand uzabe watsala la maqela
baninzi wena abantu abazosebenza bezilungisele kakhulu kuphandle ngoba kaloku kukhona high plamo Daniel Ramirez kubekho khona Kevin Hart yakhula kaloku into bayemelika ikhenda yokuba kwenziwe zonke izinto ezibabona kude inikwa Kevin Hart naye ke kuzabe khona abantu bakhona ke nabanye ke abazawube bencedisana ngakho kodwa ke ujonga nje iqhinga loMzantsi Afrika eliphaya kudani Urban i-president we-South African Football Association Bruce kufana Hugo Bruce uVincent Trika team manager Errol Manala
uVincent James lo wonke umuntu ombuza kuba team manager bafana
hey ukufula kodwa akodwa zawubayizana oyathi omsebenzi wanhloko yakhumbula ke TNT ukula plus kai kodwa sokuyika ngexesha sithetha nawe ngamaqela kamashumi amanye anesibini ahlele engenile kanye esithe ayikunya kuzayisizakala begebe yehlabathi kanti ewonke kufuneka abe ngamashumi amanye anesibongo 48 okokuqala nxa ukususela into yokuba indebe yehlabathi yaqala ukudlalwa ngo-1930 isizathu ke sokuba sibe namaqela angamashumi amanye anesibini uzawufika kuba kaloku kusadlalwa imidlalo ye-playoffs kahle ke ilizwe lase-afrika libe namaqela alishumi okwangoku amaqela alithoba isizathu sokuba lithi kahle amaqela alishumi kuba i-DRC nayo isekhona ku-playoffs
Nkosi kakhulu uBrajames amasibambe ngazo zozibini uzawuphinda ufumane ke mphulaphula amagaba ntshintshi njengoba inkqubo yezemidlalo ihamba phaya emveni kwentsimbi yesixhenxe Luksi masibuye ngomso ngokwemveni kwentsimbi yesithathu
Itumente ye-AFCON Morocco 2025 izabe kusasazela ngqo yonke imidlalo engama-52 nesabitaki ijansi ku-SABC 2 ku-SABC Sport ku-SABC Plus nakwizikhulo zikanamathotolo ze-SABC. It's game on everywhere.
Masiqale kwalapha kuthi ephondweni indlela zethu ke sisemanzi kakhulu lumkiswa ke mqhuba kuthi uqaphele kwezi ndawo singamajikojiko kuthiwa ke namatye ayawa phaa ezintabeni ku-N2 xa usuka phaa kuqumbu usiya ngasemthatha phaa ngakutsolo junction ikhona ke ingozi elapho kanti phaa eGauteng ku-R59 southbound phaa kufutshane Cleveland Drive ikhona ingozi elapho Solomon Mahlangu Drive phaa ngaku-R21 highway nalapho uzawudibana nengozi ngokunjalo ku-N1 southbound ungekafiki phaa eRivonia Road uzawudibana nengozi nalapho KwaZulu-Natal ku-N2 uma phaa ePortshepstone usiya kucala seThekwini ungekafiki phaa eManzimjoti sikhona ke isithuthi esikhalela umgaqo apho kanti eWestern Cape phaa eStrand Mel Street neBroadway Boulevard ikhona ingozi elapho qaphela ke mqhuba kuthi chunje kakuhle phela veki bentle ingabi nasibazamisi.
Ungalixhoba lengxaki emalunga nezomthetho ukubanjwa ngokungafanelekanga ukubethwa idivorce engaphikiswayo ingxaki zerenti imiba yokondla kwanengxaki ngezabasebenzi iClientele Legal ikunika inkonzo namagqwetha iiyure ezi-24 ngemini ngepremium yenyanga efikelelekayo SMS umhlobo ku-31222 ngu-umhlobo ku-31222 iClientele General yi-FSP egunyazisiweyo nesemthethweni engena-inshorensi yobomi imimiselo iyafumaneka online kusebenza amaxabiso aqhelekileyo.
Ushenge wasehlala Nkosi sithi umaqonda
sehlala Nkosi. Bisithi tata khawutshisa impepho. Kudala bengishiya ngifuna amaqondana.
Yeah, man.
Nzima, Udala ndibana nabo bayatshiya bonke. Khawutshisa impepho. Kwenzela bazohlala.
Nasezidalweni zami.
Madoda usathemba ngudle uthi hey Butolo nonke bekudrive nokusa ngicelela kwi-management mayinivule mani nityhale zilime ziyetyeni nkqubo cha ningatsibi elikaphungela
ibe le limit kule nto niyenzayo
ya ne idrive nochatha 17:43 lixesha lethu siya kumkhono phambi kwentsimbi yesithandathu sesakushiya ngoku kodwa phamba sikushiye lixesha lolwaluko ephondweni Eastern Cape House of Traditional and Khoisan Leaders soncola kunye nabo namhlanje emnxebeni cimba zokhangela unkosi ugwadiso namgqolo kudala kakho.
Literally forgot the big part that I learned about this donor. I forgot, and these young women told me that this donor was French American and that this donor's name was Pierre. It wasn't until yesterday after we went off air that I presented to you all of this stuff about the DuPont family that it clicked, and these ladies messaged me and said, oh, you figured it out. It's Pierre DuPont. Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. I had mentioned Pierre DuPont on yesterday's show, and this took my breath away. I will be honest, I cried really hard yesterday thinking, my goodness, how could I have forgotten that this donor was French American, that was the big thing, and I was racking my brain trying to figure out that time, because I didn't consider France's involvement in anything. Like, who do I know that's French and has tons of money and is involved in technologies and could possibly be working on a big check that could be kept secret. It's about to IPO and billions are on the line, and it all kind of came together, and I would like an answer about this Pierre, the billionaire French-American donor, and I would like a clean answer as to whether or not it is Mr. Pierre DuPont. Yeah? Because this would be a devastatingly dark story. And my sources are very sure that this is what was on the line, that this was life-changing money, and they are very sure that this individual got a phone call after the assassination, and I think that we deserve to know. I don't think this should be a secret, right? Charities shouldn't be a secret. Why? And by the way, it leads to more questions, like how could you say that you knew that your IPO was going to lead to billions of dollars? How could you promise that? How could you promise that? And did Charlie know? Did Charlie know? And I'm going to be honest with you, I know a lot of billionaires, they don't part with their money like that. They don't part with their money and offer people pieces of their company, people that aren't even their family members. So why was that offer on the table? I have so many questions, and I'm going to ask them publicly, and I think that we demand answers. We should all be demanding answers, because this is now starting to feel very, very dark. It's too French, right? It's just too French. We just can't all be hanging out in Delaware. And there's one more thing that came in regarding Andrew Colbert, very close family friend of Andrew Colbert, messaged me early on, and I, again, was not tracking any of this at the time, but they had said that they felt that Andrew Colbert was acting weird, and I'm sure that's not a big deal. Maybe we were all acting weird. Colbert was assassinated, but moreover, they had mentioned that specifically Andrew had told them that when Charlie said no to Bibi, he lost out on millions. Now I'm going to say allegedly because it's a tip, but I have a tip in writing. I'm not lying to you. And I thought to myself, that's so weird. How could the spokesperson at Turning Point USA be on the, how could they be gaining millions from that? What's the structure here of these contracts? That even people that are in PR, people that are like running PR departments, are getting tips on the basis of donations. I don't know how this is working, but we need to figure out how this is working. I think it's really important that we learn the truth about what happened. Who's Pierre? Is it Pierre DuPont? And has Turning Point been paid? Obviously, it wouldn't be on this year's taxes. They're not going to file those on this year's taxes, but they would be on next year's. But we can ask now, and I'm asking now. And there's more I want to share, but we're going to take a brief break for sponsors. I'll ask the question, what are you guys doing today to protect your tomorrow? Because it seems like waiting until later is not really an option, because we're already living in the later. You should consider adding gold into your financial strategy, because if economies destabilize and the markets get scared, currencies can lose their value, but gold does not always follow suit. Having some gold means that you're not 100% dependent on one financial system. You'll instead have something tangible, and for me, it's about planning, it's about protecting. And of course, I'm not saying that you should dump everything that you have into gold, because that would be as misguided as sticking with just stocks, but balancing your investments is definitively crucial. If you're worried about retirement or worried about the current economy, then let this be your little nudge. Visit CandiceLikesGold.com to get your free 2025 gold and silver kit and learn about how you can get up to 10% in free silver. Don't wait for the next crisis crisis. Protect your future today. Call 855-815-GOLD or simply visit CandiceLikesGold.com. Again, CandiceLikesGold.com. Also, I've been telling you guys about Beekeepers Natural because this holiday season may be full of joy, travel, and togetherness, but it also happens to overlap with peak cold and flu season. Between crowded stores, packed schedules, late nights, and extra stress, our immune systems are working overtime just when we need them the most. That's why I am so thankful for Beekeepers Naturals and their amazing propolis throat spray. If you haven't heard propolis, it's this natural immune supporting substance that bees make to protect their hives. It's like nature's own shield, that's the best way to think of it, packed with antioxidants and over 300 beneficial compounds. It's been used for centuries to help support immunity. It soothes your scratchy throats. It also keeps you feeling your best. I use the propolis throat spray, especially during the holidays because it's clean, it's natural, and it's free from all that junk that you can't really pronounce. There's no dyes, there's no chemicals, there's no fake sugars. Beekeepers Naturals recently launched a kid-friendly version as well of their nasal spray, and the mist is soft and gentle, so kids actually don't mind using it. Today, Beekeepers Naturals is giving viewers exclusive access to their extended holiday sale. You can get 30% off site-wide, so head to beekeepersnaturals.com and enter code Candice at checkout, or you can just go to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candice. This is their biggest sale of the year. Their best sellers always sell out. That's beekeepersnaturals.com and enter code Candice, or you can just go to beekeepersnaturals.com/Candice. There is such a thing as a good Fed, believe it or not. There are good guys. There are good guys everywhere. You know, lightness is always fighting darkness, and I received an interesting tip from a Fed that I'm going to share with you now that might be relevant. But Turning Point USA put in a personal request to try to get the Egyptian plane story killed, you know, and I find that to be very interesting. What is it about these Egyptian planes that Turning Point USA didn't want them to be discussed? I don't know. But I am going to find out. I think we kind of have found out in a weird, really effed up way, actually. It makes my stomach turn. I'm going to miss Charlie. I really am going to miss Charlie, and I think when Charlie was assassinated, there was something about it. I knew that the story was going to be dark. Instantly, I knew that Charlie was betrayed. They laughed at me. Oh, you had a dream. Charlie told you he was... Yeah, Charlie told me that he was betrayed. And I think part of the mourning was... the grief that I was experiencing was in large part due to my understanding that this was going to be missional for me. I think I knew deep down that this was going to be missional. And I kind of knew deep down that the whole world was going to be against me. Or I guess the whole dark apparatus was going to be against me. Not the world. There are so many good people in the world that are the reason I'm doing this, and who understood instantly and felt instantly what I felt when this all happened. And I think it's sad because I was just reflecting on, I guess, really the last part of my youth, being ignorant and thinking that we lived in a country that was free and was fair, it was a meritocracy, the excitement of me and Charlie in politics. Like, we were young bucks thinking that we were going to change the world because the MAGA movement offered us this opportunity to do it, right? We were going to get Trump elected, and we're going to get people to stop talking about racism and sexism and to understand, like, family is a priority. And I realize now, and I know Charlie realizes now, that we did not see the evil that was around us. And I'm going to miss that youth. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to miss that young experience. I'm going to miss Charlie going on dates and the girl they liked, and me always being the wing woman, and him asking. This text message is one of my favorite text messages between me and Charlie when he was getting ready to go on a date. And, you know, he didn't date many people, and he was just kind of in love with this girl. And he was asking me, should I wear this? And this is the text message. It's so sweet. He said, do I have to change this shirt? And I wrote back, yes, and throw it away if you can. Charlie, he goes, okay. And he's wearing a Turning Point early shirt that somebody, I think, gave to him. He's stitched on. Is it stitched on? Is it ironed on? I don't know. But I was like, Charlie, burn it. Obviously, burn that shirt. And it makes me, it's stuff that makes me cry and makes me sad because he just was so young. You know, Charlie was so young, and he was such a good person. And I'm also going to miss the young conversations that you have when you're vibing with someone and you're speaking about things that you don't understand. As you were coming up in politics, I always felt like an alien. We would have these discussions with donors, and we'd have discussions with people, or people would do stuff, and I would just tell them all the time, Charlie, I'm an alien. I am new on this planet. I don't understand this. I don't understand double speak and, you know, contracts and people threatening to sue. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm an alien. And Charlie always said he felt like he was a time traveler. This is a conversation. I said, I'm an alien. I just messaged him from across the globe. He said, I think I'm a time traveler. This is my home. He felt like Earth was his planet, but I think you found me and time traveled with me. Like the kind of friendship where you can talk about being a time traveler and feeling like an alien, as I've always felt like it, because I don't get it. I don't get the rules of this planet. I don't get the betrayal, the backstabbing, the people that dance for money. It's never made sense to me. From when I was a kid, I just felt out of place. And I am out of place in politics. I will tell you that. Because this is what it's all about, right? Selling your soul to the devil. And I don't want to do that. Anyways, that's just going a long way of me saying that I'm going to miss the ignorance of our political youth, thinking that they could be fair, thinking that we could just work hard, thinking that we could run a company, that we could launch this revolution where people were going to be happy in the future because America was the land of the free. I had to mourn that. Now I realized, and as I've expressed, that this is missional. Charlie knew he was going to die young, but there was more that were in those now seemingly prophetic text messages that I was unwilling to share at that time. But I am going to share that now. When he was speaking about his death and the visions that he was having in April 2018, he also said some other things. He didn't just say that he was going to die. He didn't just say that Turning Point was going to be the death of him, but he also wrote this. This is on April 13th. He wrote this. He wrote, "Ish like tonight is what I have foreseen. This won't result in anything. I'll give you the context in a moment. But in our lifetime, we will experience real war beyond anything that we can fathom. Absolute and total destruction." Now, for historical reference, what was going on that week involved, of course, France, right? America, France, Israel, the Middle East, Syria, Russia, and this is the Syria before Israel and the United States overthrew Assad. What was going on was the United States and France were carrying out a series of military strikes involving an aircraft and these ship-based missiles against multiple government sites in Syria. And the official reason that we were told was because the Syrian government had apparently chemically gassed their own citizens, something which Assad had strenuously denied. In effect, if Assad was telling the truth, and I believe he was, because I think there's a war on Christians that's happening, then the West and the United States were implicated in part by a false flag attack to justify a larger military justification. That's kind of something the West does a lot, right? False flag attack, get the media going, we have to respond, and then we just sort of take land. Yeah, that's what we do. Now, France had said in a statement on that morning on April 14th that France's red line had been crossed. So this was a story which Charlie said, this is not the thing that's coming, but this is a preview of the thing that's coming. Missiles, false flag attacks, chemicals, and the Middle East, America, France, and Israel. It is something. It is something, right? This was the vibe of something that Charlie felt was going to happen in the future. Something Charlie, I used to always say, I told you that, the rest is future. I think we are in the rest right now. We are approaching that future right now. And I didn't feel it then in 2018, but I feel it now. I've been telling you guys, I've been having a lot of dreams. And the dread that Charlie felt in 2018, I have been feeling. I felt it leading up to Charlie's assassination. I pulled my children out of school. I was having this dreams and visions about bees and organization that was happening in America. I have a sense of dread that a lot of these events that are happening, these inexplicable events like the Malibu fires, sort of coastal events, the Texas floods, that this is not happening by accident, okay? I have a feeling of a sense of dread that the Fed is taking from Americans right now, and that we are heading toward war, okay? I'm gonna share that. I feel that we are headed toward war, that they want war by any means necessary, and that you need to be, wherever you are in the world, fully dialed into that, okay? We can't be stupid this time. We cannot believe what the media is telling us. We cannot believe what the government are telling us. We cannot believe whatever it is, whatever attack that's going to happen, and we're going to be told that it was this guy. We have to start to recognize the pattern of things, okay? The predictive model of this is my red line, then the red line gets crossed and people are denying it. And what happens? Christians are mass slaughtered every single time. Propagandize Christians in the East to hate Christians in the West. And there's just less of us by the end of it. And these things tend to happen, world wars, when they want a reset because people start waking up. And so I just wanted to express that to you, that I feel that we are reaching that brink right now, and you need to prepare for that. And it feels like an almost inevitability because wars are planned in boardrooms, okay? In boardrooms. They're going to send you and your children and your sons, they're not going to fight. And I don't love the scenario right now that's happening where we have envoys being sent to Russia and Israel and everybody's meeting all this. It feels like something's coming, and I know that you probably sense that dread too. Turning our attention to Turning Point. Did you know, I learned this from one of our sleuths, that Turning Point might potentially now be becoming a real estate empire. Apparently, Tyler Boyer has a younger brother who for 10 years has worked in dental sales. Until Charlie died, because a unique opportunity presented itself at Turning Point USA, where Tyler had begun telling people that TP USA plans to roll out a program to build houses for first-time home buyers. They're going to use Turning Point USA's position and audience to market this idea of new homes. And the marketing pitch is that Charlie preached to young Christians about how school and university was a waste of time, and that it was a waste of money, and that they should get married early, and they should start their lives, and they should have kids. But he never really taught them how or what they should do next. So they are planning to leverage Turning Point USA's position with young Christians as a captive audience to build and sell houses. Okay, that's what the person told me, and I checked that out. They presented some proof of that conversation happening. I think that's interesting. I think we should share that. And I'm sure that that's probably what Charlie wrote. He apparently had a 15-20-year plan, according to Frank Terry. Or was it Rob McCoy? Rob McCoy said that, I think. They all said it, honestly, but Rob McCoy did say that. He kept this in his notebooks, and so a real estate empire could be on the brink for Turning Point USA. Amazing. That really is something. Anyways, you guys, we are going to take another break for our sponsors, and then I will get into some of your comments. All right, you guys, whether you are struggling with credit cards, personal loans, or medical bills, PDS Debt has custom options to help you get out of debt. They go beyond the numbers to understand your unique financial situation, and they can craft a personalized plan that is designed just for you. There's no minimum credit score that's required. They are here to help you save more, pay off your debt faster, and start putting money back where it belongs, which is obviously in your pocket. PDS Debt is A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau. It boasts thousands of 5-star reviews on Google and holds a 5-star rating on Trustpilot because PDS has helped hundreds of thousands of people get out of debt. Every month you wait, it will just cost you more in interest and fees. The best time to start was probably yesterday. The second best is right now. Don't wait another month. Take back control in 30 seconds. Get your free personalized assessment and the best option for you by visiting pdsdebt.com/Candace. Again, that's pdsdebt.com/Candace. Also, I want to tell you guys about Home Title Lock, because if you are a homeowner, you should listen to this. The FBI has been warning homeowners about this type of real estate fraud that's on the rise, which is title theft. Now, this type of theft doesn't happen by breaking down your doors and stealing your stuff. It happens with just a one-page document that has a forged signature that can get filed at the county. And if your title, which is the legal record of ownership, gets transferred out of your name, criminals can then use your ownership to drain your equity or even sell your property. And you won't even know about it until you start getting collection notices and foreclosure notices in the mail. That's why I partnered with Home Title Lock so that you can protect your equity and find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code Candace at HomeTitleLock.com and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That is 24/7 monitoring of your title records, urgent alerts to any changes, and if fraud occurs, the US-based restoration team will spend up to $1 million to fix it for you. Again, that's HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Candace, or use the link in the description below. So what's going to happen now? Threats, lawsuits, lawyers, bankruptcy.
Hey, Popeye's Chicken. The people at the Popeye's Chicken showed me love. She gave me some free pies I didn't get to eat. But shout out to the people at the Popeye's Chicken. Got to the city. We went to Hammond. Great interview out there in Hammond, Louisiana. Got her up, chain code, hit the streets, and put them Christian Louis Vuitton red bottoms on. And I got with my partners from what's that? No Cap Rap.
No Rap Cap Podcast.
No Rap Cap Podcast. And they took me to a trail ride event. I don't know what they took me to, but it was it wasn't nowhere I would go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, now relevant. It took me last night. We're a bunch of standing in the dirt with them tennis on, with no high heels on, holes with bullet wounds in their thighs. Them with them C-section scars and their bellies were showing, and the motorcycle jackets, looking like they don't own nothing. I wasn't supposed to be there. So soon as I get there, they got waiting in line like I'm a regular Smoke Joe. And guess who they got performing? Beanie Siegel and who was that other?
State Property.
State, man, nigga, them has been. They done went and got the 4 times in the Temptation to come perform for some YB fans, and they got me in the house. So they done went and got some has-been, some used to be, that we don't even bump down here in the South to come perform in New Orleans. We make them say down here. We ain't never been with State Property in New Orleans. So they done pushed me to the side for some washed up hoes. So I play along. So listen, I go play along. So y'all gotta catch this interview on gangster. Just stop it right now. That's how I tease them, guys. So listen, so they done push me to the side and treat me with hostility as I get to the line, right? So when I get to the line, they got a board security guard. They got a board security guard going through my bag. She take my mace. I got a bag full of money, so she filming through the money. I'm saying, man, nigga ain't. So let me just say this: I had a very upper echelon black political figure told me years ago that as a prestigious black man, if you ever have to go to an establishment and they have to pat search you or put your hands on you, you should not enter there because they don't understand your prestige. They wouldn't pat search the president. They wouldn't pat search Chris Brown. If you have prestige, you should go nowhere where they should be. So that was my first mistake of going somewhere because everywhere I go, I don't get pat searched. No matter where I go. Yeah, they look at my bag, but mother don't pat search. I'm coming to spend money. Why would I come to bring home? See what I'm saying? So, and let me just say this. For them to do all that, only for niggas still to get guns and weapons in. The ones they pick and choose, right? So, as soon as I get there, there's a hostile security person. Underpaid, whole broke, with a little power authority, so they go flex you. You got some black women with some attitude, put the vans on, collecting the money. Hostile to everything working up. But when I come, they make it known that they don't give a about me being there. So, I think I heard somebody say they charge $1 to get in. I think I'm coming in with $20,000 in cash. So I'm saying, man, I'm playing along cool. So I see that he got to do a bunch of explaining. And I'm saying, man, this ain't nowhere. And the women got attitudes at the gate. So they see it's me. Got a camera crew. Man, they tripping about the $1. We'll pay to get in. So whoever put the venue on, he had on like a motorcycle jacket, Will Smith guy. So the guy we with, and I don't know none of these guys I'm with. The guy we with, I see him step off and talk to the guy who's doing the event. They don't just let us in. We still held up. So when he come back, now he want to shake my hand. I done got all the red signs and flags to say this is not a welcome and friendly event for Charleston White. You know what I'm saying? So now they won't let my people in here. I heard 2 things. He came here on his own. The guy I'm with said that. As if, man, I wouldn't have came here on my own. Y'all brought me here. Then I heard one of the people from the venue say, well, he can't get on stage. I don't want to get on no stage with no used to be. I'm hot right now. Selling our shows. He was hot 20 years ago when they were fat. Now they old and skinny. Looking diabetic. So, don't nobody want me, I'm finna go. In matter of fact, what kind of bring red bottoms to dance and party in the dirt? Nigga, I got on some Christian Louis Vuitton red bottoms. I ain't trying to dance and tap my toes in the dirt with these poor ass. Man, get me away from here. So, the nigga that brought us there, he stayed there. You know why? His woman wanted to go there. And she wanted him there so she can watch it. And it's another that he probably wanted to see. That's where they wanted to go. That ain't my flavor. I don't party in the dirt. I ain't no trail ride nigga. Yeah, they get burning trail ride. So, yeah. So, they take me to another event, man. They said, man, I had you a dinner set up. Well, I don't like to eat. I like to Y'all taking me everywhere I don't want to be. Around a bunch of and Pope that suck each other and sneaking want to take me where to choose players and max. To take me where players and max get chose. Players and max don't get chose in a regular club. That's why girls go together. That's why guys go together. And nobody dances or exchange with one another. Take me where them dancing on the laps at. So they take me to another spot called Lynch. They got big arm, big shoulder, bald head, tough looking ass security. No white boys nowhere to make you feel safe. Just a bunch of, so I know it's dangerous. No white boy security nowhere. I'm saying, man, I see why this is a dangerous place. They ain't got no white boy presence that'll take it fast to jail. It's all, yeah. So before we even get to the door, it's commotion sound like it's gonna be a shoot. Before we even get to the door, there they go. I'm saying, man, why do you still want to go here? When I look out into the crowd, I don't look at hairstyles. I look at feet. I look from the feet down to the head up. Crowd let me know the women I'm dealing with. If I look down and I count 20 pair of feet and they now I don't know high heel, this ain't my venue. All these flat-footed. These take their out, put their hands on the floor and wiggle that in the air and don't put no hand sanitizer on their hand when they get through dancing about the fan out. So these ain't my kind of hoe. And be wanting to put their finger in your mouth later on tonight for y'all. So we went to Links. As soon as I walk in, I noticed everywhere was taking me. We went somewhere else, but I can't think. I know everywhere we were going, homie, I was being put in the back, in the corner, where I couldn't be seen. I'm just to say, homie, I want to be in the mix, man. Know how I be. I'm a lit counter. Don't put me in the closet. You like the counter for, put it in the closet. Can't nobody see. No, so I'm saying, man, no, my nigga, I like the fucking hoe. So I'm getting rap cap, no cap, nigga, all night long. I'm like, fuck hoe. Nigga, I like seeing the park on the blade. I'm beginning, so they taking me everywhere where I don't want to be. I'm 3 tax brackets above where they taking me. I'm 3 tax brackets above where they taking me. Bad to y'all, but they ain't bad to me. So I had to say, homie, where the big money go? And it couldn't take me where the big money go. I'm disappointed in New Orleans. They could have got their bill. So Tula got their bills paid last night and didn't have to sell no.
For those who want to know, the first place he was talking about was the St. Bernard reunion, 7-1 reunion.
Bush. That ain't no place with no money. That's what still stuck off in the ghetto. Still trying to get up with them kangaroo. Used to be fine.
All right, so how was your trip to Bourbon Street?
Bourbon Street was lovely. So, homie, the love that I got from the young people and the white people. So it's the love from the young people that made this on Bourbon Street.
Right.
Yeah, you know them old lips be stuck out. You know, side, half-ass dating, and then them old really got attitude because don't want to on them. Yeah, so they be wanting to pee, they be wanting to yeah.
Okay, so how was our strip club? How was the New Orleans strip club?
On a scale of 1 to 10, it was a 4. Whoa. You got that? I'm in Booby Trap, Taboo, Magic City, Dallas. On a scale of 1 to 10, this was a 4.5.
We can't get a 5?
No. They brought me one yellow broad, homie, and thought she was it, and I turned her down. So I had to tell. So when I go to the strip club, the club and the DJ and the working in the club can't bring no to me. Them the you like, or them the you want to impress. So I reject the club right. Them the y'all getting to play on me. I'm looking for that stepped in the pothole. You got a bunch of gazelles and zebras running. I'm the lion watching them. I ain't trying to catch them jumping high, running fast at the front of the pack. I'm looking for the zebra that stepped in the Clinton, but still trying to keep up with the pack. You know what I'm saying? So that's what. So I sit back. So all the who run to you. So you got about 15, 20. When they see you get the ball, they come. Well, you got 2 people play. 2 of them playing like they fans, but they not trying to engage me. They sitting and waiting, trying to put a flag down. They don't know Uncle Expert edition. I'm a strip club connoisseur. So the first that's coming up hanging around, them the beggars. Nobody like beggars. Nobody like a begging. We like a slick side asking them. Insinuate kind of, yeah. So the first come up hanging around, looking in your eyes, wiggling your ass, they think you a sucker. That's why they come back there and shaking their tail, fella. Most immediately go to dropping money for that because they see that big ass. Wait, fellas, these ain't the ones. This is the third string. The first string don't run to the patrons. They know they shine on stage. They know they go shine on stage. So, I had to hurt a bunch of them little feelings, because I ain't interested in the first batch to come. For one, I didn't pick y'all. Let me see what I like. Well, how you know what you like? We don't even know what's in here. We don't know what's in here. So y'all bum rushing her. The drinks ain't came, the bottles ain't came, and we got 15 girls around her with no drinks. We ain't got the ones yet. This is so distasteful. This is inappropriate, ladies. This is inappropriate behavior as ladies who are supposed to be in the business of providing customer service. You looking like the bum on the corner asking for money when you doing this. Buy you a drink first. Don't you show up empty-handed. Because I had to do one like this. Once the other realized they wasn't getting no drink, they scattered. But it was 2 of them still hanging with a third leg. Ain't said nothing, ain't spoke nothing. Soon as the waitress go to the bottle, can she get a drink? No, she can't get no drink. She ain't said nothing to nobody. You just go come stand around. It's 6 people on stage. You ain't gonna introduce yourself to none of these people. No, you can't get no drink. Y'all think suckers, and most y'all suckers for that. I'm a perfect gentleman, and I'm a real gentleman in the strip club. I'm looking for the lady that's working with a good story. What happened to the stripper? So what happened to the stripper man that tell you a fake name with a fake story, but it sound real? To get you to invest in her fake story. So yeah, man, so yeah. So now on a scale of 1 to 10. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give it 4.5. Cause ain't no way in the world I could see what's the white boy name used to be for the Saints quarterback? Drew Brees. I couldn't see Drew Brees in there with Johnny Manziel throwing money during the Super Bowl. The DJ was good though.
Well, when you come back again,
I gotta go with some. I gotta go.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. I want to know.
Okay, so this is your girl Queen Queasy the Flight Chick out the 504. And I wanted to ask you some questions about some of the things that's been going on in the city since you were in New Orleans.
Yes, ma'am.
So my first question is, what's your thoughts on New Orleans current mayor, Latrell, they call her TD? She's been indicted for having a relationship with her security details. And some of the charges was like she was spending taxpayer funds on vacations and trips for their relationships. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, y'all done put up in power. Yeah, y'all done went to the mayor's office. That's why, yeah. Whatever. Does she have a husband first off?
She did. He recently away, but I think there was divorce.
You don't never vote a single woman into power. You don't never vote because now because if you vote a woman into power, then she lose the power of because she gotta sneak and get out the way if without a husband. And look what done happened. So there's another woman. So there's several black women who have taken over mayor positions. Who integrity and dignity have been in question. Even Miss Fannie Willis. Another man. So yeah.
So it's the people's fault. They voted for her.
No, it's the people that didn't vote for.
Oh, right.
Because the majority don't never go out and vote. It's the minority that gets out and vote. So if she go get enough of her frat friends, her sorority sisters, her business friends, then with 5, 6, 7, 8,000, 10,000 votes, she can win the city.
Right.
But let me just say this, and this is nothing to slight New Orleans, but New Orleans have always had a history of corruption, whether it's been within your local government, whether it's been within your local police department. That's historically have always sat over New Orleans like Chicago, because this is a mafia town, it's a mob town, it's a crime boss town. So corruption lies here.
That's a fact.
Even that ball hit, what is it in the Rogan group?
Mayor Ray Nagin?
Ray Nagin. Y'all go back the last 2, 3.
Okay. So my next question is, how do you feel about the New Orleans inmate Derrick Groves? That's how you say his name. Saying he's now targeted and treated unfairly in prison. Any advice for him? Now that he's
I ain't no advice for it. You got listen. Them 30 days, them 100 days you was on the run. Yeah. Take the treatment. You got your. While you was out, you got to take your little break. They should have. They weren't supposed to bring you back alive. They supposed to make an example out the last. And you done outran everybody. They supposed to shot your arm off or something. You weren't supposed to come back whole where you can complain to the rest of the world. I hope they mistreat you some more. And the rest of them too. The teacher. Stay in jail. If you get a chance to get out, don't get out. Stay there. Wait till we release you. You don't create no own release date for yourself. So y'all keep mistreating them. New Orleans Parish, spinning his food, have that white boy come in the beans, and when they give him the butter beans, have the white boy come in the butter beans and stir them up good. Yeah, the boy done got out and got some, and then got one of them. And they said the boy had a big old long. That's how he got the guard to get him out.
Oh.
Get way out again. That's what they say. They say that's what made the film. They made that reach and grab that boy and try to turn him in because he's sick of paying for that. I keep telling you that got an expiration date.
So recently in Baton Rouge, a young black woman by the name of Stacey Charles, she was murdered by her white boyfriend Steven, and the police released him after multiple attempts.
Oh, talking to the microphone.
Okay, the police had released him after multiple attempts. Do you think race had a play in that?
Of course it did. Okay. Anytime a white boy is with a black sister, he willing to mistreat her. Can't no white boy love a black woman like a white woman can love a black man. A white man don't have the type of love to love a sister.
Yeah.
But the white woman got the kind of love that can, it's her desire to. It's not his desire. His desire is to treat the black woman like he treats the white woman. He a caveman. Right. White man ain't romantic. All you gotta do is watch his movies. That's him. So nothing about that the white man creates for his fantasy with his woman is what any no, that's a caveman. So I'm saying this to say all that. She ain't got no cousin, she ain't got no brother, she ain't got no daddy's cousin, she ain't got nobody in the family that are willing to lay down their life like George Floyd did for his daughter to get 20 million.
No, I know the family speaking out is fairly new. They wanted like more coverage on it. They said they're not talking about it.
If you want more coverage, one of the family members go one of his family members. If you want more coverage, don't add. You have to go spill somebody. Preferably you get him. But if you can't get him, you get his baby sister. Yeah. You get his elder grandmama. You go get somebody in his family. Don't run to the white boy media and you see the white boy now already took him through his system and give him back to the white ocean. And them threw the white fish back in the ocean. They keep us. Gutters, cookers, cleaners, and fryers in the pan. So I'm saying, ain't we tired of being mistreated? Facts. Then mama say when you tired of being tired, you do something, you change something. We ain't tired yet because there ain't nobody collectively died. We don't have a Dylan Roof. If our young start Dylan roofing, let me just say this. if 10 black men decide to go out and do something at one time and be willing to die at one time, they ought to give you some attention. Their biggest fear is for 10 to do somebody at one time and they be willing to die and not be afraid to die, go to jail. Don't want to die for the cause. So let the family do that by themselves, because we can't help them. If we ain't willing to go spill no, and y'all make sure y'all edit this real good so you get your money. Let's keep having fun and enjoying these Atlanta and football games. They'll work it out.
That's a fact. Okay, so LSU star football player Kyron Lacey, the video footage was released saying that he was innocent, but he had committed. So could you speak on just mental health as far as like black males?
Yeah, ain't no such thing as mental health. We all been before they even start talking mental health. The mental health talk is to strip you of your constitutional rights. Meaning you keep talking mental health talk. Okay, y'all, we do have mental health problems. Now when the police stop you and you got a smart mouth like Sandra Bland, rather than you going to jail, you going to a mental asylum and you disappear forever. See, y'all keep talking mental health talk. Under mental health talk, you can be civilly committed into a hospital or a mental institution forever without seeing a judge. And your only release is what they doing to Wendy Williams.
Yeah, the conservative.
So talking ain't no man keep talking that mental health talk about.
Because it gives them more power.
There you go. And it strips us of our due process. You'll never see a judge. And the thing about it, you'll disappear. Because under the HIPAA laws and the Privacy Act, they don't have to tell nobody they have you. In jail, they have to tell somebody they have you. There's no system you can look in to say he's in a hospital.
Right, yeah.
Man, we cannot release that information. So by the time your people get you, you full of drugs. You don't even know who you are to say who you are. So y'all keep talking that mental health. In itself, I ain't got no sympathy for him. I mourn for the family. We got this up. I had two partners. I somebody before me. I hurt you before I hurt me.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I hurt an innocent person before I hurt me to be wrong. I could be wrong in him. And before I hurt me, I hurt somebody that ain't wrong. So in itself, because the white boy done put a charge on him and he know he's innocent, he burning in hell right now. You can't go to hell.
Okay, my next question is New Orleans rising star Queen Queasy has been into it with her mother via social media. What's your thoughts on black mothers in competitions with their daughters?
I've never seen that. Okay. I've never like seen that. It's a new generation. I done seen a young girl resent her mother and
Millennial New Year, I got Y2K. I was in the Virgin Islands sailing around and I stopped at this island. He told me to see what he bought because he didn't fix the place up yet. He had just bought it. Oh, I don't remember what year he bought it, but he didn't build it out yet. So I went to see what he had there. So next year, and he wasn't there at the time. So I just went to see what he bought. Oh, so he wasn't at the place. Well, I was in that.
Was Jelaine at the place?
No.
Okay.
Just the caretakers.
The caretakers were there. So you were never there when there was a party and with the girls and all this
stuff? No, like I said, we didn't hang out together.
When you heard all the news and the accusations that all these, hey, you know, Bill Clinton was flight log is this, and you've seen a flight log this with all these famous names that you hear about. I mean, you've seen the names. I don't need to tell you the names. So many powerful people that actually went to the island. Do you sit there and say, yeah, you know, he probably did some stuff he shouldn't have done, and he's probably guilty of some of the things that he was young, you know?
Well, he told me he was getting in trouble for being girls that were too young. He didn't deny that, you know. So I figured he was, you know, some sort of accepting the fact that he was girls too young. Whether or not he knew they were too young, you know, I'm not trying to defend him, but people are telling me that girls have said that they were told to tell him that they were on age, that they weren't underage. This is again, I like to stick with facts, so this is secondhand information. Right. But journalists who've spoken to something, have said that they were told not to tell him their true age.
When you went into the house, did you see any famous paintings, like, you know, the Bill Clinton painting people are talking about?
I didn't see that painting, no.
Oh, you didn't see, because this is 2000. Maybe it took a lot longer to paint that painting.
Yeah, I don't know what else.
It's a legendary painting. So, okay, the Diddy case, are you following the Diddy case at all?
No, not whatsoever.
You're not a big fan? You don't listen to hip-hop? You're not a hip-hop guy?
No, I mean, I like some music, you know, but I'm not interested in Diddy.
Okay, well, let me kind of give you why I'm bringing the Diddy case, which is kind of interesting, is the claims against Diddy by, you know, maybe Gene Deal, his former bodyguard that was with him all the time, or some of these other names that are coming and making the claims, Jaguar, right, and all this stuff, and also, boom, they're raiding his Miami home and his LA home, right? Okay, and, you know, I go back and I sit there and say, well, if you went to a Diddy party, he had cameras everywhere. He recorded everything. So what if he's got videos on all these other people? And if he's got these videos, you know, they're worried that what if Diddy decides to leak those videos? And what if Diddy got so much power with these videos that he's negotiating to get full protection, and he's kind of pushing the weight a little bit too much? And hey, man, you just crossed the line, and you're not as powerful as you think you are, because these videos that you have and these tapes, that we can really destroy your life. Well, if you do. And then you think, well, Epstein, who had all these parties, and maybe people that went to his place, and everybody wonders, you know, how did Epstein even make his money? You know, your impression of the guy, you know, being a billionaire, $600-700 million, what is your impression of how your brother made his money? Because he made a lot of money.
He made a lot of money. Well, he started on Wall Street when he was young. And he started on Wall Street when...
He was a math teacher before, right? Or something like that.
Yeah, he taught math in the school in New York City.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he was very good at math.
Right.
Let's put it that way. And he was on Wall Street in the days when Wall Street was like the Wild West. And there's a lot of corruption going on. I remember we were still living in Brooklyn, and he started on Wall Street. And he came home one day. This got to be in the late 70s when he started. And he said to me, I'll never forget, he said, if the general population knew what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution in this country. That's a direct quote from him in the late 70s.
In the late 70s?
Yeah, when he started on Wall Street. You know, he was like the youngest partner on Wall Street when he became a partner in Bear Stearns.
Got it. Yeah.
And all the corruption going on.
He looks like a skinny Lou Ferrigno here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know.
Yeah.
Does he not? Am I like the only one?
Absolutely.
Put a Lou Ferrigno next to him. He looks like a Lou Ferrigno twin.
That's why I'm laughing, because it's so true.
And young, yeah. Oh my God, he looks just like Lou Ferrigno. No relation, right? You guys did?
No.
Yeah. Wow, that was a little too close. Look at that. That is wild.
It's very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is. That is wild.
It's very deceptive on your part.
Yeah. So late 70s, it says if the market knew how much corruption there is.
If the population knew how much corruption and what was taking place on Wall Street, there'd be a revolution.
Did he ever break it down and kind of give you some ideas or not really?
Yeah, he gave me for instance.
What was some of the...
Well, one instance I remember, he said in the old days, before they changed things, a broker would buy, say, $1 million worth of stock in the morning, and then he'd maybe sell it at the end of the day. If the stock went up, he would then apportion it to the clients he liked. If the stock went up, he'd say, okay, I bought $200,000 for client A, $200,000, for different people, and they get the gifts. And if the stock went down for some reason, he can give the losses to whatever you want to give the losses to. So that's been changed. I understand now, brokers not really allowed to lose. Everybody's doing their own work. But then when they changed it, when the broker bought the stock in the morning, he had to declare then who he was buying it for. So then if the stock went up, or the stock went down, those people had the gain or the loss. He couldn't then give the gains to Jim's and the losses to Right, so that was like just one simple example of what used to take place.
Anything else he told you or no?
Well, yeah, then he actually hooked up with an attorney, and they started going after brokers that were ripping people off. I remember there was one case, I don't know who the client was, but the guy gave a broker $3 million to invest. And after a number of trades, the money was gone. And the broker basically said, well, we made 10 trades and they all lost. Now, Jeffrey was a mathematician, and he knew that statistically, it's almost impossible to lose 10 trades in a row, just like it's almost impossible to win 10 trades in a row. Like the odds are kind of the same. So when he sees that every trade was a loss, even if you did it randomly, you're going to get some gains. So then they started digging into this, and they found that there was a lot more trades made, and money was mishandled, and they would go after the broker and reclaim money. And whatever the money they reclaimed for the investors, they got 50% of. So they made a lot of money reclaiming money that was basically stolen from investors. This is what used to take place.
So what was? But I mean, all of that stuff is great. But Mark, to go from $500,000 a year, $1 million a year, $2 million a year, $3 million a year, $5 million a year, $10 million a year, it's hard to make 6 figures. It's harder to make $1 million. It's harder to make $10 million. $600-700 million. How do you make that kind of money?
You make good investments.
Do you know anyone of the best investments he ever made?
That he made? I don't know anyone in particular. I know. We didn't talk too much about it, but I know at one point in time he owned one of the owners, if not the owner, of the company that made football helmets. I think it's Rydell. They make all the sports team helmets. He bought that company, they were in trouble, and he eventually sold it and made a lot of money with that. I don't know the details of it, but I know he sent me a helmet, so I knew that he actually had the company.
Who is this one guy that we did 2 stories on? The one billionaire that said he paid $120 million of consulting fee to Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh, that was Black.
Yeah, that's Black, right?
Yeah, because I heard that on the news also.
Yeah, Leon Black. Can you go up and just put Leon Black and put Epstein? Leon Black, Epstein. And for estate planning is what I remember. Estate planning. He said he spent there it is, okay. A billionaire paid Jeffrey Epstein $158 million for tax estate planning. Look, you're smart, okay? And I would use the word astute. Who the hell has ever spent $158 million on estate planning services? I just did estate planning. And I know some of these estate planners that are the high-end estate planners that deal with billionaires. I was at an event a few weeks ago. Only 60 billionaire families were invited. I was there myself. We're at a Goldman Sachs event. It's in Newton, Chicago. It was a very intimate event. And even those guys use similar estate planners that you go through, and you can do unique ways of doing it, the irrevocable life insurance trust, the islands, all the stuff that you do, okay? You want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just for tax planning services? If you're enjoying this interview as much as I enjoyed doing it when I was sitting with him, you may want to order the shirt already, because the word allegedly is used a lot in an interview like this, and it's right, you can order the shirt. Last time we launched the allegedly, she sold out in no time. And trust me, it's very interesting. It looks to you when you're in the airport, in the gym, you got a shirt on that says allegedly. people will come and smile at you, laugh at you, but many times they'll say, where did you get the shirt? It's a positive review. Place your order and then go back to the interview. Take care, everybody. You want the world to believe Leon Black gave Epstein $158 million just...
You have to have a stamp at the airport to say you are legally leaving this place. You are not a fugitive, because the system will say that, hey, man, you're a fugitive, you're wanted by the law, which then gets complicated because of the situation that side. But they didn't have the legal requirements to enter the country. And my thing is, fuck Palestine or Gaza is far. How far is it?
Very. Whereas things like Egypt.
Egypt! All these Arab countries where they'll feel at home, you know, where there's no haram taking place as much as there is in South Africa.
Yeah, India, all these other places.
India's a Hindu mostly, but Pakistan, for example, right next to India. There's so many countries they could have gone to. Why? So the president didn't ask that. He was like, oh, these are people from a war-torn country, you know, escaping a genocide. Oh, no, bring them in. Doesn't make sense. It's similar to all these other guys with the spices and they're here on asylums. But they leave their wives and they leave their women behind. It's only the men. Then why are you leaving the wife in a place where she's in danger if it's an asylum that you're seeking? You know, all these guys. But it's only men who are coming. Hasn't that made you ever wonder?
According to IOL, it states that their flight was within 13 hours. So they were on board for more than 13 hours.
That's how far it is.
That's how far it is.
And there's so many other countries that can help. Yes, we went to the ICJ, we took Israel to court. But hey man, domestically we also got a lot of our problems of our own. You know what I mean? We've got people who are running away as well from other closer countries. Now that makes sense. If you're gonna jump off from Zim, you know, it's like, well, it is your closest greener pasture is South Africa if you're in Zim or Mozambique. Bro, your greener pasture, why is it South Africa when you're all the way so far, bro?
Why should we care about the story of South Africans?
Because they're here.
And because who's in charge? Is it the NGOs or is it government? Because the guys, PMA, Border Management or that authority said, no, they can't enter. They said, we can't allow these guys to enter. They don't have the right documentation. Who are they? Where are they from? Okay, we know where they're from, but who's put them on a plane? No one knows who put them. What's going on? And then gift of the givers comes, and then it vetoes whatever decision the Border Management Authority has come to. So that's why we should be worried. Who's in charge of the country?
No.
Who's in charge?
What's your take on this? When you saw it, what did you think, man?
Like I think what Saul said, I think is because they took an advantage that we were the ones who were in the forefront of, you know, calling out the injustice that is happening.
Yeah, which was right of us to do.
And I mean, I think it's something that is repeating itself where during apartheid, when there were a lot of countries that were calling injustice that is happening in South Africa, and those were countries that were accommodating South Africans for when they were going to exile. So I think that's something that is kind of repeating itself, that we might as a country be the country that's going to welcome a lot of people from Palestine come here to accommodate them, because, you know, they're running away from their country where there's a lot of injustice that's happening.
So possibly there's more to come.
I get that, right?
That's going to happen.
Yeah. But bro, there's so many conflicts in the world out there. There's so many conflicts in the world out there. Do we then accommodate everyone? We're a small country, bro. You know? Like, we're a medium country, let me say. Do we accommodate them? Is it practical?
But we're already accommodating the whole of Africa. So, is it shocking? Because we always cry that we're a small country, but at the end of the day, our borders continues to be open for more people to come.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This should worry us, because who's in charge? And remember, we've been seeing a string of lieutenant generals, vice admirals coming out. The latest guy, Monde Lobese from the Navy, vice admiral from the Navy, came out now saying, well, politicians are making it difficult for us to do our jobs. For real. There's crazy crimes happening at sea, human trafficking, drugs are coming out of the country. It's a free-for-all. Yeah, he made a statement now. And then earlier on, I think it was the funeral of the mass funeral of the guys, you know, who died in Congo, but it was a soldier's funeral. Another general, Tabeni Mapaha or something. This was February. This was before Mukwanaz. He literally said, you politicians have decided to make our defense force a Mickey Mouse. Our borders are porous, want to play Big Brother in Africa, we're out there in Congo, but the resources have been cut from our national defense force. We're a joke. We don't have borders. Pretty much we don't have borders. And then Mkhwanazi came out and spoke about the infiltration of the justice system by criminals, and that was in July. Then Shamila Botoi came out saying she can't do a work at the NPA because they've been deliberately under-resourced, and all the best attorneys and lawyers and prosecutors are going into the private sector.
Speaking about gift of the givers, an old clip of Dr. Imtiaz Sooliman founder of Gift of the Givers, resurfaced online. In the video, he states that he's not accountable to anyone and only to Islamic law, not state law. This resurfaced as the NGO faced criticism for reportedly pressuring the SA government to allow 150 Palestinians into the country without standard immigration procedures such as the use of passports and asylum papers. Soliman went on to book accommodation for those people. Background of Gift of the Givers: it's one of South Africa's biggest humanitarian organizations, known for emergency response for work in Gaza, Syria, Malawi, Mozambique, and more.
Where's the video?
Do we have the video?
Please try to find the video because
I find the video. Shows.
Yeah, if there's a video, we've got to see it. I don't think.
And apparently, this guy he ran for elections in '94.
Yeah, I saw that the Islam Party, or it's an Islamic party, or a Muslim party. Yeah,
it's a Muslim party.
Muslim party. Yeah, I saw that, man. And I was like, oh.
And then you look at what's happening in London. They've taken over there, the Muslims. You look what's happening in New York as well.
In New York, you mean the mayor being a Muslim now?
Yeah.
That's when they've taken over.
Damn, dog. You must see videos of what London looks like now, bro.
Nah, but London and the UK, bro, I feel like to some degree they deserve it. And the French and Paris, because they're taking over. Yeah, because guess what? These are the results of colonizing. If you go around colonizing and making people very far from your country dress and look like you and do all these things like you and speak your language as well. Yeah, guess where they're gonna flee? Yeah, oh, it is. And also due to the London is a hub of cleaning money, right?
Yes, I can believe.
Yeah, so Gangs of London, Gangs of London series, yeah. Then there was a documentary I watched. I forgot the name now. Literally, it's the world, like it's where the filthy money is, and people own land there now, and are not the Brits. It's the Russian oligarchs. Wow. It's the Arabs. Yeah, and all sorts of people from all over the world. They send their money there to clean it.
So did you get the video? Oh, you can't find the video. Okay. Is that the
what are you searching for? What did you search there? Google Imtiaz Suleiman and then go to the videos and see which one pops up at the top. Because maybe there isn't that video with all those words necessarily. Oh, Google Imtiaz Suleiman Islamic law and search for video results.
Maybe party.
That's gonna show us 94. We're trying to find. There it is. You see? Man, come host for a day. Let me run that thing in there.
Yeah, play the video. Let's see. Is that the video?
Yeah, it looks like it. Yes, sir. It looks like it from here.
Jazakallah Maulana. I really didn't want to speak, and I told him that very specifically yesterday. But I can't say no.
I think this wants to speak, but now this is the entire thing.
Yes, Sultan, thank you very much.
Man, I did see that video, bro, and he sounded very passionate. That's why I wanted you to play the video. He was so passionate, you know, so passionate. And there's also another video where he speaks. I think it's the same video where he speaks that we must crush the enemies of Islam, and it was a very passionate and very radical speech. So for a humanitarian, it did raise some alarm bells that, hey man, this is very radical. It's very radical. Because it's very radical. Because I mean, enemies of Islam, that's like, whoa, bro. Yeah. But you do help everyone, even those who are not Islam, even those who commit haram, as a humanitarian cause, So who would be enemies?
What's this I hear about Cyril Ramaphosa ready to resign? Did you hear about that?
Yeah. What's going on there? She said give him time and date. I don't know. There's obviously a pressure. I know somebody had told me that I trust that he was ready to resign. This is not now though.
Yeah.
This is like last year or a few months back, and apparently Uncle Gwede Mentashe was like convinced him not to. There was a time where he was, because obviously people are not happy. There's factions within the ANC. Zuma did a number on them as well, calling him the guy who's here to kill the ANC. And then obviously we've been seeing everything happening, falling apart.
So is there trouble in paradise right now in the ANC currently?
Of course, bro. They share power with the DA, bro.
Yeah.
No, I'm saying just the ANC itself.
Yeah, but it's always been factions there, man. Always been factions. It's always been, these guys versus those guys, and it's about which faction is in power. And then now there's obviously Cyril is as they put it metaphorically, is in the departure lounge. Because they've got an elective conference coming up. So you always start seeing the ground shake before the elective conference. Scandals, somebody getting suspended, this and that. So it's power,
bro. It starts
from
within the party.
Power infights.
It all starts from within the party.
Yes.
And obviously they're fighting that he shouldn't resign, because they have to literally have that last kind of control. Because obviously by him just removing himself, imagine the chaos, and already they are hanging on a thin thread with the GNU, already. So it's like the ANC is on its last breath, let's be honest. But anything that will rattle them would be just a sudden resignation. But so then who will step in? You know, who do they trust? Who does even the country trust? It'll be over for them. It's not good.
Fact checker, yeah?
According to Business Tech, there has been a letter that was circulating amongst the ANC members in the Eastern Cape, and in this letter they had stated that the president needs to be disbanded, and that the former task team that was helping with President Thabo Mbeki should step in. However, Zikalala has come to Business Tech and stated that those were rumors and that the president would not be stepping down after the G20 conference. But it seems like it's something still.
Yeah, something is.
Yeah.
Anyway, Ghost Lady, before we come to you, our good friends at Hollywood Bets are running an incredible promotion. It's called the Habanero Jackpot Race. You can stand a chance to win at 10:30 p.m. and race phase between 8:30 p.m. and 10:30 p.m. During the race time. The link to get started. When you sign up, don't forget to use our promo code.
I still believe when celebrities say that they are becoming sangomas.
Nah, man.
Isn't that like 2018?
Yeah, 2018, man. Yeah.
Well, guess who?
But I don't never like follow through.
Okay.
And then one day they burning the clothes, you know, the sangoma stuff. They burning it. So one did that.
Vusinova has entered the Ndumba.
Oh, enter Vusinova. Whoa,
yes, bro. Yes.
Oh, wow. Hey, man.
So he publicly confirmed that he has completed his journey of becoming a traditional healer.
Yes. Wow.
Wow. So, yeah, obviously the public is a bit like, you know.
Yeah.
I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with it, but it just felt like at some point in time, people were just doing it for PR, man.
Yeah. And
not for the real cause.
Yeah, and those guys ruin it for maybe the guys who do it genuinely. If he is one of those, we don't know. But a lot of us are like, nah, come on, man. It always happens with the guys who've had maybe a troubled journey along their times, be it maybe substance abuse or whatever. Like, he's come out and spoken about his substance abuse issues in the past. So from outside looking in, it always seems like, maybe, maybe. I don't know.
If someone came up to you and said you had a calling and you gotta be a sangoma, what would you do?
I'll get a second opinion, or a third opinion, and a fourth opinion, and yeah.
But is it something that
because a calling doesn't have a time limit, right, or an age limit? So what can I say? But look for. I won't just try jump in head first, you know, like no. You can obviously get a
soul is a sangoma with pants. While he's doing the ring.
Yeah, it's a nice glue on my pants. Glue on my pants. Give a dollar bang. Give a dollar bang. I wouldn't take
Would you become a sangoma if someone told you?
No.
But it's not. You don't decide, bro. What do you mean, no?
I also think with me, I'd be one of those who becomes in denial and say, nah, I'm not going for the training and all, because I think I'm just one of those, because I've watched what has happened with celebrities and how they've made a mockery of it. You know, same with like your pastors. For me, like who be sangoma and being a pastor is kind of like, okay.
The rumor is if you don't heed, the rumor is if you don't heed the call, then isn't Ozambi right?
Let's see
how bad it goes. Let's see how bad
it goes. We're going to go blind and deaf and then get a stroke on top of it, because it can get really bad if you don't heed the call.
I've heard people, obviously they become very fearful of what could possibly happen to them. But I'd literally just wait. I'd wait it out. I'd wait it out. Like, is it real? I need to have signs. I'm one of those people.
You, my dude?
Yeah, why not, man? It's content.
Guess who came to consult? Who, bro? You won't believe it, bro.
You'll be here and the beats. Like, guys, I'm in my chair.
If I had a calling, I'll take it. I'd heed it, man. Really? You know? Yeah.
Immediately. You don't even try and like question it, get a second opinion.
What's bad? I mean, you're helping people, you know?
It's
a gift, bro. Yeah.
You're the chosen one of the few special ones. Well, you should be a few of you. There's a lot now, and some are fake, but it's a gift.
It's a gift, you know what I mean?
It's not an easy journey, I've heard. Yeah. But I'll definitely have a few opinions before jumping.
Yeah.
Because you don't want to waste all these years, you know, of your life, and then you're like, I'm no longer a sangoma. I'm like, whoa, you know, after going through all of that.
What else you got for us, guys?
Okay, guys, remember Wise Man Ncube?
Yeah. King's Feet.
Yeah, that's a sad story.
Great actor, yeah.
Incredible actor, bro.
Yeah, we can't put that.
Amazing actor.
What do you think is better between him and Tembi Sinkos?
Yo.
One must die. They're on the same.
Man. Tipping goes, in fact.
No.
Wiseman must go. Wiseman must go. Yeah. Hey, I'm a bigger fan I'm a fan of both, but big out Tim Ngosi.
Listen,
Yeah.
I'd say Tim Ngosi must go.
Okay.
Who's your type there? Who'd you give it up to?
Not like that.
Well, he's asking.
Like who? Okay, but I like dark skinned guys. I'm more for dark skinned guys.
So Wiseman.
So Wiseman. Oh wait, was the first decision based on that?
Yeah.
Of that, Tim Ngosi must
Yes,
go.
yes, it was based on who would be who would be better. Oh, okay. Yeah, Tim Ngosi must.
Who would be better at what?
No, at being alive, at sharing oxygen with on Earth. At sharing oxygen and on Earth.
And Dumi, who would you give it up to?
Who would be better?
Dumi or Dudu? Both. He said none of the above.
Yes. Wiseman, what's Wiseman doing here?
Oh, okay. So Wiseman, recently, there's a story about him coming out from it's a ex site has revealed that obviously got her pregnant, and when she went, because actually she released DMs conversation between them. This first DM happened in December when she tells him that she's pregnant. Obviously the guy wants to deny it and say that he is not linked to that. Okay, fast forward, she's been wanting a DNA test, and now he also refuses that. Now apparently also just got married to his wife of 8 years. They've been together for 8 years.
Oh, beautiful. Well done, guys. Great choice.
Again, now the wife was DMing the side about, please just stay away from my husband. And obviously the girl is like, well, and even threatening her, saying, you know what I can do to you, right? And this girl is like, so she posted that as well. This is a DM of the chat. Yeah. Now, for me, it treated me on the part of, as a wife, it's like, why are you defending a man? Like, as much as yes, it's your husband, but
he's the prize.
It just ends up looking bad. It ends up looking bad. As wife to wife also, for me, it was just like, the guy's wrong for cheating, and because clearly this happened while they were still together, and they get married.
How old is the kid now?
Clearly this kid is still a baby.
Oh,
the pregnancy was revealed last year, December, and this was on a DM, like a conversation between the two. Now she stepped in, and obviously remember he also refused to take a DNA test, and this girl just keeps on going back to this guy, like, guy, just be there for your kid and take a DNA test and confirm, because it is your kid.
Yeah, that
can't
part.
deny it.
Yeah, that part. Come on, right?
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna impregnate anyone, if I'm gonna impregnate anyone, and I'm gonna sleep with somebody, and they say they are pregnant, then it's the only responsible thing, because you don't want to be.
We are witnessing the death of international law as it was conceived in San Francisco in 1945. Begging the question, is the UN relevant, or it should be re-examined in the same way that the League of Nations was? As for Venezuela, I think the President of the United States has been very clear. Ours is diplomacy, and is an insult to the word diplomacy to talk about diplomacy in this context, is that we will get your resources. Hear him say, we have companies that are going to exploit the resources of Venezuela, and we are going to ensure that the resources and the funds realized will be helped to grow Venezuela. We are going to run Venezuela. If one doubted that colonization, classical colonization, is back, it is. And Trump is saying it without mincing any word, without batting an eyelid. And Venezuela, in my view, is a test case. If I was in Colombia, I would be very worried. Because he is saying, you have the judge, jury, and execution. It's a sad day for international law. It's a sad day for the question of sovereignty and equality of nations. There are countries, head of state, can be blacked out, handcuffed, and taken to a foreign country to face charges. However legitimate it is sad. But as I've already indicated, it is with President Noriega in Panama, Saddam Hussein, Muammar al-Gaddafi, and even as early as 1903 with Panama, one may even say with Haiti, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Dangerous times, sad times, the law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, and the dying of the least suitable. In my view, international relations is very nuanced. Because what would they do? Would they invade the United States of America? Because that is the best thing, that something should happen, that missiles should now be directed to the United States of America. But things don't work that way. The only thing that has now happened is that all the arguments that the Americans had against everybody else, against Russia and Ukraine, are now illegitimate. The argument that they have against China invading Taiwan are now illegitimate. And it also gives very bad ideas to some of former colonizers and neo-colonizers that you can actually go into a country and because you are nuclear power, nothing will happen. That is the danger. The best that the friends of Venezuela can and are already doing is to condemn the United States of America to hold sessions at the UN. But if you listen to Trump's speech at the UN during the last General Assembly, he has contempt for the UN. He was insulting UN. He was insulting the countries. And he's saying it is the United States of America that counts. The rest of the world does not count. Because his language is hyperbolic. We are the best. We are the leading. Our military is the best. We can do things that no other country can do. But he also knows that what he is doing is going to face condemnation. Within the United States of America itself, you have seen Senator Bernie Sanders come out and say that the President of the United States must not declare war without the sanction of the Congress. And it's a sad thing because what is also happening in the United States is that we see a President of the United States that is rendering all organs of the state useless. Congress not informed after the fact. In fact, if Trump were in another country, he would be a classical dictator. But that is not the language that we are using to describe him. At least the Western media is not using that kind of language. But it tells you that the year 2026 and beyond is going to be a year that is defined by unilateralism. And that when they have control of Latin America, the countries that are being scared at this moment, and it appears that resources is what is defining American policy under Trump. And we have seen it, the transactional manner in which he signed an agreement with Ukraine, the transactional manner in which he signed an agreement with the Democratic Republic of Congo. So Venezuela is a warning to the world. Venezuela is a guinea pig. Venezuela is a trial ground. And one waits to see what the other powers are going to do about it. Russia, China, and also say India can do something about it. Brazil, the Lula has already spoken about family. But beyond speaking family, beyond convening urgent meetings or history is very misguided. Attempts were made in Afghanistan, failed. Vietnam failed. Iraq failed. It can never happen. You can get into a country, you can bomb a country, you can use missiles, you can do all these things. But if you don't capture the spirit and nationalism of a people, you are not allowed to control them. Colonialism in its classical sense, as was practiced by the European powers, I think is dead. What we are going to see is perhaps they'll have a puppet regime. They'll have a regime that is scared of the United States of America and therefore checks every other activity with the United States. What he's going to achieve is going to ensure that American companies are going to exploit the oil in Venezuela, and that they are going to ensure that if elections are held, the individuals who contest the elections are approved by the United States of America. And that is possible because fear will be instilled in them. The army of Venezuela now knows that they do not stand a fighting chance against the United States, and they knew it already. So it's going to be administration by intimidation, so that Venezuela is, for the foreseeable future, being prepared to be a satellite state of the United States of America. I wouldn't be surprised if in a few weeks' time the President of the United States called it the 52nd state of the United States of America, having called Canada the 51st. So that is the kind of rhetoric that one is going to see. But post-Trump environment is going to be an environment of repair. Whichever administration comes after Trump is going to try and restore some kind of normalcy, some kind of predictability to American foreign policy. As it is now, American foreign policy is so eclectic, or so, one would say, so unpredictable, and that is sad, because America is not respected. America is feared, and respect that is born out of fear is not the kind of respect that one wants. I believe that if you took the pulse of the American streets, or the American politician who is realistic and sensible and know that you live in a world that requires order, they must be very sad about what is happening to their country and what their country is doing to their neighbors. Somebody has done a parody which is saying exactly that. It's saying, if you are dissatisfied with your neighbor because they are playing loud music, just get there and take it over. Sad. When one looks at the charges that have been leveled against President Maduro, narco-terrorism, those are the grand words that are being used. And once again, these are things that we have seen before. The former president of Honduras was accused of the very same thing, and not so long ago was actually pardoned by President Trump. Manuel Antonio Noriega, the same kind of thing. And now Maduro is the head of some drug cartel. I believe that that is not true. When one is a head of state, one does not need to get into those spaces. It may be the case.
Rising up because of BLM, because slavery existed, and this isn't a racism, then I'd say, okay, fine, fair be. But it feels exceptional to me that the same people who applauded me for this exact same rhetoric, and I'm going to give you an example here, David Horowitz, David Horowitz of the Horowitz Freedom Center, he's a despicable human being. How dare you give me a little award in a award and say you are so great for tackling BLM and talking about all of the ills of Black Lives Matter and talking about how we're using this one issue and they're destroying communities and they're doing all of that. And then when I say, oh wow, look at this issue going on post October 7th, you suddenly go, no, you're an anti-Semite of the week and you deserve to have your entire life destroyed. I don't accept Jewish supremacy, and that's what it sounds like to me when you have individuals who didn't care when I said the exact same thing, who still don't care, as I still cover Black American issues like Sexy Red and Cardi B and talk about how their fame is completely fake and that there's some system that allows this stain to float to the top, and yet you're so sensitive if it has to do with a Jewish person. Also white people. The people that get the most coverage on my show are white people. I'm constantly pointing to what's happening in their TikTok trends and what they're doing, and they're not offended. So it actually, to me, is like snowflake culture that's gone writ large in the Jewish community, and they're just calling everything anti-Semitism, like Black Americans called everything racism in 2020, and I'm consistent. I find it boring, and I'm not going to be like persuaded against talking about these topics because there's a Jewish sensitivity. So this is a great conversation. I mean, Ami and I are just talking purely. You know what I appreciate? A brand that is not afraid to stand by me as I do that. A brand that allows me a platform to speak freely about the most important issues that we are facing as a country. That's why I'm so happy to say Pure Talk is still my wireless company. If you haven't made the switch yet, I encourage you to switch now. Pure Talk puts you on America's most dependable 5G network and offers unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data for just $20 a month. Why would you still be with Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile? You can literally get the best coverage, 100% US-based customer service team, plus your family can save up to $1,000 per year. And you'll also be supporting American jobs, the U.S. veteran-led company, and the great charities that Pure Talk supports as well, like America's Warrior Partnership, who's on the front lines of preventing veteran suicide. So go to puretalk.com/Owens and you'll save an additional 50% off your first month when you make the switch today. Again, go to puretalk.com/Owens and support a wireless company who shares your values.
Right. Well, I mean, I find it really interesting because I think the way you're coming at it is as if the Jewish community is acting woke and snowflakey, and the way I'm coming at it from seeing what you're saying is that is like using woke collectivist sort of leftist tactics and sort of generalizing about groups and using like using the identity as paramount, as if that's relevant in any way to the stories you're covering.
But I didn't say,
You know what I mean?
say it was relevant. That's what I'm saying. I never said that it was relevant that Magnus Hirschfeld was a Jew. No more than I said that before other people that I had mentioned before I got to Magnus Hirschfeld. Sigmund Freud was also in that segment. He happens to be Jewish. But I also didn't say that their Judaism was the reason for this, or if they would
about this at all. I find that to be quite bizarre. Like you're actually not required, because you're a Jewish person and this guy happens to be Jewish, to defend him, Magnus Hirschfeld, because he has nothing to do with Jewish faith.
Right, but if you went on to say every time you said, I'm just asking questions, it's a black pedophile, I don't know what's going on with black people, but something's going on here, and then when black people got offended and say, why can't I, and like making it part of the narrative is what's.
But you're making that up. You don't have several episodes where I said, I'm not going to, that's just you kind of saying that right now. You gave a specific example about Magnus Hirschfeld, and I told you this was an episode where I was talking about psychology, and I had listed 4 Christians in that exact same monologue. No Christians. Okay. No Christians were outraged because no Christians are snowflakes, right? So they weren't like, why is Candace pointing out what the Christians are, that there were Christian perverts in the past, and yet the Jewish community post October 7th has gotten a little snowflakey. Everybody can see that, except even speaking to your point, by the way, and I'm sorry to cut you off here because this kind of even proves it further. When we first began that conversation with Dave Smith, and you were talking about these people online that hate Jews, you know, these anonymous accounts, and I had a Jewish friend who had messaged me and asked me, can you publicly disavow these people that are saying bad stuff about Jews? What an absurd notion. Welcome to the internet. Every time I've logged on since I was anti-BLM, I'm being called a coon, I'm being called an N-word, I'm being called a house N-word, and I've never reached out to my Jewish friends and said, hey, do me a favor and disavow these random accounts on the internet? It's like, grow up. I'm sorry. If this is too much for you to handle on Twitter, log off. You're adults. This is how the internet works. Have you even played the stupid game the boys like to play? You ever read that chat on, what is it called? Grand Theft Auto. I don't know. I think it's Grand Theft Auto or one of the ones that.
Yes, there's a troll.
It's like October 7th. Like, where is everybody going to defend us from these anonymous trolls online? I'm like, goodbye. I'm sorry. I'm 35 years old. You need your hand held because there's anonymous accounts that are saying memes of you on the internet. And you gotta log off. You just gotta log off. You shouldn't be in politics at all. You really shouldn't. You're too soft to be in politics.
I didn't bring this up in the last conversation because I think it just was distracted from the issue that we were discussing, but a clear example of this that I'd say raises legitimate concerns. So, and I saw you talk about this with Pierce Morgan too when you brought up Kanye West and those remarks. Okay, so I know you're bored of the subject, but just for the sake of clarity, what Kanye West said, I'm going deaf country on Jewish people. Nothing to do with Israel, nothing to do with policy. He said deaf country on Jewish people. And you admitted, I think, in videos after that, from what I've seen, and it looks like I haven't seen, but from what I've seen, admitted I fumbled on that a little bit.
So, nigga, we because we're arguing over different belief systems amongst us, we can't see what's to come because we keep looking back. Right. So the greatest thing I can say is history repeats itself. History repeats itself. Somebody has to be a slave again. So you don't have the skills, you don't have the hand skills that the immigrant has to fix the roads. You don't have the skills that the non-English, Spanish-speaking Mexican or Latin can't read English, but he can listen long enough to get past an interview to go show he can do carpentry work. So we don't have that. We don't know coding. We don't understand the algorithm. We don't understand content creation. We don't understand that when you make a video, it's not about likes and views. It's about engagements and impressions. All right. So we don't know that. So what else will we be left to do? Play basketball, football, or consume? We're already the largest consumers on earth. What's there left to do? Put them niggas back in slaves and chains.
And that was leading to my next question is like, what I was saying too is the future is this, which is a dark future for black people. Yeah. If we don't figure out how to pipeline and create jobs, trades, and keep the dollar circulating within the black community all at the same time, just like the Jews do. How? Because think about it. We go to a white man's school to pipeline to get into a white man's job. We don't hire each other. So we don't have any tech firms. We don't have agricultural pipeline. We don't have an app development pipeline. We don't have pipelines to hire ourselves. And I feel like the future of black people, which that's why I'm building a museum in Atlanta, which I told you, because I realized if we don't tackle the issue now of teaching people how to get into these industries and create our own pipelines, we're going to be slaves. And we're going to be the worst group.
So with that being said, you're at the top building, but you started from the bottom. Right? I got to the top to go back to the bottom to finish what I started. I can't come teach what he teaches.
Right.
I got to teach what I know and what I'm an expert in. Re-socializing our culture.
Right.
Prison don't rehabilitate. We need something to re-socialize us, right? So meaning, when our kids go somewhere, they don't know how to say, excuse me, thank you, may I, please.
Right.
So, can I see that? We try to finesse and hustle. We don't play fair nowhere. We want to get over. If it costs 10, we want to deal on everything.
Right.
So we have to be re-socialized in the way we think and how we see one another.
Right.
So now, nigga, it's so many components. Because if we don't learn economics, we still angry and resentful toward our father or our mother. We still hate our baby mama. So we still ain't solved the inner issue.
You're right.
So that's why I keep saying, nigga, look in the mirror. Nigga, fix that motherfucker in the mirror. So one thing I can say about you, you're an honorable husband, you're a great father, so you got traits that you can stand before and fix. Of course.
Right.
It's a lot of niggas, they ain't right kind of men. They might in a position to help, but nigga, internally they ain't right. They still angry about something. They still resentful. I ain't never seen you angry. It's been 4-5 years. I ain't never seen you angry. And no disposition where you ever present yourself.
Nah,
You've always come off as logical, rational individual.
I can take it there though. So
I know. But no man of great status lets you see that. He thinks through it.
Right.
Because if you see that, then he's not rational. Then now you got it.
Right.
Man, a man is always a thinking man.
Right.
And only the strong can show compassion for me. That's why you can take it there and know.
That's facts. I think the thing about me is I see that if somebody doesn't step in and because how I see it is when I create this museum and facility, I'm going to directly step in and everybody's going to do their part. Like you said, you're going to help with the re-socializing and reprogramming and fixing the hurt and dealing with the hurt and moving past the hurt. My job is to, for one, let's just say a young kid has an idea. How do we get him funded? There you go. You get what I'm saying? How do we get this funded? How do we get him around the right people? How do we develop our own Shark Tank?
So that's the mission. You get what I'm saying? Resources and alternatives. We don't have no resources to create alternatives. Okay, young, hey man, listen, I know y'all want to get a kid 10 years. Right. We got something that save y'all some money to help everybody. We don't have no alternatives other than going to prison on the graveyard. There's no other alternative. Okay, what's that? Military or job? What are the alternatives we have? There's no trade schools, there's no entrepreneurship program to develop. There's none. You have to get in trouble to get some resources. So a single mother whose kid is at risk of getting in trouble, but not a delinquent, has to become a delinquent for that mother to have resources to get help. When he get in trouble, they're gonna make sure you get anger management, they're gonna get him some counseling, get him seen about, see what kind of drug. If he's at risk and not in trouble, then where's the resources? That's where your finish coming in. But you've got to finish with resources.
That's what I'm saying. Exactly what I'm saying. I have to build my own village and say everybody is welcome here. And like you said, even that part of resources, like for instance, I did it with my son. If I was not rich and I was poor and I depended on the school system, because my daughter is a little bit more advanced. My son was delayed, but he became advanced because we had the money to pay for an extra tutoring. So we've been paying for private tutors since he was 3 years old. Now he's 6. He's ahead.
I'm a private tutor from about 5 almost to 6th grade.
See what I'm saying? So think about this. I had the idea of, and this is the crazy thing, right? So I know that private tutors cost about $20 to $25 an hour, right? So with the profits that I'm gonna make from my museum, I'm going to encourage others, if you want to save on tax or whatnot, just whatever profits I get, I'm going to at least pay $2,500. So that's like what? You know, how many is that? Maybe like 100 tutors, right? So $2,500 an hour, that's $7,500 a day, right? And if I can make $75,000 a day, 10% go to getting kids tutored. Like, and if I get 100 kids tutored, like throughout the week, you know, maybe 3 hours, and then every teacher get a chance to make $75 after they get all these shit like that.
And then have somebody like me come in and say, man, we can go get some newly recent graduate students, good in math, English, and get them start us a non-profit 501c3 to help students with learning deficiencies and get Title IV after money to come through the federal government that'll fund the program, pay the kids. Exactly. So it's the knowledge that we put us together. We got some bad motherfuckers.
You see what I'm saying? So it's like, this is the thing that I feel like, for one, at the bottom level, we're lacking going private tutoring for our kids, because the reason why the whites, Asians, Jews, all them are ahead of us is because their kids get better learning than we do. And they get better one-on-one learning than we do.
And they have summer programs, which is another alternative that still engages their academic minds during the summer.
Yep.
Our kids lose everything from May to August because their minds are not engaged. They don't pick up no books. They ain't went on no vacation. So the learning stops when school stops. But niggas, education starts at home.
It does.
I knew mathematics tables before I got to the school.
But how are we going to expect a bunch of single mothers to?
We don't. I expect the village. I expect the village.
So that's how what I'm saying is, black men, we got to realize that it's too many broken homes to depend on women to fix our culture.
You said something earlier. I mean to chime in on.
What's up?
You said when you see a need, you got to meet it. Right. That's what a man does. I don't care what household, I don't care what block. When a man goes somewhere and see a need, he meet the need.
We need private tutoring.
He meets the need.
Because the reason why we need it, in my honest opinion, is like you said, like, it's too many young black boys who could have been something but lacked the foundation in the beginning. So nobody sparked his mind to be smart. Because at the end of the day, and let me ask you this, do you believe that it's certain people who can't learn in the classroom setting but they're better in the private setting? I'm trying to say.
Everybody know, all teachers and instructors and professors and academic people know that there's different styles people have to learn. Right. I may be auditory, you might be oral, so I can see it, hear it, and know it. You might have to write it down. So we all receive and retain information different. If you look at America's educational system, it's broken and it's been failing for years. If you go by state to state, they fight over the education budget, which is one of the biggest budgets in every government, right? They're failing. So it's not about our kids learning. So it's not upon the school system to learn. They say it takes a village. Where our village at, man?
Right.
So I see you being in the village. I see
I'm doing it, and all I'm doing is I wait. And the thing is that I want people to understand too is I'm trying to rush this shit. East Point is holding back the permits, and I'm telling them, look, I got this mission going on, but you know how this shit go with politics. They want me to, well, you didn't invest in my campaign, or I'm running for mayor, so you gotta give me $5,000. So I had to go through all that.
Stop breezing phone.
You know how it go.
Paying to play.
You know how it go.
That's where the nepotism comes in.
Yeah, and it's all black people, by the way.
Nepotism.
Yeah.
Everything in black people world is nepotism. Meaning, if your family don't know this person, you don't get in that. You can't get in that spirit.
No.
And that's what's hindering us.
But I'm trying to tell them, look, I get it, but I got this mission. At least let me build this shit, work on it. They like, look, until you scratch all our goddamn backs, we're going to goddamn take our time. And I had to do it. I understood. I was like, look, that's all you had to say in the beginning. At the same time, I'm on this mission.
The problem you're trying to solve hurts a lot of funding in other places. There's a book that's called The Revolution Will Not Be Funded. Right. It's written by the Women's Jewish Council. And it breaks down the intent and the purpose, the sole purpose of what non-profits were created for. Right. They was called the non-profit industrial complex. Every politician have some money that they can use. Yeah. It's called a pork project. Mm-hmm. They can say, we finna go study grasshoppers fucking and dedicate $2 million to it. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of aid that go outside of our country. The aid that we need benefits capitalism, but it keeps us in destruction. Our pain and our problem is monetary gains for systematic institutions in America.
Well, even Rockefeller said he doesn't want a nation of thinkers, he wants a nation of workers. And I feel like once I understood how this nation is ran, I'm like, okay, if they don't come in court education, who the hell gonna be the police officer, who's gonna flip burgers at McDonald's, who's gonna work at Verizon, who's gonna work at all these Fortune 500 companies that's on the stock market that they themselves invest in on every dip. So all the circulation.
So it's the Chinese Americans, it's the Russian Americans, it's all the foreigners who was here, that grew up with us in our educational system, who went to school with us but really don't understand our culture because we're not taught in schools.
Right.
Everybody else is. Right? So they're gonna be the police officers. They're gonna be the firemen. That's why you see now President Trump is calling for them to come on.
Yeah.
They're not calling for us. They're not saying let's get rid of these immigrants and get these jobs back to our niggas. These are good paying jobs our niggas once had that the immigrants get. You think real Americans is building that building right there? I watch them every day.
Yeah, hell no.
Those are immigrants who can barely speak the language. So they're not championing for us. They're not advocating for the niggas to be put in a better position.
That's why I'm trying to tell niggas, we gotta save ourselves. We have to create a pipeline for ourselves because no one's coming to save us, and we gotta stop begging and asking them for laws and talking about let's vote on this one.
They told us they wasn't gonna save us. They saved us out of slavery.
Right.
They came back. They saved us by giving us civil rights. Okay, y'all on your own now. They're not coming back anymore.
Right.
They said, if you read their documents, if you read the arguments in Congress, from now, they're not, I think maybe 10 years ago, they revoted, they extended the rights of the civil rights. They're not coming back to save us. We on our own.
And they clipping us when we were in the race.
It's every group for themselves.
Yeah.
So we have no ally. The greatest ally we have, homie, to sustain us is try to find some kind of way to create an import and export outside of America. And the ideal relationship is Black Americans and Haiti. Haiti still have their land. Haiti still have the same resources in the ground, if not more than what Africa have been taken out of. They still have their resources. Haiti have even said, hey, man, y'all come over here. We can grow food over here that Haitians can't, right? Haitian own Gildan, which is a textile industry that produces $1 billion and some dollars a year. Who fucking with textile more than niggas? We wear clothes, we make shirts, we need to be, Trump took it out of Mexico, gave it to Haiti. We supposed to be going over there trying to build some kind of...
Taking it from West to China. We said everything with manufacturing, industrialization, it's a pipe dream. Everything we gave it away because of greedy politicians. So, like us, the old school, we are forever chasing. Once I to Japan, no Instagram account, you know. We are forever, you never grab it, no, it's a degree corner. Bachelor of Science. As you are chasing Bachelor of Science, but no, Bachelor of Science, you must do programming. Programming is no longer, you are forever chasing. The masses are forever chasing. They'll be poor, you know, in perpetuity because they've been excluded. And people believe, Uguti, I am voting, I'm making my mark. If voting gave you power, they would not allow you to vote. If voting gave you power, I wanted to say this. South Africans, they believe, Uguti, you must march, you must protest, you must say, it's all good to bring awareness, but you have passed the age of awareness now. I remember in the 80s, 85, we're comrades, very few. I emphasize this every time. Very few of us were comrades, not even 1%. Majority of the people, they went to pop culture, drinking alcohol, dancing to, you know, Cheryl Reid and dancing to American music, Dogama Ball Bottom, that's what they wanted. What I was trying to say is that I asked one guy, because we're singing about marching. So one day when marching to talk, I asked this comrade of mine, he was 24 years old, and I said, marching to do what? He didn't even answer. He says, no, just show them what is freedom. But marching, why do you believe in marching? What Martin Luther King, they marched. And marching, like Dr. Amos Wilson saying, it is a powerless action. He said, powerless people do powerless things. Marching is one of them. You march, let me say this. You hand in a petition. They read it, they don't respond. What are you going to do? I'm going to march again. I saw now, people were saying we are shutting down the country. They deny them permits. You take your petition or your request, you give it to the very same people, the very same government that you want gone. The very same government says, please sir, grant us permission to march. And then they say no. What are they going to do? And you cannot even revolt. You can never kick back because they know. Because you have no power. In the 80s, we did not march. We knew what to do. We did not ask the apartheid government, we need permission to march. We need to protest. When we needed to shut things down, we did that. Stairways, we did that. We did not ask for a permission. Consumer boycott, rent boycott, nobody. We were taking permission with Zazekwelo. We just did that. But people who are marching, singing in the streets like children, must head over that. We've been marching for so long. How many times can we march? Marching, it's a waste of shoes, and it promotes the televangelists, the organizers of the march, aware or unaware, because these are people in the front line. They become celebrities, and then they are highlighted to media. They are co-opted into politics, into business. They leave the masses behind. In the main, that's what has happened when many groups came. I said to people, at least if you're protesting, you know what you retain the power. You say, okay, fine, I don't want Cyril Ramaphosa. Cyril Ramaphosa is invested in a certain wine company. We look into that, okay, we're not buying that product. You say, okay, fine, our impact, we're not buying that product. Are we hurting ourselves? Are we employed there? No, we are not employed. No, we are boycotting this project. I mean, now it's easy, it's digital. You look, they say maybe you're fighting with you check Time Bank. It says, okay, fine, it's something operating somewhere online or somewhere. Our people are not employed. If they are 1%, okay, fine, we can sacrifice that. We boycott that, we vote with our wallets. Indians, they don't take door, they don't sing in the street, they know what to do. They support their own businesses in Rosebank, Johannesburg South. Nobody tells them in Durban. Nobody tells them. Jewish people, they know. Tina, South Africans, blacks, we want a leader, we want a Messiah, because we identify ourselves with the people of the Bible, people who are always running away from something across the river Jordan. Moses, from there, we want Gideon to save us, Joshua. We are always wanting leaders like children. We want heroes to save us. Other nationalities, they don't have that. I think Jewish people, probably they're less than 60,000 today. They came here, 500,000 coming from the east. They're less now. There's about 15 million people in the world. 15 million people in the world. We probably own more than half of the world. They don't do it, they don't rally, they don't sing, they don't shout. Japanese don't do that. They don't sing, they don't do it. Chinese don't do that. They listen. Go to G20. They say, okay, they want us to do this to ban the coal usage. When they go to China, they say, no, they're mad. We are doing what to do. They go there with their local agenda. Sometimes they don't argue. We want to make bold statements. No, and then you're isolated, you're targeted, you're killed. One day, they sit there. They listen. They go, okay, climate change. No. If we adopt this climate change, we are killing our industries. They go to China, they say, pump more coal, proliferate if you must. So we are there, like children, hoping with someone, will feel sorry for us. When you march, you hope with your morality will be transferred to your oppressor, and your oppressor will feel what you feel. And it's not a situation of no, there are 5 million people marching, 10,000 people. I want foreigners go. They say, there are 5,000, let us go. No, they're laughing at you. You're dancing like children and starting, so pretending to be carrying a machine gun that you don't have. Yes, no. That's nonsense. I hear people saying, we do it. We march, we sang. No, we do not do that. I was one of the students, youth, against police vehicle, hippos. I know what I'm talking about. I was always in the forefront. I was always scared, burying our own Avalon cemetery, running to Cliff Street West. I don't know how many times I've been arrested in Cliff Street West, in the houses. We did not march during apartheid. Apartheid government did not allow us to march like they did 1976. They'll shoot you. They shot us the graveyard before we lowered the coffin. They said, we give you 5 minutes to disperse. Before 20 seconds, it could expire. They shot live ammunition, R1. We ran away, we fled. They beat up the pastors, they beat up everyone. The only savior was Winnie Mandela. If Winnie Mandela was there, Winnie Mandela would intervene. Thanks to Winnie, because she had that aura and she was carrying with her the international spotlight, which is Jackson. They were supporting her. Apartheid government did not know what to do with Winnie Mandela, like they did not know but you did not march. Marching started when Mandela was released in 1990. Anyone who joined the struggle in 1990 after Mandela was released, I don't recognize that person as a comrade. He's an opportunist. If you joined 1990, 91, 92, 93, 94, you're just an opportunist, because those days you could not be killed. But if you joined 1986, 87, 80, before 1990, you could be killed. You were targeted. You were known who's the comrade. You were hunted. target. We did that. Oliver Tambo said make this country ungovernable. He was in London with our enemy, Michael Thatcher. We made the country ungovernable. He turned against us because he was in London. He was told about open hammers. Went to him, but listen, stop your nonsense. Because all the cars, the company cars, the BNT, I love Soweto, I love Alex, I love JBs. Because of us. That was not matching. Consumer boycott is not matching. Message saying okay, checkers. Rent boycott is not matching. As a quiet stairway is not matching. We shut down the schools. I was one of the students shutting down our progress about TJ. This badly called. Said no, there's no school. We did not write 86, 85. We did not write. Go back later, no March. We're gonna 86. We had a few months. The curriculum 86. 86 we never wrote because as a Soweto zone. Like they were shut down 76. Abu Musia for 4 years. People came back to school. So many ninja, one in Pantan. Umutana 29 that's went to Form 3. You know, the third high school, third year high school. That was not matching. We see station. Spare my plastic to tell okay. We encourage our churches with my church toes.
Because I'm feeling the juju. Nobody rolling. But I'm gonna tell you story. I gotta be your man. I gotta be your man. Let me talk to you. Say a few things. When I'm feeling you. What is not to you? Say it like I did. I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you, I love you. There's nothing about you. There's nothing about you, about you. I like your mini skirt, you. They carry fancy, you. If I tell you, say I love you. My money, my body, now your own, oh baby. I can't be your money, I love you. Versace and Gucci for your body, oh baby. Hotel food, that.
Get the latest trends, good vibes, and everything cool.
Welcome to CJ Fam with 5.8 by Campus My Youth Mind Radio. This is indeed the Weekend Pulse with myself, Tassin, and Jimmy Frost. Today I'm in the studio with the one and only Retabile Maroa on the news desk. Rita, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm very good, I'm very good. You look stunning, Rita. There we go, there we go, there we go. The time right now is 15 minutes right after 1 o'clock. Of course, we are going to make sure that you get the best today. You know, this is the first hour of the show, and during the first hour of the show, the first segment, it is now us checking on you now. That is hashtag vibe check. And vibe check is where we are checking, trying to find out what are you doing today, or what are your plans for today. Maybe if you don't have anything, tell us what is it that you were doing this past week or during the week. And what after that, of course, we are going to be giving you from us to you, and on from us to you later on, you are also going to be getting Pulse Sports with Lou. You know, yep, that's right. He is going to be giving you everything that has to do with the sport, and right after that, we will be getting into all things that are into the second hour, of course. That's when we are going to be getting into, you know, aesthetics, and right after giving you the aesthetics, we are going to be closing off with quiz for the champion reveal. And if you really do not know what quiz for the champion is, do not hesitate or do not be scared. Relax. We are available on all social media platforms. CGFM 5.8. That is us on Facebook. It is at CGFM 5.8 without the dot. That is us now on Twitter. And of course, you can also post on 0649613218. That's literally where you can talk to me directly. For now, we are going to be giving you Give Me Love by Heavy K featuring Tressa, and we are going to be getting into great, much more things to make sure that you don't
So you can tweet, reply, retweet, and repeat. Honestly, election now. CUTFM. Manta how fish ka labone. To ka hora go tlela, go fish ka hora go supa. Your vote and your ex. More than just an ex.
Has Elon Musk won? Has he won the fight for Starlink to come into South Africa? Is Johan Rupert one of the biggest winners of 2025? That trip to the White House where Rupert was begging for Starlink, has it finally paid off for Rupert, for Elon Musk, and all of the people involved? Was that all a form of manipulation to force South Africa to capitulate and find a pathway for Starlink to get into South Africa without complying with the existing BEE regulations? Something which Amazon is happy to do. Did Elon Musk find a way to game the system? Let's talk about it. Let's dissect it. Welcome to another episode of The Dissection. Today, we'll be talking about how Starlink for South Africa is around the corner and looking at how Elon Musk and possibly Johan Rupert, South Africa's richest man, used the power of their political connections to bypass the black economic empowerment legislation in South Africa. Because what's happened is the Minister of Communications on Friday, the 12th of December, gazetted a policy direction to ICASA ICASA that creates a fast lane for Starlink to actually become operational in South Africa. It's getting hot. It's getting hot. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. So the policy directive that was issued by the minister reads as follows. For the sector in relation to the availability, accessibility and affordability of communication services, taking account of the contribution to investment and competition that can be made by international entities, and considering the overriding provisions of the Broad-Based Black Economic Empowerment Act, ICASA is directed, in terms of Section 3.2 of the Electronic Communications Act, urgently consider alignment of the regulations in respect to the limitations of control and equity ownership by historically disadvantaged groups and the application of the ICT sector code. Effectively, what he's saying is they need to change that to allow for something which is known as equity equivalent investment programs. In this video, I want to make 4 arguments. I want to make the argument that 1, the policy directive issued by the minister is similar, eerily similar to the policy preference of Starlink. Number 2, that the tactics used by Elon Musk to get Starlink into South Africa are equivalent to the strong arming of South Africa and are thus undemocratic and unethical. Number 3, that the rhetoric around BEE this year was driven by a motive to manufacture consent to create support for this deal. And 4, that 2 billionaires, namely Elon Musk and Johan Rupert, appear to have worked together to bring Starlink into South Africa. And we should think about the implications of that. So let's start off with the timeline and consider the timeline. I think that the timeline is important and it's instructive. So try to keep up with the timeline. On the 14th of August 2024, ICASA published the consultation document on the proposed new licensing framework for satellite services in the Government Gazette for public comment by interested parties. By the closing date of 12 November 2024, response received 38 notified presentations. SpaceX was one of the companies, and 30 presentations as the Starlink is the company that is owned by Elon Musk. SpaceX submitted an application for a license to operate in South Africa, and that application was dated 12 November 2024. The filing was by SpaceX Internet Services South Africa, a company which is registered in South Africa, a legal entity in South Africa, which was set up for the launch of Starlink. On the 21st of January 2025, Donald Trump was inaugurated as the President of the United States of America, and on that day he signed an executive order which was titled Reevaluating and Realigning United States Foreign Aid. This basically froze USAID, and the effect of that was that it affected HIV funding in South Africa. The policy actually said it is the policy of the United States that no further United States foreign assistance shall be dispersed in a manner that is not fully aligned with the foreign policy of the President of the United States. It said that there will be a 90-day pause in United States foreign development assistance for assessment of programmatic efficiencies and consistency with United States foreign policy. So that was a major development that did affect South Africa, because USAID was a large funder of HIV programs in South Africa. On the 23rd of January 2025, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa signed the Land Expropriation Act, which allows for the expropriation of land organizations and chemical trusts. Section 12.4 of the Act states that it may be just and equitable for legal compensation to be paid where land is expropriated in the public interest, having regard to all relevant circumstances. This is something that was actively opposed by various organizations such as AfriForum, which then traveled to the USA to lobby for reversal of this legislation. The Democratic Alliance also sent representatives to America to lobby against the Expropriation Act. So this escalated tensions that were already in a bad position between South Africa and the USA. Around about this time, Elon Musk was also appointed as the Director of Government Efficiency DOGE, and he was the one who was pushing for some of these policy interventions in South Africa. On the 28th of January 2025, Starlink wrote to ICASA, and SpaceX told ICASA that it ought to rethink the rules requiring 30% shareholding by historically disadvantaged groups. What they said was as follows: many foreign satellite operators, particularly those with direct-to-consumer business models, have global policies that prevent local shareholding, thus excluding them from the South African market. This holds true even when those operators are willing to comply with BBBE requirements and invest in initiatives that directly benefit the target communities. They then recommended something known as equity equivalence. language or similar policy preferences in the directive of the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies. Put a pin in it. So there were public hearings that were held by ICASA in February, from the 5th to the 7th of February.
Sissy don't like me. When you talk about this femininity, what's it, feminism? It's when I first but a sling must cook in my big. A sling when you have to kill spiders and kick out frogs. A sling when it's a sling here. So why is it that you want to put a sling in this one aspect that suits you? But then when it also suits you a sling I must eat, I must sacrifice, I must do this, I must be the man. But I must when I first sling must hold the first one. But I must now cover 90%, 80%. Fucking no offense.
Yeah, I've been battling with that. Like I've struggled to know what the right formula is now for Umjita leading, like a new age gent leading his household. Because if we submit that the way our parents did things was flawed, where Itaima just says and he already says, okay, sure, I subscribe, then we want to involve our leaders a bit more. But the mistake with that is that they believe then by being involved you're on equal footing. As soon as you then, as a man, say, okay, I've heard you, but you're going in this direction. If it differs from what they wanted, that's a fight now. Now your house is on shakier footing. What's the right approach to incorporating the modern way of being a man, yet still being far from what our time was?
No, I don't want to be far from what our time is.
Yeah, but it didn't work, Ben.
Huh? Why do you say that?
Because I don't think all our moms were genuinely happy.
I don't think our dames were happy.
It's very fair.
So I'm trying to say what's a successful model, and I don't think the communities that we look at when we say are successful, I don't think they're busy sitting there asking their madams for every single opinion and suggestion.
But if our dads weren't happy, do you agree it means it didn't work as well?
But who's happy? Who's these people who are? If you look at the I'll tell you something. Where I went for lunch, this was an Indian restaurant.
Sure.
That guy opens 365 days a year.
Jeez.
9:30 closes at 9 p.m.
Jeez.
And he says, no, I'm here.
His
wife and kids at home.
Sure.
So he's there. She's on biryani boy.
Sure.
She's on every day, all day. But his wife is at home. So someone saying, yo, but this woman is at home with the kids. It must be horrible. Yeah, Lana. Yeah, so I'm saying I
so what's the middle ground?
So but again I want to go back and I say I don't think the way that Disney movies sold us happiness is what we need to be aspiring to achieve. You know,
sure.
I see this with my kids. What makes my kids happy is playing PlayStation and fucking eating Pringles all day. That makes them happy.
And that can't be their lives.
I have to remove that happiness.
Yes,
Lord, it gives me great joy. It gives me great joy.
But for a reason, right? Like
but I'm getting me now, and this is what we've said with Debs multiple times. Success is sitting on the other side of pain. Yeah, but so
Debs believes in that.
Yeah, hard. And you need to sacrifice for pain so that you have success for your family.
Sure.
And happiness will look like the fruits of your labor.
To you.
No, to the communities that I've been studying. So let's say I'm studying on Pakistan, or I'm studying on my Niger, or I'm studying my Muslim friends, or I'm studying, because they'll say it seems so oppressive. From school, you had to go to madrasa every day, and learn the Quran, and you need to do this. It's almost like your father was abusive, and he's like, no, he wasn't. I chatted to the Jewish boys, and the Jewish boys said, no, their family said, I need to get close to that girl.
Because
so when you can't pick a chief, they know better, I'm going to get close to that girl.
Yes.
So then when I look at what happiness is for us as black people, our generation, happiness speaks to a lot of things that are fun, and a lot of things that are fun become destructive.
Sure.
So when we think what's wrong, you're happy. We're bitches, try that. Hey, I'm happy. So when I started looking at it, I was like, hey, maybe I need to redefine what happiness looks like. It might mean sacrificing.
Pain is happiness.
It might mean sacrificing. No PlayStation, nothing. So then PlayStation on a Saturday, saying after you come back from sports, wash out 5 pin the PlayStation, had it. And then from there, take a focus. And then my happiness will be Sebe manipulate as an example, or Sebe or Sebe watching Uzita when I take him to diggers and he's running shuttles and he's crying. Oh, I'm so happy, boy.
Sure.
Oh, my heart is full. I know his mom can't be there because his mom will say, no, it's pain. But pain is, and I know if the more of these shuttles that he does, these ones, I know they'll get him closer to his goals.
Yeah.
Kicking, screaming, I was
But what if,
you know, I'm trying to.
No, I struggle with that. I'm trying to figure out then, because that's, I'd argue, the service as a father you must do. You must sacrifice, you must give, you must pour into. I'm trying to figure out how you and your wife or you and your partner are happy with each other. What ecosystem must you create for you guys to jointly feel important and jointly to subscribe to them, and at the end of it, be like, I was happy because I achieved it.
I think, going to what you're saying about our parents, grandparents, we are right that no one was happy.
Yes.
And I think in any example, we need to take what worked, put it in your life. The other things I
agree with that.
It's like the parenting that's happening now. One of the issues is that you're saying my kid must not be in the environment where I grew up in because there's a lot of pain, sharp. But there was something that is good. If you go too extreme from that environment, you're also taking away something that molded you to be something in life, you know. So my kid will never see the hood. Whether you know, if you English, speak English, you know, so that there's a skill that they like, you know, because English isn't a two, they can cross the road. English having a two card, they're scared. So I'm saying is, we should have a 5. Yes, but you know, They can take them to a shop. Ingane yakhe ngisho ifuna amanzi akayikhelela amanzi siyakwazi ukuyikhelela amanzi.
What? That's survival. I used to walk to the taxi rank grade 1.
Yeah, I'm like in a 5 you beating your chest ukuthi ingane in a 5. It's amanzi khelela amanzi.
You see what I mean? Survival. But that's the thing, man. We go to extreme when we think of these examples. We always say, no, that thing didn't work. So with our parents, going back to what we're speaking about, there are certain things that worked with them, and we must take some nuggets from it. I think in modern relationships, we can't take that holistically and put it in this now. And equally, how we're living now, you must understand that Imediako is also a decision maker at work. When she goes into the home, it's very hard for her just to switch it off. When someone already didn't go to so I must challenge out here, Miss Bonisane. They didn't have it because she didn't need to practice that muscle of challenging or just having a discussion. You know, it was not there. So I think relationships now must be based on who is strong at what. I handle the finance. Yeah, but look, I don't ever want to say boy. In by 10, it's out. Sure. And Imediako strong in that aspect. Sure. So for me, it's about what is it that you are strong at as Imediami. Now as you out. When you your finance. Sure. Okay, when I'm a homework. So we know that we'll have a debate, but once we reach a certain point, you make that decision because you are strong in that aspect. I don't think one person must just lead and they're leading in all aspects. You must decide the school. No, some things you're not good at.
No, I hear you. But I still think that as if you're trying to at least pick up from the wins of certain communities, then you need to be the CEO, bro. And if you're going to say
you don't have the advantages of that community, you don't have the industry. You don't have the ability to say to women don't go work.
I'm not disputing. I'm saying if that's your yearning, you need to upskill and get yourself to a point of CEO of a household, so that you can delegate. For example, like I don't do anything. I don't say Makunde, it's not my arena. So I'm not going to be challenging Imam would say, okay. And when it comes to finance, there's an allocated budget for that. So she works as a CFO within that. So when it comes to the duties of a COO, we are paid. When it comes to the duties of the CFO, we are paid. I mean, my job is fundraising. So the thing is, I think what I've seen success in traditional homes that I at least look up to is when Ubaba becomes a CEO, maybe a delegator. General worker. Why that men can delegate? You know the men who can't do those men tend to be faked. It's a lot of them. Those men tend to be faked. I'm saying I'm talking about the North Star. I'm not saying that's where we are. Fakers is wrong, man. What if Imediako can lead the house? She can be the CEO. Those women, from the men that I've seen of homes that I see, does not work. If you can show me in strong traditional homes, because when we speak of matriarch, traditional homes are secret. I'm speaking about us. But what is us that is working? I'm saying when I go to us, black, this generation that is working, I'm not seeing a female-run-led household that is successful. I'm not saying they aren't.
The community has that in abundance where time was went and fought. During apartheid, they were in certain wars, and women ran the household. I'm thinking of situations even where I can think of my grandparents worked in a mine in Josie. Guys, it's a number for them. That's exactly what I said. Imali would come in Nigo.
Yes,
and
she decides on everything.
And she would run the household.
That's exactly what I said. I said I'm the CEO. Everything one. Woman is CFO, finance,
and COO
operations.
So yours is just a print business.
My job is fundraising.
Sure.
I'm saying the matriarchs that we've seen work, chances are I haven't seen there being strong men anyway. My grandma's matriarch was Mkulasho. Yeah, the type of things.
Okay.
But that's not called Mkulu.
So what do you mean? So in situations where you've seen a female CEO,
if there's weak men or no men? Nah. I'm saying I'm here to see a Gebza and go to his home. Where the person who's in the driving seat of the family decisions in his home. Why are you saying weak men? No, but check out. In his home, the person who's the driving decision for the general family discussions and where the family is moving and the goals of the family is Imam. Because my figure to Tebs So if I can see those families, and I'm not saying they can't take, if I can see those families where I can see a strong gent, but the woman is stronger and she's the one who's saying, Yazi, are we going to film? Yazi, Fungu stay at home, or Yazi, no, but I've seen the opposite happen. So what I'm saying is that I've seen the opposite happen. I've heard men say, no, not just much.
Yes, also factor in generational differences. Of course. Because your peers were still exposed to the big gender pay gap and effort gap. What I'm seeing now, with my peers, are beasts of women. Absolute forces. Undeniable forces. Whose careers climb what I'm doing in 10 years, they've done in 5. And they have the capacity to think strategically. And you find them faster than and value as something Gens hate to admit is that women work much harder than men. In corporate sense, women grind. And women have an innate ability
why are you saying that I'm disregarding that? When you speak to that household, when you speak to the family, second back to the home. When you speak to that woman, is she still wanting and yearning for as strong as she is? She's a fucking lioness. Is she still yearning for Mufasa? Is my question.
Look, maybe I've only experienced them in the marriage already, so I don't know what they yearn for.
But the marriage is Uba, but when you speak to these ladies, is he Mufasa?
No, he can't be.
Just because he's not strong financially.
This girl is a year younger than you.
When do you think
and she's
innately born with this?
No, that's not what I'm saying. It's a skill. She's sharp in the skill of being a fighter. I'm talking about North Star.
It's something to strive for. The reason why a lot of these men are DMing us all the time is because they lost.
Yeah.
So what do we say?
Yes.
So if no name mom,
Yes.
if she outburns you, she can feel physically safe next to you.
Yes, yeah. It feeds.
Put your head down.
Nature. Yes.
Bro. Because we're trying to say,
but accumulating money isn't being a strategic leader.
No, it's not.
It's not.
But it's not. Hence why, once you are the head of the household,
Yeah.
and you know what to Umama is the best financially. Who's the CFO?
No.
No.
I'm not saying financially. I'm saying strategically.
I think the woman must be the CEO. That's in some instances.
If you meet
because he's a case study. That will never happen with me.
No, but that's different.
But show me those families, and then I can learn, and I can grow, and I can say, oh shit, I've now experienced those families, and I can learn from
what
them.
you're seeing now, Pen, in the 28 to 35-year-olds now, is a weird pairing of women who have more value in corporate than the men does.
Yeah.
So they climb higher and they earn more. Fact. And they get skills, the men will get much
They're in senior positions.
And those skills can be implemented in the family. That's what I'm saying.
Whereas the ladies, I speak to those ladies as well. And the ones that, again, case study one, they are still yearning. She's making 80. She's making. Actually, I can say that. Fighting for the 1%. She said, bro, I've never spoken to a corporate guy who's making 80K a month who's saying, I'm happy for a guy who makes 30.
No. Anglo actually has a lot in the country that it owes the country. The people who have been working on the mines, the reparations that certainly will have to come to the table based on the UN charters and everything.
Are you saying that their departure is almost like running away from exercising that responsibility of reparations? Because one could argue that their departure would not, from a point of international law, for example, would not get them to be off the hook. Being in Canada, they're not in the universe. They're just across the ocean, and they can still be sued and be made to pay whatever they're supposed to pay.
Well, it's possible. It's possible.
Yeah.
But you need to be resident here. You don't need to be changing names and probably going bankrupt and recreating yourselves differently because you are avoiding accountability. In the world of money, everything is possible, and Anglo is not immune from doing so, having been irresponsible. Undertaken irresponsible mining where people died, many of them died. You can see a number of orphans in Lesotho, in Zambia, people suffering from tuberculosis and all forms of diseases, including HIV and AIDS. Because part of the problem of HIV and AIDS was inspired and polarized by migration. And so there's a whole lot of social responsibility that has to worry Anglo.
But if they argued that they would be bankrupt if they do not pivot and merge, right, with this tech company, right? What would it help then if they were bankrupt, if they can't then do all those things that you are talking about? I mean, I'm trying to understand why they would, in the face of all the things that you are saying, decide that it's better to be domiciled in Canada.
Well, we have to see the documents, we have to see the papers, but certainly if one leaves South Africa and headquarters in South Africa, in another country, it means that you are seeing greener pastures there than here in South Africa. I'm saying there's a lot in South Africa that South Africa offers, particularly a company that has been here for 130 years. What company is a South African company that we can show to the world? If not,
you don't think they learned any lessons from what happened with Old Musho?
Well, when capital does the way it does, there's a lot of racial undertones that are at play. We don't have a black economic class of the likes of Dangote who can say, this is what I'm doing and I'm facing the world. Dangote decided to face the world with his, what is that thing that he did with the oil refinery.
Yes.
And the world tried to frustrate him, including the Nigerian government tried to frustrate him. Now, everybody has fallen in line, and Dangote is the biggest refinery in the world. If you don't have indigenous capital, there will always be these kinds of games that Anglo is playing in front of us.
How do you link this to the whole issue of black economic empowerment? If you link it to this disinvestment, is this not what the World Bank was warning against, in as far as the black economic empowerment policies are concerned? That we may begin to see disinvestment, we may begin to see poor direct foreign investment.
No. I think the World Bank is wrong. I mean, the World Bank is reading every other sign around South Africa. For instance, they are saying that the economy should deconcentrate. It's a possible suggestion, but the economy is concentrated for reasons that the whites dominated the economy. That's the reason that, and now the policy structures that have to deconcentrate the economy are not the ones that they are saying should be in place. They're just saying, well, you should increase the informal sector. You can't, because the concentration is structural. So the marginal suggestions that they're making are misguided. They are not interrogating the fundamentals of concentration. That South Africa is a monopoly country, white monopoly country, that favors whites, that has been concentrated in that kind of way. That is why Anglo can decide one day that it wants to leave. And there isn't any way in which the government or anyone can dissuade it.
Stop them.
Yes, including when 7% of the contribution is from government employees. So there is a fundamental neoliberal system at play. That fundamentally has not changed. So to imagine that at the margins you can encourage an informal sector, you can't. Because the structures that govern an informal sector have to organically grow on people of your same race. That is what Dangote will achieve. Here in South Africa, that's not what we will achieve. Because the BE has to confront a white culture, a white ownership that is not ready to do what we are thinking we can do. So until we have this indigenous capital of blacks, this thing is not going to happen.
But surely BE by now, after 21 years of its promulgation, should have taken us some step, some way towards establishing the indigenous capital. Why do you think that doesn't quite translated into that after 21 years? Because that's really the big debate that we've got now. Where people are saying this thing has failed, it must now be set aside, and we should try and come up with another concoction of some economic policy like what the DA tried to do a couple of weeks ago.
Well, let's look at Old Mutual. And then think about the Afrikaner. The Afrikaner didn't say Old Mutual permit me. The Afrikaner built Sangha. The Afrikaner built all the Foscas. The African tried to build a bank called VBS, but the Africans came and destroyed it. That was the single most critical indigenous system that understood how the African functions. And the African built these things around their culture. We, in VBS, tried to build this in our culture, whereby it was a cultural economic geography that drove VBS, and we came and destroyed it. Itala is on the edge of the same thing, So until we understand that, and until we understand that for used the same VBS system to have this big bank, we have not understood what this cultural economic geography means. What neoliberal systems do, they destroy first your culture and then infiltrate you throughout. So what you see here in terms of BE is we think that we are following what Mazzucato talks about when she talks about entrepreneurial state. Mazzucato says, do not do as what the Americans say they did, or say they did. You must do what the Americans did. The Americans used an entrepreneurial state as a model for their development. Capitalist as they are. The Chinese used what Mazzucato interpreted, the Chinese state. Here in South Africa, we talk Mazzucato entrepreneurial state, but we are far from that. Completely off. So even the B20 now, and in the context of the G20, it's about, can we export our minerals? What are the kinds of things that we can we can give to BE? So when a moment of
they're not talking about issues such as proper use of those minerals or proper beneficiation of those minerals. Are you saying that even in the context of the B20, that convention is still not taken root?
Well, you have to look at how we behaved when we talked about energy. You see, you should read Bakwati. Bakwati talks about meterizing growth, and he's about terms of trade. When you think about the terms of trade and think about the period of load shedding, when we went and bought this pens on the rooftops, draining of foreign exchange in favor of rooftops, closing Komati where the coal is here. It's an economic tragedy. It's an economic sabotage. And you ask, who is the economist in government sitting and looking at these things? Because at that point,
who is he? I mean, you know.
No, I don't know.
You're Assistant General for 16 years.
But the president,
you should know something.
What the president has done is this. He's brought presidency and treasury. So he's brought the power of the money and the power of the president. And planning has always been hollow. It's never existed. And without that stomach that plans, things will go wrong. Absolutely wrong. And they are going wrong. I don't know.
But there's a planning commission?
No, the planning commission doesn't do anything. Let's not even talk about that. There's no planning ministry. Have you ever seen a government plan?
Well, what should we call the National Development Plan? It's been around since 2012. It's got some targets that maybe should be keeping some of the
ministers. Let me show you the targets. You can bring the screen up. Because I think we are at the point where we should do that. Then you'll know. I mean, look, this was at the height of COVID here. And the government plan had nothing to show. Absolutely nothing. They had employment addition, they said EPWP. The National Treasury had nothing. Of course, civil society, we didn't expect much. So was the ANC. But then Business for South Africa came to government. And I want to emphasize this point. Business for South Africa came to government in October 2020. And said, government, let's work together. If we work together, the economy will grow at 5.2%. If we work together, there will be employment of 6 to 8 million jobs. 15% unemployment. Inequality Gini coefficient 0.43. And debt to GDP ratio 6.62. So by 2030, we will reach these targets. Government, because it was hollow, it didn't have anybody to digest what business was coming with. It couldn't allow business in. They snapped them. And business decided to go. But then government crisis precipitated. And then government started.
And this was the time of Tito Mboweni, who had been brought from the private sector to come in and solve for exactly what you're saying.
He had that 20, give the slide. He had created that 2019 document.
Yes.
That 2019 document said 1 million jobs by 2030. The question was how many jobs per year? He had a 2.3% growth. He never went there. He had no plan whatsoever on the table. Business had targets, but he didn't have a plan. But the targets were great because they would have brought society together. What we needed was then the path. Let me talk about implemented scenarios. The implemented scenarios, we had worked on a plan, looked at the situation, and we said, if we work on the implemented scenarios quantified and projected forward, there will be 6.2% growth, 8 to 10 million jobs, 12%.
By when? By
2030. Yes. I mean, the first year in 2020 showing the results.
Yeah.
23% poverty rate, 0.55 Gini coefficient, 48 to 3% fertility rate. What the president needed to do was to take business for South Africa, put them in a room at that point, and say, I see that implement will have a path. Business, I see you have targets. These targets of yours, be it for South Africa and ADRS, are similar. They are spitting distance. Now let's go and solve. We have all the solutions.
Why didn't this happen? Why didn't that happen when he was surrounded by people who like Tito Mboweni and others who were clearly economists and who could understand what you're saying?
Well, we presented this to Tito Mboweni at the ETC, these particular targets that business later talked to, and he said, no, I don't believe in this modeling. I'll look at the ECA. EP was there. Ibrahim Patel.
Yeah.
Kodongwana, the minister, was there. So was the late Pravin Gordhan. They were in that meeting when we were presenting this.
Yeah.
Which later business presented as targets. But we presented the pathway. Now, we have a government that has thumbs in its eyes and sticks in its ears. Can't hear, can't see. Go and find out whether they have a modeling capability which gives them foresight. They don't.
And this hasn't changed because of the introduction of other parties into government, in your view? I mean,
well, when business comes at the wrong time.
Yeah.
Let's look at 2002, 2007. Business was not coming to the party. President Begi took a stance and said, we'll do this, we'll do that as government. We achieved a 5% growth.
Yeah.
He led and he used the levers of power of the state to achieve that. And business should have come, but it thought this was not serious. When you bring business at the center, when you don't have a plan and you don't have a system.
Let's say the comrades know that you tend to leave no skirt unturned. So they know that they need to protect you from that weakness. Because you may compromise state and national security when you become a victim of a honey trap, for instance. Or let's say you love money, you have a weakness, you love money.
Yeah.
You must be protected from yourself by making sure you don't fall victim to people who lure you by using money. And this is a pertinent example because it's very clear that in the upper echelons of the police service, you have people who are easily lured through money because that weakness has not been managed. And so when you hear former Minister Ted, General Sibiya, and of course we heard recently that Mkhwanazi himself met Mata. You then must worry about the relationship between the personal and national security. Because if the relationship is problematic, the relationship between the personal and national security may compromise state security.
Do you think Mkhwanazi did meet Matlala? Because that would seem to be quite a big omission if it's true. Because I can't remember him speaking about the meeting with Matlala. So, I mean, either Matlala is not telling the truth, which is very possible, or they met and then Mkhwanazi would have to explain why they met. But I simply don't know. But we don't have any evidence of the meeting. So what we currently have is Matlala's say-so, which is not very telling at the moment. But I don't know what you make of that allegation, because that was like a bolt from the blue for me.
So if you draw a line, on this side of the line you have Mkhwanazi, you have Masemula, for instance, and Kumar. On the opposite side of the line you have Sibiya, Brown Muhoozi. And if we look at the most recent testimony, if you look at the CFO and General Sintumule, who testified on Friday, you can place them on the side of the line where you find Kumalo, Mkhwanazi, and Masemula. If you look at General Mutsipe, you can put her on the side of the line on which you find Sibia. When I listen to all of them, including Matala, it's very clear to me that one of the ways you should analyze what you have heard is in terms of deception and counter-deception strategies. What you must decide, to what extent is this side engaged in a deception strategy? And to what extent are the opponents engaged in a deception strategy? To what extent is one side engaging in a counter-deception strategy? And to what extent are their opponents engaging in a counter-deception strategy? But it's very clear to me, from what I've heard so far, that we are dealing with both counter and, deception and counter-deception strategies. So, the allegation about Matlala meeting Mkhwanazi, you can go one of two ways. One, it is true, Matlala did meet Mkhwanazi. And then, you ask the question, why then did Mkhwanazi meet Matlala? In answering that question, also you can go in one of two directions. Mkhwanazi was investigating Matlala, or Mkhwanazi was meeting Matlala because he's part of the problem that he described to us on the 6th of July, which would mean that those of us who have taken the view that the allegations made by Mkhwanazi are true are victims of Mkhwanazi's deception strategy. If your answer is Matlala is lying, then Matlala is trying to turn us into victims of a deception strategy. And therefore, between Matlala and Mkhwanazi, you are dealing with the tension between a deception and counter-deception strategy, which should also mean between Sibia and Mkhwanazi, you are dealing with the same tension between deception and counter-deception strategies. You must then decide, is it Sibia who is deploying a deception strategy, or is it Mkhwanazi? Is it Mkhwanazi who is deploying a counter-deception strategy, or is it Sibia? From what I've heard so far, and some of the evidence that has been accused, I think we can safely come to the conclusion that Mkhwanazi's allegations remain credible. More or less. So yes, we may suspect that, or we may come to the conclusion that Mkhwanazi should not have omitted the fact that he met Matlala. But if the answer is that he met Matlala as part of his own investigation into the Big Five, then the meeting between Mkhwanazi and Matlala was not fatal to the extent that it may destroy the allegations he has made.
That's interesting. And I think he also, the reason why I agree with that conclusion is that when you look at the allegations made by Khumalo and Mkhwanazi, and to some extent Masemola, although I also think the people on either side of those lines are not necessarily completely aligned themselves. But they have brought enough evidence to support their claims. So for example, when Khumalo says, I can show you these links between Katiso Molefe and Sibia, he shows us CCTV footage of one of Sibia's subordinates. The bag of chocolate. Exactly, the bag of chocolate, which has only been eclipsed by the Woolies bag.
Yes. I will never think of a Woolies bag in the same way ever again.
Exactly. No, I mean, how is Woolworths not adding a squeeze bag to this episode and some advertising? Because this is the perfect moment. But hey, we can't do it all for them. And also some chocolate company should also should become one of our handlers.
Woolies no-name chocolate.
Oh, this wonderful country of ours has not disappointed this year.
People keep on saying South Africa is a movie. No, South Africa is a series.
Exactly.
We don't need Netflix.
No, exactly. They should call movies South Africans at this point, So, but whereas Matlala and Mokhotsi and even Sibia have brought these counterclaims, but we don't have WhatsApp chats, we don't have CCTV footage, and so what we have there is just their say-so. On the other hand, we have the say-so of Mkhwanazi, but we also have quite important evidence. I'm not going to say it's evidence beyond a reasonable doubt, because we need more time in the process to get there. But where I am in some as well is Mkwanazi's allegations have not been dislodged, and I use those words very carefully. I'm not saying they've been completely proven yet, but they have not been dislodged either.
You're right. I may be wrong about Matlala. I don't think I am, but I may be. I do think that in his testimony to the ad hoc committee, Matlala deploys a deception strategy. And effectively what he does is to make sure that we are as far away as possible from concluding that Sibia is a criminal. But what does it do? Remember, the PKTT has recordings in which he says he gave money to Sibia. Now, part of what I think is his deception strategy is when he says, my voice was manipulated.
Yeah.
So that we cannot rely on the recordings from the PKTT. But here's the problem. The Madlanga Commission is not the ad hoc committee.
Oh yeah.
I think under cross-examination, Matlala is not going to fare as well as he did with the ad hoc committee. I think he's going to suffer, and suffer badly. Because what may happen is that the moment he says, my voice was manipulated, the commission is going to produce evidence to the effect that they have consulted and have worked with experts in the area who have shown, and they'll say, here's the evidence. They have shown that was your voice.
Yeah.
Your voice was not manipulated.
Absolutely. And what was interesting for me with the intersection of the Madlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee was when Brown Mahotsi was testifying, Advocate Chaskelson said, we have chats between you and Morgan Maumera.
Yes.
Cyril Ramaphosa's nephew.
Yes.
Which show that he had an interest in this Medicare 24 tender with the police, which is really the center of all of this.
Yes.
And of course, we have reporting from Jeff Wicks and others showing those two involved in the Tembisa hospital situation. And yet, I was quite shocked to see that some members of parliament didn't raise those questions to Matlala. So I agree. I think, in some ways, in cat-like fashion, he was able to wriggle his way out of being asked some of the really tough questions and having the evidence to then counter some of his claims.
Can I talk briefly about people like Jeff Wicks? Fortunately, it's not John Wick. People like Jeff Wicks and Kyle Cowan.
Yeah.
Who are examples of the excellent investigative journalism that has exposed some of this corruption. So I've been doing a lot of research about cartels globally. We can come back to that.
Yeah, yeah. I would add Karen Dolly onto that.
Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah.
You know, Ruby, the number of journalists globally, let me say the number of investigative journalists who've been killed investigating organized crime of one kind or another is higher than the number of journalists who've been killed in wars. Now, of course, it shows you that if you look at this from the perspective of the cartels, the work that is being done by people like Jeff Wicks is impactful because it exposes these links between cartels and politics, for instance. Between cartels and the criminal justice system as a whole. And therefore, we should regard investigative journalists who are doing this work as national treasures and do everything possible to make sure that they are secure, they are protected. Because as I say, the number of journalists globally who have died investigating organized crime is higher than the number of journalists who have been killed in wars.
Yeah, absolutely. And Kat Matlala and Morgan Maumela, for me, that was a moment that I don't think a lot of people fully appreciated when Chaskelson said, Mr. Mahotsi, we've got evidence of conversations between Mamela and Matlala. And this now then draws the link between Mamela and Matlala much more clearly. The only other link we had before was that Beki Tele and Matlala met at Mamela's Zimbali residence, purportedly. Or he gave them a code to get into Zimbali. So yes, this is quite interesting because I'm really keen to know what the link is and what those messages reveal, and I suspect we'll get that late this year, early next year.
Well, those of us who are members of the SMWX cartel are not surprised.
Yeah.
Because remember, we're still trying to draw the organogram, because the organogram is incomplete.
Yeah.
So I suspect we can start penciling in Mamela when we look at the Big Five cartel. The question I've been asking myself is this: the Big Five?
Yeah.
Are these the 5 top criminals in the country? Or the Big Five, as Komalo suggests, refers to the top 5 members, the leadership structure of the cartel? Remember some years ago, former President Thabo Mbeki, delivering a State of the Nation address, says, we are investigating the top 200 criminals in the country. Now, I don't know what happened to that work, because we never got a report. But when I look at when President Thabo Mbeki made that speech, the Mamelas, the Matlalas represent a generation younger than those who were part of the 200, or to the extent that part of the 200 top criminals of that time may still be alive. They are now older. And we are transitioning from them to the current generation of Matlala and Mamela and Katiso Muliv. That's what could be happening at the moment.
Yeah.
But let me tell you what Doris.
A lot of people are warning that this will be the final election and there will be no more democracy. If you and Trump are elected, there'll be no more democracy. It'll be the final election. And these are good people. This is Goldman Sachs, this is the Cheney family, this is, a lot of defense contractors. So
the people with the best interests of the American people at heart.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the people who really keep the American social fabric.
How do you respond to that when, when you have a multi-ethnic family and they go, you and Donald Trump are racist and hate different kinds of people because you've criticized having an open border?
Yeah, I mean, I can't help but roll my eyes at it at this point. And there was probably a time, honestly, 6-7 years ago where I really cared, what I'm talking about. Yeah. I really cared what the media said about me. Yeah. I just don't care anymore because they're so obviously full of shit. Right? Like, actually, if you look, even just you talk to, working and middle-class Latino voters, they hate the open border even more than, my family from rural Ohio and Kentucky because they don't like having their wages undercut. That, when the cartels are doing business in their communities, it's the Latinos that are actually the most pissed off about it. So I just kind of roll my eyes at it. I think that you have to have a certain sense of humor about American politics, and it's easy to do when you're running against Kamala Harris and you're running with Donald Trump. Because as much as he obviously, I think they've done more to him than any presidential candidate in my lifetime. He still actually has an amazing sense of humor about the whole thing. And oftentimes, I call him obviously every day at this point, talking about the campaign, but he always ends up cracking a joke. And I think it's in part because he knows that's what's good for me in that moment is we got to laugh about some of this stuff or we're going to get crazy.
Yeah, there is now, we're in October, we've got about 2 weeks left, so now every single day there's some article coming out in a publication that Donald Trump said something Hitlerian or about Hitler or about so it does seem to me that the hysteria is at a fever pitch.
It really is.
What do you think about John Kelly, who did come out and say Trump's a fascist and this is fascism and all of that?
Well, first of all, the amount of stock the media puts in a disgruntled ex-employee. John Kelly was fired, right? And look, he served his country when he was fired, and he's pissed off about Trump and that. Right. And if you talk to the people who were in the room when Trump allegedly said these things that he said, even Mike Pence's former chief of staff are saying it's totally made up, it's a total lie. But here's the really interesting thing, right? 3-4 years ago, the media were all calling John Kelly an evil racist for helping to promote Donald Trump's border policies. And now it shows how thin this is, right? Dick Cheney, who I legitimately think is the single worst vice president easily of my lifetime, right?
But effective.
But effective at destroying the country.
Well, that's what I mean. That's what I meant.
And maybe that's why he's endorsing Kamala Harris. It's like, oh, finally somebody's come along who's been even worse than I have.
Yeah.
Is Kamala Harris. But the fact that the media now pretends that he's like some hero of human rights, the guy was a disaster.
Right.
I mean, we invaded Iraq. We invaded, the 20-year quagmire in Afghanistan. All of these Americans who lost their lives, who lost their limbs, that was because of very stupid leadership. And now we're going to forget about it because the media hates Donald Trump. It's the most insane thing I've seen in politics. Threat to democracy. I figured out what a threat to democracy is when the American people vote for somebody the media doesn't like. Right? And that's not, like, definitionally, that's not a threat to democracy. That's a fulfillment of democracy, that even though the media lies hysterically about Trump, the American people still want, like, to be able to afford groceries and housing.
The worldview, whether we call it Cold War liberalism or however we want to frame the worldview that America is an empire and must continue to be one at all costs, with running up trillions of dollars worth of debt, getting involved in foreign conflicts anywhere from Ukraine to the Middle East. There are people now saying we need to invade Iran. And that if America steps back on the world stage, there's a power vacuum that's going to be filled by China, by Russia, and that America should continue to pay for the defense of all of the European countries, and that America should kind of shoulder that burden. And my generation, we saw Iraq, we saw Afghanistan. We've also seen lots of our friends go away to fight those wars and come back and not have mental health care and not have support from the government. We don't feel safer because we invaded Iraq. We don't feel safer because we spent 20 years in Afghanistan. I don't know what we spent 20 years doing. But all the people that, the 10 richest counties in America are in Virginia. And there's something interesting about that fact, that all of those people are dependent upon America constantly having enemies.
And not like Virginia, right?
No.
The collar counties around DC.
Around DC. And all of these people have an investment in the United States of America continually going to war. And those are the people who seem to be speaking out the loudest against your candidacy, Trump's candidacy.
Exactly.
Because you threaten something, a power structure that has been in place for a very long time. This has been spoken about by, military-industrial complex. Eisenhower famously spoke about it. I believe it's FDR, maybe it was TR. Somebody said a financial element in the government has owned it since the days of Andrew Jackson. There are agendas that other people have. Now, is that why we're seeing people like Dick Cheney and people like Kamala Harris, where you would think they don't have much in common on the same side? Is it because that positioning is so important and integral to the amount of money being made?
In 3 kilometers, take the interchange on the left.
Factions of those parties.
Yeah, that's how I think about it. So I think there are 3 issues where for 40 years Republicans and Democrats have basically fundamentally agreed, and I'll list them an issue of importance to that, call it the uniparty, call it the conventional wisdom. Number 1 is foreign policy, that we should basically stick our nose in every foreign conflict, and that doesn't mean we should never get involved, of course, but by and large, most of the wars that we've fought in the last 40 years have been a total disaster for the American people, and frankly for a lot of the countries we've been fighting. And so foreign policy is the first and most important issue to that consensus. The second most important issue is trade, right? Massive investment in what I would call shipping our industrial base to countries like China and Mexico, which has eviscerated the American middle class, but it's made a lot of bankers rich. And then the third thing is immigration, right? The idea that you should have effectively unlimited borders checked only by political will, right? Every political party has tried to make it easier to bring more and more people into the United States of America. Now, the interesting thing is that on all 3 of those issues, on immigration, trade, and foreign policy, the American people have consistently been out of step with their leadership, and they keep on not actually having an alternative. Like, who has been the candidate of, free trade is not good for the American middle class? Who's been the candidate of we've got to check our immigration system? Who's been the candidate of stopping the stupid wars? Basically nobody in 40 years, with the lone exception of my running mate, right, of Donald J. Trump. Okay, so that's where we are, and you're right. That's why Kamala Harris and Dick Cheney, that's why all these people hate him. I think it's interesting to think about the motivations here, because 2 years ago, I would have said it's all financial, right? Dick Cheney, he's getting rich from these wars. Kamala Harris's donors are getting rich from these wars, and that's like the only reason why they're supporting them. For what it's worth, I do think there's an element of truth to that, right? Eisenhower warned about this. The military-industrial complex has its own self-fulfilling momentum. But I think there's a second thing that I picked up on, and a lot of my Senate colleagues disagree with me on foreign policy. They're very good people. There's like this psychological post-World War II, you call it Cold War liberalism, where these guys remember when America could do anything, right? We can
in 600 meters, take the interchange on the left.
We can just fix the world purely through American will, right? And they grew up in that world, and they're having psychological difficulty accommodating to a world where China has gotten more powerful in part because of their policies. Russia.
Take the interchange on the left.
And we can't just dictate everything. We can't tell everybody how to behave anymore, because sometimes what happens is we'll try to tell another country what to do, and they'll say this, right? And that's very, very hard for these guys to wake up to the reality that we're in. If we were in what was called a unipolar world, right? America was the only superpower. We were for a long time. Now we're still the lone superpower, but other countries are catching up. And I think the way to preserve our own influence, but more importantly, to preserve the prosperity of our own people, is to recognize the reality that we're living in. A lot of people can't. I mean, they go back to Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall, right? Ronald Reagan's big moment, or George H.W. Bush. I mean, it was like a blip on the radar for us to completely crush Saddam Hussein and kick him out of Kuwait, right? They want to go back to the glory days when America could do everything and be all things. They got to wake up to the world of resource constraints. And frankly, the reason why we're not as powerful in relative terms as we were 30 years ago is because they screwed up, right? That's where the trade and immigration issue comes back, is they want to pursue a foreign policy that was built on the back of smart trade and smart immigration policy. They hollowed out the American middle class. They destroyed the industrial base of our country. I mean, the crazy statistic, China, we're still the biggest economy in the world. China is 32% of global manufacturing GDP, okay? We're 18% of global manufacturing GDP. So even though we're still by far the biggest economy in the world, China makes nearly twice as many manufactured goods as we do. That is the engine of real economic prosperity, is manufacturing. These guys want us to fight wars like it's 1954. It's not 1954, and thanks in large part.
In 600 meters, take the exit.
That's very difficult, right? Because you have a lot of unelected. We have 19 intelligence agencies, I think. I think it's around. I think it's about 19, which I don't think is enough. A lot. I don't think it's enough personally, but there's 19 of them or something.
I think we have 22 intelligence agencies. That's actually what we really have figured out this all.
That's who.
Take the exit, then take the ramp.
Americans are worried about. I think most people are worried about the CIA and government employees. My parents are worried about the Central Intelligence Agency and if they're making enough money. This is what my grandmother worries about. What do you say to people that are worried about people at the NSA? And the DIA, the director.
Take the ramp.
Forget about that one. It's a little room in the bigger one.
Look, I want to speak from the heart here to my fellow Americans who are really worried that a CIA bureaucrat making $190,000 a year might have to find a job in the private sector. I recognize that is the biggest crisis facing my fellow Americans. Not that they can't afford groceries and housing. Right. So
people can eat less.
Honestly,
so that Homeland Security can be a little bigger.
So that Homeland Security.
I like knowing that my neighbors are getting spied on. I like it. I like people getting on lists.
Well, it's actually really a win-win, right? Something I'll say in Kamala Harris's defense is yes, she's made it harder for Americans to afford housing, but that's been in the service so that the CIA can more easily spy on our fellow Americans, right? So that, again, this is where sometimes there's trade-offs and sometimes there's
You're a big critic of online censorship. Don't you realize it's good for people? Don't you realize it's
to not be able to speak their mind?
People don't even know what they want to say half the time. Why not have a service that like an AI where you speak into it and it rearranges it so it gets what you need?
I would be okay if we just censored Kamala Harris, right? I think she would be okay with that too. I think she'd be better in the polls if she just didn't say anything. That was, of course, the strategy.
Have you met her? She's probably fun. She's fun.
You know who's fun?
Yeah.
You know I bet it's fun. And this is rare moment of bipartisanship. No. Okay. Hunter Biden.
Well, of course. I would, with all due respect to you, I would vote for him over anyone in the race. Just because if we're going to end this thing, let's do it quick. Let's do it in 6 months.
Oh, man. My cousin is like a hardcore Republican, and she's like, you know what I can't get behind you guys on is the anti-Hunter Biden stuff. Like that guy. Right. I guarantee he's fun. He's a fun guy to hang out with, right? I don't know about, I've met Kamala Harris once. I honestly don't know.
If she's fine.
There's too much of a schoolmarm thing going on. I just don't know. I don't think that would necessarily.
So how do you deal? What do you have a bunch of,
Kamala Harris is the person who, when you tell a really funny joke, she says, well, that was kind of offensive. Right.
But then I look at her and I go, but you're a genius, and then she likes me again.
Hunter Biden, if you tell a really offensive joke, he laughs his ass off and says, let's do it.
Let's do it again. Let's light the house on fire. So how do you deal with this? You get into office. Now people are all mad about Project 2025. People don't like it because it's a Heritage Foundation wrote a whole thing saying that you're going to dismantle the entire federal government and this
is the craziest thing. So Project 2020. So Heritage is a nonprofit with no affiliation with the Trump campaign. That's right. They wrote a 900-page document. Okay, if you take any 900-page document that exists anywhere in the world, I'm going to find something that I hate about it and something that I like about it. Right. So they've tried to pick up every little thing that is unpopular and say this is Trump's agenda. It has nothing to do with Trump. Right. But to your point, Donald Trump and I really do want to make the federal bureaucracy smaller. We think there are way too many bureaucrats collecting a check. We think that's bad for Americans because they have to pay those people's salaries. But most importantly, it's bad for Americans. Sometimes they're doing things like spying on their fellow citizens, which is fundamentally bad. Okay, so here's a crazy story, and I just learned more about this the past couple days. There was a Wall Street Journal story about...
In 800 meters, Slight right.
AT&T networks, okay? You probably didn't see the story, didn't make a whole lot of waves. My understanding is that part of the infrastructure that they hacked into was built on top of surveillance systems that were implemented in 2001, Patriot Act style stuff. So like, you know,
slight right.
An element of that, and rightfully so. Like, I don't want American citizens to be spied on, but the more important in some ways is we're creating a backdoor in our own technology networks that our enemies are now using. Like, that's crazy.
Right.
And again, no one is going to accept responsibility for it. No one's going to say, oh, we screwed up, let's do something different. This is the biggest problem I have. Like, all policy disagreements aside, the refusal of people to take responsibility and say, you know what, I screwed up. Right. Okay? That is the biggest thing that's messed up about American government politics. Like, look, I had a lot of friends, when I was 18 years old, what the hell did I know? I supported the Iraq War when I was 18 years old.
Me too.
I feel bad about that.
Yeah.
I genuinely feel bad that as a high school senior in Milltown, Ohio, who then enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, like, I did my part, I feel bad about it. Yeah. There were people in Washington.
I stopped short of that. I was I supported it in backyards, yelling, watching a lot of Fox, but I stopped quite short of it.
Man, we all have to
we all
serve.
do
We
our
have
own
to serve
thing.
in our own roles.
That's
We all
right.
have a part to play. But the guys who pushed it, they're still collecting multi-$100,000 a year salaries.
They're on MSNBC.
They're on MSNBC. They still have influence, and they've never said, we screwed up. Like, that is the thing that bothers me the most about Washington, D.C. is nobody accepting responsibility for failure. Because if you can't do that, you can't fix the problem.
Well, now it seems to be that we're shoehorning domestic issues into foreign policy, meaning that you can no longer sell a war by saying we're there to democratize a country, or we are there to preemptively invade a country before they attack us, or we can say we are there so that drag queens in whatever in Russia can have more of a say.
Well, you asked why we were in Afghanistan for 20 years. It's like because the Afghanis really need to learn about gender studies and the importance of the non-binary gender approach that we have in the United States of America. No, you think I'm kidding?
Yeah.
Your tax dollars, my tax dollars, we're funding programs in a country where a lot of people didn't have running water. Yeah. We're funding programs to teach people that there were non-binary genders out there.
That I do agree with because it is fun. And I do want to see someone with a Kalashnikov standing in the rubble and then someone explaining that to them. To me, is fun, and that I support that.
I'm sure the Taliban had a lot of fun learning about anti-Semitism. That's probably true.
Why can't the 7-year-old consent to a life-altering medical surgery? Is it because you guys are fascist? I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you allow an 8-year-old to fully transition?
Not only that, but they want us to use better tax dollars to try to force other countries to follow this ridiculous pathway. Yes. Which, by the way, like I know a little bit about your politics, and you're pretty libertarian. Like, this is actually something I agreed with the old guard left about. That we should be, whether it's in defense or whether it's in the medical industry, we should be worried about when a profit-motivated entity tries to manipulate government policy. Right. And right now we have pharma companies making billions of dollars off of cross-sex hormones for children. Right. And nobody on the left is like, that's kind of weird that the very people who are getting rich off of this are also lobbying the American Medical Association and the U.S. government to force this on American citizens.
It should have, I think, it should have stopped the show. Glee was great. Everyone was singing, and everyone was happy. No, it truly was. And, like, people weren't, it wasn't so contentious, but then it got to a point where somebody like me, who's been a gay, out-of-the-closet person for 15 years, I'm going, why in God's name would a 5-year-old, a 7-year-old, a 12-year-old, a 14-year-old be taking puberty-blocking hormones, be transitioning, be leave kids alone, leave people alone. It's very simple. A lot of gay people feel that way. There are trans people that feel that way. There are people all over the spectrum that feel that way. None of them are ever listened to.
Yes.
It is the most extreme, loudest voices in that movement that are listened to.
Yeah, well, what really radicalized me on this issue was I was actually talking to a friend who, like really disagrees with my views on transgender politics, and I mean, frankly, like kind of rejected our friendship because I came out against I came out in support of banning gender transition for minors during my Senate campaign. And like what really radicalized actually is during that conversation, she said something to me that I was like, wait a second, is this real? And she said the hormonal therapy for minors is totally reversible, right? So the way they sell this is it just delays puberty. But then if you stop taking the drugs, everything resumes as normal. That is totally and profoundly false.
It can't be true. There's no way that's true.
When I heard it, I was like, that sounds totally effing crazy. Yeah. It turns out
also,
it is actually crazy.
Also, not a great policy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
If it was true, probably not good.
Even if it was true, probably not good because you don't want 30-year-olds going through puberty, right? Yeah. But like even if it was true, problem, but it's not true.
Yeah.
Like kids have permanent sexual dysfunction, permanent like serious health problems. It's terrible. They take this stuff, it's just totally predictable. Like again, one of the lifelong, the humanity-long lessons we should take is that when we intervene in things in unexpected ways, whether it's a war or trying to interrupt the biological process, we very often screw up. Right?
Yes.
You need evidence before you
I
really
just
do
don't
something
know
like
how
this.
we got in this country to why can't a 9-year-old girl have a beard? I don't know where from Glee everyone's saying was gay enough, perhaps too gay, and then it went to a place where it goes, it was crazy. So
okay. I've actually heard this. And I'm not a gay guy, but I've heard this from gay friends of mine.
Man, damn it! We would have. You want to talk about virality? I'm talking about going viral.
Yeah, that would have made some headlines.
Do you think you know who will win the presidential election or how many seats the Democrats or Republicans will win in the House or Senate? Well, there's finally a legal way to bet on the outcome of these elections via a platform called Kalshi. Kalshi is the first legal exchange where you can bet on any event, including but not limited to elections. Kalshi once recorded one legal approval for election betting for the first time in over 100 years. You have markets on who will win the presidential election, who will control the House and Senate, who will win swing states and more. Kalshi is already being used by over hundreds of thousands of people and has facilitated over $1 billion worth of trade. Let's take an example. Right now, Trump and Kamala are trading at about 50-50, meaning if you place a bet on either, you will double your money if you end up winning. That's pretty good. So put your money where your mouth is and sign up using Kalshi.com/chant. I love this site. I love chance. I love speculation. I make a lot of predictions. A lot of them come out true. I'm using this site to make lots of money, and I think you should too. I think I know things. I think I have the inside track. Do you? So put your money where your mouth is and sign up using Kalshi.com/GIM and get $20 bonus when you deposit $100 using their mobile app. Election day is coming up on November 5th. 30% of registered voters don't turn out to vote, and only 20% of people under 30 voted in the last election. There's a website, standthevote.org/Tim, that makes registering to vote easy. It's nonpartisan, meaning they don't care who you're voting for. They just want to ensure that you can vote. Head to standthevote.org/Tim, and they'll help you sign up. Register and check if you're all set. You can also text Tim to 33022 to learn more. That's TIM to 33022. Do not be another no-show statistic, because I'll tell you right now, voting is a right that people have died for, and you should do it. And you can go to this website, standthevote.org/Tim, and it makes registering to vote easy, because you know what wasn't easy? The Civil War, the Revolutionary War, or any of the wars. 1, 2, Spanish American. It doesn't. The point is this: the Korean War. I don't know if that impacted voting, but here's the thing: voting is cool. It's what the cool kids are doing.
But I talked to this about gay friends who feel like very personally affronted about this, because they feel like if they were, a gay kid and they were 14 years old, and maybe they're confused. Like, by the way, like a lot of teenagers, even a lot of non-gay teenagers, are confused because being a teenager is like inherently confusing. That's right. But they're worried about, like, would somebody have had them transition? Of course, in some ways, it's like it's like the pharmaceutical answer to conversion therapy, right? Is no, you're not gay. Right. You're a totally different gender. The other thing I don't get about this, man, like the inconsistency here is crazy, where they want to simultaneously tell me that the gendered binary is screwed up, that male and female is way too simple, there's all this crap in the middle. But like when you have a person go on cross-sex hormones, they put on super petite dresses and high heels, and they act like the most stereotypical version of a girl, a male transitioning to female. It's like, okay, well, wait a second, is the gender stereotypical binary bad, or is it actually good? Because every time somebody takes these hormones, they start acting like Dylan Mulvaney.
No, what happens, I think, when we've allowed the debate to be defined by a very extreme portion, who it's not about logic, it's about people throwing tantrums and people going, you have to agree with me, I'm going to compel you to agree with me. Absolutely, kids should be left alone. My parents were boomers. I was ignored. I was left alone to do, whatever. And, perhaps that's not great, but we shouldn't be telling...
You turned out okay.
I turned out fine. I'm not the vice president, you know what I mean? But, I have a Rolls Royce. So here's, but the thing is...
I think you're winning in that trade-off. I can't even drive it.
We'll see. But it's going to get blown up soon. But I'll tell you this, I don't see why we're telling kids about critical race theory or gender theory. Why are we not educating people in math, in reading, in science? Why are we indoctrinating children? And I don't know too many people who are for that. If you meet people in the real world, none of them does. 5-year-olds should learn about identity politics, and nobody's for that.
No, nobody is.
Very few people.
And this is what I actually feel very personally passionate about, because this affects my family, right? Yeah. My wife and I talk about this all the time. So her parents, born and raised in South India, they moved to San Diego a couple years before she was born. So she was born and raised in San Diego. right? Okay, so she is Indian American, but she's like the most assimilated. Like she's American, right? Fundamentally, she's American. And we talk about like, okay, we were able to fall in love in part because we grew up in the 90s where everybody was like, yeah, okay, it's not perfect. Obviously, there's still racism out there, but like, you know, judge people based on who they are, not on these like immutable characteristics on their skin color. Just judge people based on whether you have similar values, et cetera, right? And because of that, we met, fell in love. We had a family. Like my family's always been welcome to her, and vice versa. And my mom actually put this in a very interesting way that, like, you know, the more that she's noticed this in the last few years, that people are obsessed that we have mixed race children, right? And are they brown? Are they white? Are they Indian? Are they American? Yeah. And my mom's just like, well, there are babies, right? That's who they are. There are babies. I think that if you really inflame like the racial consciousness of people, if they fundamentally think of themselves not as human beings or as Americans, but as members of a racial group, that's just going to fundamentally lead to strife, right? Like you want to, in some ways, like you want to emphasize the commonality that we have as fellow citizens. You don't want to say, okay, you're black, so this means this thing about you and that thing about you, and you're white, so this means something totally different. Right. And I just, that obviously to me, just common sense would lead to conflict. And again, I'm not saying it was perfect, but if you look at both black and white Americans,
life could become more challenging. Having said that, we've made dramatic progress over the past 3 or 4 years. And certainly the way that I look at it is that some of the key, if you like, constraints on economic growth, at the end of the day, it's all about economic growth. It's all about sustainable, inclusive economic growth. Now, when we're at 1.2%, that is woefully inadequate. We need to be at 3.5% growth, just to stand still in terms of the levels of unemployment in this country. And we can all agree that those levels of unemployment, both within sort of the formal, informal, narrow and broad definitions, are wholly unacceptable and pose a real threat to the stability of the country. We can't have a situation which we do at the moment, where our second generation of youth since 1994 has come through the system, and 60+% of them cannot find work of any sort whatsoever, certainly not of a permanent nature, that they don't have the skills, the capabilities, to be able to contribute to the economic uplift, not only of themselves, their families, their communities, but the country as a whole. So if we set as our minimum target 3.5 or 3%, and we're at 1.2%, I think we're going to identify that as a challenge. The second is that if we look at what happened in the journey that we've been through into the pandemic and out of the pandemic, the reality is that if we cast our mind back to 2020, when we went into lockdown, we had been just then downgraded to junk status. There are many levels or layers of junk status, and so we've drifted down through that subsequently. A and B, that we were in technical recession. And many people talked about what the recovery would be like for many countries coming out of the pandemic. In fact, compared to our peer group, we've taken longer to come out of the pandemic than any other country in the world. And only last year did we meet the GDP that we had in 2019, 2020 when we went into the pandemic. So those are some big warning signals for us. We know what the constraints are. You know, the constraints are absence of structural reform, historically an absence of structural reform, making sure that the utilities and services that we get at large, whether it be ESCOM, Transnet, whether it be water, is available at both a competitive and reliable price and basis. We know that in terms of the education system and the hospitals, if you like, the sort of national health system, they are at breaking point at the moment. And yet we know that we have got enormous resources in the country, not just in the private sector, but certainly in the private sector, to be harnessed, to be made available, to ensure that we can address and remedy those issues. There is, of course, one overall, if you like, pervading concern that I have over and above that, which is the levels of crime and corruption. I'm sure we'll explore that as well. And you can't just deal with one of these and hope that the others are going to take care of themselves. Now, if we deal with all of those in a sort of pragmatic but accelerated way, do I think we can pull ourselves up by our bootstraps and achieve our potential? Undoubtedly. What we've seen, over the last 3 years, so the partnership in its current form between business and government, Business for South Africa is the platform that we're using to interface with government at the level of the President, the Cabinet, and of course, key ministries as well as, of course, key agencies, whether those agencies be the NPA, whether those agencies be Transnet or ESCOM, for example. What we've seen has been a sort of remarkable turnaround. So if we think that in 2023, 2 years ago, we had nearly 290 days of load shedding. Much of it at levels 4, 5, and 6. This year we had 7. I mean, I think we've turned a corner. There's more to be done, of course, but there's no doubt that we've got sort of the energy that's available. Now we can talk about whether the pricing is appropriate. If you look at the turnaround time for goods leaving our ports, it was 21 days 2 years ago, and it's 2 days today. If we look at the number of lorries that we're taking across our borders, it's dramatically improved over the past 2 years. If you look at the ability for the prosecuting authorities to identify and prosecute complex crime and their forensic capability, again, we've seen a sort of pickup, not as fast as it would need to be. When we look at Operation Vulindlela, the joint venture between the Presidency and National Treasury, which is all about structural reform, there's been real breakthroughs, whether it be in terms of visa reform, whether it be in terms of identifying what the key constraints are in the system, for example, in terms of water. Now, there's many a slip twixt cup and lip, and indeed the time frame for addressing these issues is much more extended than any of us would like.
Yeah.
And we've got to be patient, and patience is not something that we can really afford as a country right now. But I am of the view that the progress that we've made over the past 2 or 3 years demonstrates, and it's been acknowledged as such by all of the agencies. It's been acknowledged, if you like, by the strengthening of our currency. It was available and on show over the last week at B20 and G20, where I believe we showcased ourselves extraordinarily well, that we're on the right road. But we need to stay on that road, and we need to accelerate the rate of both decision making, and these are difficult political decisions that need to be taken, and they need to be taken without fear or favour, and then they need to be implemented. And I think we all know, the President is the first to admit, that we have very significant challenges of capacity in the state, and there again business has tried to make sure on an arm's length basis that we can provide the requisite skills, capabilities and experience to shore up that capacity. When I say on an arm's length basis, I mean there are many people who accuse us of, if you like, overreach. We're actually not overreaching at all. We're making sure that the requisite capacity or wherewithal to achieve the implementation of those objectives are in place, but we need to stand back from overtly influencing outcomes, and that's something that, again, that you may want to discuss. So when I sort of look at it in the round, my view is that yes, I think that we are certainly making progress. I think that there is light at the end of the tunnel, but it's a long tunnel, and there could be many interventions, including outcomes of a political nature, either domestically or exogenously, that could impact upon our ability to either maintain that trajectory or to turn down. We cannot afford as a country to turn down. I don't think there's anybody who would advocate that. But it's only going to be avoided by making sure that we harness all of the resources and skills that are at our disposal as a country across all social players in a coordinated way. And the challenge, I think, for many of us is that sort of trips off the tongue, but actually making that happen is much more challenging than it would appear at face value, ensuring that we've got the right players in the room, that we don't overcomplicate this, that we don't try and solve for everything, that we prioritise a few key interventions and use those as levers, if you like, to catalyse real progress. That is where we need to focus our attention.
Just to drill down on one of those worrying aspects, because I fully concur with you on the green shoots and the need to expand and grow where progress is being made. But of course, we've had this Mkhwanazi saga unfolding, as a key police general has suggested that organized crime is playing an uncomfortably large role in influencing the criminal justice system, even politics at the highest level. This is profoundly concerning.
Yeah, it is concerning, and unfortunately, we had already identified crime and corruption as a key area of focus in our partnership with government, and in that approach, we had brought in very significant resources in each of the areas we've been looking at: energy, transport, logistics, crime and corruption, unemployment, particularly youth unemployment.
Watch out! Vehicle on shoulder ahead.
We've got a day job running large companies, but in each and every one of these cases, we felt we needed to demonstrate our level of commitment, not only to government but to society at large and back into the business community. In the case of crime and corruption, which is what we're talking about, we have 3 such chief executives: Mary Vilakazi of First Rand, Neil Froneman, who is the former chief executive of Somali Stillwater, and Yanni Durant-Remru, and they've given an extraordinary amount of their time and commitment to this. And as I said, that was long before we even knew that General Mkhwanazi, many of us existed, or indeed was going to reveal what he has, the allegations that have been made. And I think we were aware of the fact that in the light of state capture, we hadn't really made the progress we needed to. That many of the Zondo Commission recommendations, in fact, I would say the vast majority remain unimplemented.
Watch out! Vehicle on shoulder ahead.
Zondo, as he was, has publicly stated his exasperation with that move as quickly in prosecuting as we need. We know that the NPA is threadbare in terms of its capacity, not in terms of its capability necessarily. Some people might say that as well, but I think that it's got some highly capable people, but it doesn't have the quantum of resources, the depth of a bench strength that's required to take forward some of the challenges that we have. And we know that these wheels, and you know better than most, grind very slowly anyway, so people are frustrated. And we don't tell our own story as well as we could about the progress and the wins that we've made.
Sure.
I say all of this because when General Mkhwanazi made his allegations and the President established the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, there were many people who were, I think, sceptical that yet another Commission of Inquiry would be helpful in the process. But we all felt intuitively, if we didn't know empirically, that there were problems that needed to be, put in the public domain.
Yeah.
Of course, what we have now is, if we like, we have 2 commissions going in parallel, because we have a parliamentary commission of inquiry. In many respects, it's the self-same issue, and is not just, in my opinion, about the role of organised crime. It's about dysfunctionality as well as crime and corruption in the criminal justice sector, as you say, going all the way up to senior politicians who've been identified, whether they're appropriately identified or not.
We stay connected, no matter where you are or where we are. Metro FM is where you want to be.
Paper lane.
Sometimes ngingabi na petrol yazatara.
Still, singakle.
Eh?
Singakle.
Ufanele. Master.
SABC News, independent and impartial.
It is 3 o'clock. In the news this afternoon, Tshwane Mayor outlines financial plans and Nahao calls for the permanent appointment of community healthcare workers.
Hugo Bros has named his preliminary squad.
Hugo Bros has named his preliminary squad. That's to, of course, face Uganda and South Sudan in the AFCON qualifiers. And Munster have parted with their head coach. Details 3:30.
The executive mayor of Tshwane, Dr. Nasipi Moya, says the city has a 4 billion rand deficit. Moya, together with the Gauteng Finance and Economic Development MEC, Lebogang Maile, addressed the media during a joint briefing in Sandton in Johannesburg today. This follows their meeting where they discussed the municipality's financial state and its impact on service delivery. Moya says they have a plan to accelerate their capital expenditure. 24 cases of suspected fraud and corruption at the Home Affairs Department have been referred to the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigations and the Special Investigating Unit. This is a result of investigations by the Multidisciplinary Task Team. The team was appointed after the Lubisi report revealed that more than 45,000 visas and permits were issued fraudulently between 2014 and 2021. One of the members of the task team, Rose Bishop.
In terms of the number of
Stadium, Sabi. Kosi statu fikile kwa kona butu fika sasa mabenati no makanda. Akabikondo ichinjayo kodwa masikangele natubona ngokukanye mthunzini ngoba ke afuna ukunaba kancina namathunzi kumleke Orlando Stadium fondini ejoke ngapha ngasekhohlo ukuthi ivilakazi street kudana kancinane kodwa uyakuwela indlela kodwa apha ngasemva ukuthi khona umthunzi othi nje uyagquma uyawapha ubheke phambili masikhangele kuyilacala ngapha bayibambile abafana abamnyama zizo-ke i-Buccaneers sesenduli beka phambili lapho ngoko-Orlando Pirates iqabela phezu ko-halfway line kodwa bayithatha bayibusela ngasemva thatha nguDion Hoto wethunzebe kancamaku kaba ithatha isabe kwi-TLB bekezeni imbokazi waqosa ibala ngasekunene kuye libone Siyema wayithatha lo bhola ukabe zama ukhangela phambili idibene ngokunesiso apho uNduli wagqumisa kakanye ekhangela uRayli Mfokeng bayixuthile phakathi kuGrant Mahaman wayihlaba ngasekhohlo kuye adibane noRhape Muralo wayihlaba lo bhola ngasekhohlo ayidibanise ngokapho ngokhalizo okhulu ufuna abantu bezama uyifaka kodwa yadibana nala TLB yayiqina yayithatha phezu ko-halfway line bayilwela babili bathathu wakhala usompempe esithi Thabo umfoka Makhele makubethe wena pho sompempe wethu ntokazi ephuma apha kulo mandla wasempuma koloni okanye ibhoda inguye u-Akhona Makhalima.
After that, my girlfriend wanted to go to the Juilliard School in New York. Pronunciation, I do apologize. I didn't tell her I thought it would be a bad idea to go to the Juilliard because the admission process is so insanely competitive and usually only the wealthy get in. We are not. I never thought she would get in, but she did. She found out in the spring that her audition was successful. She had a partial scholarship to go. She is due to go to New York in 3 weeks. I don't want her to go. She said that I can come with her, but I don't want to live in New York. My family is all here. So are my friends, my entire extended family, and my job. My entire life is here, and I don't want to live across the country. I don't think a long-distance relationship will work. I asked my girlfriend to stay here and to marry me. I bought a ring and took a month to plan the proposal. She said no when I proposed. We have been debating about her leaving ever since she found out that she got into Juilliard. She said I could come to New York with her and find a job there. I work in HR, and she said there is lots of work in my field in New York. I've only been at my company for a year. I can't just leave my job. She said we can get married after she graduates from Juilliard. But when I pressed her, she said she doesn't know if she'd want to move back here after she graduates. Her parents are her only family, and they moved to another state 5 years ago. She said it depends on where she gets a job, and there are no jobs in her field in our town. I've lived here my whole life, and this is my home. I love her so much, and I don't want her to go. She could find another field or career, or we have a college in our town. She could go back to our old college and get a different degree and do something else. My parents offered to help us save for a down payment. We are compatible and we have a good relationship. We have similar political views. We share a lot of hobbies. We both agree that we didn't ever want to have kids. We have other similar life goals. The only difference is that she wants to go to Juilliard and I don't want her to go. I asked her if she was really choosing Juilliard over marrying me and having a house and life here. She said yes, she was. I'm gutted. I love her, and hearing her say that gutted me. That she would rather go to Juilliard than marry me. So I did a brief Google about this school, and apparently it's like a world-class performing arts courses, and so this is like a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for her. But I have to say in this, it just felt like the OP was asking her to choose his life plan over hers, basically, as this or nothing. And OP was saying that, you know, they're compatible and they have similar life goals, etc. But this just shows that they don't have similar life goals. She's got like huge career ambitions in her field, and OP seems to be rooted to their town where they grew up in. That's not a minor thing. And she didn't choose the school over you. She's choosing to pursue her dreams over abandoning them. That's a massive difference in my opinion. But a commenter said to OP, I get you're sad and heartbroken, but it is selfish to want her to cut her dreams and aspirations to do what she wants, just so she can marry you and be a little obedient wife. You can't be serious, can you? You even love her if you're not willing to compromise. Sounds like you all may not be as compatible as you thought. Frustrated reply saying, OP has been all me, me, me. Did you notice how none of the things he's been suggesting that even remotely compromises? It's all about how she had to give up her dreams, get a job here so he doesn't have to move. Telling her that she should stay because all his friends' family job is here. Wow, what a keeper, right? And honestly, getting into Juilliard is a huge accomplishment. Even if she got a partial scholarship, she got talent and OP knows it. That's why he's so scared to let her go. Because if he does, he knows she is not coming back to him and his little security blanket life. Will Say Anything says, I don't blame her. You're extremely selfish. You only proposed to her to make her give up on her dreams. A lot of manipulative and controlling men follow that same blueprint. Your entire post is about what you want and how you're unwilling to compromise. What about her? You wanted to give up a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity at 23 and change her career. Meanwhile, you're unwilling to compromise on anything. I hope she goes to New York and forgets all about you. Special says you're being a selfish asshole here. She's allowed to pursue her dreams, as are you, but it sounds like you're at a totally different places in your lives. You won't compromise, and she also doesn't have to. You propose to try and manipulate her into staying. That's an asshole move.
Your phone is too hot.
Move. It sounds like it's time for you to break up and go your separate ways. And Wabbit comes in, quoting OP, saying the only difference is that she wants to go to Juilliard and I don't want her to go. The commenter then says, the only difference is that I don't want to leave my city and can't consider living anywhere else. Commenter quotes again, saying that she would rather go to Juilliard than marry me. Then the commenter says, I would rather break up than consider a long distance or moving with her. So it's your home, your family is there, your job is there, her family moved. There won't be any jobs in her chosen field in that place, while your profession has demand everywhere. Why couldn't you leave that job after a year? Moving is one of the best reasons to give for a job change. Why does she have to compromise on everything? Not her family there, a completely different career, not the place she wants to be. And quoting OP one more time, saying, we are compatible. And then says, I don't think you are. She will resent you if she stays. Your emotional manipulation proposal aside, she doesn't want that life. She clearly has talent and passion if she made it into fucking Juilliard. And it's totally okay for you to want that life. It's okay to want to stay in your hometown. It's okay to want to stay in your job. It's okay to not want a long distance relationship. It's okay to want that peaceful married life. But having things in common doesn't make you compatible if the big ideas and hopes about life don't match up. You say you love her, yet you're ready to crush the dream of your loved one instead of hyping her on. That's not love. You're not even willing to consider any of the compromises. That's not love. If you loved her, you'd do what's best for her, not you. Even if it hurts. Read that as not loving her enough. If you indeed love her from your post, you love yourself more. So it was nearly 16 months after that post that OP did come back into update and said, today it is 1 year and 4 months since she said no to my proposal, which effectively ended our relationship. I never felt that kind of pain before in my life. Before this, I never understood when people said that heartbreak was real and was a physical pain. But now I get it. I tried dipping my toe into dating because people keep saying there are other fish in the sea and that I'll find someone. But besides the fact that every woman I meet wants kids and I don't, all it does is remind me of the breakup. I found out she has a boyfriend. She doesn't have social media, but I saw a picture on Instagram from one of her old friends. The friend was on a work trip and said in the caption that they met up for the first time in years. friend posted pictures and there was a guy in some of them. They were hand-holding and posing like a couple would. So she's moved on and forgotten all about me. She said no to my proposal even though we were in love. Now she moved away somewhere else and has a new boyfriend and has forgotten all about me. It hurt so much when I saw those pictures. We were together for 8 years and then suddenly she was gone and there was a hole in my life. I never would have imagined I would go a year and 4 months with no contact. She even said she loved me, but she said no when I proposed. I still have the ring I was going to give her. She broke my heart like it was nothing. Finding out she has a boyfriend has just brought it all back. I know I should move on, but I don't know how to. Mates, sell the ring, block her on socials and get some therapy because she's moved on because staying stuck wasn't an option for her. And it shouldn't be for you either. You lost someone real. It's almost like OP in this is still framing it like she did something to him rather than when really you just wanted incompatible lives. She didn't break his heart like it was nothing. She made a real difficult choice between those two futures. And yet, she chose the one where she was going to pursue her dreams, and how can anyone blame her for that? And in the end, he proposed to her to try and trap her into staying, which is awfully manipulative. But now I'm going to turn this one to you guys. What do you guys make of this situation? Let us know your thoughts down in the comments below.
Uzibonile zo? Uzibonile? off there. Gonna stop there, gonna sit now down, nice, gonna take everything.
Alright.
and forth with this person who's 9 years old, who's actually very cruel. Another one of the kids, they're calling me Tim Cheese, they're to the 6'7", they're trying to shit on me. I called one of them, I was like, oh yeah, young Sheldon, I got him bad, and I did hurt him. I saw it in his face. But they were pieces of shit to me. They were vicious, they were disrespectful, they were not professional at all. So on set, they're actually not professional at all. And it was hurtful because I thought that there would be a level of respect and that their parents would have talked to them about who I was and things that I had accomplished. But that's not what happened, okay? The show was like huge. And not one kid cared at all about me. It was insults and this one and that one and big back. That's the one I called young Sheldon. He called me fat. Then it became about Israel. Here's the point. Who are these little bumps? I don't feel bad for them. I hope AI takes everything from them. I said that to them. I said, none of you will have jobs. AI will take it all. AI will take it all. Okay? So, I'm just saying the experience I've had with that generation is really negative. Really negative. They're just all sociopaths. Okay? Some of them were okay, but like, they were trying, like, some of them were okay with the lines. I think I did a good time. I think I did well. There was an old issue. Everyone was getting tired, everybody was fighting, you know. But they held it together for the most part. You know, but I'm just saying I have a really limited interaction. Like I don't know what's going on with younger people. I just know from what I saw, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. There's no respect for authority. Like a sloth thing at me. None of it was cool. None of it was cool. So I'm just saying that I want to give advice to people and tell them that, like, all the things I see online, these trends, are all ultimately very destructive. And, you know, I'm really sick of, you know, we need to make things easier for younger people, and we need to change the value system because the value system is rotted. It's completely rotted. And the lives, I don't know who these people are looking up to. I don't know what, they're not even watching movies. Like, you used to want to live in like a nice Tudor-style house in an area with like changing seasons, and you have a little family and everything like that. That's like the dream, the Home Alone kind of dream. You want a community, you want a lot of people around you. And now like everyone's like, wouldn't it be cool if I lived in Miami with an OnlyFans whore and we snorted Adderall and then someone kidnapped me because I have crypto? And you're like, I just don't know what happened. I don't know how that became the goal of young people in this country. It's like not good. Everyone wants to be some type of quasi-criminal who's like on a private jet landing at Opelika Airport in Miami, ready to go rage. You're supposed to be in the suburbs of America. Save the suburbs. That's what it should be. It's a very, very simple thing. It doesn't need to be the craziest thing. You don't need it. You can go to Coachella once. You don't have to go every year. You don't have to go every year. You don't have to go every year. All right? It's crazy. Oh, you're at the Caliucci? What's this? At the concert, the Caliucci concert? Hey. Enough with this. Go to the dentist. Be a dentist. Go be a dentist. When someone goes, oh, I'm going to the Caliucci concert, what are you doing? You go, I'm a dentist. I'm a dentist. You know? You know, play a little bit of that of the Caliucci concert, if we can. It's K-A-L-I, right? Caliucci. I have a friend who's on tour with him. I'm sure it's great. Can we play this? We're gonna get play a little bit of it. Alright. It's fine, it's good. It's good, but you don't need to do this all the time. You don't need to do this all the time. You know, this is all I see people doing. All I see people doing now is they just go to a concert. They just take drugs and go to a concert. Who cares? Go somewhere else. Stop this crap. Don't get mad at me, I'm the messenger. I'm the messenger here. Maybe I'm wrong. Thanksgiving dinner tough in a tough economy. Guess what? So what? Do half what you do. Do half of the dinner this year.
Hello.
Do half of the dinner. Do half of what you usually do. And if people don't like it, have everybody bring one thing. And it's already over anyway. It's coming on Saturday. Who cares? I'm just saying that's what I would do. If I was hosting Thanksgiving this year, you know what I would do? I would tell everybody, if you want to eat it, bring it. Bring it. If you want to eat it. Because I don't have anything this year. That's what I say. I don't have anything.
Vegan.
And you're not coming in my house. You're not coming in my house. We're going to sit in the driveway and we're going to solve the Charlie Kirk murder with Candace Owens. That's Thanksgiving this year. That's Thanksgiving this year. That's what it is. Come solve the murder. Solve the case. I come in, I have a big whiteboard. You come over my house for Thanksgiving, I have a big whiteboard. And I have names and planes and that's what we're doing. We're going through the whole thing from the jump. That's what we're doing.
Thanksgiving. I'm thankful for all of you, and obviously the people who watch the show. I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for our brand sponsorships and partners that align with our core values and mission. I'm thankful for friends and family. I'm kidding, I am. I'm thankful for the Mideast peace agreement. I am, and I hope everybody there can just kind of take a moment.
What's what?
Hmm?
The chicken, what's what?
Of Home Affairs. I would like to become Minister of also so she's trying to make them look good. When that the ANC decides for the Freedom Front Plus or for the EFF and for the PA for that matter, sufficient consensus is for the parties that are signatories to the document. She's now realized what she's done. That Fikile Mbalula and his negotiators has got the upper hand. They outplayed Ellen Zeller. What does she do? She's trying to ridicule them on your show. I watch the show. She's trying to make them look stupid. She's trying to make that esteemed team that didn't know what they were signing about. The ANC, the PA, the PAC, we can form 60% of sufficient consensus in the GNU. In the GNU. Where does she get these things? Here's the issue. Helen Zeller knows that, you know, for me, this was, somebody said something so profound. Helen Zeller said nothing different than what former President Jacob Zuma said. He said, this is a coalition. By her saying that nothing can happen without her, it makes it a coalition. She wants to insert her in this thing. You cannot tell there's some rights that the Constitution gives the president. I would like to become Minister of Home Affairs. I would like to become Minister of Police if Home Affairs.
She actually said if the president appoints, gives you guys ministerial position, she will go and she's still going to complain to the African National Congress.
She's a Karen. She can go complain to you. She can go complain. She's the queen of all the Karens in the world. Why who's she going to complain? I don't even have the right to tell President Ramaphosa. You have to make me this minister because the Constitution enjoys him the right. It's prerogative. It's his prerogative. Who he appoints. If he wants to appoint me this weekend as the minister, she can go and cry and cry. She might just not go and cause problems to toy somewhere because she doesn't have papers to toy. I'm going to arrest her if I get as the minister.
How would you feel if President still?
Some straight.
Ngathi ndiyabona xa sesifike apha kufuna ukuthi
Currents in the world, let me just minister, because the Constitution enjoys him the right.
It's prerogative.
It's his prerogative who he appoints. If he wants to appoint me this weekend as the minister, she can go and cry and cry. She might just not go and cause problems toy somewhere because she doesn't have papers to toy. I'm going to arrest her if I get as the minister.
I forgot about that.
Titi mungondo.
Ngibani lolinze sakhe. Ngibani lolinze sibhalele. Oh, bethu nabantwana bam. What? But I got into that. Can't you grab? I will bring something to light it. I charge in the day. Go charge. Huh? Go put in this. I'll just try.
Do you like it?
lahlile. Hayi kunjani. Nanzi ezinye imoto esiya ngapha. Three double 122.
Now, our next story comes from Poopella, and just to give you a trigger warning before we do get into it, it contains sexism and slurs within the story, although, you know, I usually just call them slurs anyway. And coming back after the story, just to throw in an extra little trigger warning that if you're eating or anything right now, you might want to skip this one. There is talk of toilet behavior, nothing extreme, but I know some people love a little warning on that, so just to warn you there. But the title of this one is My 21 Female Boyfriend 21 Male of 7 Months just threw me out of his apartment because I sent him a poop sticker on Facebook. Is he being immature, or am I? I'm embarrassed by how childish and petty this sounds, especially compared to other stuff on this subreddit. However, this is my first relationship and I honestly don't know what to think about what just happened. First of all, my boyfriend Greg and I have a pretty immature sense of humor, and always have. We like to tease each other a lot, and commonly partake in body humor. Like we joke about if one of us farted, or after a night out at dinner, we drive home and pretend to be in labor and call dibs on the bathroom to deliver our food babies, aka poop. It sounds so childish typing it out, but we have a lot of fun and are very comfortable with each other. Also, we never had a fight before communicating openly about things, but have never had a real problem to communicate about. Tonight I was at his place to marathon Netflix. Greg got up to go to the bathroom and I asked him if I should pause it, aka would he be taking a long time. He answered no, so I figured he was just going to pee. However, 15 minutes later, he still wasn't back from the bathroom. No problem, I got up to make myself a snack. On the way to the kitchen, I walked past the bathroom and heard the sounds of an app that Greg and I commonly play on our phones. I thought this was pretty funny. On Facebook, there are sticker sets to use in the chat feature, which are basically like unique emojis. One of the sets feature an anime-looking poop character and his toilet paper friend. No idea why someone made this, but I think it's quite funny and kind of cute. One of the stickers is the poop character sitting on the toilet, looking intently at his phone. So I playfully sent this to Greg. Me, poop sticker of playing on phone. Hope he then said, "You right now," and he just replied, "Wow." I laughed to myself and put my phone away, made my snack, and went back to the living room. Greg came out and we continued to watch Netflix. However, I noticed he was being physically distant, not putting his arm around me, not sitting close to me on the couch. However, I gave him his space. He was quiet for about 20 minutes, then he said, "Do you have a friend you could get to take you home?" I literally did not know what he was talking about. I said, "What?" And he repeated what he'd said. I asked him what was wrong, but he wouldn't answer for a while. I asked him if he was upset with me and he just said, "I just can't believe you did that. That was just really upsetting." I said, "What are you talking about? You mean the sticker?" He said, "Obviously." I was stunned. I had no idea why he was so offended or what exactly I had done wrong, but I immediately apologized. I said, "I'm so sorry that I offended you. I had no idea. That was not my intent at all. I was just joking. Could you tell me what about that upset you so I don't do it again in the future?" Greg flipped out and said I was the arsler if I couldn't see what I did wrong. He said there was something wrong with me and that I had the mentality of a fucking child. I was really hurt by this and asked if he seriously wanted me to leave. He said yes, and I asked if he was going to drive me home. I'd ridden with him and didn't have my car. He said no, because why would he after what I just did? I was so pissed off that I stormed out of the house. Keep in mind this was 11 PM in a crappy part of town. None of the buses were running, and I felt too ashamed to call my friends, so I walked all the way home. Nothing happened, but I'm just so mad he would force me to walk home by himself in a shady area just because of this. And he showed no concern for me whatsoever. So now I'm sitting here, fuming. I'm actually considering ending things over this huge overreaction because he refuses to talk to me and explain what's going on. He keeps saying, "You should know." Then he said, "Whatever, I'm going to bed," and cut me off. Reddit, what is going on? Can you shed light on this? Is this even worth trying to salvage? I find his rage at this and refusal to communicate very immature, to the point where I almost don't want to be in a relationship with him anymore. Like, if he has sent me out in the cold for this, is he going to leave me on the side of the road next time we disagree on something? I'm so confused. He has never reacted like this or gotten mad at anything before. I just don't think I did anything really bad. However, this is my first relationship, so if I'm in the wrong, let me know. Thanks. Now I'm wondering, what is the real reason behind this? It can't be just because the poop sticker, because this is their humor that they've established over a period of time by the sounds of it, so it doesn't sound like it'd quite be that, so there's got to be another reason. My first one has come into the usual reason, is he just trying to break up and doesn't have like the spine to do it himself. So he's using any old excuse, because he's not giving you like a reason, he's just saying you should know basically. Like, how the fuck you meant to know? But a commenter says to OP, "That's ridiculous. He made you walk home at 11 PM because of a poop sticker when you make poop jokes all the time. I mean, even if you didn't make poop jokes all the time, there's no reason to make anybody walk home in a sketchy area at night over. Not to mention calling you a BR slur. That's quite literally never okay. This is a serious red flag. I'd dump him harder than an actual shit." Oh, dearie me. I'm such a child. Commenter says, "Yeah, the arsler language was shocking and horrifying. We joke around, but I never call him a name, let alone an arsler or anything with fucking in front of it. It seemed totally irrational. I think I'm gonna break up with him, but I'm wondering if it's worth it to try and get an explanation for his behavior first, or just never talk to him again." Commenter says, "Do you think there were maybe some other issues and he immediately just pinned it on the first thing he could blame it on? The poop sticker. Sounds like an arsehole for making you walk home so late. Bye, Felicia, his ass." OP says, "I've been wondering this myself, if this is really because of some other underlying issue, but for the life of me, I 100% can't think of anything that would be bothering him. He acted totally normal, and we've had a great last couple of weeks. Lots of fun dates, went partying with friends, etc. This is totally out of the blue for me, and I just want to know if he's really upset about something else. But he just won't talk to me." Another commenter asks, why has nobody suggested that maybe their mutual poop humor isn't actually mutual, and he'd been trying to make that clear for a while. He said directly that she was immature. Who knows if it's true? That's immediately the explanation that came to my mind. And another commenter which says late to the post, but there is clearly something else going on here. My guess is that he was cheating on you /Tindering /etc. on the phone, and got way paranoid and offensive when you coincidentally messaged him. It's some kind of spontaneous persecution complex stemming from guilt. So OP does come in with an update. It says, "Thank you everybody for the advice and support. Just to clarify from the last post, I literally only sent Greg the poop sticker and the 'you right now' message, so I'm sure I didn't accidentally write or send anything else. And I sent that through a private chat with only me and him. I did not post it to his wall or through a group chat, though even if I did, I wouldn't really see a reason for extreme offense. Anyway, I hope that answers some posters' questions. After taking today to think about it and talking it over with my best friend, I decided to follow my instinct and the advice of everybody here and break up with Greg. He didn't contact me at all since he abruptly cut me off last night, and after he posted a picture of having a grand old brunch with his buddies on Facebook, I decided enough was enough. He didn't seem to have any remorse, and it really stung to see how few shits he gave about me. Pun intended.
model status on people. We saw it with Ronald, people saying that, oh, you are my kid's role model. Why don't you have kids at 38? Yet, so, what's his name? When I see you with that whole, are you gay guy?
Yes.
Why you platforming this guy? And the argument was that, but you are the ones who are making celebrities activists. They don't have to be activists. You get what I'm saying? What's your point of that?
No, I agree. Even Sheba made a video now saying, hey man, if you're failing to raise your kids, and it's been a thing forever. Remember that iconic interview Deborah Petter had with Kanyumbao? Same thing. She was like, yo man, I'm not the guy, I'm not a role model, right? And I feel like and it's the challenge that parents have with their kids versus what they consume.
Yeah.
You know? And it's tricky because at the same time you are in a position of influence, but also how did you get to a position of influence? You did not say that I'm the one to look to. I'm the guiding star for, you know, a great life. Your kids must live like me, etc. If you like me and you happen to like me and then I do something foul, you can't then hold me accountable because you're like, yo, son, I tell my kids about you. I tell my kids about you. I tell my kids, yeah, you must speak like Saul. You know, you must be smart and whatever you think I am, like Saul. Because you make that decision at home. But also, though, at the same time, oh man, it's so tricky. But with somebody like Shebe, come on, bro.
Like for me,
from onset, that's his brand. That's who he is.
To add on to that, but there's also, okay, we can look at it back, guys. I didn't ask to be anyone's role model. I'm also living my life. It just so happens, you know, you guys like me, you like my music or whatever it is that I put out there. But then there's also the other side, which says what's great, something comes great responsibility. Power comes to responsibility.
And it is power and influence.
With a huge platform and influence comes responsibility.
But with Shebe though, come on. But a guy like Shebe, his identity has always been being I'm finding the word for it, man. You know? No, the renegade. The delinquent. He said he's always been a delinquent. He robbed people, he took phones, and when he recorded his first song, was coming in through the window to rob people. So, yeah. Like when he got his first song, he was about to rob the guys. There was a house break-in.
Oh,
right? Yeah, really? He was breaking into the house. And then there were the guys were there with the studio, and they were like, oh, nice beat. Nice beat. I almost stopped your heart from beating. Nice beat. Let me hop up to
that is crazy.
So how do you expect somebody like that to be a role model? Eminem spoke shit about his mom, and it's the truth. It's his truth, you know. Grew up in a caravan park, the white killed black friends. Life is fucked up. He's got this child, doesn't know how to take care of him, works in a restaurant, and he was rapping about his life and his truth. So how do you then tell a guy like that to stop saying fuck mom when that's his life? No, that's my thing. Like Kanyumbao, her rise to fame and to the spotlight was young girl dates an old man because he's got money, rich man. So how do you then expect? Why would you have the expectations of the influence that she comes with for her to have the responsibility of being family friendly when what she has built to that point? I mean, she's done lots of great things since then, acting and right, but to that point, it was built on something that the public frowns upon. So how do you expect then a Shebe to say then, okay,
sorry guys, I'll be centered or
and Mac made a great thing that we expect a lot from him, but he's just living his life, and his fame was almost coincidental. Instantaneous and coincidental. He didn't sit and say, I want to be famous one day and be a role model. He's probably the same guy that he was, maybe even diluted now because there's so much spotlight on him. Than he was 5-10 years ago.
Because it would be weird, like walking on the red carpet with crystal meth. Like, I mean, I'm just saying things. People.
But you know, the Shabba thing, bro. Like for me, and maybe this is my conclusion on that, is what saddens me, and I hate having to say it, but I mean, hey, this is a podcast and chill, so we might as well
say it, bro. Yeah.
Is that thing, I feel like this guy's life is a script that we've already seen. It's a script that's written. We know the ending. We're just waiting for this movie to end, and we know how it's gonna end.
Yeah.
I feel like his life story, the script is there. It's written.
Yeah.
And we're just sitting here, just watching this movie and just waiting.
How's it gonna end?
We're out here on the other side being like, Shepa, yes, if you can just get proper management, get this, do this, do that, and it's like,
nah.
That's true though.
No, but umuntu confirm it there. I think what the Zulu guys say is umuntu confirm whatever. But I we've seen like this one. You can just see. Because I assumed that after what happened with the daughter, right? I assumed that was gonna be a light bulb.
All of us did.
In his career, a light bulb in whatever in his life, even in the people that he surrounds himself with. And Jiggy, now that video with the pipe, bruh, and I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why would you allow this to happen?
Yeah. I'm just happy, man, that you got a chance, to be successful, to live. He probably didn't imagine this 10, 20 years ago, and if he did, he probably thought it was going to be a Somalanyana hood, a big hood guy, comfortable in the hood with a bottle store or two there, living comfortably. But this is probably beyond his wildest imagination.
But also
of the life he's living, and I'm just happy he got to see that. This is sad that moment didn't become the moment.
And catalyst for something,
for something, because he could have taken a different trajectory, the Boogalab, whatever thing. But it's not in him. It's not who he is. He's living his.
With that again, it's us saying, but okay, you know what? That moment should have changed his life. But if he feels like there was nothing wrong that he did, he can only feel like a certain, like a portion of responsibility about what happened. But was he drinking and driving? Did he say he was drinking and driving?
Part of the reason why monetization on TikTok is taking a lot of time, people think that TikTok is the one that's holding it back. It's actually our very own government and the Competition Commission that is actually, because it needs to be legislated.
Oh yes.
You get what I'm saying? Remember, the money that creators are making on this platform, that money is supposed to be taxed. And a lot of these content creators are not paying tax, then you forget. Just because the government is not
They're not?
Your YouTubers should be paying tax on this money. You get what I'm saying? So the government should and could actually be going after these creators and saying, hey, you're making money from YouTube, this is our cut, where's it? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they're not, for whatever reason, or maybe they will at some point, right? So TikTok is trying to avoid that by making sure that they are getting into the right contractual and legal what with the government of South Africa, and that's what sometimes is delayed. That's information that I didn't know, that I had to ask. Okay, fine, what's going on? Because everybody's gonna be asking me about this. Why is this not happening in Africa as it is happening elsewhere? And you find that monetization, for instance, does not only not happen in South Africa. There are other territories of South Africa that is not happening simply because of the framework that is there that is not allowing it to happen as quickly as it can. But also, let's be honest, these companies take advantage of that. You understand?
Yeah.
Like the tariff thing with the Chinese. Are we waiving the tariffs for Africa? No, they know they're gonna benefit. It's just an enticement.
That thing, man. You heard that thing about the tariffs.
Yeah.
So China, for all African countries, has dropped tariffs. So African countries can export, which we don't do, by the way.
Exactly.
To China for free of charge. And my theory is, with the wars happening with America, the tariff wars, America is a huge market for everyone, because they consume, you know what I mean?
A lot.
As much as they produce too.
Yeah.
But now China is sitting here with these massive tariffs and can't export all these things to America, all these cars, the clothing, the Shein, the Timus of this world.
Yeah.
And now they've got all this backlog in stock that they'll dump on Africa. Because truth is, we don't send shit to China. What do we export to China?
Exactly.
saw was going to be that relationship, but I don't mind that.
And also
I
they're
don't mind that
baiting us,
close.
bro. They're baiting us because they're saying, we are doing this. What are you going to do for us?
Yeah, so
it's supposed to be reciprocal. And once we're saying, okay, fine, we're also going to reciprocate that by not putting on tariffs on China, what then happens? China...
and already our industry is
Sorry, you asked me about
your story.
So you got to get it away. Yeah, so beautiful story. Dallas has put out a video right now. Okay, we're talking about man. Dallas, he's back. He's doing very well. He's on his recovery, and he put out a video where he's talking about how he's grateful that God allowed him to survive the stroke, and he's gonna be sharing the journey with South Africa South. Me personally, my question on that is, I've seen that whenever celebrities become the face of something, much is expected of them. Much beyond what they can actually deliver. Okay, what I'm saying. So my question to you, gentlemen, is, do you feel that him becoming the face of this campaign that it's not an official campaign per se, right?
Face of what?
Face of
stroke.
Let's just put it. Face of face off. I fucked up. Now I'm back doing well. I'm gonna be a good boy.
He had a stroke. It's not like I said, hey,
okay, let me qualify that a little bit, right? So we all know that when that happened to him, and other people started talking about, he was to lifestyle led to this, right? So guess what my worry is? Okay, let me just put it this way. Guess what my worry is, right? That I'm very happy that he's trying to help people by showing people his recovery and that it can happen to you. That the grace of God, the grace of God can actually, help you heal and all of that, right? But my concept was so now if he gets into this, the people are gonna get some. Okay, fine. Every time now they see me at a club after this, like
no.
But don't worry, like I look.
He can't.
Yeah, he's just like
but he can't.
Yeah, the face off was there. I just phrased it wrong.
Yes. Yeah. No. Remember, guys, you must take the good with the bad. Yeah. If you make yourself the face or
survivor
of survival, of surviving a stroke.
Yes.
And we sort of know your lifestyle before.
Yeah.
Because lifestyle decisions can lead up to a stroke.
Yeah.
I don't know what he did. I know he drank and sold alcohol. I mean, he boom boo. Remember, it boom boo. Yeah.
What the hell is it boom boo?
Bamboo used like he was like the one selling in South Africa or something like that. He's gonna deal with them. And you're all white parties, and it's not only clothes that were white and consumed.
Extremely white parties.
Allegedly, very white parties. Very white parties. Sniff. Alright, so when you now make yourself the face of walking away from that lifestyle, you can't be seen to dabble in it.
Yeah.
Mualav, said he one time almost did this and I just couldn't. Yeah. He once flushed all the alcohol he had down the drain and down the toilets and turned to God. We can't see him now. We can't see him here at Live. You know what I mean? Like consuming all these things. So I feel like what's Mufasa Salamina Mosese? Hauser, yeah, he's the diabetes guy, you know what I mean? We can't see him, playing 50 cents candy shop or something like that. But you know what I mean? No. But legit, we can't see him, for example, that's why I'm very careful with my things.
Yes.
I'm very, very careful with my things and having to make yourself the champion of a particular cause, because it might limit you in certain bags, it might limit you in certain activities that you probably are okay with. So if he's chosen that, then of course we can't see him drinking. It's irresponsible.
Now my thing is with that, I think it depends on the angle he takes. is he going to take the angle of, listen guys, I was living this lifestyle and this is what contributed to, you know, me having a stroke? Or is he like, listen, honestly, that was not what attributed to it. Yes, I was going out, yes, I was drinking, yes, I was hosting parties, but that's not what attributed to it. It's a genetic thing, or it's a I think rather let's wait and see what he has got, what his narrative is going to be, because literally what he says.
Are you gonna believe him if he says that genetically I was predisposed to getting a stroke? When we know the lifestyle he lived. It's like if I got a stroke today, everybody will say, "Wow, shit, he's obese, he's been drinking, we see him on the podcast." You know what I mean? You almost can't even say, I had a predisposition of stroke.
I think it's in the way that he's going to tell it. Honestly, it's literally in the way that he's going to tell it. How honest is he going to be with us? Because now if he says, no, actually, this is something that I grew up with, it started off as whatnot, or it's something from my family, or in the last couple of years, I was not eating properly. You know what I mean? So there's many ways that he can go about this next in terms of things. He had my life. Come on,
that was a stroke of genius.
Yeah, but yeah, so to close that off, yes, that's what he put out. Look, just to be responsible, yes, drinking excessively does cause problems. That leads to stroke. I think it's something called cardiac arrhythmia. Yeah, that's when your heart is beating faster than usual or slower than usual. So, excessive drinking and substances. Cardiac arrhythmia.
Do you know what we call it? When you start drinking the
That's the shakes. What the shakes? That's the shakes. Your hands are shaking. That's the shakes, man. Come on.
Yes, that's the shakes.
Shakes and legs.
Yeah.
I have to for that one.
Yeah, but anyway, it depends on how he packages this. But that was
no, but I think him packaging it as I make decisions and this is where they got me will have a bigger impact as far as even changing people's ways and other people saying, oh damn man, I'm not exercising, because that's another big thing, right? But I'm drinking, I'm eating this.
I'm like, okay, buddy.
Yeah, he was powerlifting. Remember when he got up to like 265? You know, when he won the K1 Grand Prix? Oh, yeah. He couldn't hit him. He was just covered behind muscle. And you know, K1 style, when they would fight with like the earmuffs on, and they're standing there like, he was just, there was no chin. You couldn't see it in there.
He was bad, motherfucker. He won it too, didn't he?
Yeah, he won a Grand Prix, which is crazy.
He was a bad, I was always worried I was going to have to fight him in pride. But I don't know why they never put it against him.
Bro, when he fought Brock Lesnar, if they kept the testing that way, he might have been the heavyweight champion. He might have stayed the heavyweight champion too. I mean, he was hard to handle that way. He was so big. And he had those elite kickboxing skills. You know, I remember when he fought, I guess it was China Force, when he fought Brett Rogers. You can see the moment he hit Brett Rogers with one low kick, Brett Rogers was like, oh shit, like, this is different. This is so different. He was so scary, man.
Yeah, big tall motherfucker. I would like to see him go against John Jones.
I would have loved to have seen that back in the day. But if again, you let him fight enhanced, because the difference between him enhanced and unenhanced, he became an average fighter.
But John was enhanced too, though. If they would have went against each other, both enhanced.
At the time. So you think John was enhanced?
Yeah, I think it's proven.
Really? Because of the whole thing with the picograms, whatever the fuck that shit is?
Well, I don't pay a whole lot of attention to it, so I just thought he got popped, so I assumed
he did, but the problem that he got popped with, there were so minuscule levels that it didn't make sense.
Yeah, he don't look like somebody.
He does steroids. No, he doesn't. But neither did Lance Armstrong.
He probably doing something different, though. Lance.
No, he was doing testosterone. He was definitely doing that too. Those guys were doing. He was doing a lot of shit. They do everything they can when they do that Tour de France. Doctors say that it's actually healthier to do that thing on steroids than it is not be on steroids, because your body just can't recover. Because you're biking for hours and hours and hours, day after day. It's a fucking crazy event.
I think if you biking and doing shit like that, let them do steroids.
Right.
But fighting, I'm against that shit.
Right.
Fighting, football, boxing, MMA, shit like that.
Football, you know.
Yeah, you know they do. But yeah, but I think if you got full contact against another human, I think it should be outlawed. But baseball, I wouldn't give a fuck.
It would only make it interesting.
Basketball, I wouldn't care.
Right. Who cares? especially the professional athletes. They have a small window of opportunity. They have like 10, 15 years at most where they can compete at their very best.
Yeah, let those guys juice.
Juice them up.
Yeah, let them help them how to do it safely, but fight, right? Because you can hurt somebody. Because some people are totally against it.
Well, the only way it makes sense in fighting is if everybody agrees. You know, if you agree, but if you're cheating, you know, if you're just jobbing the tests, and, you know, you got a good scientist that works with you and you're figuring out a way to rig everything. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah.
You know, I'm against it because I fought a few guys that was on steroids and I'm fighting in pride.
Who'd you fight that was like the most obvious on steroids?
For me, I felt like the most obvious was Kevin Randall and Harvey. I don't ever want to talk ill of Big Bro, but Mark Coleman, he's honest about it. You know,
Yeah.
They were doing something. Vandalay for sure was on that shit.
For sure.
For sure.
For sure. For sure.
And
Bro,
I think
he fought like he was on it.
Oh my God.
He fought like he had rabies.
Bro, that guy was so vicious. He just walked around mad the whole time. You know, all the fighters in Japan were scared of him. That's why he didn't like me, because I was never afraid of him. And one time, the first time I had a run-in with Vandalay, we all stayed in the same hotel, and I'm walking back to the press, and I get on the elevator with my corner man, and the elevator opens up, and Vandalay there to his corner man, and I don't know, so I just walk on the elevator. And I turned around, and my two corner men took off.
No.
So I'm in the elevator by myself with Vandalay. And he looked at me like I was crazy because I didn't take off with them. Like, he seemed like he was mad that I was breathing the same air in the fucking elevator. Like, what are you doing? And they was talking shit in Portuguese and stuff like that. But I ain't afraid of no motherfucking body. I was a kid then, too. But I just never been afraid of anybody. Then after I meet my two corners, what the fuck happened here? Where the fuck y'all go? Like, shit, that was the axe murderer. I'm not getting there with him. Just leave. I better say, just leave.
They didn't even pull you out.
They didn't even touch me.
Oh, that's so ridiculous. I would never trust those dudes again.
Yeah. Just left me with, I was cool, but he never liked me.
Were you there when he had that fight with Charles Crazy Horse Bennett in the back room?
No, I wasn't there.
Apparently, the story is Crazy Horse knocked him out cold.
Yeah, heard it.
That's what the story is. The story is they ganged up on Crazy Horse. Crazy Horse was a wild dude. That dude was crazy. He was fun. I remember I got drunk with Crazy Horse one night. Me and I think it was Eddie Bravo went to see Brock Lesnar's first professional fight in LA at the Coliseum.
Was it with the UFC?
No. No. I think it was with K1. I think it was a K1 fight in Los Angeles.
I might have been there.
Hoist Gracie fought that night. I think Hoist Gracie fought Sakuraba, if I remember correctly.
Was that a rematch? I thought
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I wasn't there. I don't think I was there.
And he beat him. And Hoist was a little saucy. He got caught.
What did he beat Sakuraba?
Yeah, but Hoist was saucy. They caught him in the piss test, if I remember correctly. Check to see if that's true. But I sat right next to Crazy Horse, so me and him got fucked up the entire show.
That guy's crazy.
We had fun. He's funny, man.
Yeah.
We got a lot of laughs. But he was a wild dude.
You know what he's doing now?
What's he doing now?
He's in Thailand fighting for Fight Circus. You heard about them?
No.
Man, he's fighting like two motherfuckers at the same time. Two Thai dudes at the same time. I said, man, this shit was fun. I want to do this. How big are the Thai dudes? They're about his side. They're his side.
He's fighting 2-on-1.
2-on-1 in Thailand.
Did you pay a lot of money or something?
I don't know how much they paid. I did a two-headed boxing match with Bob Sapp. After that, I didn't get paid much money, but you know, I was doing it for fun.
So you and him versus somebody else?
Yeah, me and Bob Sapp in a two-man T-shirt. We can only use my right hand. We can only use his left hand. And we fought two dudes. That shit was so fun.
Oh, that's great.
Man, that's the most fun I ever had in the ring, bro.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it was fun. Fight Circus is crazy.
What does it say, Jake? Oh yeah, he tested positive for fighter Tim Percy tested positive for methamphetamine.
That's my friend.
And Hoist Gracie tested positive for nandrolone.
Shut the fuck up. Tim Percy is my high school, my college wrestling. He's my roommate in college.
No shit.
Tim
Who
Percy?
Did he fight? Who did he fight? Who else was in the card? Let me see. There was some.
The fuck?
Who else fought?
The original, let's see, pre-fight problem.
Scroll back up to the card again, please. Let me see who was on that card. Because there was one crazy KO where there was like a football player, Johnny Morton, right? He fought a guy who's a comedian. That guy, Bernard Akka, a Japanese. How do you say his name? Akka, a Japanese-born Taekwondo practitioner, kickboxer, mixed martial arts, and comedian. Yeah, that guy. Oh, Johnny Morton. That was horrible.
The comedian fucked somebody up?
Yeah. I don't know how good his comedy is, but he can fuck people up. I'll tell you that. Jake Shields was on that card. He won. A rear naked choke. Yeah.
Yeah, Sakuraba was on there.
Yep. So, Hoist beat Sakuraba, then tested positive. Ray Sefo and Marvin Eastman dropped the college. Oh, man. So that was a K1, right? That was like uphill and Rocky was going real quick. That was his first fight ever. Yeah. But so Crazy Horse was backstage, and all the Truth Box guys got in with Crazy Horse. And didn't Christian Marcelo, I think he choked Crazy Horse out, right? Put him in a triangle afterwards, too. So Crazy Horse apparently knocked out the leg. and then got choked out, and then he went and fought, or had he already fought?
I don't remember if I heard Vandalay fought after he got knocked out.
He did. After that, Al Cold fought and won. The one by decision.
Who did he fight that time?
Let's find out. Let me see Vandalay's record. I'll tell you when I see it. Because you can tell he's like fighting a little cautious. You know, like maybe didn't want to get hit.
Bro, that's crazy. What the heck cameras make that?
I think there is video footage of it. I'm pretty sure there's footage. There's definitely footage of Marcelo choking out Crazy Horse because he gets him in a triangle with the jeans on. I remember watching that. Yeah. It wasn't Mirko Cro Cop. I think it might have been Fujita. Nope, that's not it because he won that one by soccer kicks. Does he have any that won by decision? Maybe it was no, he lost to Arona. Is that possible? Or is that
maybe you should look for the same card, Crazy Horse.
He lost to Arona and then he beat him. Decision split. I wonder if it's that one. I wonder if it's that one. Click on Pride Shockwave 2005. Let's see. What else is on that card? Is Crazy Horse on that card? Charles Bennett?
Yeah.
Yep, that's it. That's the one. That's the one he fought Arona and he won a decision. And I remember watching Crazy Horse was so nuts. Look at that video of Crazy Horse staring at the camera. That's click on that. See if is that a highlight of Crazy Horse? Yeah. Bro, Crazy Horse had power.
Yeah.
I mean, he just put people to sleep. He put a lot of people to sleep. Compact power, too.
Yeah. He never went to the UFC, though.
Nope.
He couldn't get his shit together.
But he's a wild fella.
The fuck is wrong with him?
I mean, he fought with gold teeth and he fought with a gold grill in, and then he had a mouthpiece on top that was gold, too. But I don't even know where he trained.
I forgot where he was from, Texas.
I don't remember, but I mean, it did not have like the ultimate skill set. He just had crazy power, and he was just wild, very wild, and strong, very strong.
He didn't have that much jiu-jitsu though.
No, it wasn't that good on the ground, but on the feet, I don't think I've ever seen anybody that I can remember. Anybody sit in front of that dude on the night, you can see it once you hit him with like one time. The difference in the power. Oh God, it's great power. I think some people have. Like, did you watch the light heavyweight title fight? Oh my God. All the time, man. Al Pereira, that fucking power is nuts.
You know what? I was thinking like, how would I would if I was in my prime to fight somebody like that?
Very fast. That's the difference. Is you're very strong. You were always a very strong light heavyweight. You had very good wrestling skills. You know, he hasn't really fought anybody that's an elite wrestler yet. You know, you think about who's he fought that can really wrestle. Prohaska, he's got crazy KO power. He's got good karate skills. He did win by choking out Glover. He did win with a choke. So it's not like he doesn't have skills, but he's not. You know, he's not someone who's genuine. He's just an elite wrestler. Is this the video for the fight?
That's awesome. The fight sounds like it exists somewhere else, but this is a documentary about Crazy Horse.
Is it behind scenes?
It says can't show the restrict the footage. What? YouTube restricts fights.
It could age restrict the video in the country.
Oh, so they're just showing it. So he catches him in a triangle with jeans on, chokes him to sleep, alcohol, with his phone in his hand. Look at that.
That's the pass. You know that. Yeah.
So he wakes him up. He's like, oh shit.
Fascinating. I'll tell you though, in his defense for a second, and I'll try to do this often, he hasn't been a member of the DA. So these are ex-girlfriends. He's talking about ex-girlfriends. He's not talking about some girl that lives over there that everybody likes or some people don't like. He's talking about his own ex-girlfriends. He's saying, they did this to me, he did this to me, he did this to me. And he hasn't probably gotten a chance to.
Fair enough.
Yes.
But they're all competitors. I get the ex things because he was there.
And he knows a lot more intimate details about them. That's why he can say family-run business, cult, and I don't know what he said about the ANC.
To the directionless.
Direction.
Yeah. I feel like he's trying to appeal to the same guys who are funding the DA.
He knows who they are. I have no idea.
Oh, come on. It's business. It's big business.
Yeah.
I mean, big business funds the DA. It's Johan Rupert, etc. You know, and apparently, Mighty Jamie, I subscribe to his channel a lot, the dissection. He said that, in fact, in that book, the Stellenbosch Mafia book, there's a chapter where Rupert talks about Floyd.
Really?
Yeah,
in a positive light.
Yeah, and it was Floyd who said that Rupert should go to and have that like the public should know him at a personal level, and he must, because he's always been almost like a an enigma, a guy, you know,
Yes. Because we don't
the mystery around
Yes,
him, and then
yes.
we saw a candid interview with what's his name from Power FM, and apparently it was Floyd, if I'm not mistaken, who said to him that, hey, you can actually, you know, just people need to see this side of you. Go on this particular platform.
You said it in the last episode that the political party will be formed, whatever consultation it goes through. That is an obvious. They're just going through this journey, and I have a feeling they'll be participating in the next election, in the local election. That's coming in a few months. But I have a feeling they're going to participate because already there's a team of people that are saying we are part of this. Some from the MK, some from EFF, that are saying we are definitely a part of this. So we'll see how it all turns out.
Nah, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's gonna do well. I'm very skeptical.
South Africans will tell us. The question I want to ask though is there witchcraft in South African politics? Of course, because that's what he said. That's what somebody said. That Tutu Zile's head was taken and. Is there? We know there's
taken to Malawi apparently.
We can for a second we can take a detour talk about witchcraft in soccer because I know that you know about.
Yes, we see it.
Where? Which team?
Oh, no, I don't know. Hey man, all I know is I'm a fan of the Pirates. The Pirates, man, you're not so grounded. I have a chance. You know those nice jackets and about something. We saw it when we were at the stadium actually. When they come in, I don't know. And then there's the big guy who's part of the technical team. Who's always, you know, he's always like.
No, he doesn't do it like that. That's obvious. They all go into the. What's that? The goalposts.
Yeah.
All of them, the entire squad.
Yeah.
They go into the goalposts and stand there for a minute or two, and then you see somebody pouring something at the goalposts, and then when that's done, they walk out of the goalposts. That's what happens.
I don't get it, man. Like.
And then they lose the game.
And also people are questioning, or does it really work because he's still gonna lose anyway. Like for instance, with the Floyd thing, if he went to Malawi to go get whatever it is that they accusing him of, it really didn't work because look at what's happening in his life right now.
Maybe this is what was meant to happen in his life.
Okay.
Maybe this was the plan.
The plan is to go get to Mutsi in Malawi so that you can leave the MK, but you don't even want to leave the MK.
Inside your own party.
Okay.
Maybe this was the plan.
Hey man, we need to bring back shame, man, you know?
Yeah.
Like, for real. Because there's a clip. I know now you asked me if you want to play anything, but there's a clip. The Kokumaweni show.
Yeah?
Where Baloya live. Yeah, like, oh man, you saw that clip, right?
Yeah, I even talked about it when I was asking, have we gone too far with content in South Africa where it's a lot. Like, literally somebody is on television telling the world, I am harming somebody, basically. Somebody.
Yes, but
anyway,
I got but you should come around. For real, man. It is like, for me, it's like, have we gotten there, you know, as a country? But I feel like it's also the unemployment thing, because even if it's staged, the only reason somebody would do that is for a couple of thousand rands. I don't know how much they get paid, you know what I mean? But to be willing to literally lose your dignity like that, you know, in front of the whole country.
Lawyer,
even if let's say lawyer, but you know what I mean? Even if it's staged.
Do you think ANC by lawyer?
No, come on.
Self-imposed, everything with the ANC is self-imposed.
Yeah.
What's lawyer?
Yeah.
By the way,
you still don't deliver, man.
Yeah, so before you forget, there's a clip, fact checker must look for it, where Silver's talking to this older gentleman, I forget his name, and for me personally, it encapsulates everything about Floyd as a politician and Floyd as a person, because there's a saying that to be a good leader or to believe that you want to lead people and can lead people, there's a certain arrogance and delusion that you should have, because I mean, who thinks that I'm gonna tell people what to do, I'm gonna be their leader, you know? So there's a certain level of delusion that comes with that, and there's that. So look for it. It's Siswe Mpofu's channel, and this older gentleman, what's his name?
I think it's Obra Mashiko.
Yeah. Oh, it's beautiful. That is beautiful. That is a beautiful conversation that he had with Siswe about Floyd.
Yeah, wow, man. So we'll see how it all ends up. I wonder if they'll get the votes, because I'm my biggest worry with South African politics is that how there's already small black vote, and I call it small deliberately because all the parties are taking small
fragmented.
You know, exactly. So I wonder if it'll, in the bigger picture, will benefit anyone at all. Or they say if two kids are fighting over the ball, the kid next door, if brothers are fighting over the ball, the kid next door is going to get it. And that's what happened in Swane once, and it's likely to happen again this time. Because all these small parties, black parties, are fighting for the same small cake.
And the funding as well, it's from the select few. And they do it deliberately to further fragment the black vote and then solidify the DA, which is the one biggest white party. You know, we see Freedom Front Plus, but that's like Afrikaans sort of, you know what I mean? So it's strategic, divide and conquer, and it's being driven and fueled by greed of guys wanting that seat and to earn from politics.
But here's another thing though, the elephant in the room that we always try to avoid talking about, which is tribalism. Will that become a factor now because of what's happening with Floyd? Because if you saw the conversation when he was doing all these press conferences, there were mamas that way, you know, in the periphery about that. Is this now gonna get to a point now? It's a matter of what tribe are you from that will align you with a particular party? Because the EFF was avoiding that, obviously. It was an inclusive kind of party, and they were very adamant that we should not even be having that conversation. But I think now we're getting to a point where it becomes unavoidable. What's your take?
I don't know. I don't think so. Because, and I saw someone pointing out that Floyd has, and I don't know how true this is, but I haven't seen a lot of interviews, for example, where he speaks Tonga. And he for me, he hasn't been that, he's not a Papa Bear. He hasn't been I'm carrying the Tonga nation on my back. You know what I mean? My mind is off. That guy.
It's Simpiwe. It's killing my mind.
Are you on now? Yeah, for me, he's not a tribalist kind of guy.
No.
So I don't see the party being that. He's not like Jacob Zuma, and I'm not saying, I'm not accusing Jacob Zuma of tribalism, but we all know he's a Zulu man. A lot of people don't even know that Floyd is Tonga, for example. So he doesn't lead with that. So I don't see it shaping the identity of the party.
I don't see it shaping the identity of their efforts. However, it's always been, you know, a small, tiny virus in the South African politics. The Zulu nationalism, specifically. And I'll highlight that specifically because, but I will also point out that MK has never painted itself this way. It's unfortunate reality of our own history, of apartheid that divided us by culture, by racial groupings and all of that. So we carry a lot of those things inside of our DNA, and once in a while they'll flare up. The IFP in the 90s, it was that kind of stuff. And people are always thinking exactly how you even presented it. You said it's an elephant in the room. People see it that way as but I don't think it'll go there. I think we're matured enough not to end up in that space. It'll be crazy to see the Zulus are fighting the Sotus. That'll be madness. I don't see us going there at all.
But you're right though, it does always, happen because of our history. That's why even in Malukshana Maneri, there's still a Masui sections.
That's still there.
It's still there.
It was created. It was created by an apartheid government. It was very clear that they're going to divide us because as a divided people, we are not able to fight collectively. And we see ourselves that way. We continue to do it in a lot of ways. But fortunately, you're also dealing with people who don't see themselves that way. I forget to
actually.
See?
Yeah.
Because I'm out there in Joburg.
Yeah, Joburg. Good point. It's not the thing. Yeah, but you can feel it though when you are in KZN.
Yeah.
I was in Umtata as well, and you can only simply because of the language as well, the language barrier. And somebody, you stick out like a sore thumb. Okay, he's not. And a guy will say, "Hey man, put this clothes on, man. 10 foot date." So you feel it when you move into those areas. But in Joburg, it's not really a thing.
I was told once in KZN, but Tikile. Yeah.
For real?
Oh yeah, I was told. But it changed my life. It got me to learn Zulu. Yeah. I say, tell I got it. Now I'm going to be hanging on there. I tell you now. I overcame my issues successfully.
say, because I know I'm also sometimes they'll say, like, you remember even with the Floyd thing? No, it wasn't Floyd.
There was a Shanghai moment.
Yeah, there was
in the past 2 weeks or so.
Yes, and the guy, it wasn't coming from a bad place. That's just how they're like, because the people like were speaking in the crowd, like there were murmurs while the person is trying to address them, and they obviously she's speaking in English, and then the guy had to explain that
friend and benefactor. And by winning the friendship and support of the Negro, the white liberal is able to use the Negro as a pawn or a weapon in this political football game that is constantly raging between the white liberals and the white conservatives. The American Negro is nothing but a political football, and the white liberals control this ball through tricks or tokenism or promises of integration and civil rights. In this game of deceiving and using the American Negro, the white liberals have completed the operation of the Negro Civil Rights League. Sell our people out for a few crumbs of token recognition, token gains, token progress.
Now, when you hear this speech is given in the 60s, maybe late 50s and 60s, because he died, I want to say, February of 1965, and Dr. King died April 4th of 68, right? So this message is being given at a time where it's like, wait a minute, were white liberals the same then as they are today? Have they been at it for this long of a time? Where even Malcolm X said this? How do you process what Malcolm X just said in this message?
I totally agree, and it's been the foundation of everything that I have done since then. That's what drove me. I go further by saying that many of the black elected officials and others commit treason against their own people by using race to deflect attention away from their own failures. In Baltimore, when Freddie Gray was killed, that's when, to deflect attention away from why are blacks failing in school systems and in cities run by their own people for the past 50 years. If racism were the issue, then tell me why are they failing? But the answer that they give is, well, the police are agents of white supremacy. There's always a racial deflection that prevents them from taking responsibility of why they are running their systems. But many of them are hypocrites because they don't live by the same rules. Eleanor Holmes North, Jesse Jackson, all of them sent their children to private schools in Washington while opposing school choice for poor black people. So you have this contradiction, but race really is being used as a shield and a sword, a shield to deflect attention away from their failure to address problems that were promised by the civil rights movement.
How can you manipulate for this long, though? One may ask, how can you manipulate? 2012, 93% of African Americans voted Democrat. 2016, 89% of African Americans voted Democrat. 2020, 87%. So 93, 89, 87 voted Democrat. And, Malcolm X said this at the year that he said, this is 60-something years. How can you manipulate an entire voting bloc, an entire community for this many decades?
Because race is a very emotional, deeply emotional issue. It's like the state of Israel is to Jews. It's an emotional issue, like abortion is to the right to life. And so it is a deeply, and they know it, and they do manipulate it that long. But also it's because Republicans have not been competitive either. When they were successful. Look at Dick Riordan in L.A. He was the first Republican mayor in 35 years. How did he do that? Dick Riordan planted charitably 2 years before he harvested political. He went to the low-income Hispanic community and said, what is it that you need to rebuild your community? And he brought some of his friends to the table, and they built a state-of-the-art facility so that those communities could engage in after-school activities to teach English. It was only after he planted charitably that those liberal Democratic leaders embraced Dick Riordan. He became the first Republican mayor in 35 years, and when he got reelected by 60% of the demographic. DeSantis in 2018 got elected because of the black vote. He ran against Gillum, right? Andrew Gillum. But DeSantis only won by 32,000 votes because 100,000 low-income black parents voted because of his position on choice in education. They voted for him, even though Barack Obama and Oprah Winfrey was brought in to campaign for Gillum. So you have 100,000 blacks voting against Obama and voting against Oprah to elect because they made a decision based upon the content of the issue. And not enough Republicans did what DeSantis did. And when they do, I think they will be competitive. But apathy is what's keeping blacks. Also, if you look at some of those high-crime neighborhoods, in the mayor's race, only 8 to 10% of people vote because there's such deep apathy in those communities. But low-income blacks are sleeping giants. They're going to wake up one day soon.
Low-income blacks are going to wake up one day.
Wake up and realize how they're being pimped and how they're being used.
What's the tipping point? What needs to happen for them to wake up?
I think the violence that is you're seeing now, a lot of unrest. 80% of black Americans polled do not support defender police. 80%. But you won't know that by looking at the media. And 60% of blacks do not believe that racial discrimination is the biggest barrier to their flourishing. And so the challenge that we have is and what we're doing at the Woodson Center is giving voice to those people. We have about a couple thousand who are Voices of Black Mothers United. These are women, moms who lost children to domestic violence. They're coming. The leading cause of death of black kids is homicide. In Silicon Valley, it's suicide with young teens. And in Appalachia, it's prescription drugs. Well, the Woodson Center brought together representatives from those three communities, called the Mothers Consortium. And it was just common ground there. We united. And so what we must do is we must de-racialize race. But it's not enough to talk about what you're against. You've got to talk about what you're for. We should be for the saving of the children's lives. And so what we're doing at the Woodson Center is mobilizing mothers from those three communities to come together and say that we must do everything we can to fill the hole that's in the hearts of our children that causes them to devalue their life to the point where they're willing to take their own or take someone else's. They're different sides of the same coin.
Could you find out what the reason was for homicide, for suicide, and for prescription drugs? Like what's the reason?
Emptiness. Emptiness. When you keep telling, when you keep broadcasting to people that they live in a country that despises them, particularly the low-income blacks, that you live in a country that despises you, like the 1619 Project said, that racism defines all whites are villains and victimizers and they're privileged. That message gets communicated to blacks that perhaps the reason that this is happening is because they are unworthy. So the message of unworthiness comes from the very people who are supposed to be social justice warriors. And you say to a child, a white child, that you're devalued because you're privileged and you are an oppressor. Those are really dangerous messages that we're sending to our children when we keep saying to them that they live in a country that despises them because they're white and derides them because they're black. I mean, that's a very poisonous message. And that's why at the Woodson Center we're doing everything we can to mobilize that consensus among the people suffering the problem.
So if you like this clip and you want to watch another one, click right here. And if you want to watch the entire podcast, click right here.
It is not a race problem in America.
When you say that, a lot of people disagree with you. They would say, how could you say that? You know, maybe maybe it wasn't back then, but you don't know the America today. You know, you don't know what's going on with the challenges they're facing and the level of racism they're experiencing today in the marketplace, because then you are disconnected, kind of like how you were when you thought everybody was black until you joined the army. You realize that you only hate the black. What do you say to the people that literally 100% disagree with you and they say there is racism today? It is a challenging time today. What do you say to them?
I say, look at the evidence. Look at the evidence. You know, a lot of people are like the farmer that came to the creek where it was like it was 3 feet high and moving at about 20 miles an hour, and he forced the mule in and it was swept down the creek. A year later, he comes to the same crossing. This time it's only 6 inches. The mule refuses to go in because the mule had good memory but poor judgment. Conditions were not like they were back in segregation when I was locked up twice in Mississippi. Conditions have changed, but many of us have, but again, look at the evidence. When whites were at their worst, we were at our best. As I said, in 1930 to 1940, when segregation and racism was enshrined in law, blacks had the highest marriage rate of any group in society. Elderly people could walk safely in those communities without fear of being assaulted by their grandchildren. So let's look at the evidence. When we refused access to hotels, we built our own hotels, financed by our own means. The Wallahaji in Atlanta, the Carver and Calvert Hotel in Florida, the St. Charles in Chicago, the St. Teresa in New York. I could go on and on. When we were denied access to colleges, we built our own. And in fact, our small business formation rate was higher than whites in the 20s, and that really determines any group's participation in the economy. It is not what government does for you or what white people do. In fact, I think those who continue to push this race agenda are Eurocentric. They assume that the destiny of blacks is determined by what white people do. That has never been the case. We closed the education gap in the South between 1920 and 1940. How did we do it? Julius Rosenwald, the CEO of Sears, came together with Booker T. Washington, and he put up $4 million. The black community matched it with $4.8 million. We built 5,000 schools to teach ex-slaves how to read and write. And as a consequence of that study, in between 1920 and 1940, the education gap in the South between whites and blacks was 3 years. 8th grade for whites, 5th grade for blacks. Within 20 years, that gap closed within 6 months. There were 5 high schools at the turn of the century in New York, Baltimore, Washington, Atlanta, and New Orleans. They had used textbooks, overcrowded classrooms, half the budgets of white schools. But every one of those schools out-tested every white school in those cities. If we were able to close the education gap between 1920 and 1940 through self-determination and hard work, if we were able to out-test white schools in those cities, then the question is, in those same schools today in Baltimore, for instance, where they're run by blacks, not a single student could read at grade level or perform at grade level. And so how can you say that it is racism that is the cause of the present-day challenges when under segregation we achieved? One other example we gave from our studies. In 1943, blacks were prohibited from being naval officers. Eleanor Roosevelt was persuaded her husband to train them, so they selected 16 black college-educated men for training, the Naval Academy, not the Academy, the Naval Training Center. The Navy says, aha, we're going to give these black cadets in 8 weeks what we give white cadets in 16, so they wash out. When these brothers found out what the deal was, they covered the windows in their barracks and stayed up all night and studied. When they were tested, they scored in the 90th percentile.
Wow.
So then they said, well, they cheated. So they tested them individually. They scored in the 93rd percentile. 13 of them eventually became naval officers. They called them the Golden 13. You can look it up. That test, the test scores today has never been better. So, again, I respond to people with evidence. The incarceration rates of blacks from the turn of the century up to the 60s.
The assessment of evidence in the court of public opinion is the least robust. So people come to quick conclusions about who's an angel and who's the devil. And when we look at what we've heard so far, it is becoming increasingly difficult to decide who's lying and who's telling the truth. Because I think in one of our conversations we said that in the absence of a rebuttal and cross-examination, people are compelling. And now what has happened is that we heard the first round of allegations. Let's say the first round of allegations by Mkhwanazi, and those who have testified in support of those allegations. They were compelling in the absence of a rebuttal and cross-examination. Sure. We're now in the middle of those who were accused or against whom allegations have been made, giving us the other side of the story. And when you listen to some of them, they themselves are compelling in the absence of a rebuttal or cross-examination. So it's becoming increasingly difficult to decide who's lying and who's telling the truth, or who is not telling the truth and who's telling the truth. Now, in an intelligence environment, let's take one example. Brown Mukhosi says one of the things he was investigating is an allegation that the king of the Zulus, Mrs. Zulu, and Mkhwanazi are CIA agents. Now, of course, in a court of law, it would be much more difficult for Brown Mukhosi to prove that than it would be, for instance, in the court of public opinion. Because one of the ways in the court of public opinion in which you decide whether evidence is compelling or not is our attitude towards those who are accused. In an intelligence environment, one of the things you have to do is to distinguish between a risk and a threat. A risk is more in the medium to long term. A threat is more imminent. Now, if I get evidence against you in an intelligence environment, what I must decide is whether this evidence belongs to the paradigm of a risk or to the paradigm of a threat. If it belongs to the paradigm of a threat, it means it is what we must neutralize is more imminent. Now, you are not going to use the methodology of a court of law to come to the conclusion whether this threat is real or not, because you don't have that time. So what you are going to do is to say, is this a risk? Is this a threat? If it's a risk, you can give yourself more time to investigate. If you come to the conclusion that it's a threat, you will say to yourself, it's imminent. And therefore, you need to put in place an intelligence project to neutralize the threat. But another thing, we tend to confuse information with intelligence. There's a difference between intelligence and information. Information becomes intelligence when it becomes a product that can be used by a decision maker to put in place a project aimed at neutralizing an identified threat. So intelligence is a product that a policy or decision maker can use to neutralize threats or to activate an intelligence project. Information is just that, information. It must still be converted into a threat. So if Brown Mukhosi says Mkhwanazi, he was told, is a CIA agent, until that information is converted into a product we call intelligence, it remains nothing more than information that must still be converted into a product we call intelligence. Because of course, you don't want to be provincial commissioner of a province to be a CIA agent. you also don't want the king of the Zulus to be a CIA agent, because that poses both risks and threats. And therefore, when the information arrives, one of the conversations that must happen is about turning that information into a product you call intelligence, on the basis of which you can institute a project and then neutralize the threat, or make sure that the risk does not become more imminent and becomes a threat. So we do need to distinguish between information and intelligence. And when I listened to Brian Mokhotsi, I got the sense that he was not distinguishing between information and intelligence. And that is why, under cross-examination, particularly on the allegation that Mkhwanazi and the king are CIA agents, he struggled. And that raises another question. It raises doubts about his claim that he's an agent. Because when you listen to him, the language is that of an agent. He talks about things like legend building, misdirection, and that language is language used in an intelligence environment. So if you limited yourself to the language he uses, he is an intelligence operative. But when you listen further, you then realize that actually he cannot distinguish information from intelligence. You can also blame his handlers in that respect. That you are my handler, as many people think, by the way.
Well, they don't know who's who. Who's playing which role? Because apparently you're also my handler. So.
No, let's keep it that way. Because one of the things you deploy in this environment are deception and counter-deception strategies.
There you go, legend building.
Yes. So, yes, he uses the language of the intelligence environment. But when you listen more and more, you realize he can't distinguish between information and intelligence. He treats information as intelligence, and he institutes a project on the basis of information that has not been converted into an intelligence product. And when you look at him that way, you then begin to doubt whether he is an agent, the agent he claims to be, or you begin to doubt the skills and knowledge of the handlers. Because when I listened to him talking about his handlers, I didn't get a sense, first of all, of what the strategy was behind his recruitment. When I listen to the decision he makes himself about who and what to investigate, I didn't get a sense of what the strategy was behind that decision. And that raises questions about whether, in this environment, qualitatively, we have the right people. So if Brian Mokhotsi is emblematic of the quality of agent in our crime intelligence environment, we should be worried.
Absolutely. Then it's no wonder that we have a massive crime problem.
Exactly.
What did you make of Kat Maklala's testimony before the ad hoc committee? Because since we've spoken, as you say, we've now heard from Brian Mokhotsi and Kat Maklala. These are two crucial pieces of the puzzle.
Well, Kat Maklala is an example of something else which worries me as a matter of national and state security. I remember in government we had an HOD, a DG, who used to say to us, the rules exist to protect us from ourselves. You have ministers, you have commissioners, you have lieutenant generals, senior officers in the police who have no problem with having meetings with someone like Matlala. Which means they don't understand the link between the personal and the national security. That is why, for instance, in the Soviet Union, the moment you were appointed the secretary of the party, immediately they put in place measures to protect you from yourself. I'll give you a wild example. Let's say the comrades know that you tend to leave no skirt unturned. So they know that they need to protect you from that weakness. Because you may compromise state and national security when you become a victim of a honey trap, for instance. Or let's say You love money. You have a weakness. You love money.
Yeah.
You must be protected from yourself by making sure you don't fall victim to people who lure you by using money. And this is a pertinent example because it's very clear that in the upper echelons of the police service, you have people who are easily lured through money because that weakness has not been managed. And so when you hear former Minister Ted, General Sibia, and of course we heard recently that Mkhwanazi himself met Mata.
I think that's your favorite one. This one.
No, it'll make me laugh.
Make sure you keep it locked to 5 FM because we're behind means a break. That's your cue to win. Get hyped with 5. Check out the 5FM app or website for more info.
Alright, go on to TikTok, Instagram, wherever you find us at 5FM. Let us know, does this Yano?
Is asleep, Kamala? Is it a dance party with Beyonce? Beyonce? Dance party with Beyonce? Dance party with Beyonce? Dance party with Beyonce? With Beyonce? With Beyonce? Are you all ready? Dance party with Beyonce? Dance party with Beyonce? Dance party with Beyonce? With Beyonce? With Beyonce? You know they got Beyonce and Beyonce, you know Beyonce. They got Beyonce.
very convincingly. Tavo, you had a suggestion, but I don't think yours is actually.
I'm barely coherent as it is. Now I'm gonna throw words in there.
What kind of word? What kind of word?
You
Like
just
it has.
say with a geheim.
Yeah. Like geheim.
There's other things I don't
Yeah,
think
maybe we should lose the
Plural.
Geheime.
Meer as
Yes.
een.
Geheime.
Ja, meer as een secret.
Okay.
Even now it's even in Afrikaans. Meer as een.
Geheim. I don't work because we're talking about recipes.
Ja.
Ja, wat is die geheime? Er is ook een geheime ingrediënt in je kost.
Bestanddeel. Ja, ingrediënt,
Wat is die
bestanddeel.
bestanddeel? Ja, een geheime bestanddeel.
I was
Ja.
thinking phantasmagories.
No, man, what
Since
is
you
this?
had Paula on Travel Politics recently, and she even said phantasmagories. You can say the beskyt. Die beskyt is phantasmagories. The rest is tasty.
Well, you got any good Afrikaans words for me?
Yeah, I think you should use the word naas.
Naas. What?
You don't even know it. Yes! So I'm the real Afrikaans. That's not how it works. Wait, nar. It's spelled cane.
Okay. Kanaar.
N-A-R-S. Knash. Oh.
Like squeak. I don't have no idea. It's good. I don't know.
Okay, it's Nars. It's definitely not Nars. Okay, even I need to. What is crunchy?
Class.
No, guys, no.
So that's what Google says, which is I'm imagining what Polly did or less.
Okay, maybe.
Recorded.
Oh, okay.
Like, I wouldn't trust Google Translate.
Sorry, I'm taking my laugh back. Sorry.
Still funny.
Yeah, but that's not really cool.
So class is your word that I must use.
Yes.
Okay.
Also, you just pronounce the K. It's not
Usually,
like,
yeah.
I mean, I think we can call this a neat skipper, like
Is it like bros?
a new word that you just created.
What did you say? Hey? Bros.
Bros, yes.
What's bros? Crunch. Is it not bros? I don't know.
Yeah, like,
You know what? I think we need more suggestions.
that helps.
Okay, so one, if you were me, or if you were listening to me and you thought it was funny, I guess, what word would you want me to say?
Yes, exactly. And also, if there's a word like Nosh, I would really want to know that.
Okay, 0825505151. Slacks. Afrikaans. In the meantime, Jeza, J-Lo of the South African variety. Jeremy Loops, he calls this one Go Again. Check it.
I would want to add, look, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 guys downstairs in D. But I want to ask the guys here and the people who watching, if you're trying to look for a non-frustrated, egotistical woman, where do you begin to look?
Non-frustrated ego. You want to have ego, or?
I'm saying, like, if you want a woman that's not a frustrated, egotistical woman, where would you begin looking?
Third world country.
And you
know this, man?
You gotta go where they put cayenne pepper on everything, 'cause, you know what I mean?
Just to make the water clean.
You gotta go somewhere where sandals are more prevalent than regular shoes. The president has been assassinated. 9 out of the last 10 presidents have been murdered.
Some sort of
You
a
gotta go
farming
somewhere where a
event.
bitch carrying a baby and a basket at the same time.
Some sort of a farming event.
Yeah, where you gotta go somewhere where women actually need men. Women don't need men in America.
Nope.
Because the system is set up to where they can be providers.
Well, I mean, like what you're saying, Craig, is right, because like I was at some with Bill Bellamy. Bill Bellamy did something Sunday night, and it's always a nice crowd. And I saw the great brother Sugar Shane Mosley.
Yeah.
And all of that stuff they talked about with his divorce.
Oh yeah.
You know it's not fair.
You ever
It's
hoop
not
with
fair.
him? I met his ex-wife and I hooped with him.
You hoop with him? You seem like he a cool motherfucker.
Down to earth dude. And I watched the Super Bowl at his crib after they got divorced.
No.
Yeah, so I met him and his wife separately, but I used to hoop with him. He played, Sugar Shane Mosley hoops like a nigga that don't have a place to live.
Oh, he just be going at
He be diving on the floor, foul. He plays hard, you know what I mean? I really got newfound respect for him after I hoop with him, because he played like it's for bread and water, you know what I mean?
But the point I'm trying to make is Sugar Shane Mosley and the brother who was married to Tiana Taylor.
Mm-hmm.
Amon Shumpert.
What is it?
Oh, they divorced?
Yeah.
They really took it up their ass in court.
Now we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way.
Huh?
He did, he's saying.
You know, his wife was managing his money too. Sugar Shane Mosley, she was his manager.
So what's up? Hey, he took it up the ass in court. Both of those brothers, to the point where I'm saying to you. Now listen, I'm going through a divorce, and I'm here to tell you it's the worst shit in the world as far as it go with your business being public record. Somebody saying this about you, saying that about you. Somebody, they want you down so bad they lie on you. I'm hurt from what I went through.
Yeah.
But I can honestly say, I don't think I would ever go through that again.
Man.
I can't understand men in America who've been married twice or more. I just can't understand it.
Yeah.
How, if you see how it go, why would you do it again? See, when you get to court, you find out you're powerless. When you get married in the United States of America, you're in a 3-way contract. It's you, your wife, and the government.
You are mine now. You belong to me.
I'm going deeper into this. I got a comedy skit. I'm talking about this stuff. But when you get married in America, it's a 3-way contract. This ain't no shit where, oh, I worked hard and I got this. No. If you get married, you have entered a 3-way contract between you, your wife, and the government, gentlemen. They don't teach you this in school. They want you to find out the hard way. The government has more power than you and your wife in this contract. They determine what happened with your kids. They determine what happened with y'all money. And they basically, the big dick of the house. That's the government. So there needs to be classes, in my opinion, to educate people. I didn't say men. To educate people on exactly what they're getting into. Because at one time in this world, a marriage was between man, woman, and God. No. A marriage is basically saying, I'm such a sucker for this person. I'm willing to allow them and their government to run my life. And if it go bad, that person and their government determines what happens to me. Are you ready for that with your hard working ass? It don't matter how hard you worked. If you allow this to happen to you, you're going to lose. Unless you hit rock bottom. If you ain't got no money. If you ain't got no money, don't worry about divorce. But if you are a person who finds ways to work and rise, you don't need a marriage license in the United States of America. I'm just giving you the game. I hope you listen to me. You're going to lose. You're going to lose. And if you're a man, especially if you're an African-American male, you're on the tail end of this contract. You're the least important person, and they're going to show you that. Especially if you got kids with them. Especially if y'all got property or properties. Especially if your big black ass done bought a Rolls Royce, who do you think gonna leave with that Rolls Royce? The government don't want it because they got Rolls Royces. They gonna be like, oh, he bought a Rolls Royce with his black ass? Get that knucklehead ass heifer who have decade at BET Awards his Rolls Royce. Just to destroy you mentally. Because it's coming, brother. Marriage is an old concept. Don't do it. Get a contract where both of y'all decide together what y'all gonna do with each other in case this sucker ass union goes sour. And if you fucking need hoes, or if you look happy, it's gonna go sour. Mark my word. Craig ain't never been married. Darlene ain't never been married. No. My man Mac walking down the stairs. Mac, what's the plan?
And I'm paying attention. I'm sorry, guys. I don't mean
No, you're good.
rude. I'm trying to.
You said
Wow,
Take
okay.
my brother out there. We don't want to only expose my brother. You know what I'm saying?
No, there's a lot. Come on, this is like a, how do you say it?
I ain't never heard nothing bad about that brother.
No, he good folks.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he good folks.
He even said at least the stuff go to his kids.
Right.
When I feel like the judge basically gave her his shit.
Does he?
And I'm saying like it ain't gonna go to the kids because when the money get low, everything is sold for the low.
Are all those kids theirs together?
I don't know.
Most of them is grown too. One of them is a fighter. He about to
So
fight
they're probably
a
from
fighter.
somebody else.
Well, I wish him well.
Yeah. No, he went through some cold shit. He you know the cool thing about Sugar Shane, he always smiling. You don't never seem like he having a problem. You know?
Right.
Always smiling and talking positive.
Good energy.
Yeah, he good dude.
Every time I see the brother, I see good energy. I done seen him. He didn't see me, but I'm just saying. I be like, okay, that brother, he cool right there. But I'm saying him, Iman Shumford, and men all over the nation. There is a way to take the assets from you. It's called marriage. All because you didn't want her pussy getting beat up in the game. Because that's why most men get married. They don't want that particular pussy to be out there in the streets doing what it's going to do eventually.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
And just like with a non-marriage relationship, you can make contracts nowadays. I mean, and if the person's like, oh, I'm not going to deal with that contract, well then what are you afraid of? If you really love the person you're attracted to.
Malcolm Brooks say you smile to keep from crying.
Who? You do?
I smile to keep from crying sometimes. I'm not the type of person who's down a lot. Whenever some shit happened to me, I am glad that I'm still around kicking. And on top of that, my hustle is, I don't care if I'm not making a lot of money or if I am making a lot of money. I'm level with it.
And people
All I need is a fast car to peel out in front of a bitch.
People got to be, listen, man, woman, they got to be careful. Once you start really bringing in some pretty decent numbers in the bread department, you got to be safe. That's all.
You really shouldn't be marrying somebody that has less than you. Y'all just supposed to be together. Because
why should you marry somebody who has less than you?
Because I mean, it's supposed to be an alliance between families, you know, to strengthen political and financial ties. It's not supposed to be done for love. They ain't no love is for the prostitutes. You loved that side bitch 2,000 years ago, but the actual marriage was to strengthen community and further everybody, not just the two people involved. So, you know, that's why
they would be like, this is a good union between this family
and that family. Like in your case, if back in the day, if you married your wife, your people and her people would have got together. Like, well, what the fuck is going on?
Like, what's happening?
I gave you 12 cows for this bitch. Well, give me my motherfucking livestock. It wouldn't just be simple. It had to be death, and then we ain't born.
The father would have to pay for the wedding, right?
Well, there's two different
father of the bride.
types. There's two different types.
Is it the father of the bride?
The father of the bride.
The family, right?
Yeah, the father.
It's
That
supposed
family
to.
pays, right?
Yeah,
Right.
they're
Yeah.
supposed to pay for the daughter. Like, oh, now you.
Do you think that ever happens now?
Hell no.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. Yeah,
Because
it does.
Wait, Craig. I'm sorry, because you be having the coldest thoughts. I want to see this. Where do you see the father pay for the bride? D.
In my family. In my family and a bunch of my friends.
Who?
What do you mean who? Everybody in the family. Not only that, if the guy was really young, because a lot of my aunties don't want to put him back, got involved with guys.
Sempre called. Balance in the back of the camera. A lady from Mama's home. Hey, people have been just up there. Yeah. Three. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Go get some of that. 3, 4. Okay, 3, 4 from Cabo. Get them some high. Get them come along. Yeah, come on. Kunjari. Sirat Kotman. Yeah, people have been just up there. They tell them about it. kwenzekile kuqalisa labejozi. All right. Kwenzekile. Wabethele igama letayima lam njani? Hayi, igama lam elo nhlonipho. Uyaba ndithetha thumana phi? Bathetha ulwimi lesizulu ngamantombazana yebona. Hayi lo omzalayo utata ligama lakhe. All right. Yho. Andibazelo ndingathi ngiyambona. Yeyiphi ingoma betshisa bhe? No, mthakolo bari Romeo. Romeo nomkolota wayisi. Hey mato. Mthakathi ngosikhundisa kule. All right. Itsha ngipula mhlobo wena yafana. Ithi le ngoma le ingoma esele kuwena namhlanje apha ke eminxebeni. Sizawudlala le ngoma xa kudlala ke phulaphula mhlobo wena nasemqosilinda wena sesiyapha ke emveni kwento zolapha ekhaya kumhlobo wena neyafana kodwa ke ingoma iwinile namhlanje le nto bendisandikuxele ngayo ndathi Romeo uyankolota kodwa ke sifuna uya ngolu hlobo xa sibhiyoza sibhiyozele laa ngoma. laa nto leyo yenzeke phaa ke eminxebeni mphulaphula mhlobo wena neyafam uyankolota Romeo. Ndiyabakhona bathi siyakhalaza Elvis andiyazi bakwenzeka ntoni na ngawe ngoba sikhona apha kukhafukhafu.
Nansipo Romeo Pixarha AV wesigubhu lapha emqanduli kwasa phantsi komhlaza ujongisisi dango.
AV wesigubhu naye uthi Romeo wankolota uthini wena? TKV. Right. Yaphinda bengenile ke lokho hayi basiva omnye apha kumhlobo wena FM apha kula macandelo ethu aka WhatsApp apha ku 88 2106 nationwide ba yena uthini na ngeli xesha nje kuba kaloku sifuna lento ba mayiqala naze wonke umuntu atsho athi hayi nam nditsho ndithi uthini wena? Elvisto. Sure, Bruce. Elvisto. Sure, Bruce. Romeo. Romeo, Bruce. Sure. Somerset, Romeo. Do you know?
Hey, Pixarha.
Eke bawo.
Hayi, ingoma elenzeleyo ngosinyaka.
Sinyaka, Proscates.
Mzekojana belungile mamfletch.
Shantaphulas. Okay, uthini wena?
Brahma eli. Mzwanele bambeni.
Mzwanele.
Ndisengqaleni edumase. Hey, Brahma eli. Nguromeo.
All right. Wankolota Romeo. Hey, madoda. Uthini wena?
Elvisto.
Oh yeah.
Romeo yankolota. Romeo yankolota. Ola Elvisto uzwa sinikweni Estex Pro.
Sikhomba izandla lo ndawo. Sekuba lenkqubo kumhlobo wena nayafam bengoba lesiyibhongisa kudala basi ithetha kude nathalo umhlobo wena nayafam Mono and Son ivaya Orlando Sand.
sukudlula kuyo indawo athanda uvota yonke into apha.
Okay.
Amen.
experience through when I know you were in there.
Yeah, I put it in season 1 of my show. It's absolutely
But
true.
that's from real life.
Absolutely true. She sewed it in the lining of her purse. And so I was just remembering just watching my mom, like, who is this human being? It's like, you don't know who your parents are until like something like this happens.
Yeah.
Like, you don't know if they're good under pressure or horrible under pressure. My parents were unbelievable under pressure. And it's like the first time you see them so uneasy when everything has been so wonderful up until then, and you just see her like turn it on. And yeah, she sews it in the lining of the purse, and she was getting my sister and I out. The whole plan was, I'm gonna get my sister and get my sister and I out of there. She was gonna come back to Kuwait, finish out everything else, and then meet us in the States. That was the whole idea. And so on the way to Jordan, we had to stop in Baghdad, and they were searching all the suitcases because they were finding any valuables they would just take there or taxi you or whatever. You know, you gotta pay a fee. You know what I mean? So that's what the thing was. So my mom stayed on the bus actually, and she because she had a little bit of money left over, and she just didn't know where else to put it, so she just like hid it under clothes. Well, they were just throwing the clothes out of the suitcase. She was like, oh my god! So she told my sister and I to get off the bus, and while they were searching everything, the soldier sees my mom never got off of there. But while she was on the bus by herself, she messed up all the clothes. She had some like orange peels from the drive, so she just poured all the trash all over it. and then the soldier comes up on there, like starts yelling at her. The sergeant sees him yelling at a woman. He gets pissed off at him. He jumps on the bus. He's like, "What's wrong with you? You know, look at her suitcase. It's obviously been searched already."
Orange peels everywhere.
Everyone just looks at her distraction. Such a good thing. And she goes, "Look at her face. That's not a face of a liar." And he goes, apologized to her, and we left him. My mom fucking pulled that off in the most stressful circumstances.
I thought we're toast. I heard that
that's
after,
just a snippet.
No, I want to get into all of it. I heard after season 1 came out, they executed that soldier.
No, he probably died of natural causes. He was like, it's probably 16. I hope they
reached out to him. We got to reach out to him.
I don't know how to get a hold of him. I was 9 years old.
Good old orange peel, man.
This is how we're gonna kick this off.
Yo, this is how we're kicking it off. Oh, it's about DJ Khaled. He's never seen orange peels.
Yeah, he's never. I heard he just eats it whole. There's all
good old orange peel, man.
This is how we're gonna kick this off.
Yo, this is how we're kicking it off. Oh, it's about DJ Khaled. He's never seen orange peels.
Yeah, he's never. I heard he just eats it whole. He thought it was just an apple. It was the same thing. It's just like, you know. Yeah. There's nothing really to say about him, to be honest with you. It was more so I opened the special that way, and even like I'm saying this now, you're not gonna see it coming. You know, it's really just a dope opening to something that I've never seen in a stand-up special before. So I wanted to like do it that way. But yeah, it's just like I was kind of like the idea is that over the last 2 years of writing a TV show, of the only Palestinian television show in the history of American television, and feeling all the stress of that, and then at the same time, you're kind of seeing what everybody else is saying, and what they're doing, and what's going on. You know, as comedians, that's what we do. We say the thing out loud that everybody's thinking, but nobody's saying. So when I do that, and I've done that, you know, that opening line in like 30 countries, and
they go crazy.
They fucking lose their minds.
Is there a part of you that, like, when you see that opening line just crushing so hard, is there a little part of you that's like, I hope that motherfucker doesn't come on board now? You can't take away my own.
As a matter of fact, it is a lifeline. But it's intended to be a lifeline. Like, yes, it's
not too late. Oh, it's never too late.
No, it is from a lot of people's minds for sure. It is too late because it's gonna look fake no matter what, right?
Yeah.
But it's like the opening line, and then there's the ending of the special where I do this time bit. It's like a poem, you know, slash comedy bit slash, you know, trying to encapsulate everything that's been going on the last 2 years. And in that portion, I do, you know, it's like hey, it's never too late kind of thing. It's never too late. It's a chance for him to do something about it.
Is it wild to see American, like in your lifetime? Is it wild to see Americans start to care about the struggle?
Yes.
Yes. Like, what is that like? Do you feel? Is it confusing almost to see it?
No, it's more like about time.
Of course,
because it's like I've been talking about it for so long, and there's been a massive struggle for me in the business itself, and all the hurdles that I've had, like of telling me like change your name, go to LA, don't tell me Palestinian. Like, what's going on? Like, why do I have to do that? Like, I just never really understood that fully. I got it, but I didn't understand it fully, to be honest with you.
What made you stay true?
It's impossible. What am I gonna? I can't pretend to be something else. Stand-up is the essence of stand-up is being yourself on stage, and it takes years of practice to be yourself on stage, and just shifting that, you know. You'll be something else. I mean, you can think of an example, probably.
Yeah.
Carlos Mencia. I want to start that shit. I was hoping you'd say it, to be honest with you.
The thing about Carlos, though, is that he looks so Mexican.
Yes, Honduran.
He got treated, whatever racism Mexicans get, he probably caught that. Yeah, like if you look at it.
Yeah, no, for sure. I'm saying, like, it would be a part of myself.
Al, are you even black? You can't tell?
Well, yeah, that's fucked up. We're not going to stand for this, man.
Hold on.
That's bullshit,
Black people can speak up here. What percentage are you?
I'm 50% black.
Okay, so you get to say it. You get to say it.
It's
a declaration. You can say that word that he says when no caps are rolling. Can I tell you something?
That word with sand in front of it.
When you first heard the sand version, what did that feel like?
It was 9/11. It was like I've been in the country like 10 years. I didn't even know this slur even existed.
9/11 inspired some fire races.
Some real fire races.
You admit that. You didn't tell 9/11?
No, in Houston it was like, yeah, of course. There was
that. If we're talking about Houston, by the way, he says yeah.
It's the most diverse city. I don't
know anything.
It's the most diverse city in America. Legit, 100%.
It is the most diverse city, and they love telling you that. And they love telling you that. It's fact. It's a fact, and they love telling you that after they say the N-word. That's their justification. Yeah. No, I heard that New York is the most diverse.
Feel free to just make up.
I'm just saying. We're going off. What are you going off of?
Forbes magazine, which is never wrong. It's the most diverse city in America.
Ford said that shit. Forbes. But in New York, like we don't fill out the census, so nobody. It's only white people fill out. So it feels more like
census in Houston.
I think they trick. Yo, Rhode Island. My bad, I missed you guys last time, but we're coming back. March 28th, theatershows.com for tickets. Best show I've ever done. Hopefully the best show you've ever been to. Hoboken and a bunch of other cities. I'll see you guys there. Thanks so much. MarkHagenOnLive.com.
Legit, like the neighborhood I grew up in, A-Leaf, which is like just had so many amazing people come out of there. Yeah. It has like 90 languages spoken in that neighborhood alone. So pretty. Supporting the school system.
Houston is like the first level of the video game of America.
Yes.
For like immigrants. You know, like if America was kind of complicit in doing some fuck shit to your country, we go, all right, y'all can come, but you gotta survive Houston. And then after that, you get to have this American experience. Because then all like the Cambodians go there and like the Vietnamese as well. Yeah.
I don't know about the Cambodian population, but I know there's a huge Vietnamese population and a huge Nigerian population as well.
100%. But and I'm sure you can tell the difference, obviously, between the Cambodians and Vietnamese just off of looking at
impossible. Impossible. Let's just say Vietnamese.
Shout out to Cambodians, though, for real. We love y'all, we appreciate y'all, and we're glad the war stopped.
I'll tell you exactly where the studio is.
We need to repair it. Shout out to Cambodians. Cambodians. What's happening? Listen, Mo is on here. Obviously, we're talking reckless. You know what I mean? Listen, we're the only people in America right now that believe that Muslims should hear jokes. I think we're the only one, two, what are we, 5 of us? We're the only 5 comedians that believe that.
It's so.
How did you feel about when
so disgusting, bro? It's the whole.
I'm glad you talk.
It's so disgusting.
I cannot wait to talk to you about it because
it's so disgusting, bro. I find it so wildly appalling. First of all, like even the comedians that went there talk about it, and they liked it. They fucking laughed.
Like they're shocked.
Just hearing some of the fucking comments, or even like the guys like on podcasts talking about, oh, we're making sure the guys that didn't get invited, that didn't get to go to the shows, talking about doing this kind of shit. Fuck you too.
What was that?
Fuck you too. Yes.
What about that?
No, they were like, it was like different podcasts. No, this bullshit, bro. It's like really, really upsetting because
I wish I got that back from Saudi.
It's straight up like exactly. It's just straight up that like casual racism, bro. It's fucking insane.
It's the biggest like no expectations.
It's insane, bro. It's so wildly appalling. And then first of all, for me, from my perspective, bro, I'm a Palestinian roaming around in the streets. Like no matter where I go, I'm dealing with something. And also like me going to that region, going to Saudi Arabia, going to Riyadh itself, how many Palestinians that reached out to me after the show that they brought their kids, man, it makes me emotional, bro.
Yeah.
And then my kids got to see you on stage, got to say the things that you got to say, and it was completely free reign and got to do what you want to do. So fuck you for your casual racism, fuck you for not wanting to push the needle forward, fuck you for not like even like considering of being upset that the film industry's there, NFL is there, the UFC, everything, everybody's there, and you want to pick on comics, the most freest art form on planet Earth, probably the last free art form on planet Earth. We can actually push the needle forward, and you're talking about this is the issue. I find huge beef with that. And you're talking about like 284 journalists killed in Gaza, and nothing about that. Nobody's like having a beef with doing shows in Tel Aviv or anything like that. Fuck that, bro.
Talk your shit.
I'm being. This is the truth.
We the best. We the best comedy.
It's like I really find it to be appalling, bro. The casual racism is fucking insane. And I'm a Muslim. My brother's buried there down the street. You couldn't stop me from going there and performing for my own people. And as far as money's concerned, it was very much like in line with what I get paid in the Middle East. It wasn't like I went out there and like, oh my God, I got 6 yachts. No, it was very much in line for what I got paid. Tell them how rich you are. Tell them. I'm not that rich. No, I'm not that rich. I paid all the taxes. That's the one thing I don't fuck around with in America. I pay all the taxes.
I'm gonna write those 3 letters tonight.
100%. I'm comfortable. I've been in worse situations than a detention center. I'm just chilling. I made good things happen in a detention center.
I love that that's your perspective. Maybe like ours is different because like we performed in the Middle East before, so we knew what to expect of that. But like the funniest thing is when you see these people who like identify as very progressive, and it's like their expectations of people are so low that it doesn't match up with the progressive ideals.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like I couldn't believe you do that. Like I couldn't believe it.
I just can't believe you would just go and perform for these animals. Let's just say it. Just fucking say it.
Say it.
Just say it.
Exactly.
Just say it. And I've been dealing with this shit my whole life, and I don't want to hear anything about it, especially like from comedians attacking other comedians. It's really fucked up, and I just really don't like that. That's not where we need to be as comedians. We need to be, more thoughtful and have real dialogue, and not just trying to throw people under the bus for absolutely no reason. I'm just really shocked by it. I was really blown away by it. I couldn't believe it. In Houston, my hometown, the place where I brought the first ever narrative sitcom, to that spot, is millions of dollars of revenue is coming to the city from me bringing a show, way more than I ever made on a TV show. And I stood for Houston. I love Houston. I still live in Houston. That's my town. That's my shit. They couldn't wait to shit on it.
No,
they couldn't wait to shit on it. Somebody putting it out there like, shame on you, motherfuckers. Shame on you. All I've done is give up so much. You think it was easy to film in Houston? You think that was an easy pitch to fucking go to Netflix, but hey, I want to really film this as realistically as possible, as grounded as possible. And Houston, Texas, is a place that has no structure for film and television. And the moment I go over there, you want to throw me in, fuck you.
Hey, you already been over
Houston Chronicle.
Yeah. But you already been over there.
I've already been over there. I've been over there, and I'm a Muslim, bro. I'm a Muslim. It's an obligation to go to Mecca. I have to go to Mecca as well. It's like part of that system. And my brother's buried there. I lost my brother 3 weeks before my first season came out. Like, how dare you? How dare you? How dare you?
I want to give you a chance to push back. This is people say like, well, the government paid and you're accepting money from the government. I want you to speak on that.
What do you mean?
That somehow that makes it immoral. I don't agree.
Where does all this money come from? It all has one source. This has nothing to do with it. I sold tickets there. That's what I think about. I think about going there. It's pre-negotiated. I go there and do that. Nobody's sitting there. No royal family sitting there writing checks to you to do that. It's part of a big fund.
I think they don't realize that people had to buy tickets to go to the show.
People had to buy tickets to go to the show.
To be honest, I wish they didn't. I wish it was free.
They book people who can come out and sell tickets. And we could have done a much bigger venue probably. I was last, one of the later ones to be added. Fucked up enough. I was booked on October 7th. Which was like, why did you do this to me?
Dubai, October 7th. Bro, they were exhausted from celebrating.
That's not funny. You can't say that.
They can't do that.
sign shit. I ain't signing shit. That was funny as fuck. I'm not gonna lie. I can't do it.
No, but it's good to hear that perspective, and like it is funny.
Bro, the casual, I can't stand it, bro.
Fake, bro.
Fucking
I'll be honest, I think it was fake.
Yeah,
there are people who fell for it, but I think that a lot of it was started by bots. Because literally 2 weeks after, we all said this, so like in 2 weeks, nobody will even make a peep about this, and it has completely died down.
Yeah, it is.
And then what has happened in Saudi over the next 2 weeks?
I think it was a negotiating thing. Somebody was negotiating something, and that's what created the pressure. That's probably what it was. And then even the fans, like maybe like creating a little fuss to like create some negotiating leverage. I don't know. I'm just speculating here.
You're saying between countries?
Maybe, maybe it's the case, or agencies, or whatever.
People did hop on it though. CNN was on it. Comments on it.
I think it's not there's any distraction that they can fucking come on. Like they just start doing it. The part that really frustrated me is like really pissed me off is that I'm nobody even like you just lump me into this shit, and me being Palestinian, me being my background and the everything that we've done as comedians to try to push the needle forward and try to just be truth tellers, hopefully, and storytellers. And then there's people that even took the money and came back and fucking apologized. Like that's just crazy, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. These people want the fans in Saudi. I mean, 50% I think the population is actually Saudi. I think something like that. Yeah. And who's the other 50%? You know, who's the other 50%? So it's just like, it's not like we were sitting there performing. We were performing for real fans, people that had appetite for this, people that wanted to see this. And I can't tell you enough, like, the amount of emails that I got from, like, people, like, parents that brought their kids out, or Palestinians that were there, that were like, oh my God, I can't believe you said those things. And it's just,
but it's
so
going to be
empowered and free.
Because a lot of people that talked about it, they're going to go out on tour around the world, and they're going to start to realize that, like, you know, there are rules in certain countries that might not align with their progressive policies or politics, and we're going to see if there's any pushback. I don't think there will be. I think the whole thing was fake in the first place.
And there's
nobody actually cares.
Exactly. Here's another thing too. It's like even some of my fans were like, I expected better from you. I was like, well, I expected better from you actually, because I thought you would trust me. I thought you would trust me to be the same person no matter where I went. That's the biggest thing. Like, I don't change. There's a lot of people that do change. You know, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. People that go to a certain country and then they become like monkeys for that country. Like, no. I'm myself, no matter where I go. It's very important to be thoughtful in the things that you say, and I'm very, very like technical with it. And I've been doing this shit for a long time. No, I don't know. I genuinely don't really have examples. I'm talking about myself only. That's the only person I can speak for. Is like, I expect more from you as well to trust me and to know like everything that I've done with the show and how groundbreaking it is, and what I did with that last episode in season 2 is nobody's gonna do that. Nobody's gonna do that. Yeah. Like, I can't wait for you.
Think you've gotten your credit? You think you've gotten your credit for?
I got it from the people, man. Like the amount of tickets that I've sold on the road and people that want to see it from every background that you can think of. That's what I don't care what anybody else says. I don't care what industry says or anything like that. They, you know, the numbers on the road and the people that have come up to me, no matter where I am on planet Earth. That's my award. That's how I feel like it. And if there's many, you know, there's things coming up, and I hope they do recognize it because it's good for the next future filmmakers, and I think it's the right thing to do, just because objectively it's so dope.
I was telling you, I have not gotten a chance to watch season 2. It's been on the road too much. Season 1 was awesome. Season 2, from the people, I hear like unbelievable praise. Unbelievable, like it meant something to people. And I think you are kind of the man of this moment, whether you want to be or not. I just think you don't really have a choice, and you've risen to the occasion. But I'm just very proud of you as somebody who's been doing 15 years watching this whole thing happen.
No, it's genuinely like something that I feel like is my life's work, you know? Yeah. It's like a life purpose, like to go into something like this and get this off my chest was not an easy thing. Where first season I was kind of like, you know, it was pandemic, I was divorced by a year and a half, I was dealing with so many things, but the first Zoom room ever, and I think, you know what I mean? It was like so many different things in the air, and people telling you should do this, not do that, and you feel confident in a particular storyline, and you start picking at it enough where you start losing confidence, like fuck. And I went into the second season, like nobody's touching that. Me, these are the guys. I love y'all. You come with me. If you don't, I can't have this like doubt shit. You know, I can't. You gotta trust yourself completely, and I did that to the fullest extent. And nobody really meddled in what I had and the vision that I had. And it was just, to me, it was like a perfect piece of art.
You're single now, right?
No, I'm married. I have a baby.
Again?
What do you mean?
You said you got divorced.
I divorced in the first season 1. That's 4 years ago. 5 years ago.
Oh shit!
6 years
I know
ago.
You got a baby. Well, I'm sorry. I don't want to put out there. Congratulations. That's amazing.
No. It was awesome. No, I got remarried. The girl I met. Yeah, you did meet her, right? Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Yeah. Did you come back home? Did you come back home?
What do you mean?
Oh, come on. Brown girl?
Oh, she's brown, yes. I've always been brown.
What type of brown?
Always been brown. What type of brown?
What type of brown?
Portuguese?
Wait, Portuguese sounds white.
Spanish?
So you only went back to once, huh?
3 times. Hold on. Here's the thing. We've known each other since 8th grade.
They got you.
And we know
white girls.
No, she's not white.
What is she?
Portuguese. She's so Spanish.
Spanish and Portuguese. That's Spanish. That's your opinion.
Yeah, I know, but she's not, bro. But North African influence like crazy.
Now, don't It's the worst game, bro. No.
That's true, though. What do you mean? History?
Listen. Did you revert her?
No, she converted herself.
Oh, really? With no influence from you?
0. Yes.
This was the first time, too, to be honest with you.
No, 0. It's for real.
Really?
She was pregnant with our son, and it was like she was about 3-4 months pregnant, and she just woke up like just crying, just she just wanted to do it from her heart. It was beautiful.
Wow. Yeah. And then what is your reaction to that?
God. Are you sure? No, you have to like. I genuinely like don't like to press about these things. I think it's my responsibility is like to surround the family with like good vibes, good spirits, and things like that. And that was like came from her, and I just wanted her to be sure 100%. Like, I don't want this to come from like, I gotta do it because, no, it's you gotta feel it in your heart. And it has to come, and the rest is between you and God and divine.
So now she's on board?
She's on board, yeah, she's amazing. And I've known her since 8th grade, and all these years went by, and we rekindled. We never dated like back then.
Long game.
Super. My mom met her like 5 minutes later, my mom gave her a ring. I was like, what are you doing?
Whoa.
Yeah, she was like, she's so dope, bro.
She like white girls too, huh?
Oh, yeah, worse. Top 5 worst.
Fuck out, Brittany. You give me the fucking top spot.
There's a lot of worse. There's a lot worse. She's still into top 5. Everybody has top 5. Top 5.
Yeah, she's cool and you want stuff.
That's what I'm saying. Like, does it put more pressure on you to be 100% like committed? Like, you gotta be. Is she about it?
And now you gotta be about it. Like a convert, you know?
Yeah. There's like extreme examples of people who convert and things like that. It hasn't been like, it's been a very natural and like smooth thing. You know, my whole thing is like compulsion in religion is also bad too. So I was always taught that it's like the balance. My way is the middle way is what the Prophet used to say. It's like my way is the middle way. So you always have to be balanced in everything that you do. You can't be too extreme in everything that you do.
But she's not just like pulling out hadiths out of nowhere and you're like, oh shit.
I'm shocked that you're pulling out hadiths right now.
That's something I love. Mark has been trying to relate to you all the time. Every time you're like, shut the fuck up. I truly love it. It's a fucking, it's a late thing.
I enjoy this one.
Enjoy it.
It don't last long.
Hey, could be serious.
I'm gonna take shahada after this, bro. Who knows? He's trying to get it.
It's not that big of a deal, bro. Just cleanse your mouth.
Don't talk about it.
You can't do it. Do it! It's okay. You want to go to hell. It's not a big deal.
But you can get me out, though.
You can get him out. The assessment of evidence in the court of public opinion is the least robust. So people come to quick conclusions about who's an angel and who's the devil. And when we look at what we've heard so far, it is becoming increasingly difficult to decide who's lying and who's telling the truth. Because I think in one of our conversations we said that in the absence of a rebuttal and cross-examination, people are compelling. And now what has happened is that we heard the first round of allegations. Let's say the first round of allegations by Mkwanasi, and those who have testified in support of those allegations. They were compelling in the absence of a rebuttal and cross-examination.
Sure.
We're now in the middle of those who were accused or against whom allegations have been made, giving us the other side of the story. And when you listen to some of them, they themselves are compelling in the absence of a rebuttal or cross-examination. So it's becoming increasingly difficult to decide who's lying and who's telling the truth, or who is not telling the truth and who's telling the truth. Now, in an intelligence environment, let's take one example. Brad Muhosi says one of the things he was investigating is an allegation that the king of the Zulus, Mrs. Zulu, and Mkwanas are CIA agents. Now, of course, in a court of law, it would be much more difficult for Brown Muhosi to prove that than it would be, for instance, in the court of public opinion. Because one of the ways in the court of public opinion in which you decide whether evidence is compelling or not is our attitude towards those who are accused. In an intelligence environment, one of the things you have to do is to distinguish between a risk and a threat. A risk is more in the medium to long term. A threat is more imminent. Now, if I get evidence against you in an intelligent environment, what I must decide is whether this evidence belongs to the paradigm of a risk or to the paradigm of a threat. If it belongs to the paradigm of a threat, it means it is what you must neutralize is more imminent. Now, you are not going to use the methodology of a court of law to come to the conclusion whether this threat is real or not, because you don't have that time. So what you are going to do is to say, is this a risk? Is this a threat? If it's a risk, you can give yourself more time to investigate. If you come to the conclusion that it's a threat, you will say to yourself, it's imminent. And therefore, you need to put in place an intelligence project to neutralize the threat. But another thing, we tend to confuse information with intelligence. There's a difference between intelligence and information. Information becomes intelligence when it becomes a product that can be used by a decision maker to put in place a project aimed at neutralizing an identified threat.
So intelligence is a product that a policy or decision maker can use to neutralize threats or to activate an intelligence project. Information is just that, information. It must still be converted into a threat. So if Brown Mukhosi says Mkhwanazi, he was told, is a CIA agent, until that information is converted into a product we call intelligence, it remains nothing more than information. That must still be converted into a product we call intelligence. Because of course, you don't want to be provincial commissioner of a province to be a CIA agent. You also don't want the king of the Zulus to be a CIA agent, because that poses both risks and threats. And therefore, when the information arrives, one of the conversations that must happen is about turning that information into a product you call intelligence, on the basis of which you can institute a project and then neutralize the threat, or make sure that the risk does not become more imminent and becomes a threat. So we do need to distinguish between information and intelligence. And when I listened to Brown Mukhosi, I got the sense that he was not distinguishing between information and intelligence. And that is why under cross-examination, particularly on the allegation that Mkhwanazi and the king are CIA agents, he struggled. And that raises another question. It raises doubts about his claim that he's an agent. Because when you listen to him, the language is that of an agent. He talks about things like legend building, misdirection, and that language is language used in an intelligence environment. So if you limited yourself to the language he uses, he is an intelligence operative. But when you listen further, you then realize that actually he cannot distinguish information from intelligence. You can also blame his handlers in that respect. That you are my handler, as many people think, by the way.
Well, they don't know who's who, who's playing which role, because apparently you're also my handler. So.
No, let's keep it that way. Because one of the things you deploy in this environment are deception and counter-deception strategies.
There you go, legend building.
Yes. So, yes, he uses the language of the intelligence environment. But when you listen more and more, you realize he can't distinguish between information and intelligence. He treats information as intelligence, and he institutes a project on the basis of information that has not been converted into an intelligence product. And when you look at him that way, you then begin to doubt whether he is an agent, the agent he claims to be, or you begin to doubt the skills and knowledge of the handlers. Because when I listened to him talking about his handlers, I didn't get a sense, first of all, of what the strategy was behind his recruitment. When I listen to the decision he makes himself about who and what to investigate, I didn't get a sense of what the strategy was behind that decision. And that raises questions about whether, in this environment, qualitatively, we have the right people. So if Brown Mukhosi is emblematic of the quality of agent in our crime intelligence environment, we should be worried.
Absolutely. Then it's no wonder that we have a massive crime problem.
Exactly.
What did you make of Kat Matlala's testimony before the ad hoc committee? Because since we've spoken, as you say, we've now heard from Brown Mukhosi and Kat Matlala. These are two crucial pieces of the puzzle.
Well, Kat Matlala is an example of something else which worries me as a matter of national and state security. I remember in government we had an HOD, a DG, who used to say to us, the rules exist to protect us from ourselves. You have ministers, you have commissioners, you have lieutenant general, senior officers in the police who have no problem with meeting someone, having meetings with someone like Matlala. Which means they don't understand the link between the personal and the national security. That is why, for instance, in the Soviet Union, the moment you were appointed the secretary of the party, immediately they put in place measures to protect you from yourself. I'll give you a wild example. Let's say the comrades know that you tend to leave no skirt unturned. So they know that they need to protect you from that weakness. Because you may compromise state and national security when you become a victim of a honey trap, for instance. Or let's say you love money, you have a weakness, you love money. You must be protected from yourself by making sure you don't fall victim to people who lure you by using money. And this is a pertinent example, because it's very clear that in the upper echelons of the police service, you have people who are easily lured through money because that weakness has not been managed. And so when you hear former Minister Ted, General Sibiya, and of course we heard recently that Mkhwanazi himself met Matlala.
Why would Israel care to recognize some breakaway region as a sovereign nation? Well, for starters, Somaliland is close to the Gulf of Aden, the entry point into the Red Sea, which leads up to the Suez Canal. This gulf is one of the crucial linchpins supplying the West with international trade coming out of India and China overseas. Apparently funded by the United Arab Emirates, Israel is already building military bases in Somaliland. The U.S. has bases in neighboring Djibouti. The location near the Gulf of Aden appears only extra crucial vis-a-vis the incessant attacks coming out of Yemen across the Gulf, where the Houthi rebels have been using Iranian or even Chinese-backed drone systems to attack the U.S. Navy's, Israel's, and NATO's vessels. The cheap rebel drones have been wreaking a ton of havoc and have also made the West lose some face, since its super advanced systems are no match against the primitive sticks and stones being thrown at it. But one does not simply acquire a piece of land the size of a country, not without war or without bribery. To secure Somaliland in the ever-complexifying geopolitical struggle for Western dominance, Israel and its greatest ally, the USA, if not Britain, would have to have offered the Somali elites something of value. And that's how I made the connection to the Somali fraud cases in Minnesota. Wait, did Obama really send Somalis to Minnesota in 2014? Yes, he did. The problem was neither the USA nor Israel could be seen bribing Somali elites to give up Somaliland. So I think the whole migration of people to Minnesota served as a payment scheme, perhaps a rental scheme. The people who would later commit massive fraud against U.S. authorities were being shipped in under Obama, but this doesn't let Trump off the hook. Trump, the narcissist, is more concerned about winning his Nobel Peace Prize, which Israel's Netanyahu personally promised him to get. Trump seems controlled by Israeli interests, you'd think. What I find hilarious, though, is that the U.S. ruling circles chose to do a fraud scheme to the benefit of terrorist organizations such as Al-Shabaab in Somalia. Why didn't they just give the Somali leaders some theme parks, landmarks, or skyscrapers? I guess that too much of U.S. real estate has already been promised to Arabs, Russians, and Chinese investors. They're running out of options to bribe foreign partners unless they start taking the money directly out of the social services coffers. Yes, in short, I believe the Somalis that Obama brought in were henchmen. And I believe these henchmen were given free rein by both Washington, D.C. and the FBI to commit fraud. And no, I don't think the FBI Director Kash Patel is going to do anything about it, because the FBI isn't investigating the fraud. The FBI is organizing it. So that's that guy's theory. Now, I can't vouch for the veracity of his theory or any of these theories. But it certainly is interesting. There's definitely a connection between the fraud of Somalian people in Minnesota with Israel recognizing Somaliland and wanting to get the Palestinians to Somalia. There's definitely a connection. There's definitely a connection. Okay, so I mean, everybody has seen Nick Shirley's reporting on the unbelievable fraud happening through daycare centers in Somalia and Minnesota. It's got over 100 million views on his report, and he's been boosted by everybody. And James Lee is here to tell you there's another side to this story about Nick Shirley, and let's listen.
So it turns out one of the most viral stories of 2025 about the Somali daycare fraud in Minnesota ends up being a complete psyop. Because evidently, Israeli reporters are now asserting that Mossad and Israeli intelligence, not U.S. authorities, were responsible for exposing the Somalian-ran Minnesota fraud operations.
How is Israeli Mossad related to the recent corruption that was discovered in Minnesota? You're not going to believe it, but there actually is a substantial connection, and it runs through the Israeli Prime Minister's office. I'll start from the end. Israel just established relationships with Somaliland, which is not Somalia.
And what does that mean? Let's take a listen.
Does anyone know what Somaliland is, really? Said U.S. President Donald Trump after Israel became the first country in the world to recognize the self-proclaimed republic in Eastern Africa. Somaliland is a small territory in the Horn of Africa that broke off from Somalia in 1991. So why does Somaliland even matter? It sits in the Gulf of Aden, one of the world's most important ships. There's also a Gaza-related angle. Earlier this year, it was reported that the U.S. and Israel have explored Somaliland as a potential destination for displaced Palestinians from Gaza.
And bingo, that is why we've been hearing so much about Somalian fraud in Minnesota. Because it had already been reported weeks before by the U.S. attorney that fraud in Minnesota exceeded $9 billion. $9 billion is a whole lot of fraud compared to, what was it? Nick Shirley talked about $110 million, $9 billion. We're talking about a small fraction, but focusing specifically on the Somali community. And then you have the amplification, which isn't necessarily organic, right? You have people like Elon Musk, Vice President J.D. Vance, Attorney General Pam Bondi, all amplifying this story. I'm not discounting that the fraud exists within the Somali community, but is the focus, is the amplification making us feel a certain way, or trying to make us feel a certain way about the Somali community? That's the question. Now, according to Somali intelligence, Somaliland has accepted 3 Israeli conditions in exchange for Israeli recognition. One is the resettlement of Palestinians. 2, the establishment of an Israeli military base on the coast of the Gulf of Aden. And Somaliland joining the Abraham Accords. Well, isn't that a lovely and convenient development for the state of Israel that they get somewhere to dump the Palestinians? They also gained a critical and strategic military base, and they create an ally in the region that did not exist before. So maybe they get a resident independent journalist who maybe isn't so independent if you read what this story is all about.
Well,
to do a story that says Somalians bad.
well, it certainly seems fishy. And James is on it, and as we reported in the other video, that the Somaliland is real. All those things are really happening. And I think if you take the Nick Shirley story at face value, you are doing exactly what they want you to do. That, but again, this story was reported, has been reported several times about this daycare scandal. It was reported as far back as 2013. But it was also reported, can you look into, I'm almost positive Project Veritas. I couldn't find it relevant. I'm almost positive that Project Veritas in 2020 exposed the scandal of fraud in Minnesota. So great jobs by James Lee. Everybody check him out at 5149, his website. Don't get caught up in a psyop.
You're correct.
I am correct. What? Tell me.
Well, this is one thing that they said. You know what? Let me keep reading. The video is reported to show a cash for ballot scheme and illegal ballot harvesting, collecting and submitting mail-in ballots within the Somali community. No, that's what they reported on. Yeah,
that's different.
That's one thing that they reported on.
All right, no problem. So, great work by James Lee. Don't buy it. Don't fall for the psyop. Don't fall for the trap. Is there fraud happening in Minnesota? Oh, yes, there is. Who is behind it? And why would they choose to amplify this now? Those are the questions you need to be asking yourself, so you don't get suckered into another deep state Israel psyop. So keep your head up, keep your eyes open, keep your head up, and don't get sucked in. You guys find anything?
Still looking.
Find anything?
You'll probably find it faster.
Okay, and who made that report? Okay, yeah. So again, this isn't this idea of this daycare scams happening have been reported on. This isn't the first time. Why all of a sudden now is everybody up in arms about it? Why all of a sudden now is this? You get everybody amplifying this report. Why all of a sudden now? Well, it probably has something to do with Israel, Palestinians, and funding of terrorism. Which, let's remember, the biggest terrorists are the United States and Israel. Just keep that in mind.
One day and went to this Republican executive committee, and I was the only young black there, mouth full of gold teeth, and I kept trying to speak on the microphone, and I ran into Greg Abbott, one of his aides. He said, "What do you want to say?" I said, "Man, I remember this party used to embrace niggas." He was a young white boy, so we could talk this language. Hip hop white boy used to embrace niggas. I want to get him. Get him back to embracing niggas. But I noticed the police was starting to profile me and come over here to try to see what's going on. He gave me his card. So the next morning, I called down to the Tarrant County GOP Republican Party and spoke to Jen Hall and Shelley Pritchard. I said, "Ma'am, I came to, I'm a conservative nigga who just so happens to vote Republican. I'm trying to see if they're offended by what I'm saying, rather than listening to what I'm saying. I'm delivering it very articulate with manners." I said, "I went to a meeting last night and I was shunned as a black man, mouth full of gold teeth, and I can bring folks in from over here." So they invited me to come down and they adopted me. They took in my youth organization. So I couldn't, here I am, I'm working in the black community, fighting against black people, but I got all these white people. They say racist Republican. They're sewing into me from the Terrence Star Republican Women's Club. I'm building a relationship with judges where when black people get in trouble. I say, "Your Honor, he works for me over there." "Oh, he does, Charleston? Show us some proof." So I'm building relationships, because why would I be a Democrat and there's hardly any Democratic judges? And all my people need judges with a mouthpiece.
In 200 meters, your destination will be on the left.
So, I found out that white people aren't really racist. They prejudiced. They prejudiced. We all prejudiced. We're all ethnocentric ideology that think it's better than others.
Your destination is on the left.
We just don't understand each other. So I started bringing niggas around, these white Republican people with dreads and tattoos who had murder cases, and they see redemption in these people because they hear the stories. So now we're all partnering together to work with children. We're doing reading programs. So I let the divisiveness of America's culture and temperament at the time, George Floyd killing. So yeah, man, I didn't want to be connected to hate because I was starting to hate. But I wasn't hating white people. I was hating black people.
I want to go. I definitely want to go.
You need white people.
No, you don't. This is white people they're in their mess.
White people like, yes, some bad things happen, of course, but this is the horrible thing. Once you hear glue to
This
top.
is sarcasm, okay? I want a billion people messaging me on Instagram, please.
Do you have to deal with that?
No.
Okay, listen,
I
guys.
don't really look at it.
From now on, we're only going to give the right opinions for the rest of the episode. So right opinions for the episode. We shouldn't go back there. And it was fucked up what we did. And you
What you guys do there?
Why do you keep saying we? White people.
We get to own everything.
That's not the way the fucking goes.
Wait, how does it go?
It's just everybody has their own share. There's plenty on this earth, and stop stealing. That's how it's supposed to be.
There's plenty on this earth that stop stealing. I agree with that. Yes. I agree with that. 100%. But if somebody has oil and there's not plenty where we're
and then what you do is you enforce your currency on them, and then
don't we try to let women breed or whatever. That's not democracy. That's what we really
What has happened is that the Muslim world has regressed dramatically with the invasion and colonialism. 100%. 100%.
I know, because you guys had all the algebra.
We had the algebra. We let women own businesses. We let them progress. They have rights. They still have rights. Yeah.
Why do you have to say that? Why do you have to say that? We know that.
Because it's no, you don't. Because apparently they're like, oh, I can't believe they laughed when I went to shower in the rear.
But that's not me.
Get out of here. That was you. I'm sure it was you. Fucking.
I roped in with this.
Talk to me. He's trying saying words like shahada.
Butter chicken.
What the fuck does that have to do with me? I'm not Indian.
Butter chicken.
Oh my god, butter chicken is delicious.
Thank you. See, look at this. This is cultural exchange.
I love butter chicken. Is
okay, now you exchange something back with me.
Butter chicken.
Give me some exchange.
Mumbai got some of the best food ever.
French fries.
Oh, see what we did? See what we did? French fries. French fries are
That's the
exceptional.
only white food they can think of.
Hamburgers. Burritos. Sandwiches.
I don't like how hard you hit that sand on the window.
I didn't want to let you know that. I like that. I was trying to entice you in. I was flirting. Sand.
I don't come from the sand region. I might actually. I'm sure we did overlap at some point.
Yeah.
People
were roaming, like you said.
My brother did a big DNA test. He goes back like thousands of years.
Oh my God! Did he find out he was part of Small Hat?
No, Small Hat. I'm sure we all were at some point before the conversion.
Did he take that and just like that shit? Found out or not?
No, it's just very open. Like I'm sure that's what we were at some point. If you think about beginning of time, I mean, what the fuck?
What was Adam and Eve? What were they?
What were they? It's a good question. Maybe white people can tell us that.
Christians.
I mean, if we look at
Muslim.
Adam might be Indian, bro.
Adam was
he was made from mud.
All right, so good guys. Thank you very much. Where's the exit? Where's the exit?
That's technically
where does this lead to? Honestly, this looks like the front of a mosque right here.
That's why. That's why. Like 100%. Yeah, there's a detention center right there.
That's so fucked up. Genuinely, what's happening with ICE is really fucking diabolical.
It is
so fucked up.
I agree.
So fucked up. And who's gonna finish your roof? It's really. I get the podcast now. I get it.
We got him. We got him.
Genuinely, it's really fucked up. I really feel terrible for those people. I really feel awful for them. It's like even people who have U.S. citizenship are being picked up. There's no rhyme or reason to the whole thing. It's really fucking.
What do you think about them Venezuelan boats?
I didn't read much about it recently. It's just the bombing of. Is it you talking about the drug?
Yeah. Game of Battleship.
Yeah, Game of Battleship. I don't know what that. I honestly, genuinely don't know. I didn't read about it. So
I'll take this seriously.
I'm not very informed about it, to be honest with you. But it seems kind of like, yeah, these are fucking drug ships, and you just start shooting down. It's like,
how do we know they're drug ships?
Exactly, that's my point.
And what drugs?
It's crazy. Yeah.
Also, some drugs. There's a great point. We might want to let up in here.
Yes, they do very well. They do let all that up in here. I mean, the only reason why they were mad at Escobar because nobody was getting a piece of that money. That's why all the cash was disappearing. They didn't give a fuck that thousands of murders were occurring in Miami. They're like, wait, where's the cash at? That's where the cash at. Hold on a second. But there's so many dead people. Yeah, where's the cash at?
Let drug dealers pay taxes?
I think that's already happening. They probably don't even pay taxes.
No, it's called pharmaceutical.
Yeah, exactly. Oh my gosh. It's like Walgreens pisses me off. It's like, we don't sell cigarettes, but we have fentanyl in the back. You're like, oh yeah, we will never sell cigarettes. We have fentanyl in every single addictive drug. Synthetic heroin in the back. You're like, but God forbid you have some nicotine.
I just found out how to smoke cigarettes, and it's really bothers me.
Are you serious?
Do you smoke?
Yeah, I smoke.
Yeah,
I smoke cigarettes.
As a smoker.
Yeah. Oh, I do remember.
I'm having a hard time right now.
Do you want to have a smoke?
Oh, get the Midwalk. Get the Midwalk.
Oh, you don't know about the Midwalk, man.
Oh, you're talking about the stick with the little filter?
Listen, white guy. Okay? If you want to have an actual real Middle Eastern smoke.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
The Doka thing? No, I'm not smoking it.
Too strong?
No, I smoke real weed, but nobody needs that.
It's like a
tobacco with the wooden pipe in it.
Oh, that's
a substitute for
weed.
That's what that is.
Yeah, because
docha, which docha means like being dizzy.
Got it.
Or we gotta get the gat.
The Yemeni gat. You ever tried that before?
Gat. Yeah.
I want to try
These
that.
guys been researching this. I was like, I have to be interpreter here, bro.
Hey, look at me. I know about you. Shut up. I hate that.
I want to try it. Every time I ask
You know
the guy.
what? I hate that. Y'all probably know racist all the time. The second white guy takes it.
I'm not taking this.
Like you looking people. Be specific. White people taking interest in your culture. But that's me. I know you don't want it. I'm judging you. I'm judging you.
Your culture.
You approve of the picture.
I think it's taking interest in genuinely trying. I think it's really cool. I think it's not your culture. It's not your culture. Stop speaking for me, Indian.
Yeah.
That was 2 Middle Eastern.
Where's your passport? This guy. He got us back in his pocket. You're not leaving. You're not leaving this country until that
I have nothing to do with this.
Stop finishing his root factory.
Which, by the way, it's leaking. This is a mistake.
Yo, we're just out here trying to have cultural exchange.
No, genuinely.
What's your favorite white thing?
Oh, my favorite white thing?
Yeah, his wife, man.
Let me tell you something, bro.
I'm so glad I had to do it. I'm so glad I had to do it.
Listen. I'm about to Will Smith somebody. I'm about to Will Smith some motherfucker right now.
We're proud.
I'm about to Will Smith to keep the lifestyle. Yo, motherfucker.
My wife's white too, bro.
Yes, it's okay. Yeah, no. Fuck out of here.
Come on, bro, for real.
Fuck out of here.
Listen, my culture is not your costume, bro.
What do you mean?
Don't be fuck out of here.
Hey, you forget about it.
Don't fuck out of here.
I was Italian after I lived
That's
in
not
the South 2
Italian.
months.
That's New York.
New York Italian.
That's New York.
No, that's Italian.
Italians don't talk like that in Italy.
In Jersey, though, all Americans are Italians.
This is a New York?
I got it. Talking about it. Yeah. Is that what you want? Okay. Congratulations.
You like that shit?
I know which one you like. Yeah, it's kind of. That's more like,
You also agree with him?
That's no, that's New York. I just want to make you feel more comfortable.
Haven't you been watching
Since you had that
speeches
haircut for 10 fucking years.
Haven't you been watching like that?
No, I'm not doing it. Which camera do I look at? Nothing to do with this. Nothing to do with this.
I'm watching speeches like, yeah, that shit is our conference.
No, that's fucked up. I'm not dealing with none of this. This fucked up.
No, you walked in the door.
I know.
It's a crazy thing. Everything's going so good.
Top 3 white countries.
Yeah.
Top 3 white countries.
Yeah.
I don't know about country, but London, great white city. Even though we taking that bitch over.
We gotta get that same.
They own the buildings, we got the people.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I do like
Make it way more vibey.
Okay. So England's
Holland is great. Amsterdam in particular is really a fun
Can y'all
time.
name a
Copenhagen is really a spectacular.
Oh, Copenhagen, there you go.
Vienna is great too. Fucking amazing.
You would like
Austria.
Vienna, yeah.
I liked it a lot. I liked it a lot, bro. I was really pleasantly surprised in Vienna. No, we just did a tour there and we had a tour stop there. It was really awesome, man.
On the way.
It was such a great city.
You go to Scotland home?
Dublin was fire. No, fuck out of here. I didn't even know who's from there actually.
DJ Khaled.
Your pen pal. I heard he lives in Argentina. He might, bro.
You think he got away? Why do you think he got Spanish? They want to. They want to.
Y'all stand your shoulders here. He's sending us messages right now.
Oh, I thought that was Cambodia.
Yeah, no.
What was that? What was that? There's a prayer?
Yes, you have to, you have to balance things out.
We gotta
balance.
cleanse. I love that.
You gotta keep
Give
things
us a
out.
good prayer. Can you give us a good quick one?
What do you mean a good prayer? There's many good prayers.
Yeah, just give one.
I mean, a prayer is something within yourself, between you and God. Like, there's things that I say to myself all the time, like just praying with God. There's that,
Okay, so that's personal. That's your
personal.
That's fair.
I like brothers.
Yeah, but what about that one? Dude.
What is that?
Have you ever seen this?
No.
Oh, this is the best dude ever.
What is this?
I think he's like in New Zealand.
Yo, while you get that up, let me ask you a question. Fast forward. Okay,
Holy shit.
Listen.
While you get that up, let me start on something.
While you get that up, right?
Yeah, pause.
Do you watch Arab prank videos at all?
Arab prank videos?
Yes.
No.
Oh, the little dude?
I can't. It's like there's certain things that are just so incredible. I can't believe it's not part of your algorithm.
Oh, that's crazy. Yeah.
You don't watch this at all?
No.
Oh,
let me try to
I
find
need
this guy.
to. Yeah, I know.
Find him.
It needs to be on my algorithm. I need to switch it up for sure.
All right. There's always a little person. There's always a little guy, and that's why what I was going to ask.
I'm such a fan of this. Is the Arab dude the little Arab guy?
Well, no, not. You're thinking of who? Because that guy's.
No, he's not Arab.
Yeah, this is
I've seen this guy.
These
He's
guys
awesome,
are
bro.
sensational.
Yeah, they said this guy is awesome.
But there's 3 of them. They're like a
I
group,
see him
and
video.
they
He's
just
like dancing and shit. He's hilarious. They always smack this guy. It's such an Arab thing. Just smack the back of the neck. Yeah.
Wait, can I see this?
Yeah, please.
I don't know this one, but go.
It's not even the neck. Oh, he's about to get rocked. Oh my God, he's praying God. He's like, alhamdulillah. He's about to rock. Bro, I love the other dude's like, yo, Allah, this is a very Arab thing. Like, oh, it's like, alhamdulillah, Allah. And he's just like swearing to God like it's about to go down. You know what I mean? It's the thing to it that made me happy. But the rest of it really sucks. It was like, I want this part of my algorithm, get the fuck out of here. Way better things in my algorithm. This really should be part of your algorithm. Nobody wants to see this.
No, this guy's awesome. I don't know which part it is. Oh, yeah, it's at the very top. This is like, I think he's from Australia, New Zealand, but he's in a mom that does these speeches.
Live simple lives. Brother,
Pause.
I can't.
Yeah, we don't know what he's thinking about, so we're about to get him in trouble.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I just don't like making fun of religious figures and stuff like that. But I think it's really funny though. He just started off.
trying to make fun of it.
No.
I'm trying to,
The Ooh brother is hilarious though. Ew, brother. But I already know
he
these
knows
guys.
this went crazy viral.
He has to.
He knows it. Yeah,
he knows. He's
like
probably gonna keep doing it. Like, ew, brother. He's addicted to it now.
gotta
He
go
wants
see
to keep doing it. Yeah, he must be Australian or something. I don't know. I couldn't tell from. I didn't hear enough. I just heard, ew, brother. Ew, brother. You have to watch out for the white woman. Ew, brother. Ew, unless she convert to Islam. Yeah. I mean, then you bring them over to us to the path. You know.
Is there any pressure?
Infiltrate the DNA. Keep going.
All right, let's take a break for a second. When it comes to supplements, you already know there's a lot of misinformation. Bed sheets, okay? They're temperature rate. You get a post-purchase survey. Make sure to let them know that you're about.
To Islam itself, if you look up the last sermon of the Prophet Muhammad, it'll blow your mind.
What does he say?
It'll literally blow your mind. I just don't want to do it any disservice, but essentially is that, the big thing in Islam is like, don't misquote thing or misspeak.
Yep.
It's very, very important to be clear, concise on things.
Yeah.
But one of them is like, basically an Arab doesn't have a right over another Arab, or a white over another white, or a black over another black. It's just like basically described like.
Was this a thing that impacted Muhammad Ali?
Malcolm.
Oh, sorry, Malcolm. That's right.
When he went to Hajj, when he went to Hajj and he saw everybody wearing the same, same attire. There's no like distinction of who's rich and who's poor or whatever. Everybody's in the same. And so many colors, like everyone, every walk of life. And this doesn't exist like in Arab culture. They're all Arabs. We don't think like, oh, it's a black. This is a very American westernized thing. It didn't exist in our psyche like that. I mean, it did to a degree because Prophet Muhammad, Sallallahu did acknowledge it and say like very clear parameters, like nobody has a right over anybody else. Yeah. That's very, very clear. But then after that, it's just like you're just Arab, or you speak Arabic. I don't look at it like that's a black guy who speaks Arabic. Well, that's a white guy who speaks.
That's a more Western thing.
Yeah, it's a Western thing completely. It's not within our psyche at all.
Can you speak about the first time you did the Hajj? Is that what you said? Like,
yeah, I've never done Hajj, but I've done Umrah.
What is the difference?
Umrah is like the shorter version that you could do off, outside of Hajj time. So Hajj happens like 3 months after. So it's almost 3 months. It's since we do it with the lunar calendar. So after Ramadan, there'll be like the Eid, and then there's the big Eid, which is Eid al-Adha, and that's around the time everybody goes to Hajj.
So if you go to Mecca, not during that time, it's called Umrah.
Umrah, yeah, which is a much shorter, condensed.
But
version.
You saw.
Yeah, I've done this. Yeah, I've done this. After my brother died, I went. Took my family with me. And then I went a second time a few months later. It just happened like 4 or 5 months later. And then I went on this past trip. I took my son and wife with me.
Okay.
It was amazing.
Yeah,
it was one of the hardest things I've done on this particular trip. It was just really, really tough with my son and everything. But it's amazing how the kid knew he was in the presence of something. He just immediately started praising. It was so instinctual. It was so dope because it's a kid. I never taught him hey, make sure you do this, do that. He just walked in and knew. It was so amazing.
What is so powerful about it? I had a friend who did it, and he changed his whole life after he came back. Well, the champion comedian. But what is so powerful about it?
I think from each person it'll vary, but I'll speak from my own experience is that this is like the center of the world, and that all the prophets existed and alayhim salam like at some point in time, and that there's a tremendous amount of significance of being there, and also the presence of everyone there, the gathering itself, and then knowing that just it's a spiritual thing. You can't really describe fully, but I have the meaning for it. So you get there and it's just like you just
caught up in the
feel it, and the energy is just so palpable, And once you do that, once you go through it, and sometimes it's really, really hard. Like it was this past trip, and there's a lot of things you're not supposed to do. Like you can't go there angry. You can't go there mad. You can't like kill any like lizard or roach or anything. You can't kill anything. You have to be pure, like super pure and in a positive mindset. And you have to wash before you even go into Mecca and change the tire and put on the haram, and it has no stitching in it. It's all just like 100% like this cotton covering. Like you just go in and you're just naked. You just like have nothing except you and God and all these people, and just having my son there with me and my wife was just really incredible experience. It's just so moving. You're supposed to go from there to Medina and visit the Prophet and the Prophet's mosque. It's incredible. I can't. It's very. You have to just do it to experience it. Even Medina is one of the safest places on earth. According to insurance companies, it's the safest place on earth for women to go. Anywhere on planet Earth.
Can you tell me about the first time you went? Like, I imagine, how old were you at that time?
First time I went, it wasn't that long. It was 3 years ago.
Okay, I imagine your entire life you built up what this experience is going to be. Yeah. The emotions that you would have. What is happening like the day before? What is happening when you show up that day? Like, are you nervous? Are you excited?
Are you nervous about even getting back in? Yes.
No.
Well, no, at that point
nothing like that at all. Nothing like that at all.
What about that experience? Like, compared to what you built it up to be, to what everybody had told you about?
Sure.
Like,
That's a really good question.
Are you chasing the emotion of it, or is it overwhelming you? Like, what happens the day you arrive?
Well, for me, I was stripped down to zero. My brother had just passed, like maybe 15 days prior. It was a complete out of nowhere. He was the healthiest one. He was a pilot. He was just nobody saw it coming. He like texted us, I'll hit you guys. I'm charging my phone. I'm at the hospital getting the checkup in my chest, whatever. And then the next call we got that he was dead. So it just like changed my entire world, all of us. So when I went there, I had a different energy completely. It was just like I'm in this position where I'm like, I don't want to say like the leader of the family, but I am in a way. And so my mom, everybody depends on me in a way. And I'm just thinking about his kids, his wife, all these things. And so I wasn't really thinking about like, I was more like, I'm taking my mother for her heart. I'm taking his kids wherever wants to come with me. Whoever wants to come. Like,
It wasn't about you, it was about them. Yeah,
it was about everybody else. And to me, being of service to my mother, it's a big deal. And to be able to push my mom to do the laps, the 7 laps, was a big deal. So all that is there, like, culminates to the experience. You know, just brings it all together for me. But it was deeply, deeply powerful. And actually, that's why I prayed for my son. Like, I didn't know. I said, God, please. And I don't really say this publicly, but I said, like, you know, God, you know, just thinking about my brother passing, and my sister was sick at the time too. We just found out about her diagnosis. It was just like, if it's good for me, give me a son and a great wife, or, you know, a child and a great wife and a family. If it's not good for me, please don't give it to me. 8 months later, I was, you know, pregnant, expecting a child.
Wow.
Yeah. So it was just that. It was just that, like, being there for the family. But it's like, hey, you got to be. It's depending on which space you're in. And some people go, and it's like forced, and it's some people do that, and then you say Allah Alam. It's only God knows what's in their hearts and what their intentions are. But for me,
the big tasha. Hayi, Elvis Mali, uyayenza into yakho. Yeah. Don't end it 045. Mongezi,
Everything come back to back. When do good people come around? And nobody can ever explain it. Nobody. So I don't believe in nothing, homie. But what I see. I don't believe in nothing you say that I can hear. I only believe in what I can see. I haven't seen karma. I haven't seen what goes around comes around. I ain't seen shit come back to white people. And we was in slavery for how long? So if karma is real, don't we need to see it? Well, it's gonna come to one day. Why we can't see it then? So now I believe in nothing, homie, but what I can see and what you show me.
No, for sure. So now I've interviewed you. You got any questions for me?
I know you. I know your plans. I know your heart. I know your vision. Nigga, I just follow you. Yeah, now I follow you, nigga. And I don't follow nobody.
What do you mean by follow? Like just on Instagram?
Nigga, you the leader. America belongs to the young and the brave. Nigga, you the young and the brave. I led and nobody followed. So nigga, I want to follow now. I don't want to lead. I don't want to be the boss. I don't want to be cheap. I want a nigga that can say, man, y'all, let's do this. Come on, nigga, let's go. I'm tired of thinking. I led, nigga, did nobody follow. So now I'm entertaining. I'm ready to follow.
Right.
Yeah.
I think too.
See, the old man won't step down so the young niggas can lead.
No.
I don't have the heart to lead no more, but I got the heart to follow.
Even then, they don't want to give us the resources because they run the same race we running.
They think they know it, homie, and they don't know where to take y'all. Y'all know where to go to take us. We don't know what you telling us as older niggas, thinking with AI and all that. Nigga, we stuck with what we know, and we ain't trying to learn nothing. You can't teach these old dogs no new tricks.
None of them niggas want to listen to me.
Because they old dogs, nigga. They think these new tricks, they can't do them. Their mind can't expand no more. They done smoke too long, fuck too much. So nigga, you got an open mind. So nigga, I done studied you, I done watched you, we done hung out together, we done been together. So now, nigga, I'm saying you the leader.
I appreciate that. It's like, from my perspective, like how you was when I was a kid, it's things that people don't know about me that won't make sense to them. Like, for instance, I've been studying black inventors since I was 8 years old.
Let me tell you that. Nigga, they had some deep conversations. Yeah. So listen. So, it's been people pouring into you. And you done took it all in, and you done protected everything that's been given to you. I was putting the boys on, so I've never done hard drugs ever in life. So that's why my mind is still sharp. I've never done hard drugs ever in life. I've been the boys on, homie. So at 21, I'm just now free. At 25, I became a father. I was no longer free. I was bound by fatherhood, committed to it. So nigga, my kids ain't seen me drunk. I ain't been absent for days. I didn't get to do what these niggas did. So I've been poured into, and everything been poured into, I've maintained it. And now I can flourish. Every book I done read, if you engage me, I can't just tell you what's in my mind because I got 48 years of knowledge that 98-year-olds. But if you engage me and ask me questions, it's a file cabinet in here that'll bring out some shit. And I say, God damn it, I didn't know I had that.
That's what I say. What I mean by genius. Like, that's your genius. Like, I watch your interviews and I watch you go on every single platform and able to say something different 100 fucking times. Like that's a skill set. For one, it takes practice. You're seasoned in answering questions.
Speaker, yeah.
Okay. For two, it takes a level of, and then how quick you're able to formulate an answer. And it's a sound bite 90% of the time when somebody asks you a question. You get what I'm saying?
So that's my skill. I listen to what you're asking me, and I determine what you're looking for.
But you have a cadence and you have a tone and a voice that's also appealing. You got that Texas sound, and then you have a delivery. It's almost like you talking in parables sometimes.
I am. I learned that from watching comedians, and then going to college and taking introduction to speech and then professional speaking. So I learned how to use voice in fluctuation. The actions, hand moves. That's why you see commentators use their hand. I learned how to speak professionally in front of a camera, on a stage, how to speak in the first 3 sentences to say something shocking or provoking or controversial. I learned that, homie. So I'm able to take what I've learned, put it into a character, and put it before the internet, and people think that's me.
You know something also interesting? The way you talk about yourself, you think highly of yourself. And to some people, they will say, they'll be like, man, that's arrogant. He thinks highly of himself. He's humble. So how I see it from my perspective, I understand it. Because I also think highly of myself. And I like when men talk like that. Like how you really are tuned with your intelligence. You really are happy about who you are despite losing an eye, despite whatever.
So everybody have an insecurity.
Right.
As a kid, that was my insecurity, was my eye. I was so confident outside of that, that's what people would point at to try to shrink me.
Right.
It worked as a kid, as a boy.
Right.
As a man, when I realized traits and characteristics supersedes all things, my traits and characteristics superseded my insecurities. So even today online, they point to the eye to try to shrink me.
Right.
You can't shrink me, nigga, when I can't be shrunk. It don't bother me. I done been trained to get here now, past my insecurities. You know what I'm saying? Right. So nigga, once I realized a handsome nigga ain't shit if he can't think and talk. I learned that conversation rules the nation, not a handsome face or a big dick. Not even money. That's why people with money can be scammed out of it by a nigga talking.
Yeah.
So I learned that. So as I studied history, the niggas who ruled the world wasn't handsome, big, muscular niggas. The greatest world leaders were little small men like me. Niggas who ran gangs were little small niggas like me. Niggas who ran them were little bitty niggas.
Yeah.
I had no choice to read because I couldn't go outside to play. Once I learned about self-esteem, and how important self-esteem was to success.
Yes.
I focused on building self-esteem before I focused on getting money.
100%. That's me. I had to love myself.
See, that was a secret.
And people will see it as arrogance. People will see what they don't realize.
I'm arrogant, I'm egotistical, I'm narcissistic. See, the narcissist is not bad.
It's not.
It's only bad because a woman got hurt by a narcissist. A narcissist is what every great man of God had to be great. A narcissist looked in the mirror and falls in love with himself, not the things around him. That's how he died. He had never seen himself. He looked in the water and saw a reflection and tried to dive in again. That's what a narcissist does, because he's so into himself. When you're so into yourself, people are too.
Yeah. I think if you are a person, because I feel like people get narcissism confused. Like, okay, how you said you're open, you see, I mean, you're having a conversation and you're open to my opinion, open to your opinion, but you're only open to it because you respect my intelligence.
Yeah.
Narcissism comes from when we don't respect your intellect. It's not the fact that I don't fuck with you or I don't respect you or your intellect or I don't have time to be talking about this shit. It's one of those two. You get what I'm saying?
Nobody of great intellects let anybody just come talk to them.
No.
That's why the general, everybody says, sir, can I speak, Your Honor? You just can't talk.
Yeah.
You just can't talk to God. You have to go cleanse, you have to praise, you can't go to God. Because your nasty sinful nature, he can't hear you.
Right.
You can't just go talk to the president. Man, so as an intellectual person, I need to talk to you, and you can't engage this mind to stimulate me.
Thank you. A lot of people believe that they automatically should be heard by you. And some people don't realize time is money. So for one, I only got time to engage with you. For two, instead of wasting my time engaging you, I might just call you a bitch ass nigga.
What I hear has an impact on what I do, what I feel, what I think, and what I say. So I protect what I hear. Your faith come by what you hear, not by what you do, not by what you see. It come by what you hear. You can do it, son. I believe in you. You ain't gonna be shit. That's what built your faith and ideology. Not what you done read. It's the people that said something to you. Hey, boy, I think you better than that. That's what got me. Come here, why you hang with them? People identifying my potential is what built the faith in me and what I could do.
But you will only listen to the positives and you will ignore all the negatives.
Well, I started noticing that the people who was telling me I had potential wasn't highlighting the bad. The bad is what got their attention to tell me about the good.
Facts.
So I would act bad, and the people who were chasing me would tell me the good in me as they rebuking the bad.
Right.
I've never been belittled by an outdoor. I've never been told you ain't gonna be shit. I've never heard that from an outdoor. Ever in life.
I've heard that a lot.
I've never been told I was stupid. I've never heard you're ugly from an outdoor. Never in life. Because my mother protected her children. She shielded what I heard, what I saw, and what I saw. You better not say that. I couldn't say funky. I couldn't say lie. Mama, they telling a story. I couldn't say fart. Mama, they passed gas. I couldn't say.
Your mom's still living?
Yeah.
So like, does she ever talk to you about the thing? I'm pretty sure people snitch on you and say, hey, you know your boy saying this. Like, what is her, what type of conversation has she had with you about the things you say?
Nothing. When people tell my mama about what I say, because my mama not on the internet. My mama say, I don't know it like that. Y'all do, so I don't know. My mama can't imagine y'all do things that I say online. She can't imagine I'm saying those things.
They ain't never show her like.
She ain't gonna look. My mama won't even watch a positive video, because she know I'm cussing out here. I've never cussed in front of my mama. Never cussed in front of my mama. I ain't cussed in front of my mama. Nigga, I can be on my mama's back porch smoking a cigarette. If I hear her pull up, I'm gonna hear her up, nigga. My mom, I never put a cigarette in my mouth. I've never put alcohol in my mother's head. My mama never walked in on me having sex, never.
Is your brother free, by the way?
Yeah. He did 31 years.
He what?
He did 31 years.
And he free now?
Yeah.
Okay, where you at?
At home with mama.
Okay. When did he get out?
2 years ago.
Oh, so he got out during the height of your fame?
Yeah.
Okay, that's dope. How was that?
At my fame, it ain't healed.
I'm talking about.
He think it heals though.
I'm talking about, like, of course.
Well, my brother been gone 31 years. I don't know that nigga. He left when I was 14. That ain't my brother no more.
Explain.
Brother grow up with a bond together.
Right.
Somebody who removed out of your life, y'all don't have no bond.
Right. But you still probably spot him some money, took care of him, tried to hold on to a job.
I got kids. I don't give a damn about my brother when I have kids. I told him everything in prison. I'm not finna come see you. I ain't sending your money. I ain't writing you no letter. You ain't my child, nigga. I got kids now. Before I had kids, yeah, brother. Law to you. But when I have kids, I break away from brother, mama, everybody. I think motherfucking kids. Fuck you, nigga. Grown ass man. Mama gonna take good care of you. She gonna ride or die for you, not your brother. I help them to understand that, and I stop going to go see that nigga. Cause what you got to go do to see a prisoner, I don't want to do it, nigga. I don't love you that much, mama do.
I think people, I go through that too because I have like 6, 7 brothers. I lost count. So a lot of people, they'll come up to me and be like, you know, my brothers, they'll be like, man, my friend said you should be giving me this, or my friend said if you don't give me 7,000, we shouldn't talk. So I guess we ain't gonna fucking talk.
You can't bully me.
Yeah.
You can't bully me.
Well, you can't use your love as a weapon for because you're not my child. Like
as siblings, yeah, we grew up close, but our best friend really become our brother.
Yeah.
Now we won't go against our brother for our best friend, but we'll fall out with our siblings for our best friend.
Should I fall out with my brother about Jeff?
That's what I'm talking about. So nigga, yeah, we're relatives. You my brother, but nigga, the bond define our relationship, not our relationship, not our family status. I love my brother to death. Grew up in the same household, but nigga, I got a homeboy, nigga, that I do way more for him than I would my brother. And do.
They don't like that shit. But it's about understanding. And then they'll say like, well, I'm your brother, but you got a yes man around you. I'm like, no, we're going down. We understand.
Listen, whatever you say my nigga is, me and my nigga together, we play whatever role we got to play to get the desired outcome. So he got to play yes man, he the yes man. Whatever role I got to play, my nigga ain't ashamed about playing the yes man. Whatever role we got to play to get up there, that's what role we play. That's why you ain't on the team.
So some niggas will probably say that. Have you ever heard it before? Like, you got yes man around you?
Yeah.
Because they want to challenge.
So I don't have a bunch of niggas around me. So all the niggas that been around me, we've been together since childhood, since teenagers. It be the women I bring around. So they'll see what a nigga do for the new woman and feel like they supposed to get it. You don't know what this bring to add to the piece of the puzzle to keep the ship moving. You don't know what to add to the piece of the puzzle to keep the ship moving, nigga, where everything is working smooth. So, you can't worry about what they feel, know what they say.
Facts.
Show me your results. And then what you say matter. Show me the results of what you're doing. I'll show you the results of what I'm doing. Why should I listen to you when we looking at results? Because that's what matters. Not your feeling, not what you think. Look at the results of your life and the results of my life. Why should I listen to you? So I want to tell anybody got anything about what I'm doing. It's working for me. Why would I fix what's not broken? So anybody who got something to say, I get them away and keep working on what's not broken. So nigga, I don't feel like we're friends and everything. So what ended up happening? The people who have something to say and feel some kind of way, it stems from envy and jealousy.
Yeah, for sure.
That end up causing resentment.
Yeah.
Then hate. But there's other feelings that you go through a process before you get to hate and anger. Jealousy, envy, and resentment. Then you got anger.
She can let us know by the end of today. Why? Well, I'm sorry. If you're saying this is happening on the 15th, why am I getting 24 hours to be able to respond to you? That doesn't make any sense. That, for some reason, feels like this is a BS offer and a really cheap PR move. There's no reason to issue a 24-hour response and put this up in the middle of the night, A. B, there's no reason you didn't reach out to me and say, hey, does this work? Can I check some flights, see if I can get in there? Nope. This is it. They put this up there on the 15th. The last week of our show is live. Obviously, leading up to Christmas, that's the last week of our show. Obviously, it's a pretty busy week. So I'm like, okay, caught off guard by this, but you know what? I sense this is a PR move. So let me say, you've already said it's live streamed. If an event is live streamed, of course, we can make it work any place. I mean, at any time, any day, we can make this happen, right? Because you're live streaming it. There's no reason I can't show up electronically, okay? I respond to him and I say this. Kind of weird how you didn't email or call me to ask about times or availability and instead chose to tweet this confirmation out at midnight. Why am I learning about this on X? December 15th does not work in person. And 2 p.m. happens to also be the literal time that I do my podcast live every day, which you knew. But we will happily cancel my daily podcast and we'll join you guys virtually instead for the live stream on the 15th. If that works on your end, let's lock it in, question mark.
Virtual,
okay.
Yes.
We're jumping here. Let's make it happen. Okay, that's the beauty of the internet. That is the beauty of 2025. You can literally be any place, anytime. Just send me a link, right? Any place, anytime. We can join you virtually. In fact, today on their show, they had Andrew Colbett joining them virtually. So they have the tech capability to do this. We have tech capability to do this. Let's make this sincere and do this for people around the world who do not feel that you guys have been honest
reported ahead.
In terms of answers that you could obviously supply regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. Well, if we needed any more evidence that nothing that they do is genuine and that this was an obvious planned PR move, here is what Blake tweeted out just now before we went live on the show. Yesterday, we made it clear that we would be scheduling a formal response to allegations and accusations that you have made. We have decided that that response will be delivered during a live stream, as he said, a live stream, on December 15th. Thank you for your response letting us know that you will not be joining the in-person conversation. We will be proceeding without you. Why are you proceeding without me? To have a conversation that is about me. Why am I getting 24 hours to respond? Why do you need me there in person if you are trying to be sincere and answer the very many questions that I have brought up on this show? You guys weren't even sincere in what you said yesterday. You told some glaring lies about things that I have said. So we're supposed to trust that you guys are going to handle this discussion all by yourselves and respond to any and every allegation? And this isn't just some planned PR for once and for all. Like I said, this is so obvious. He's being completely destroyed in the comments because what's happening at Turning Point, I've seen this happen before, is they now believe that they are smarter than their audience, right? They think they are smarter than their small pocket donors. They can pull such an obviously crappy public move like this and pretend, well, we tried. You know, she said she could make it work and we tried, but it has to be physically, she needs to be in person, even though we have shown that we have people join us not in person and it's live streamed and we both have the tech abilities to do that. If she doesn't make this work within 24 hours, we can now say that it's on Candace. This is a disaster, okay? It is a dumpster fire. That's the only way to describe what is happening at Turning Point USA today and right now is a dumpster fire. Everyone can read this for what it is. As I said, they're getting destroyed in the comments. Like, really, guys? Really? You're not gonna just send us a simple live stream link and let us join you? We've had people on this show live streamed. We could have them tomorrow. I said, in response, I said to them, I'll make this work. I also attached to that tweet any day leading up to the 15th. We can do this virtually any place and any time. But no, they need to have it in person in Phoenix on December 15th, or they cannot have me at all. Is that passing the vibe check for you guys? Or does it seem like more posturing and more of a way for them to simply be in the room with themselves as they all lie without any person in the room to be able to fact check those lies, who have researched those lies and who have kept a list regarding the very many lies they are telling, okay? I maintain that Turning Point is engaged in a cover-up. That is how I feel, okay? And like I said, it pains me to say that because this was once a bright spot in the conservative movement. It is no longer. They are using left-wing tactics, calling us names rather than answering us questions. It's everything Charlie stood against, okay? You don't need to call somebody a racist because they're asking questions about what happened with George Floyd leading up to his death, okay? That is a way that you skip over having to debate logically, is you name call. All Blake Neff did was name call yesterday. All the pastors have been doing, it's demonic, it's possessed, it's evil. How about you simply answer the questions and stop behaving like you're a radical leftist? Everyone can see what you're doing. That's what I want you guys to know. It's very clear, okay? I'm not asking people to defend me. You are just genuinely this transparent. So I am sorry that I cannot arrive in person because it's our last week on air before the holidays. I am still very happy, and I will say it again, to make that date and time and place because I'm here and we have the technological capabilities to make it so, make it work. We can move it around and we can do it even at midnight. I will stay awake and I will make that work for you at midnight, anytime. Just send me a link. In the meantime, we are just going to start investigating harder because you're not acting right, okay? You guys are not acting right and you are not going to be able to get yourselves out of it by trying to be tricky like that. And like I said, the fact that you mentioned the Egyptian planes so many times yesterday without providing a valid answer or reason as to why we should just ignore military planes that are circulating that don't belong to our country, we're going to stay focused on that. And guess what? We have some more explosive revelations, which lead to more questions, which should be answered. And by the way, Turning Point, you should be concerned about. How odd, guys, that they're not concerned about the Egyptian planes. They don't even know how to feign concern. They don't even know how to sell to us in their best acting that they care about what transpired on that day. If you wanted to act like you cared, you would go, yeah, no, that is actually weird. I wonder what those planes are about. Instead, they're like, ha ha ha, Egyptian planes. What we've had to endure this crazy talk about these Egyptian planes. You should be concerned. And I'm going to give more cause for concern, okay? As you guys will recall, 2 Egyptian planes, got it. For the sake of ease, we've labeled one blue and It's SUBND, which was the one that was transponding on the ground at Duncan Aviation on the day of Charlie's assassination, but it did not go anywhere. And then, of course, our now infamous yellow plane that carried on to Delaware, Wilmington, Delaware that morning, and has seemingly panicked the world, right? I'm reminding you that that flight from Provo to Delaware on the yellow plane had only 4 people on board. Okay, so that plane pretty much emptied out and then had only 4 people, one of which was a foreign dignitary. Now, one of those individuals I can confirm was using the name, and when I say using the name, we are dealing with governments, we are dealing with power, and these people just print passports, okay? These are obviously dead ends. But the name that one of those individuals was using is Walid Mahmoud, okay? Walid Mahmoud. So we now know that of the 4 people that flew to Delaware, someone flew using the name Walid Mahmoud, okay? Here is where it's going to get interesting, and I don't know if we can show that name, Chris, if we have that, but we can spell it out for them. I don't know if we have a graphic for that. But here's where it gets interesting, okay? Walid Mahmoud had been in Provo before, okay? Specifically, Walid Mahmoud came to Provo on May 27th of this year. Walid Mahmoud came in, and we can also confirm that if you look up the plane that he was on, there is no transponder data which reflects that trip. He was not on the yellow plane. This is what's very interesting. He was aboard another Egyptian military plane, and the tail number for that plane is SUBTU. We're gonna make that the purple plane, okay? Purple plane was not there on the day of Charlie's assassination, but we now have a person that was on that purple plane at the end of May, and then he is going to be on that plane again on the day of Charlie's assassination, both times in Provo. And we can drop that now into our timeline, okay? May 27th, SUBTU flies into Provo, with Walid Mahmoud aboard. Maybe it's a pilot, I don't know. Then we've got, it departs on June 2nd, and it is not transponding, okay? So you cannot find a record of this on flight radar. Now, why is this compelling? Why is this especially compelling? Because the purple plane, SUBTU, as has been recently discovered by the work of other people, was once upon a time flown with the president of Egypt aboard. And by once upon a time, I mean back in 2023. This tweet came from Project Constitution. I'm going to read it in its entirety, okay? Confirmed. Candace Owens just got vindicated again. The Egyptian government website confirms that Egyptian President El-Sisi flew on SUBTU. Remember when Candace Owens dropped that bombshell exposing that Egyptian presidential plane as the mystery bird tied to those shadowy flights, and just, you know, he's confusing BTT. He's talking about BTU. We were always talking about BTT. Well, official receipts just landed straight from the Egyptian presidency website that on April 3rd, 2023, President El-Sisi touched down in Riyadh aboard that same exact aircraft, tail number SUBTU, for a high-level sit-down with the Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, okay? So BTU. And again, he's mixing it up with BTT, but we can now connect these 2 planes. Now, before you jump to conclusions and go, well, does this solve this? Does this mean that this was the Egyptian president on board? No, we can actually officially rule out that it was President El-Sisi that was aboard the jet on September 10th because he was photographed at a meeting with the Prime Minister of Tunisia, Sarah Zafrani, and it was in Egypt. We can also rule him out as having been the individual that was in Provo back in May because he was, again, photographed multiple times throughout that week in Egypt, okay? What we can, however, deduce is that Walid Mahmoud is therefore not the president of Egypt, but he is almost certainly well acquainted with the president of Egypt because planes that fly presidents around, military planes, you're not going to just, you know, let just some random wealthy Egyptian aboard your jet, right? This person is going to be well acquainted with the president of Egypt, okay? So who is Walid Mahmoud? Who is the person using the name Walid Mahmoud? That is the question that we are left with. Now, again, maybe Walid is the pilot. That could make sense. But what was he or she doing in Provo at the end of May and into early June? These are questions and, honestly, concerns that shouldn't be expressed by me. It should be expressed by every single person at Turning Point USA who is interested in getting to the bottom of who assassinated Charlie Kirk. It should be expressed by our government. It should be expressed by the Pentagon and their giggly press secretary and press members. We should be asking.
Hazard reported ahead.
Instead, we're just being gaslit. Everything was so above board on the day of Charlie's assassination that they just can't answer anything. They just cannot answer a single question that we have, and they can't explain why they keep getting caught in little lies. They can't explain that. We're just all ridiculous, and we're harming Charlie's legacy by doing the very thing that Charlie was doing when he died, right? He is responding to questions. He literally died answering questions from people that disagreed with him. And they're now trying to invert reality and make it seem as though asking uncomfortable questions is not something that Charlie would have done. Pointedly ridiculous. And again, ever so speed camera ahead. I don't think they're going to be laughing long, because I do think that we are getting close. How are you guys this holiday season? Express your love with a very special gift of premium steaks from Riverbend Ranch. Their holiday bundles are only available while supplies last, and they're going to go pretty fast. For health, and that is Dose. Dose is a powerful, all-in-one wellness shot that helps support gut health, immunity, energy, and all the stuff that really matters when you plunge participants. One shot of Dose for your liver is equivalent to 17 shots of turmeric juice. DoseDaily.co/Candace. That's dosedaily.co/Candace for 35% off your first month subscription. And again, I'd like to stress to Turning Point USA that if you want to make this work, we can do this today, we can do this tonight, we can do this at 1 a.m., we can do this tomorrow, the next day, we can do this through the end of the year. Anytime, okay? Just send me a link and we will appear virtually, which is entirely plausible. This is something that we desperately want. We are incredibly committed and sincere in wanting to get answers. We do not believe the official narrative. I've made that clear. And we do not understand why you guys seem to be trying to protect the official narrative as opposed to joining us in prodding it, okay? I am just saying how the entire world feels. I'm giving voice to how the entire world feels outside of your donor class. Anyways, it's pretty obvious the call went out. Again, this was some sort of a PR maneuver. That's why they're sending out Cam Higby. They're laughing at everything that we say, everything that we do. That's kind of their new shtick, is like, we're the cool kids, we're just gonna laugh at you, you know? Trying desperately right now, clearly, to turn my very real claim that the country of France tried to assassinate me into a joke. The Zayo influencers are supposed to influence people into thinking that that is just so crazy and funny. It's so funny. And hopefully with enough of them going out and making videos and peddling the same talking point and trying to turn it into like a cultural joke, you're supposed to ignore the fact that, hey, isn't it kind of strange that either the White House or the Élysée Palace or even the United States Pentagon has formally denied this quote-unquote crazy claim? That's what Hollywood's for, right? You, all of you at home, all across the world, you're supposed to be fat and dumb and easily influenced by celebrities. Because, like, don't you have any famous friends? Does Candace even have any famous friends? Like, don't you want to be cool? You want to hang out with famous people? Famous people say that assassination attempt is just funny. That's just like an SNL bit. Anyways, the always relatable Ben Shapiro is trying his luck at humor as well regarding my assassination.
No. If you're advertising it, sex shop.
Because I'm thinking some ailments
require
maybe need us to sit in our outbox and discuss what we do. You know what I mean? Exactly. It's 13:57 on the midday link up.
Music with the coolest DJs. Metro FM. It's where you want to be. Yeah. This is the Midday Link Up with LKG, Grover, and Melbaba on Metro FM. delinquent. He said he's always been a delinquent. He robbed people, he took phones, and when he recorded his first song, was coming in through the window to rob people. So, yeah.
Wait.
Like when he got his first song, he was about to rob the guys. There was a house break-in.
Oh,
right? Yeah, really?
Damn.
He was breaking into the house. And then there were the guys with the studio, yeah. And they were like, oh, nice beat. Nice beat. I almost stopped your heart from beating. Nice beat. Let me hop up to
that is crazy.
So how do you expect somebody like that to be a role model?
Yeah.
Eminem spoke shit about his mom, and it's the truth. It's his truth, you know. Grew up in a caravan park, the white killed black friends.
Yeah.
Life is fucked up. He's got this child, doesn't know how to take care of him, works in a restaurant, and he was rapping about his life and his truth. So how do you then tell a guy like that to stop saying fuck mom when that's his life? No, that's my thing. Like, Kanibal, her rise to fame and to the spotlight was young girl dates an old man because he's got money, rich man. So how do you then expect? Why would you have the expectations of the influence that she comes with for her to have the responsibility of being family friendly when what she has built to that point? I mean, she's done lots of great things since then, acting and right, but to that point, it was built on something that the public frowns upon.
Yeah.
So how do you expect then a Shebe to say then, okay,
sorry guys, I'll be centered or yeah.
And Matt made a great thing that we expect a lot from him, but he's just living his life, and his fame was almost coincidental. Instantaneous and coincidental. He didn't sit and say, I want to be famous one day and be a role model. He's probably the same guy that he was, maybe even diluted now because there's so much spotlight on him.
Yeah, because
than he was 5-10 years ago.
Yeah, because it would be weird, like walking on the red carpet with crystal meth. Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying things.
People. But you know, the Shebe thing, bro. Like for me, and maybe this is my conclusion on that, is what saddens me, and I hate having to say it, but I mean, hey, this is a podcast and chill, so we might as well
say it, bro.
Is that thing, I feel like this guy's life is a script that we've already seen. It's a script that's written. We know the ending. We're just waiting for this movie to end, and we know how it's gonna end.
Yeah.
I feel like his life story, the script is there. It's written.
Yeah.
And we're just sitting here, just watching this movie and just waiting.
How's it gonna end?
We're out here on the other side being like, Shebe, yes, if you can just get proper management, get this, do that, and it's like,
no.
That's true though.
No, but umuntu akaconfirm it there. I think what the Zulu guys say is umuntu confirm whatever. But we've said like this one. You can just see. Because I assumed that after what happened with the daughter, right? I assumed that was gonna be a light bulb.
All of us did.
In his career, a light bulb in whatever in his life, even in the people that he surrounds himself with. And Jiggy, now that video with the pipe, right? And I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Why would you allow this to happen?
Yeah. I'm just happy, man, that you got a chance, to be successful, to live. He probably didn't imagine this 10-20 years ago, and if he did, he probably thought it was going to be a Somalanyana hood, a big hood guy, comfortable in the hood with a bottle store or two there, living comfortably. But this is probably beyond his wildest imagination.
But also
of the life he's living, and I'm just happy he got to see that. This is sad that moment didn't become the moment.
A catalyst for something,
for something, because he could have taken a different trajectory, the Boogalab, whatever thing. But it's not in him, it's not who he is. He's living his.
With that, again, it's us saying, but okay, you know what, that moment should have changed his life. But if he feels like there was nothing wrong that he did, I mean, he can only feel like, a certain, like a portion of responsibility about what happened. But was he drinking and driving? Did he say he was drinking and driving?
this is how we roll the proverbial carpet to get on out of here, but it also serves a dual purpose of ushering in, okay, the touchdown, led by the Queen herself. She's Ludi Lou. Why you laugh, man?
What's good? Not the proverbial carpet. I mean, come on.
It was a low-hanging fruit, but it was there.
As always.
It was there. I had to grab it. Do you understand?
You know what? The rap life will never disappear.
I tried though.
He is forever here.
I tried to smother him.
No, don't. He can stay. Don't smother him. Let him try.
Okay.
I think he needs you the day of the week. That's not bad. Like Friday, like Thursday. You're just fully in that zone.
Yeah. Because I do have like rap Tourette's. You know what I'm saying? Where you have like, involuntary yo-yo-yos. Where you like, bring him in.
Flourishing like a Friday. I have grills Friday. I wear my grills on Friday.
There you go.
Sometimes though.
Nah?
Yeah.
Cool.
I think you should do it. Make it big.
Sounds like a plan, man. What's coming up on the show, man?
Oh man, you know how it goes with us, right? So we're celebrating with our telco family. They're unrolling, or rather unwrapping the Into Summer Magic campaign, and we're also doing giveaways. So that's going to be really, really beautiful. And later, Open John from Old Mutual is also going to be the son, and we're talking trust funds. So for anybody who's got questions, want to understand how they work, do the right thing and tune in between 3 and 6 on the touchdown. We're really, really going to have so much fun.
And listen, between the three of us, man, these are combos we need to be a part of.
Absolutely.
Because we've got youngsters.
Yes.
Wow. Mel.
What do you mean?
I remember my kids being little and going, oh, where is it? Like, no. You have nothing. I have money.
Sounds like a real wealthy parent. You know, wealthy parents always have
They be like, hey,
that's not your money.
like
It's
that.
my money.
What's too much
You're just
TV?
benefiting from my life. But you know,
for sure.
So I'm very, very interested in trust funds. I really want to understand more.
Same.
See what I can do for my little ones. And yeah, I'm looking forward to that conversation with our family at Old Mutual.
We look forward to it too. Malcolm, we're out of here.
We are. We'll catch you tomorrow.
Indeed, have a goodie.
Welcome to SACAP. Press 1 if you want a qualification with a strong human focus. Press 2 if you're looking for accredited degrees, diplomas, and higher certificates. Press 3 if you want a college with a 27-year track record.
27 also happens to be South Africa's international dialing code, fitting for a college that's responsive to South Africa's workplace and community needs. Visit sacap.edu.za to learn more. Your future's calling.
Play Powerball and Powerball Plus for 94 million rand in total estimated jackpots this Tuesday. Don't delay. Play Powerball for an estimated 27 million rand and Powerball Plus for an estimated 67 million rand today. Buy your tickets now in store on nationallottery.co.za, the mobile app, cell phone banking, or simply dial *120 *7529# for USSD. Panda push up play. Players must be 18 years or older. Play responsibly. Ituba is a proud operator of the National Lottery.
Who plays the hottest music? This must be heaven. We do. We are Metro FM. It's where you want to be. we are Metro FM. It's where you want to be.
I told him I'm gay.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I said.
And it works.
Yeah, 50's black, so he's allowed to be in the movie.
But he's Aussie. I mean, that's like somewhere in between.
Yeah, you're down under. You know, there's a little bit. UFC champ, that maybe gets you. That.
No, come on, that is hyper masculine. That is toxic.
That's toxic. That's toxic, is it? It's toxic. It's toxic.
No, you're beating the minorities. You can't do that. Extremely. I mean, it's the least DEI thing ever.
The movie's about beating up minorities. We can't have the white guys be too successful in that. It'll remind them of history. But what we're gonna do is this. We're just gonna see what happens. That's what we're gonna see. We'll see what happens. We'll leave it at that, eh?
You could be ED. That shit is awesome.
Wait, what's up there? What's up there? I heard you were gonna be a stunt double for Chun-Li. Is that true?
Oh, that could work.
You could be Ed or Luke, yo.
Look at that. Yeah, we can't give away too much.
The black guy's name is DJ?
I tried to get Akash Dalsum, and then they saw a picture of him without a shirt on.
It ain't working. It ain't working, I'll tell you that right now. You're supposed to.
They were like, I mean, this trip isn't going to be too good for me losing weight, because I'm literally here just doing like a food tour. Yeah, just cooking. Where you eat? Where you eat? Everywhere. You gotta hit me when you come to New York, because I'm gonna obviously tell you where to go. Everything's last minute with us anyway, you know. But we've got some cool content. Yeah, got a heap happening anyway. So we've got some cool shit. Who'd you cook with while you're in town? Well, just did QCP. We're in town at Extra Brunson. We're going to be. I was about to say. He's going to take us around and show us some good spots. If you're with Action, he's got New York locked down. Yeah, so we've got a few. We've got a few here in New York. We've got Miami doing a heap there as well. Dude, you got to link up with Carbone, with Mario Carbone. Yeah, he's the guy. He's a major food group. And do we reach out? No, I'll connect you guys. But especially if you're down, because I think Mario's actually. I don't know if he's there during summer. Miami gets hot during summer, so a lot of the people that live in Miami just dip. So fair enough. But like we got we're gonna do our best. I love it. It's a very good place to come. So who knows what happens in Street Fighter? Like obviously we're not gonna release any information before what is this podcast posting in the universe? Yeah, maybe just talking about it and make it happen. Yeah, and maybe talking about it removes all your leverage in the contract negotiations. Now you'll end up doing it for free. That has backfired. Yeah. Well, that wasn't going to the CGI for your apps. Sure. And it only had that. So maybe there is already chats, and then now we've put it out there. What we've been talking about, maybe negotiations are going to get better for us.
Now they're in the corner. They got to do it.
I mean, that's if there was conversation around. There's just so many different. You've got a Jewish manager. I like it. I like it, Volk.
I like how you look at things. The flat white half full, you know?
Anyway, dude, Volk, we love you. We appreciate you. We'll watch you as long as you fight, and we'll even watch you cook. That's how That's how much we love you as a fighter, that we watch you cook. That's love. And that is love, and I appreciate it. You know that. Old man Volk might be, we should really get Old man Volk on something. Maybe Old man Volk let him cook you a feed or something. Old man Volk's going to cook you a feed one time. I can see Old man Volk take down some babies. Have you seen that video of the guy? BV is bacterial vaginosis.
You don't want to say that.
That's a minute Monday. Anyway, Volk, we love you. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for being here, dog. Cheers, man. Guys, stay Inc. is the leader in global betting in U.S. social casinos. Bet on top sports like the UFC, political events like the mayoral election of New York, and use the promo code FLAGRANT for your welcome bonus. Now let's get back to the show. I'm starving. I'm starving, and I haven't even done anything for my diet yet today. I think it's just the idea that I have to diet is fucking me up major.
Hey, get on the GOP, baby. Get on the Manjaro.
What is it? Is it? Are you doing that?
Yeah, we've been talked about this.
Yeah, but I keep looking at you. Like, I'm like,
This guy is a piece of shit.
I'm so hungry. I need to eat something.
You can have a salad with arugula, double chicken, cucumbers, and tomato, no dressing.
What?
You can.
What about lettuce? What about olive oil?
No.
What if,
That's Jordan speaking.
ask him if I can have hot sauce or something.
No, you can have hot sauce,
Mustard.
but it has to be the one in the fridge. It has to be like the Cholula.
Vinegar.
You know what we can do? Actually, it's 5 calories. We can do like a lime squeeze or a lemon squeeze.
Oh my god. Ask him what I can do to flavor the salad, please. I'm about to pass out. I'm so hungry, please.
Well, you know what the right breakfast is, Andrew. Emma informed me you ate breakfast and now I fed you, and then you had overnight oats. So
I'm telling you, it's a psychological thing.
you had more calories in breakfast than you ever do.
I'm gonna eat it. When we finish this pod in like fucking 5 minutes, I'm gonna have an appetite like you've never seen in your entire life.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a salad, and I'm gonna make you a protein shake. That's
I can do that.
Yeah, you can do a protein shake.
Okay,
But it has to be like just 20 calories water.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay, and I'm gonna go get you.
I'm gonna start eating my own boogers. Okay, alright, thank you.
It's like 2 calories each.
Yes, I will do that. Thank you so much, Keanu. Thank you so much.
Just go protein, high fat. You're not gonna eat everything all the time.
What's that mean?
You do like steaks, butters, chicken, stuff like that. And it's
I'm not even allowed to do that.
It's gonna satiate you, and then you won't eat for long periods of
But
time.
apparently I'm not allowed to do that.
Says who?
The fucking muscle doctor.
Wait, he's trying to cut. That'll cut you down.
He doesn't lift.
He also got 3 weeks.
He doesn't lift.
This is crash done.
I got 5 weeks.
You need an eating disorder. You need cigarettes and coffee. That's it. Eating disorder. Yeah. You need a bag.
I had a dream I smoked cigarettes.
Cigarettes and coffee.